Deceiver! A great deceiver! An angry exclamation erupted, followed closely by the sound of footsteps hastily retreating across the stone-paved ground. Zhang Xuan, feeling helpless, raised his hands in protest. I am truly not a deceiver. I am a teacher at the academy. I merely wish for you to be my student. Moreover, even if you insist on calling me a deceiver, why the word great? It makes me seem like a villain of the worst kind. Zhang Xuan was not originally from this world, but was an ordinary librarian at a university on Earth. He could only recall a blazing fire, and then nothing. He awoke in this new realm. As depicted in novels, martial prowess reigns supreme here, with strength being paramount. He had thought that he could traverse into a world of the weak, suffer a broken engagement, and then triumphantly retaliate, but those hopes were dashed. Upon arriving, he discovered he was not a student, but a teacher. The most unfortunate teacher in the entire academy. In contrast to the bustling classrooms filled to capacity elsewhere, his own was utterly deserted. Despite his efforts to attract a few students, they would inevitably hurl accusations of deceiver at him before fleeing. The reason for this was simple. The individual whose soul had taken over this body was not only the weakest among the faculty, but also possessed a woefully poor perception, unable to discern anything of value. To make matters worse, he had even misled students, leading to a case of demonic deviation. This was akin to a hospital where patients died, severely tarnishing his reputation and inciting disdain. Even the new students approached him with trepidation, fearful of becoming his charges and suffering an excruciating education. With no students and facing criticism, he had ranked last in the faculty evaluations last year, receiving the unprecedented score of 0. In his despondency, he sought solace in alcohol, which resulted in his untimely demise, and thus he seized the opportunity to traverse into this new world. As the new semester commenced, the academy issued a final ultimatum. If he could not recruit a single student in this academic year, his teaching credentials would be revoked. Today, 17 new students had passed by his classroom, and upon hearing his name, they all fled without exception, running as if they had encountered a sinister figure. It appears I must devise a strategy to deceive one of them. As he contemplated how to entice a student, a girl with a naive expression peeked through the door. "Excuse me, is this the class of Teacher Lu Sun?" Her voice was sweet and endearing, and her appearance was charming and graceful. Teacher Lu Sun, the Academy's star instructor, always had full classrooms, drawing countless admirers. Just her. Zhang Xuan's eyes brightened at the sight of someone willingly approaching him. The girl nodded eagerly, her dark eyes sparkling with admiration. "I've heard that Teacher Lu Sun is the most formidable instructor at Hongtian Academy, and all his students are exceptionally talented. Everyone takes pride in being a part of his class. Rumors may not always hold truth. A teacher, much like a shoe, must fit the student. No matter how excellent his teaching, if it does not align with your cultivation theory, it may not only hinder your progress but could even set you back. A lesser-known teacher, whose theories resonate with yours, may facilitate rapid advancement in your cultivation. Is that so? My brother has mentioned similar sentiments." The girl appeared momentarily puzzled, her beautiful eyes filled with uncertainty. "However, I do not know what kind of class would suit me." Seeing her interest piqued, Zhang Xuan's eyes gleamed. After a moment's consideration, the names of great thinkers like Marx and Engels flitted through his mind as he feigned a troubled expression. "Fate has brought us together. How about this? I am also a teacher at this academy, and I can offer to assess your aptitude, talent, and disposition for free, while also recommending a suitable instructor." "Then I would be most grateful, sir." The girl, taken aback by the unexpected kindness of this teacher, nodded excitedly. "Show me your cultivation level first." Zhang Xuan half opened his eyes, seemingly indifferent. "Of course." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In mere moments, the room was filled with the sound of whistling energy as waves of force darted around the girl, her aura solid yet subdued, indicating she had an excellent foundation. "All right, I see now you have diligently practiced, your foundation is solid, and your talent is exquisite and extraordinary genius." Upon witnessing her demonstration, Zhang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. He had learned this from fortune tellers on Earth. His words were versatile and vague enough to evade detection of error, inadvertently appearing accurate instead. "Especially the power in your legs, akin to a coiling dragon. Every movement resembles the relentless flow of a mighty river. If you dedicate yourself to training, your future is undoubtedly bright." "Teacher, I have sustained an injury in my legs. The physician said they are essentially crippled." The girl interrupted his flow of praise, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Injured? Zhang Xuan's face flushed, but his thick skin concealed any embarrassment as he continued to spin his tail. "Did you think I was unaware? From the moment you unleashed your strength, I recognized it. The reason I said that is without adversity, there can be no progress. Though your legs are injured, you have unexpectedly gained an opportunity that others could not fathom. If you seize this chance wisely, your leg techniques will surely become your greatest asset, leaving others in your wake. Since it was all a ruse, he figured he might as well embellish his claims, aiming to recruit a disciple. Opportunity? Teacher, what kind of opportunity? The girl's eyes widened with intrigue. After her leg injury, she had always felt inferior to others, harboring a sense of insecurity. Now, the prospect of turning misfortune into fortune ignited a flicker of hope within her. This opportunity could propel you to great heights, allowing you to become the top newcomer without exaggeration, as your talent is already remarkable, truly a ancien millennium genius. However, Zhang Xuan's words flowed effortlessly, barely refraining from pulling out a legendary manual. Upon hearing she could become the top newcomer, and being hailed as a genius, the girl's face lit with fervor as she quickly inquired, however, what? However, Zhang Xuan sighed, feigning a lament for the talents that might go unrecognized. There are only a few teachers in the academy who can discern such opportunities, and including myself, there are only 3. The other 2 have not accepted students for 3 years, so I am not in a position to assist you. Not accepting students? The girl, once filled with hope, felt her spirit dim slightly at his words, but then realization struck her as she leaped up. If they do not accept students, then you, teacher, will you accept me? Of course, I will accept you. However, as you can see, I am indifferent to fame and fortune and do not have much time. Zhang Xuan feigned a troubled expression. Unless you are truly exceptional, I am not one to easily agree. Thud. Before he could finish, the girl knelt before him. I understand your noble character. Please accept me as your disciple. I promise to train diligently and will not bring shame upon you. Zhang Xuan was elated inside, yet maintained a thought of reluctance. Indeed, we are fated to meet, but as you can see, I value tranquility. I assure you, I will not disturb you unless absolutely necessary. The girl nodded earnestly, her sincerity evident. I have few students, and my resources may not compare to those of other teachers, which may subject you to criticism, Zhang Xuan continued. Is that so? I have heard that resources are quite important. The girl hesitated. Teachers at the academy receive resources based on the achievements and number of their students, and without sufficient resources, progress and cultivation would be arduous. Ahem, I was merely testing your resolve with that remark. Since you are steadfast in your heart and sincerely wish to call me your teacher, I will begrudgingly accept you. Upon sensing her hesitation, Zhang Xuan quickly interjected, let us proceed with the identity verification. Is it so soon? The girl was taken aback by the abrupt change in the teacher's demeanor. As she received the token representing her identity from Zhang Xuan, she contemplated whether to proceed with the verification. However, she then witnessed the previously composed teacher Zhang grasp her hand, produce a sharp knife, and make a swift incision, letting a drop of blood fall onto the jade plaque. Buzz. The light shimmered. Oh. The girl was left in a daze. Just a moment ago, the teacher mentioned the need for contemplation, advocating for a life detached from fame and fortune. Yet, how swiftly actions have unfolded, and the knives are already prepared. From this moment forth, you shall be my student. With a blood oath, Zhang Xuan finally exhaled in relief, resuming his demeanor of an esteemed master. What is your name? Realizing there was no turning back, the girl nodded adorably without uttering another word. Very well, take your identification badge, procure your bedding and books, and while you're at it, find your lodging. Classes commence tomorrow. Simply come here to seek me. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Understood. Wang Ning nodded and turned to leave. Phew. Successfully hoodwinked another. With her now officially his pupil, Zhang Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. It had not been easy had it not been for the plethora of ostentatious techniques gleaned from the internet. Success would have proven elusive today. With one student secured, he could avert the calamity of expulsion. As Zhang Xuan relaxed, a newfound clarity enveloped him, and the lingering obsessions from his previous life gradually faded away. Fear not. Now that I have traversed into your existence, I shall ensure you thrive. The former Zhang Xuan had perished due to his inability to recruit students, harboring much resentment. Now, with a disciple at hand, all remnants of his previous struggles dissipated entirely. At this moment, Zhang Xuan felt he had fully assimilated into this new body. Boom. Having gained complete control over his form, Zhang Xuan intended to entice a few more students when suddenly, his mind reverberated with a thunderous voice. Heaven and earth are devoid of benevolence, treating all beings as mere fodder. The sun and moon wax and wane, while heaven and earth possess imperfections. Boom. A cascade of arcane phrases left him somewhat dazed, and then, within his mind, a colossal palace materialized, illuminated by 5 radiant characters. Heavenly Tao Library. Upon entering, he beheld an expanse of towering bookshelves, an infinite array of tomes stretching far beyond his sight. Is this the ultimate gift of the traversers? A library? Good heavens, in my previous life, I was a librarian as fate brought me to a world where I remained the same. While others received gifts of grand systems or remarkable entities, Zhang Xuan found himself merely with a library. Overwhelmed, he felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly causing him to faint. A library? What on earth? Will I be throwing books instead of swords in battles? Let's see what books are available. Resigned, Zhang Xuan reached out towards the tomes on the shelves, eager to discern the library's purpose, but to his dismay, his hand passed through the shelves, grasping nothing. Are you jesting with me? You grant me a library yet provide no means to access its contents? What is the purpose of this? Zhang Xuan's expression was one of utter disbelief, teetering on the brink of tears. Chapter 2. Shamelessness. After further contemplation, Zhang Xuan discovered that the books in the library appeared to him like flowers in a fog or the moon reflected in water, entirely unattainable. His interest waned, and his spirit retreated from the realm of knowledge. It was time for lunch. He resolved to devise a plan to entice 2 more students in the afternoon. Looking out the window, he noted that the sun had reached its zenith. 18 students had visited that morning, yet only 1 had agreed to be his disciple, a rather dismal probability. This afternoon could not mirror the morning's failure. After all, he was a time traveler. If he could not even deceive a single ancient individual, how could he justify claiming to thrive in an era of abundant information? Stretching lazily, he exited his lecture hall and strolled toward the academy's cafeteria. Much like the universities of his previous life, the cafeteria at Hongtian Academy was expansive, capable of accommodating thousands of students simultaneously. With the addition of a new student to his roster, Zhang Xuan felt elated. He ordered several additional dishes and found a secluded corner to indulge in his meal. Isn't that teacher Zhang? Just as he was relishing his food, a voice interrupted him. He looked up to see a young man grinning at him, though the warmth of his smile was undermined by an insincerity that felt more like mockery. Teacher Chao? Zhang Xuan recognized him instantly. Chao Xiong had entered the academy alongside him and had always enjoyed comparing himself to Zhang, seizing any opportunity to belittle him. The previous incarnation of Zhang Xuan had succumbed to the pressure of such ridicule, leading to his untimely demise through excess alcohol. Today is the new student's registration day. How has your recruitment gone? You appear quite at ease enjoying your meal. It must be going well, Chao Xiong boasted, gesturing behind him to a group of 12 enthusiastic young students he had gathered. I'll take them for a meal and then arrange their accommodations. Chao Xiong's demeanor was one of condescension, a blatant display of superiority. He had come to flaunt his achievements. There was no animosity between them. They had entered the academy simultaneously, rendering comparisons inevitable. Zhang Xuan represented failure, and Chao Xiong relished the chance to highlight his own success. Everyone, allow me to introduce teacher Zhang Xuan, a renowned figure at our academy, the only instructor in its history to receive a score of 0 in the faculty evaluation. Chao Xiong proclaimed, reveling in the moment. A score of 0 in the faculty evaluation? Ah, I heard about that when I arrived. They said his students nearly fell into madness under his guidance. A murmur arose among the students. I also heard that many advised against choosing him as a teacher. Not only would you be unable to cultivate, but it would be akin to committing suicide. Came another voice of disbelief. Zhang Xuan remained unfazed by the murmurs. The 0 score belonged to his predecessor. What did it have to do with him? Nonetheless, he found Chao Xiong's behavior, which sought to demean others to elevate himself, quite irksome. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he said, once you've finished your introduction, you may take your leave. Don't waste my time while I'm eating. To his surprise, instead of feeling embarrassed, Chao Xiong appeared incensed. He raised a hand to assert the authority of a teacher, receiving a score of 0 in the faculty evaluation. Breaking the academy's record, do you not feel the slightest shred of shame? Shame? Why should I feel shame? You just acknowledge that I have made history and become a figure of notoriety. New students know who I am. And what about you? Zhang Xuan pointed at the multitude of students following Chao Xiong. How many points did you score in your faculty evaluation? Do they know? Did they know who you were before coming to the academy? If you weren't so desperate to curry favor or treat them to meals, do you think they would seek you out as a teacher? As a teacher without any renown, you boast to me. What is there to boast about? Gasps of disbelief rippled through the onlookers. Typically, a teacher receiving a 0 would hide in shame, but here was Zhang Xuan, seemingly reveling in his notoriety. Proud of a title that others would shun, Chao Xiong was on the verge of madness. Your audacity is astounding. What grounds do you have for such pride? The students behind him exchanged bewildered glances, utterly flabbergasted. Where's your sense of shame? This teacher is utterly shameless. To Zhang Xuan, concepts of shame and face were mere trifles. In his era, many celebrities would go to great lengths for fame, unashamedly engaging in scandalous behavior. What was a zero in an evaluation compared to that? Xiao Xiong's face reddened with rage. A teacher must prioritize guidance. Today, I shall not hold this against you. But when you attract students, we shall see who excels in teaching. With that, he turned to leave. At that moment, a conversation between a man and a woman reached Zhang Xuan's ears. That teacher seems quite admirable, and his temperament is pleasant. A naive female voice hesitantly chimed in. Miss, you must listen to me. The young master specifically instructed me to ensure you sought out teacher Lu Sun. Why did you choose to disregard him and instead insist on studying under this one? A resigned, elderly voice followed. That teacher. Doesn't he seem as dreadful as you say? He gave me guidance, encouraging me to cultivate diligently and strive to become the top of our class. The girl's voice wavered with uncertainty. Top of the class? If you truly study under him, merely avoiding madness would be an accomplishment. Does the second miss know who he is? The Academy's most infamous incompetent teacher, receiving a score of 0 in last semester's evaluation. Dear heavens! You must withdraw quickly. If the young master finds out, he will undoubtedly be furious. The elder pleaded. Brother. Upon hearing mention of the young master, the girl's expression twisted in fear, unsure of how to proceed. Zhang Xuan, overhearing their conversation, felt a spark of interest. Xiao Xiong's eyes brightened, and he turned to Zhang Xuan with a grin. Teacher Zhang, is this girl one of your newly recruited students? It seems she intends to withdraw. Teachers may choose their students, just as students could select their teachers. If a student deemed their teacher unsuitable, they were entitled to return the token granted to them. Xiao Xiong's voice rang out loudly, drawing the attention of many nearby, including the conversing pair. Second miss, is this your newly appointed teacher? The elder's gaze fell upon Zhang Xuan. Yes. The girl nodded. The elder promptly approached Zhang Xuan, standing before him. Teacher Zhang, our young miss intends to cancel your course. Lu Lao. The girl blushed, realizing her elder's abruptness. She stepped forward, turning to Zhang Xuan with an apologetic expression. Teacher, I. Her name was Wang Ying, one of Zhang Xuan's freshly acquired students. Wang Ying, you know I seldom accept students. Accepting you is a matter of fate. You wish to withdraw and forsake this tremendous opportunity? Do you comprehend how many aspire to be my students, yet I refuse them? Zhang Xuan feigned an air of wisdom and authority. Damn. Those privy to the situation felt a wave of nausea wash over them. Brother, could you exhibit a modicum of dignity? The institution has yet to accept students, and those connected to you harbor hopes of becoming your pupil. It is evident that the inability to attract students lies with you. In response to the inquiry, Wang Ying quickly gestured dismissively, yet before she could articulate her thoughts, she was interrupted. Indeed, the elderly Lu Shu stepped forward, noting the second young lady's indecisive nature. Teacher Zhang, our young lady has resolved to withdraw from your course. She finds it difficult to express this herself, so we kindly ask for your assistance in processing the formalities. Withdraw? Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. You must contemplate this decision carefully. Withdrawing from a teacher could tarnish your reputation within the academy. It may well deter other instructors from accepting you in the future. Are you prepared to jeopardize your lady's future due to her impulsiveness? Can you bear that responsibility? Lu Lao was taken aback. While students may withdraw from teachers, doing so is a profound affront to the educator, implying that if one can be dismissed, so too can another. Generally, students with such a blemish on their record find it exceedingly challenging to gain acceptance elsewhere. After all, the dignity of the teaching profession is not to be insulted lightly. No instructor would willingly embrace a student who has shown such disrespect. Furthermore, accepting such a student would mean undermining a colleague, an unthinkable scenario in a collaborative environment. Without a teacher in the academy, one's prospects for success would be utterly diminished. Lu Lao had initially approached the situation with vigor, but Zhang Xian's words left him at a loss. As a mere servant, should the second young lady's progress falter due to his actions, he would be held entirely accountable. Rest assured, your young lady possesses considerable talent. With my guidance, she will undoubtedly achieve commendable results. As he detected Lu Lao's wavering resolve, Zhang Xuan seized the opportunity to persuade further. After all, why let a well-cooked duck fly away? Wait, a voice interjected. Who says no teacher would dare accept her? The young girl, if she were to withdraw from teacher Zhang's tutelage, would be immediately welcomed as my student. Before Zhang Xuan could finish, Xiao Xiong stepped forward, his hand sweeping through the air. Having lost face to Zhang Xuan earlier, he could not let this opportunity slip away. What are you planning, Qiaoxiong? Zhang Xuan's expression darkened. What am I planning? Such a promising talent cannot be squandered. If she wishes to dismiss you, I shall gladly take her under my wing. A student must choose the finest teacher to guide them, not one who has received a 0 in faculty assessments. Qiaoxiong grinned, brimming with self-satisfaction. Are you openly attempting to poach students? Do you not fear I shall report you to the disciplinary committee? This was no longer a mere matter of pride. It was a blatant act of student theft. While the academy encourages teachers to make independent choices, it does not condone such reckless tactics. Should this continue, it would not only sour relations among faculty, but also disrupt the entire institution's atmosphere. Stealing students? You exaggerate. Let us instead engage in an open demonstration of our capabilities. A fair competition that allows the student to decide for themselves. Do you dare to accept? Qiaoxiong proposed. Chapter 3. The Tao has its flaws. On-site guidance. Zhang Xuan's expression was less than favorable. Although he had integrated the memories of his predecessor, he had not meticulously organized them. At most, he could discern the levels of cultivation. When it came to identifying errors in practice, his predecessor was utterly confused. Not to mention his own current state. To offer guidance to others, he certainly could not compare to this esteemed teacher Qiao. If it came to a competition, defeat was inevitable. What's this? Are you afraid to accept? Qiaoxiong smiled lightly, waving his sleeve with an air of nonchalance and utmost elegance. What guidance? If today's matter isn't resolved properly, the new student we painstakingly recruited will surely leave. Zhang Xuan gritted his teeth. There are many forms of guidance. In cultivation, martial arts, and correcting errors in practice. Each teacher has different strengths. How about this? Since these are all new students whom we do not know, let them perform a set of martial arts, and we will identify flaws to provide guidance. Then we can conduct an on-site test. The one who shows the greatest improvement will be the victor. How does that sound? Facing the other teachers, Qiaoxiong lacked confidence. But he felt quite assured against this individual who ranked last in the school's performance and had a 0 score in teacher assessments. Zhang Xuan hesitated. You're not afraid to accept, are you? Just now, you boasted about how many students wanted to be your disciples, but you refused them. If you truly have the ability, let us compete and don't harm that young girl. Qiaoxiong pressed on. All right. Zhang Xuan nodded. A man faces the sky when he dies. If I lose, so be it. If I refuse now, the newly recruited disciple will surely withdraw. At this moment, there was no turning back. If all else fails, he would have to fabricate excuses. After all, he had thick skin, and embarrassment was merely a trivial matter. Teacher Qiao and Teacher Zhang are going to compete. You mean the last-ranked Teacher Zhang? That's him. A 0 in teacher assessments, and he is competing? Is this for real? Isn't this just asking for humiliation? Upon his agreement, numerous students who had come to eat quickly gathered around. Many had heard of this individual with a 0 score in teacher assessments, but had never seen him in person. Their curiosity piqued. According to the rules, I guide your students, and you guide mine. Seeing the crowd gather, Qiaoxiong's desire to perform grew stronger. With a grand gesture, he smiled cheerfully. In the interest of fairness, teachers cannot guide their own students, as it raises suspicions of cheating. Typically, students exchange guidance. Young lady, come here and demonstrate a set of martial arts, and strike the stone pillar with all your might. Confirming the content and method of the competition, Qiaoxiong regarded the innocent girl not far away. Wang Ying's face flushed, and she stole a glance at Zhang Xuan. Seeing he was not angry, she stepped forward, her hands parting as a tranquil aura enveloped her. The wind from her punches howled with formidable force. Had it not been witnessed with one's own eyes, one would never believe such martial prowess could emanate from a seemingly innocent girl. Solid and stable, her foundation was evidently strong. Before long, she completed her set of martial arts. Observing closely, Zhang Xuan felt utterly defeated. With his insight, even combined with the memories of his predecessor, he could not discern any shortcomings. No wonder he received a 0 in teacher assessments. His perception was woefully inadequate. Now, unleash all your strength against the stone pillar. Indeed, Qiaoxiong was pleased, nodding in satisfaction. The stone pillar nearby could measure the student's strength, allowing them to gain a clear understanding of their own capabilities. Wang Ying timidly approached, channeling the power accumulated from her previous set of martial arts into a meteor-like strike against the stone pillar. Bang! The pillar shook, revealing a line of characters. 53 kilograms, impressive punch power. Qiaoxiong nodded repeatedly. For a newcomer who had not yet entered the academy and had received no guidance, particularly as a girl, to demonstrate such strength in a punch was commendable. I observed your martial arts. They are robust and powerful. However, there is one aspect that could be improved. The distance of your strikes is somewhat short. If you can enhance the speed of your lower body's movement, the power will undoubtedly increase. If I am not mistaken, your legs have likely suffered injuries, correct? Qiao Xiong spoke. Truly a teacher, his discernment far surpassed Zhang Xuan's. Immediately identifying that the key to Wang Ying's martial arts lay in her lower body and deducing that she may have been injured in the past. Yes, Wang Ying nodded. Due to my injury, I hesitate when utilizing my lower body's strength. I will now share a method with you. Rest assured, it will not exacerbate your leg injuries. Subsequently, Qiao Xiong provided a new technique, explaining it in detail. I'll give it a try. Wang Ying, possessing such strength at her young age, demonstrated remarkable comprehension. Soon, she fully grasped it and approached the stone pillar once more, her fists clenched tight, and energy surging through her as she transformed into a mighty dragon. Bang! 63. After a brief guidance session, her strength surged by 10 kilograms. An increase of 10 kilograms equates to nearly a 20% rise. I have finished my guidance. Now it's your turn. Seeing this result, Qiao Xiong smiled lightly, his demeanor radiating pride. Achieving such a significant increase in strength for a student from a single session of guidance was indeed an impressive accomplishment. Teacher Zhang. At this moment, a student stepped forward from behind him, ready to demonstrate their martial arts. Wait. Zhang Xin raised his hand. What is the matter? Is Teacher Zhang having second thoughts? Qiao Xiong scoffed. Second thoughts? What nonsense. Do you think I would backtrack on my word? Zhang Xian feigned bravado, yet internally, he was in a state of anxiety. Guiding students in their cultivation was beyond his capability as a transmigrator. If it were about guiding them in watching romantic films, he would excel effortlessly. I merely think. As the crowd turned to him, Zhang Xian steeled himself and hastily conjured an excuse. This student is under your authority. If they deliberately do not exert their full strength after my guidance, would I not be conceding defeat directly? I will certainly exert my full strength. I assure you of my integrity. This student, sensing Zhang Xian's doubts, replied resolutely. Fine, I believe in this student's integrity, but our competition is unfair. When the student spoke, Zhang Xian realized that if he continued to dwell on this, he would undoubtedly become a target of mockery, so he pressed on with determination. Unfair? Where's the unfairness? Qiao Xiong questioned. Wang Ying is my student. If I win, she remains my student. I gain nothing. Yet, if I lose, she becomes your disciple. How is that fair? It's akin to gambling with our lives. If I win, you forfeit yours. If I lose, I reclaim mine. Do you find that fair? Zhang Xin retorted. Qiao Xiong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, upon reflection, it seemed somewhat inequitable. This wager was akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. He had nothing to stake, while the other party, upon losing, would surrender their disciple. Then, if you win, this Zhuoyang will become your student. After a moment's contemplation, Qiao Xiong gestured grandly. Zhuoyang was precisely the new student who had just stepped forward to seek Zhang Xian's guidance. Teacher, I didn't expect you to make such a decision. Zhuoyang gasped, looking worried. He would rather die than be taught by someone with a 0 score in teacher assessments. Rest assured, I will definitely not lose. Qiao Xiong cast him a confident glance. Indeed, Zhuoyang appeared to place considerable faith in Teacher Qiao. He took 2 steps forward, disregarding Zhang Xian's presence, and began his martial arts demonstration. Originally, Zhang Xian intended to say a few more words to dissuade the youth. But seeing him immediately commence his practice without affording any opportunity for dialogue left Zhang Xian in a state of displeasure. The martial arts technique being employed was entirely unfamiliar to him, rendering it impossible to discern any flaws or offer guidance. What shortcomings could there be in this technique? Sweat began to bead on his forehead, anxiety mounting within him. If he could not identify any defects or provide instruction, the embarrassment would be trivial. However, losing a hard-won student to another mentor could very well result in his dismissal from the academy. Suddenly, amidst his rising distress, the celestial library within his mind trembled, and a thunderous voice resonated. Following this, 4 imposing characters manifested above the previously empty bookshelf. Heavenly Tao has flaws. These words emanated a weightiness akin to a mountain, imbued with boundless authority and grandeur. As the characters solidified, a book that had previously been out of reach materialized abruptly before him. What is this? Momentarily taken aback, Zhang Xian looked down at the book resting in his palm. The cover bore the name Zhuoyang. Flipping open, the first page revealed a dense array of text. Zhuoyang, hailing from the Liu family in Yunqing, had gained admission to the Hongtian Academy, a martial artist at the first level of the Gathering Breath realm. His cultivation method: lotus flower piercing technique. Martial skill: minor accomplishment in flying flower fist, major accomplishment in inch dragon fist. Deficiencies: 12 in total. Firstly, excessive feints leading to a dispersion of force. Secondly, thirdly, 12thly, his left arm was stronger, yet his technique predominantly relied on his right, hindering his ability to unleash maximum power. This. As he perused the densely packed text, Zhang Xuan felt on the verge of madness. Is this real? Just as he pondered the flaws, the Celestial Library produced a tome detailing Liu Yang's shortcomings. If the information inscribed therein were true, then this unexpected boon from his transmigration was indeed remarkable. It is common knowledge that everyone possesses flaws. Every technique and martial art has its deficiencies. Nothing in this world is without imperfection. To identify shortcomings and document them in a book is nothing short of miraculous. Bang! As Zhang Xuan was astonished by the library's transformation, Liu Yang had completed his set of martial arts, and upon striking the stone pillar, a series of characters appeared. 62. His punch exerted a force of 62 kilograms. Teacher Zhang, Liu Yang has finished his demonstration. Please provide him with guidance, Cao Xiang remarked with a slight smile. The onlookers, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle, turned their gazes in unison, eager to witness how a teacher historically associated with a score of 0 in evaluations would impart wisdom to a student. Chapter 4. A slap in the face. Just moments ago, the Dao library trembled, drawing my focus entirely to my consciousness, leaving me in a state of confusion. Moreover, I was utterly oblivious to the opponent's martial arts techniques, making it impossible for me to provide any guidance. Please, Teacher Zhang, enlighten us. Liu Yang stepped forward, bowing deeply. Beside him, Wang Ying blinked, eager to witness how this newly recognized master would offer his insights. As the crowd's gazes converged on him, Zhang Xuan felt compelled to speak, lest he be humiliated by silence. Just as he was about to fabricate something, he suddenly recalled Liu Yang's shortcomings as noted in the library's texts. Although he was uncertain of the veracity of those records, given the current predicament, he could think of nothing else and, with an air of bravado, declared, "Your martial arts technique has numerous flaws, no less than 12. A ripple of laughter erupted among the onlookers. He claims there are 12 flaws? Surely I must have misheard. This is the most ludicrous jest I've ever encountered. The Feihua fist, though not of high rank, is renowned throughout the kingdom and is often regarded as foundational. Having been refined over millennia, it is far from perfect. Yet its flaws are minimal. How could he assert there are 12? The crowd had hoped for profound insights, but his words only incited laughter. The Feihua fist, akin to the Taizu Qiankun on earth, is a fundamental technique that every practitioner must learn. Despite its modest power, its flaws are few enough to be counted, with some even dubbing it the flawless fist. The notion that it harbors 12 defects was outrageous. Teacher Zhang, you are indeed talented to discern 12 flaws in the Feihua fist. We are eager to hear your elaboration. Cao Xiong, clearly taken aback by Zhang Xuan's bravado, was thrilled and sought to make him uncomfortable. As Zhang Xuan absorbed their taunts, his expression remained stoic, but internally he grew anxious. He never anticipated that Liu Yang would demonstrate such a universally recognized technique. In his previous life, he would have been aware, yet in this new existence, his memories had yet to fully integrate. Despite having been merely a librarian, he was, after all, a transmigrator with a unique perspective. With a thick skin, he retorted, "What? You doubt my insights? It is not my failure to guide you. Rather, it is your disbelief in my instructions that leads to your misfortune." Turning to Wang Ying, he declared, "Let us leave. This wager is not worth our time." "Wait. We believe you. Please, do share your guidance." Cao Xiang hastily interjected, realizing Zhang Xuan's intent to escape was a ruse to avoid embarrassment. He seized the opportunity to teach him a lesson, unwilling to let it slip away. With no escape in sight, Zhang Xuan reluctantly retrieved the library's records once more. So be it, he thought, accepting his fate. He meticulously reviewed the 12 purported flaws, finally biting the bullet as he addressed Liu Yang. "You were executing the right stance. I suggest you switch to the left and strike the stone tablet with your left fist." "Left stance? Is this what you call guidance? How absurd. The left hand possesses less power. Striking with it would render this technique ineffective." The crowd was initially taken aback, but soon erupted in derision, casting scornful glances at Zhang Xuan. Follow teacher Zhang's advice, Lu Yang. Let SEM be proven wrong. Qiao Xiong commanded, unable to contain his excitement. Although Lu Yang was a newly recruited student, he was well aware of Lu Yang's proficiency with his right hand. Directing him to use his left was ludicrous. Lu Yang, with a cold smirk, prepared to demonstrate once more. He knew he was not left-handed, and the notion of performing with his left hand was absurd. The Feihua fist was a fundamental technique he had practiced since childhood. Though he felt awkward reversing his stance, he adapted swiftly. The wind whistled as he struck. Yet he sensed that both his fluidity and power had diminished significantly. Could it be that this transmigration benefit was a farce? Zhang Xuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Others had grand mentors guiding them effortlessly, while he relied on a library filled with nonsensical records, if proven false. Expulsion from the academy loomed large. After completing the sequence, Lu Yang approached the stone tablet and raised his left fist to strike. Buzz. A series of numbers materialized. 1. Laughter erupted as Qiao Xiong reveled in the moment, but his mirth was abruptly stifled, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. 123. The crowd, poised to mock, stood frozen in disbelief, trembling in shock. Lu Yang had initially struck with 62 kilograms of force, and now it had surged to 123, an increase nearing 100%. How could this be real? Even the academy's top instructors would struggle to elicit such a dramatic improvement on a first attempt. I did this? Lu Yang was equally perplexed, staring dumbfounded at the tablet, unable to comprehend the magnitude of his left hand's power, which now surpassed his right, while the audience remained astonished. Zhang Xuan could barely contain his elation. This was indeed reality. At that moment, he grasped the authenticity of the library's observations. His transmigration benefits were nothing short of extraordinary. How about that? You claimed a 20% increase. I achieved 100. What say you, Teacher Qiao? Zhang Xuan chuckled triumphantly. Qiao Xiong's face turned an ashen hue, the heat of embarrassment flooding his cheeks. He had intended to showcase Zhang Xuan's inadequacies, only to find himself the one humiliated. Retrieving a jade token, he bit down and dripped blood upon it. Lu Yang, I hereby dismiss you. You may now become Zhang Xuan's disciple. With that, he cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Xuan. Do not grow too complacent. Your luck was merely an anomaly. In our next contest, I shall ensure you are thoroughly humiliated. Without another word, he turned and departed, leaving behind a scene rife with embarrassment. Lu Yang's expression soured as he watched Qiao Xiong leave. Though he had just achieved an impressive feat, deep down, he shared Qiao Xiong's skepticism, believing it was merely luck and doubting Zhang Xuan's capabilities. Very well. You are now my student. Let us proceed with your identity verification. Zhang Xuan, indifferent to his thoughts, acquired an additional student through a wager. Filled with joy as he casually tossed a jade token. Although Lu Yang harbored some resentment, he understood the principle of accepting the consequences of his bet. Recognizing that if he did not acknowledge Zhang Xuan as his teacher, no other instructor would accept him. He reluctantly dripped his blood onto the jade token to complete the verification. Come to class tomorrow. After dealing with Lu Yang, Zhang Xuan dispensed with further words, turning his attention to Wang Ying, uttering a brief remark before striding out of the cafeteria. After some contemplation, he finally grasped the concept. Whenever someone demonstrated martial skills or techniques before him, it would automatically generate books detailing their shortcomings. Haha, I have struck gold. With this ability at my disposal, I can discern any flaw at a glance. During the next teacher assessment, I refuse to believe I will still receive a score of 0. A wave of exhilaration surged within him as Zhang Xuan, a traveler from another world, felt an overwhelming sense of ambition. Chapter 5, The Young Lady Have You Heard? Teacher Qiao Xiong just had a contest with the bottom-ranked teacher Zhang Xuan. They actually competed? ISNT teacher Zhang just waiting to lose? Surprisingly, he won. He casually guided a student, and their strength doubled. 100% increase? With just one guidance? Even teacher Lu Sun couldn't achieve that, could he? Is that for real? Many people witnessed it. How could it be false? In the cafeteria, numerous individuals excitedly discussed the contest between the two teachers. 100% increase in strength from a single guidance? Zhao Yashu wrinkled her nose in disdain, declaring, this must be sheer luck. Zhao Ya, the daughter of the Lord of Baiyu City, the third largest city in the Tianshan Kingdom, had received an exceptional education since childhood. Her primary purpose at Hongtian Academy was to seek teacher Lu Sun. To her astonishment, before she even approached him, she heard others claiming that teacher Lu Sun was inferior. Luck? I doubt it's merely luck. That's an astonishing 100% increase. A student sitting nearby couldn't help but retort. Not luck. Don't think I'm unaware of teacher Zhang Xuan. He scored 0 in the last faculty assessment and almost got expelled. What capabilities could a person like that possess? If you don't believe me, I'll expose him right now. Zhuoyang, known for her impulsive nature, couldn't contain her frustration upon hearing praise for the last-ranked teacher. Fine. We all want to see if this teacher is just a name without substance. Instantly, 2 other students stood up as well. The 3 exited the cafeteria and inquired about Zhang Xuan's classroom, soon finding it and pushing the door open. Are you teacher Zhang Xuan? Upon entering, they saw a young man seated at the main desk, wearing a foolish grin. From any angle, he didn't resemble a formidable teacher. In fact, he seemed rather peculiar. It's me, Zhang Xuan replied, ceasing to observe the heavenly Tao library as he looked up at the newcomers. I heard you just defeated teacher Zhuoyang, guiding a student to achieve 100% increase in strength? Zhuoyang questioned skeptically. Let us see if you can do the same for me. Can you help me double my strength? Not interested. Zhang Xuan waved dismissively. There is a respect that comes with being a teacher, this isn't game. You can watch if you want, but I'm not obligated to guide you. Besides, what kind of attitude is that? I owe you nothing. Not interested? Aren't you just sitting idle? Zhuoyang snapped, clearly perceiving his nonchalance. Having just mentioned exposing him as a fraud, she felt humiliated by his indifference. I'm here to recruit students, not to entertain an ignorant little girl. Zhang Xuan replied coolly. Zhuoyang's eyes flared with anger. Being the daughter of a city lord and exceptionally beautiful, she was used to being admired wherever she went. This insolent man not only rejected her but also belittled her, which she found utterly intolerable. What will it take for you to guide me? She demanded, gritting her teeth. Become my disciple, Zhang Xuan stated blandly, looking at her as if she were foolish. Faced with his incredulous gaze, Zhuoyang stumbled back in disbelief. Fine, I'll become your disciple. But if your guidance is misguided, I'll expose your deceit. Zhuoyang. No, once you become his disciple, you can't study under Lu Xun anymore. Her 2 companions, alarmed by her immediate agreement, urged her to reconsider. Understanding the college's rules, Zhuoyang hesitated. Once she pledged to another teacher, switching back to Lu Xun would mean dropping the course, and it was unlikely another teacher would accept her afterward, especially not a popular figure like Lu Xun. Afraid? If you are, then leave. Don't waste my time recruiting new students. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Who says I'm afraid? Initially hesitant, Zhuoyang flared up at his words, her brows lifting defiantly. I'll become your disciple right now. Confirm my status. Your attitude is unacceptable. If you want to learn from me, I'm not interested in accepting you. Zhang Xuan waved his hand again. He preferred obedient students like Wang Ying from before, not someone who stormed in with a chip on their shoulder, even if he was in need of students. Zhuoyang was infuriated that despite her determination to become his disciple, he still refused her. However, having come specifically to expose him, turning to leave would only serve his purpose. He probably wanted to drive her away to shield his lies. She resolved not to grant him that satisfaction. I can afford to admit fault for now. Once I unveil your true nature, you will see how I handle you. With that thought, Zhuoyang suppressed her anger, smiling sweetly and revealing her pearly white teeth. Forgive me, teacher. I was rude. I sincerely wish to become your disciple, so please accept me. Now that is better. Noticing her change in attitude, Zhang Xuan nodded slightly. If you wish to be my disciple, tidy up this room thoroughly. I want it spotless. And also clean the restroom outside. Once I'm satisfied with the cleanliness, I will accept you as my student. Don't push your luck. Zhuoyang was exasperated. Who is she? The daughter of a city lord, raised in luxury, never having done menial labor. How could he expect her to clean? And to clean the restroom? Have you lost your mind? If you can't handle such trivial tasks, then leave. I don't want lazy, useless students. Zhang Xuan waved dismissively. Hey girl, you think you can play games with me? You're too naive. Who says I'm useless? I'll clean right now. Zhuoyang gritted her teeth, turning to fetch a broom and mop, beginning to tidy up the room. Zhuoyang, why don't we just forget it? I think he is genuinely lacking in skills and is purposely making things difficult for you or 2 friends. Witnessing the city lord's daughter cleaning, were bewildered and hastily tried to dissuade her. Wait outside. I, Zhuoyang, have never suffered a loss in my life. Today, I'll confront him head-on. Zhuoyang declared defiantly. Her friends exchanged glances, knowing her temperament, realizing their attempts to persuade her were futile. Let us inform Butler Yao. He is here too, isn't he? If he knows that a bottom-ranked instructor is making the young lady clean toilets, he will surely intervene. After a brief discussion, one of her friends proposed the plan. Though Zhuoyang faced little danger coming to the academy, she was still accompanied by a designated escort, who happened to be Butler Yao, still present. All right, let us go find him. The two swiftly agreed and hurried outside the academy. Despite her stubbornness, Zhao Yu had never performed such labor before and initially fumbled. However, it didn't take long for her to master the task, and soon, both the room and the restroom were impeccably clean. Not bad. Zhang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Now, can I accept you as a student and guide your cultivation? After completing her chores, Zhao Yu clenched her teeth, her expression contorted, fearing she might lose her temper and lash out at him. Let us confirm your status. It seemed he was oblivious to the murderous glare she shot him. Zhang Xuan tossed a jade token casually. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yu pricked her finger, letting her blood affirm her identity. Teacher Zhang, I am now your student. Could you offer me some guidance? With the objective achieved, I can soon unveil the true nature of this petty individual before me. Zhao Yu suppressed her inner excitement and spoke. Please demonstrate a set of martial techniques so I may assess your fundamentals. Zhang Xuan gestured affirmatively. Very well. Without further ado, Zhao Yu clasped her hands and commenced her boxing routine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind howled around her, brimming with vigor. As a fellow woman, her strength and technique surpassed those of Wang Ying, exhibiting remarkable speed and power, clearly a testament to her diligent practice. Zhang Xuan observed her martial prowess while mentally connecting with the Heavenly Path Library. Indeed, the library quivered gently, and a tome descended. The cover bore the name Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu, daughter of the Lord of Baiyu City, a peak practitioner in the first stage of martial arts. Cultivation technique, Baiyu Sunugong. Deficiencies, 27 in total. Firstly, her impulsive and irritable temperament contradicts the smooth and harmonious nature of Baiyu Gong, hindering her ability to unleash her fullest potential. Secondly, the text mirrored what he had seen previously, documenting Zhao Yu's cultivation errors and flaws. As he perused the contents, Zhang Xuan's expression turned peculiar. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, Zhao Yu completed her set of punches, clenched her delicate fists, and turned to strike the stone wall designated for measuring strength in the classroom. A crisp sound resonated, revealing the displayed number, 111. Impressive indeed. Zhang Xuan nodded involuntarily. Remarkably, without yet entering the academy's system for study, she was capable of delivering such force with a single punch. This Zhao Yu is truly worthy of being the Lord's daughter, possessing extraordinary strength. Now please guide me. Upon finishing her martial set, Zhao Yu, unflustered and steady, turned her gaze towards him. Chapter 6. What have you done to our young lady? All that needed to be done has been done. Zhao Yu was determined to make the man before her appear foolish. A thought crossed her mind, and a recording crystal materialized within her sleeve. This crystal could capture the surrounding images and sounds, and she intended to secure evidence of his wrongdoing. When the time came to share her findings, he would be left speechless. Just wait and see how you will embarrass yourself. Compared to teacher Lu's son, dreaming would be more fitting. As she anticipated the imminent capture of his misdeeds, a flicker of excitement danced in Zhao Yu's eyes, nearly causing her to break into laughter. She held back her joy, eager to hear his nonsensical ramblings when suddenly, a pair of bright eyes, like lanterns, appeared before her. Startled, Zhao Yu took a step back and finally recognized it was teacher Zhang Xuan. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she demanded, "What do you want?" "Rest assured, I am merely observing," Zhang Xuan replied, placing his hands behind his back as he circled her. Shaking his head, he abruptly halted before her, mere inches away. Feeling the heat radiating from him, Zhao Yu's cheeks flushed. She had never had a man so close to her. Anxiety gripped her heart. Just then, she heard his languid voice. "You are unwell." At his words, Zhao Yu nearly exploded with indignation, ready to collapse from fury. "You are the one who is ill. Your whole family is sick." She was on the brink of madness. What was wrong with this man? After she showcased her martial skills, he had the audacity to say she was the one unwell. How could anyone be so infuriating? How dare you speak such words? Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow, quickly realizing the ambiguity of his statement. A slight smile crept onto his face. "I meant to say that your body is ailing, not to insult you." "I am not unwell," Zhao Yu huffed. "If anyone is ill, it's you. Clearly, you must be the one with a problem." She put on a brave front, well aware of her own strength, capable of delivering over 100 kilograms of force. She knew her own condition all too well. Do not be so quick to deny it. Do you often feel a dull pain in the points of your chest, particularly during the full moon? When the damp winds blow, do you not notice your body reddening, accompanied by agitation? And there is also a sensation. Zhang hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. A feeling that no amount of meditation seems to quell? How do you know? Zhao Yu, who had been ready to dismiss whatever he said, found herself taken aback by his precise observations. Her face reddened, and she fell silent. It wasn't that he was mistaken. Rather, he was disturbingly accurate. Recently, during her training, she had felt a nagging discomfort in her chest, which, while not severe, was persistent enough to be bothersome. The true problem arose during the full moon. The cool breeze would invoke an overwhelming desire, leaving her flushed and restless, yearning for the embrace of a man. At merely 16 or 17, she was still a naive young girl, utterly oblivious to the nature of her feelings. She felt an intense shyness and thought it would pass, only to find the sensations intensifying as her body matured, her figure becoming increasingly more pronounced. In the past, practicing her techniques twice would suffice, but now, even after 10 repetitions, it was ineffective. She had no choice but to train relentlessly until dawn. This matter was so peculiar that she had not dared to confide in anyone, not even her closest friends or her father, the city lord. No one knew. How did he come to know? With her mounting frustration, she had enrolled in the academy, seeking answers to this enigma and a resolution. I am your teacher, and I discerned your condition merely from your recent display of martial arts, Zhang Xuan remarked nonchalantly. While one could not discern such issues through mere observation of her technique, the Heavenly Tao Library was different. It could record any flaws present within her, even if they were not related to martial arts. Zhang Xian's expression turned peculiar as he grasped the nature of her ailment. But, is there a remedy? Zhao inquired, her face flushed, teeth clenched. Moments ago, she had been ready to expose him, yet now, hearing his insight into her predicament, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. There is indeed a solution. Come to class tomorrow, and I shall elucidate it for you. Zhang Xian waved his hand dismissively. Really? Zhao Ye's eyes sparkled with disbelief. She was acutely aware of her own body and its struggles. Her short temper had stemmed from her inability to control it. She had assumed this issue was insurmountable, never dreaming that this teacher, ranked lowest among the faculty, would so effortlessly unveil her plight. And, there is a treatment available? If you doubt my words, feel free to consult the other instructors at the academy. Zhang Xian replied, his demeanor calm and collected, exuding an air of wisdom. No, it must be you, teacher. Zhao Ye nodded eagerly. She had endured this discomfort for far too long. Countless physicians in the city had failed to detect it. Even her father, the city lord, remained oblivious. Yet this teacher Zhang, with a mere glance, had pinpointed her affliction, showcasing an exceptional acuity that surpassed anyone she had encountered previously. Will you still keep that recording crystal? Zhang Xian gestured toward it. Oh, Zhao Ye gasped, suddenly recalling that she had intended to use the crystal to catch him in a trap. If the contents of their conversation were to leak, how would she maintain her dignity? No. With a firm grip, she crushed the crystal, shattering it into powder. Having destroyed the recording crystal, Zhao Ye regarded teacher Zhang anew, no longer seeing him as a despicable figure, but rather as someone enigmatic and profound. She had concealed the crystal well, yet he had seen through it. He had discerned her ailment as well. Such skill could not possibly result in a score of 0 in the faculty assessment. Surely, he was simply indifferent to fame and unconcerned with public opinion. I have heard that true masters often possess such qualities. A thought blossomed in her mind, elevating Zhang Xian from a mere charlatan to the realm of an extraordinary sage. Take your identification badge and collect your bedding and books and locate your quarters. Ensure you are on time for class tomorrow. As another student entered the academy, Zhang Xian waved his hand to dismiss the matter, when suddenly, a loud roar echoed from outside, and a figure dashed in like lightning. The newcomer was a middle-aged man, radiating a formidable aura that commanded respect. It was evident he possessed considerable strength. Miss. Upon entering the room, the man halted and bowed to Zhao Ye. Uncle Yao, what brings you here? Zhao Ye was taken aback. It was none other than Yao Han, the steward of Baiyun City, who had been sent by her friends to invite her. Hearing this, Steward Yao nearly exploded with indignation. Young miss, the daughter of the city lord. At home, no one dares to command her, let alone make her clean or scrub toilets. How audacious. If this man were one of the Academy's esteemed teachers, there would be some decorum. But the fact remained that he was ranked lowest among the faculty and had led students astray. How could our young lady possibly learn from such a person? Even within the city, my guidance would surely surpass his. Miss, you haven't tea. Yao Han shot a cold glance at Zhang Xian, hastily turning to Zhao Ye. You must withdraw from this class immediately and demand an apology. Otherwise, I will make sure this matter escalates. Exposing how a so-called teacher has seduced a minor into his classroom. Seduced a minor? You exaggerate. Zhang Xuan shook his head. Upon hearing these words, one might mistakenly believe that something inappropriate had transpired between Zhao Ye and the speaker. In truth, it was merely the acquisition of a student, an utterly innocent affair. Do not attempt to deceive me. Our young lady, a paragon of grace, is not a pupil fit for someone of your caliber to instruct. Withdraw from the course immediately, and I shall overlook this matter. Otherwise, I shall certainly escalate this to the dean and ensure your expulsion, Yao Han proclaimed. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zhao Ye, who stood behind him. Uncle Yu, what are you doing? I willingly chose to take Zhang as my teacher. Why are you causing a ruckus? Zhao Ye exclaimed, her foot stamping in frustration. Her purpose for coming to the academy was to address her physical ailments, and she felt elated that this teacher claimed to offer assistance, only to have him interrupted. Willingly? Yao Han glanced at the young lady. Could it be that he truly possesses the ability to guide your cultivation and significantly enhance your strength? He was well aware of her lofty ambitions. Could it be that this so-called waste of a teacher had genuinely managed to win her over? Enhance my strength? Not quite, Zhao Ye replied, shaking her head. The teacher had merely identified her affliction without offering any guidance on her cultivation. Not at all? Then, Yao Han was filled with bewilderment. Enough, Uncle Yao. Please refrain from further inquiries. Zhao Ye's cheeks flushed at the thought of her condition. Observing the young lady's demeanor, Yao Han was momentarily taken aback, only to then notice the shattered crystal records on the ground. His expression turned icy, and he transformed into a furious lion in an instant. You wretched boy. What have you done to our young lady? Do you believe I want to end your life right now? With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming aura surged forth, creating a tempest of energy that caused the ground to creak under the pressure, as if it could no longer bear the weight. Chapter 7. What did you do after being dumped? Seeing the furious expression on the other person's face, Zhang Xuan was momentarily at a loss for words. This misunderstanding seems rather significant. However, one could hardly blame others for thinking so. Without remarkable skills, yet managing to make the young lady willingly submit, her face flushing upon speaking, and to top it all off, the crystal recording was crushed. This was clearly evidence of tampering. All signs indicated something quite extraordinary. In an instant, Zhang Xuan found himself labeled as a perverse uncle, a lecherous fiend, and an unprincipled teacher. Uncle Yao, what are you thinking? If you continue like this, I shall never speak to you again. Mississippi. Interrupted by Zhao Ye, Yao Han had no choice but to rein in his thoughts. All right. Accompany me to fetch the bedding. Do not delay my class tomorrow. Zhao Ye huffed, turning on her heel and leaving the room. There were matters regarding her health that she could not disclose. Once mentioned, it would inevitably lead to probing questions. In such a situation, how could she possibly articulate it? Thus, she could only assert that she willingly recognized Zhang Xuan as her teacher, with no other excuses. Humph. As the young lady turned to depart, Yao Han cast a cold glance at Zhang Xuan, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. With a wave of his hand, he exited. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to rid himself of this boy. Had it not been for the academy's presence and the young lady's interference, he might have acted upon it already. What have I done to deserve this? Zhang Xuan sighed in resignation upon witnessing the other's indifferent gaze. Was it really such a big deal just to take on a student? It made him feel as though he were a villain, and the key point was, he had done nothing wrong. Never mind, there is still ample time today. Perhaps I can recruit a few more students. The more students I have, the more resources will be available. At Hongtian Academy, teachers are categorized into various ranks, assessed annually based on their students' performance. The more students one gathers, the greater their progress, and the better their results in competitions, all of which serve as a basis for a teacher's advancement. Once one's rank increases, both the resources for teachers and students multiply significantly. It is truly a shared journey of growth between educators and learners. Currently, Zhang Xuan had only accepted 3 students, just enough to maintain his teaching position. In terms of qualifications, he remained at the very bottom of the school. To improve, he needed to continue accepting students. Zhongyang, do not be disheartened. It is merely that teacher Wang Chao did not accept you. There is no need to feel despondent. As they walked along the academy's path, one young man consoled the other. Mo Xiao, you have been admitted, so of course, it is easy for you to say that. If you had also been unsuccessful, you would understand. Zhongyang replied, raising an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed by his friend's attempts at comfort. Come now, do not be so negative. Other teachers are also capable. There is no need to be fixated on teacher Wang Chao. Mo Xiao scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Easy for you to say. We have practiced marksmanship together since childhood. and the gun has become an extension of our being, impossible to sever. Teacher Wang Chao is renowned for his expertise in marksmanship. You have succeeded in gaining his favor while I have not. How can I not feel disheartened? Zhang Yang retorted with frustration. At Hongtian Academy, different teachers specialize in various martial disciplines. Some excel in boxing, while others are adept at wielding sabers. Teacher Wang Chao is particularly famous for teaching marksmanship, ranking among the best in the entire academy. Given that both had participated in the same assessment, it was no wonder the unsuccessful candidate felt dejected. Look, there is a classroom over there. Why don't we go have a look? While uncertain how to alleviate the tension, Mo Xiao suddenly spotted a classroom not far away and pointed it out. I'm not going. Zhang Yang shook his head. Come on. Let us take a peek. Who knows, perhaps this teacher is also proficient in guiding marksmanship. Mo Xiao encouraged. Besides, merely looking won't cost us anything. Fine. Although somewhat reluctant, Zhang Yang followed Mo Xiao into the room. Inside, Zhang Xuan was contemplating whether to go out and recruit more students when he noticed the two young men entering. Hello. Teacher. Mo Xiao bowed respectfully. Zhang Xuan lifted his eyelids slightly. Do you wish to study under me? My brother here is exceptionally skilled, particularly in marksmanship. Among our generation, few can compare. I hope to receive your guidance. Mo Xiao hurriedly stated. Mo Xiao. Zhang Yang tugged at his friend's sleeve. What is it? Mo Xiao asked, puzzled. Look at the environment here. Zhang Yang frowned. The classroom was quite cramped, accommodating only a handful of students, resembling a small teaching space. The size of a classroom can sometimes reflect a teacher's capabilities. Those ranked among the top in the academy often have classrooms as spacious as plazas, capable of hosting hundreds of students simultaneously. This classroom, however, was barely large enough to hold a few people, suggesting that the teacher's skill might be rather mediocre. It is indeed a bit small. Mo Xiao also noticed the room's dimensions, feeling a pang of anxiety. What was meant to be a remedy for his friend's discontent had now turned into a potential source of disappointment should the teacher's proficiency be lacking. Their frustration might only deepen. Let us practice some marksmanship. Noticing the two whispering to each other, Zhang Xuan spoke nonchalantly. Since we are here, we might as well let this teacher guide us. It's worth a try. If he is not up to par, we can simply choose not to follow him. Mo Xiao suggested when he saw Zhang Yang still hesitant. All right. Zhang Yang nodded. Unless it was a particularly sought-after teacher. Many students could afford to be discerning when choosing their instructors. With a whoosh, grasping the long spear, Zhang Yang's demeanor transformed instantly, resembling a drawn sword, radiating an imposing aura. Swish, swish, swish. The long spear thrust forth, producing sonic booms that resonated throughout the room, as if it were being torn apart by the sheer force of the wind. When a master showcases their skill, there is no room for doubt. Though Zhang Yang's strength might not be exceptional, his marksmanship was indeed formidable. With a sharp jab, the spear tip struck a nearby stone pillar, producing a soft chime and revealing a series of numbers. 110. To his astonishment, it registered over 100 kilograms. In terms of lethality, even a peak practitioner at the first level of the Gathering Breath realm would likely find it hard to withstand. Please, teacher, offer your guidance. Standing upright with his spear, Zhang Yang remained calm, his heart steady, casting a composed glance towards Zhang Xuan. To be honest, upon witnessing the size of the classroom, he had not held high expectations for the teacher before him, assuming his skills would be average at best. Indeed, the teacher squinted slightly, lost in thought. And only after hearing the inquiry did he open his eyes, slowly looking over with a faint smile gracing his lips. Have you suffered from emotional wounds? I take it. You have been rejected? Chapter 8. I am that wretch. Zhang Yang was taken aback. His face instantly flushed crimson, a ghastly sight. I secretly admired a girl. And then, I was publicly humiliated. But this has nothing to do with the teacher, right? He had once harbored feelings for a girl and had approached her with great excitement to confess. However, he was met with merciless ridicule, leaving him utterly humiliated. This incident was a closely guarded secret. Even Mo Xiao was unaware. How did this teacher know? Is it true? Zhang Yang, why didn't you tell me you were humiliated? Who did it? Mo Xiao, upon hearing his admission, couldn't help but ask urgently. It doesn't matter? Zhang Xuan shook his head. It matters greatly. How can it matter? Zhang Yang was filled with confusion. I simply experienced a heartbreak. What does that have to do with my technique? Your marksmanship is fierce and decisive, reflecting your character. You pursue every endeavor with fervor, without contemplating retreat. This should be a virtue. A warrior ought to possess such courage, free from hesitation. Zhang Xian's expression remained calm, however. Regrettably, due to this romantic experience, you have developed a fear of rejection, a fear of failure, a fear of humiliation. Consequently, your technique has become riddled with hesitation and doubt, significantly diminishing its power. You discerned all of this from my marksmanship? You could tell I had suffered a heartbreak? You understood my character? Zhuoyang was taken aback. It was not that the other party was mistaken. Rather, their observations were strikingly accurate. His character had always been courageous and decisive, unafraid in all his ventures. Yet, following that emotional setback, he now approached everything with trepidation and hesitation. How could someone perceive all of this merely by observing his technique? What kind of insight is this? How could such a formidable teacher exist in the academy? He felt as though he was losing his mind. Previously, when he sought out Wang Chao, renowned as the foremost instructor in marksmanship, he had demonstrated his ultimate technique, only to be told that he lacked the essence of marksmanship. But this person, with just a glance, had diagnosed his heartbreak and its impact on his technique. Was this teacher's insight even greater than Wang Chao's? That is no surprise. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dramatically, exuding an air of mastery. Marksmanship reflects one's inner state. If the inner state is unclear, the martial skills exhibited will inevitably be shadowed. Your technique, while fluid, appears ensnared by some unseen force, entangled and chaotic. With just a glance, I knew it was undoubtedly related to emotional turmoil. This revelation left Zhuoyang in utter disarray, while Mo Xiao beside him stood agape, astonished. Is this for real? To discern emotional entanglement through marksmanship, to see it as chaotic and unbreakable, is this truly human perception? Mo Xiao and Zhuoyang exchanged incredulous looks, both reflecting disbelief in their eyes. Teacher, can you help me see as well? After the shock, Mo Xiao suddenly stepped forward, filled with eagerness, disregarding whether Zhang Xuan agreed. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed his own technique. Employing the same weapon, his movements were evidently more fluid and powerful than Zhang Yang's. From the perspective of marksmanship, he was indeed superior. No wonder Wang Chao had chosen him over Zhuoyang. With a rush of wind, Mo Xiao concluded his demonstration. His spear moved like an unstoppable force, radiating power that kept all at bay. When he retracted it, he stood still, as serene as a statue. Though his strength was still at the first level of martial arts, his marksmanship was already remarkably impressive. You have a weak stomach, if I am not mistaken. You are experiencing diarrhea today. Zhang Xian's gaze was indifferent as he looked over. What? Mo Xiao shuddered. Teacher, you can tell from my technique that I'm having diarrhea? Indeed. Just as the teacher stated, his stomach had been troubling him since yesterday, and today was even worse, leaving him somewhat weakened. However, this did not greatly affect him. With the spear in hand, he displayed his most perfect state, earning praise from Wang Chao. Yet, this teacher, upon opening his mouth, immediately pinpointed the issue. Is this for real? To discern heartbreak and diarrhea through marksmanship? What kind of insight is this? You wish for guidance? If so, then become my student. Ignoring the astonishment of the two, Zhang Xian's expression remained unfazed. His precise observations had driven them to the brink of madness, but to him, it seemed trivial. In truth, when they practiced their martial arts, the library of heavenly laws automatically recorded their attributes. Their heartbreak and gastrointestinal issues were merely their current shortcomings, all documented for Zhang Xuan to see with a mere glance. Disciple Zhuoyang wishes to become your student. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhuoyang prostrated himself on the ground. He was completely in awe of Zhang Xuan. A teacher with such insight could not possibly be simple in his guidance. Very well. Observing that he had yet to offer guidance and had only pointed out a flaw, Zhang Xuan nodded with satisfaction and tossed a jade token signifying his identity. Verification of identity. Yes. Zhuoyang did not hesitate, immediately dropping blood to acknowledge his allegiance. Soon, the formalities were completed. Since you are now my student, I shall offer you a piece of advice. To earn respect in matters of the heart, one must first possess sufficient strength. Without strength, how can one expect others to regard you? Therefore, what you need to do now is not to wallow in despair or sorrow, but to open your heart and diligently cultivate your skills, so that others may realize how foolish it would be to reject you. You must prove yourself through strength. At this point, Zhang Xuan suddenly recalled a rather pretentious phrase from a book in his previous life and smiled slightly. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Upon hearing this, Zhuoyang felt as if his chest were ablaze. Excitement coursing through him as his face flushed crimson, and his body trembled involuntarily. As a genuine denizen of another realm, he had never encountered such words. In an instant, His fighting spirit ignited. The despair he felt from his heartbreak transformed into a brilliance as radiant as diamonds. Let us try the marksmanship again. With his heart unburdened, Zhang Xuan waved his hand. All right. Zhuoyang wasted no time. With the spear in hand, his demeanor shifted completely, becoming a stark contrast to before. Boom, boom, boom. The spear's tip swept through the air, its force rolling forth, sending powerful vibrations through the spear and resonating throughout the entire room. Bang! As he completed his technique, he struck with the spear, its tip piercing straight toward the stone pillar. A tremendous roar erupted, revealing a line of characters. 235. Astonishingly, it was 235 kilograms. Just moments ago, he had exerted all his strength for only 110, but with Zhang Xuan's single remark, his power had surged more than double. Thank you, teacher. Upon seeing this number, Zhuoyang was left without a shred of doubt, kneeling on the ground. At that moment, he was utterly devoted to this teacher above him, free from any uncertainty. Impressive. Mo Xiao, observing the number that had appeared on the stone pillar, felt his face flush as he trembled with astonishment. He was elated for his close friend to find a great teacher, yet felt a twinge of disappointment. Previously, Wang Chao had offered him guidance that merely enhanced his ability by about 30%. Yet this teacher had directly doubled his strength. Had he known this unnamed teacher was so remarkable, he would have simply sought to become his disciple without wasting time searching for Wang Chao. As he pondered this, a sense of regret filled him. However, he was also curious as to why such a formidable instructor had not gained recognition. Unable to restrain himself, he looked up. Teacher, having accepted Zhuoyang as a student, I do not yet know your name. At his inquiry, Zhuoyang couldn't help but glance over, equally curious. He was utterly in awe of this teacher, yet he didn't even know their name. I am Zhang Xuan, Zhang Xuan replied casually. Zhang Xuan? That name sounds strikingly familiar. Upon hearing the name, Mo Xiao paused for a moment, and then a realization struck her. Her pupils dilated as her lips trembled involuntarily. I seem to remember. A worthless teacher who received a score of 0 in a faculty evaluation, also named Zhang Xuan. It appears you share the same name. Indeed. I am that worthless teacher. Zhang Xuan nodded. Ah. Zhuoyang and Mo Xiao were left utterly speechless. Chapter 9. A wager. There exists a plethora of rumors regarding that so-called useless teacher, which have reached the ears of many even before arriving at the academy. Whispers abound about his lack of knowledge and his detrimental influence on students. They speak of his inability to comprehend the art of cultivation and his ignorance of martial skills. In essence, a myriad of slanders. It is said that any student should keep their distance from him, lest they be led astray, or worse, meet their demise at his hands. The two brothers, upon joining the academy, had heard similar tales and remained cautious, never imagining that the seemingly aloof and imposing figure before them was indeed the legendary Waste. Teacher, you possess such great prowess. Why? Zhuoyang could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. Despite their brief acquaintance, this teacher emanated an aura of profound depth. Every gesture replete with elegance. How could he possibly be a failure? Envy and malice often plague the hearts of men. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Zhang Xuan tilted his gaze upward at a 45-degree angle, his eyes reflecting a subtle blend of regret and sorrow, as if lamenting the ignorance of the world. Though his expression was animated, his heart raged with silent curses. Were it not for the Heavenly Tao Library, given his previous character, receiving no demerits would have been a miracle. A score of 0 was quite generous. I am willing to vindicate you, teacher. Witnessing the sorrowful and misunderstood countenance of his mentor stirred something within Zhang Yang, prompting him to speak. No matter, do not let the teacher's reputation concern you. Focus on your cultivation, and satisfaction shall follow. With the token of identity in hand, he was instructed to collect his bedding and to attend class punctually the following day. Having successfully captivated the admiration of his student, Zhang Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Zhuoyang pulled along his companion, Mo Xiao, and they exited. For students. As the two departed, a spark of excitement flickered in Zhang Xuan's eyes. The Navi, maiden Wang Ying, the student Liu Yang won through a bet. The haughty lady Zhao Ya, and this exceptional marksman Zhang Yang. Initially anticipating a day akin to the past, one where not a single student would enroll, he was pleasantly surprised to find himself with 4. However, lacking further tokens of identity. He realized that even if more students arrived, he could not accept them as disciples. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to procure additional tokens while he still could. Reflecting on the acquisition of 4 students, Zhang Xuan belatedly recognized that he had exhausted his supply of identity tokens. This item was distributed uniformly by the academy. Due to his tarnished reputation, the teacher in charge had only granted him 4, doubting his ability to utilize them all. If he did not retrieve more, he would be unable to accept any new students. The token contained the teacher's essence. Once blood was drawn to claim ownership, it signified acceptance of the teacher as a mentor. To withdraw from the course, the teacher merely needed to draw blood on the token, thus erasing the student S association. Rising from his seat, he stepped outside. The sun shone brightly, and a warm breeze crept through the trees, causing a slight perspiration on his brow. On the academy streets, new students mingled with returning ones, all sporting expressions of excitement. Freshmen reveled in their new environment and the prospect of meeting their teachers, while the veterans anticipated the mischief they could instigate with the newcomers. After a brief stroll, a large building came into view, its central plaque boldly displaying 3 characters, Logistics Department. It was here that the tokens representing teacher status could be obtained. Oh, who do we have here? Is that not our star teacher? Why are you not in class recruiting students, but instead gracing my presence? A mocking voice rang out as Zhang Xuan entered. Looking up, he beheld a rotund figure, Qian Biao, who appeared to weigh no less than 300 or 400 pounds, resembling a colossal meatball from a distance. Qian Biao was the teacher in charge of logistics, known for his harsh demeanor and penchant for petty grievances. As the lowest-ranking teacher, his meager salary afforded him little, resulting in him receiving scant tributes. Due to this, he had taken offense, and upon each encounter, he would hurl insults and ridicule, reveling in Zhang Xuan's humiliation. The fact that he had only received 4 identity tokens, deemed insufficient by Qian Biao, was a testament to his derision. I have exhausted my identity tokens and seek to obtain more, Zhang Xuan stated, unperturbed by the man's scorn. Exhausted them? Qian Biao paused, then burst into raucous laughter. Ha! Everyone, come and witness. Our esteemed teacher, ranked last, has the audacity to claim he has used up all his identity tokens. This is the most ludicrous joke I have ever heard. I remember you were given 4 tokens. Used them up? With you? What a farce. Teacher Sun Yan, who is ranked second to last, reportedly has only managed to accept 1 student. This fellow received an unprecedented score of 0 in his teaching assessment. Can he truly attract students? What a charade. He should be expelled after today. Upon hearing Qian Biao's loud proclamation, several teachers from the logistics department approached, their faces twisted in disdain. What audacity for a teacher with a 0 assessment score to act so pretentiously. Upon hearing your name, students would flee. Yet you expect them to recognize you as a teacher? What a joke. Oh, you claim I am pretentious? Very well, do you dare to wager? Zhang Xuan responded, unfazed, with a serene smile. A wager? Good. Since you wish to lose, I shall indulge you, but I fear you may not have anything of worth to stake. Qian Biao, taken aback by Zhang Xuan's boldness, sneered coldly. My wealth is of no concern to you. If we are to wager, it must be something tangible. Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Ah, something tangible? Given your meager estate, it would surely be nothing but worthless scrap. Do you think I would gamble with you? I cannot afford such embarrassment. Qian Biao retorted contemptuously. Zhang Xuan, the lowest-ranked teacher, had no students and received no bonuses. He was undoubtedly the poorest teacher at the academy. His meager income left little for cultivation resources. Huh, your insults do not faze me, Zhang Xuan chuckled lightly, continuing. What I propose to wager is not a treasure or an item, but rather, dignity. Should you lose, I shall have the pleasure of delivering 3 slaps to your face. Conversely, if I lose, you may slap me 3 times. Do you dare? Slapping someone? Qian Biao was taken aback by such a proposition, hesitating momentarily. To be slapped in front of the entire school by the teacher ranked last would be utterly humiliating. He would have no choice but to vanish from existence. What is the matter? Afraid? Zhang Xuan inquired with an amused glance. You fear nothing. How can you not know of this fellow's capabilities? A 0 in the teaching assessment, yet still managing to attract students? Surely, this must be a dream. If he could do that, I could accept hundreds. The gathered teachers scoffed, their disbelief palpable. Very well, I accept. At last, Qian Biao, swayed by the crowd's jeers, nodded in agreement. Since you all seem so eager, how about you join in on this wager as well? Would you like to wager the same terms? Upon witnessing Qian Biao's acceptance, Zhang Xuan turned to the other 3 teachers in the logistics department. They had mocked him thoroughly, and he saw no reason not to wager with them as well. How about it? Do you feel like your faces could use a few more slaps? I am at your service, one of the teachers declared boldly. I shall join as well. Who fears whom? Scoring a 0 yet still attempting to flaunt before us brothers, such folly. It is a certain path to ruin. The 3 of them nodded in agreement, chuckling. In their eyes, wagering against Zhang Xuan was an undeniable certainty of defeat. They merely awaited the moment to relish the slap of reality. Chapter 10. Defaulting on debts. Well, you claim to have enrolled 4 students. Are you now summoning them for our verification, or do you intend to wait for us to draw the short straw? Observing the audacious last place contender challenging all 4 of them to a simultaneous wager, Qian Biao let out a cold chuckle. Summoning students? Zhang Xuan shook his head, addressing the assembly of logistics teachers. Surely, you are not so oblivious as to overlook the simplest of matters. To ascertain whether I have indeed enrolled 4 students is a trifling task. All that is required is for a student to acknowledge their allegiance by dripping blood on my token, after which the education department will automatically generate their identity information. A visit to the education department will clarify everything. They would never conspire with me to deceive you. Once student identities are verified, the information will be transmitted directly to the education department, where comprehensive records are maintained. No one can falsify such data. Li Yuan, go take a look. I am eager to witness how this fellow will maintain his facade. At his words, and with a confident demeanor, Qian Biao was momentarily taken aback before issuing a command. Li Yuan, one of the teachers who had mocked Zhang Xuan earlier, turned and exited. What is the verdict? Seeing his demeanor, an ominous premonition flickered within Qian Biao's mind. Could it be that 4 students have indeed pledged themselves to him? Here is their list along with detailed information. Li Yuan's face turned a shade of ashen gray. He could scarcely believe it. Were these 4 students blind? With so many teachers at Hongtian Academy, why would they choose someone who scored 0 on the faculty assessment, a mere incompetent? Let me see if he has gathered a bunch of misfits. Those on the verge of expulsion as his students. Qian Biao snatched the list. The remaining 2 teachers hurriedly gathered around. Many teachers, in their quest to increase their student numbers, would resort to enrolling underperforming students, individuals who could be expelled at any moment. Even if they managed to stay, they would hardly last a few months. In Qian Biao's estimation, even if Zhang Xuan managed to enroll students, they would undoubtedly be the worst, the most undesirable, the ones no one else wanted. Enrolling such individuals would not only bring no pride, but would also be utterly humiliating. Wang Ying, a girl? The name alone suggests mediocrity. She is likely among the lowest scorers in the entrance exams. Upon seeing the first name on the list, Qian Biao scoffed coldly. Not just anyone can gain admission to Hongtian Academy. To enter, one must first undergo an entrance examination. The academy ranks candidates based on their scores, and only those who meet the criteria are admitted. The top scorers are typically the most coveted by esteemed teachers. All of whom are renowned, none seem to recognize this Wang Ying. Teacher Qian, please continue to look. Before he could finish, another teacher quivered slightly as he spoke. What is it? Is it worse than I imagined? With a disdainful laugh, Qian Biao glanced downward, his pupils involuntarily contracting. Behind Wang Ying was a detailed annotation. The 67th rank in the entrance examination, sister of the esteemed Wang Tao, a scion of one of the 4 great families of Tianjin City. A daughter of the Wang family? Sister of Wang Tao? Qian Biao gasped in shock. In the Tianjin kingdom, there are 4 prominent families, and the Wang family is one of them. This young lady has chosen to be mentored by the faculty's last place contender? Is this for real? Shouldn't she be seeking guidance from Lu Sun or Wang Chao? If we consider family background alone, what truly terrifies him is Wang Tao. As a freshman 2 years ago, he consistently ranked among the top 10 in annual evaluations post-admission and has attracted the attention of a senior elder this year, becoming a direct disciple. With such talent in her brother, how could the sister be any less capable? Possessing both influence and aptitude, not to mention a commendable brother. She has chosen this incompetent as her mentor? Surely, my eyes are not deceiving me. Qian Biao felt as though thunder had struck him, nearly causing him to faint. You should look further down the list. As he stood there, trembling and in disbelief, another teacher's voice quavered. To secure just one Wang Ying would be a stroke of luck. I refuse to believe he could attract anyone more impressive. Gritting his teeth, Qian Biao continued scanning the list. The moment his eyes landed on another name, his body trembled once more, and darkness enveloped his vision. Zhuoyang? The 7th-ranked Zhuoyang in the entrance examination? Daughter of the Lord of Bayou City? Qian Biao felt tears of despair welling up. Just as he had declared disbelief that anyone more formidable could be enrolled, he was astonished to find that indeed, there was. Furthermore, she was a superlative talent coveted by countless teachers. He had heard of Zhuoyang even before her arrival. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her talents were exceptional. Such individuals would be fiercely sought after by numerous top-ranking teachers. How could she possibly choose this waste of space? It is impossible. It cannot be true. Struggling to contain himself, he looked further down the list. Lu Yang and Zheng Yang. While they may not be particularly well known, both had performed commendably in the freshman entrance examination, ranking within the top 100. Especially Zheng Yang, who was reputed to excel with a spear. Had he been given the opportunity to showcase his skills, he might have even secured a spot in the top 20. Having scrutinized the list multiple times, Qian Biao and the other teachers felt they were on the brink of insanity. This is utterly illogical. Suddenly, Qian Biao shouted with a menacing expression. Thus, it appears he truly has 4 students. However, these students cannot remain for long and will inevitably withdraw from the course. Whether they drop out or not is of no concern to you. Our wager was merely about whether I currently have students. Now that you have confirmed I do possess 4 students, should we not fulfill our wager? Disregarding the ramblings, with a fierce countenance, Zhang Xuan replied coolly. Qian Biao, Li Yuan, and the others were left in dismay. The terms of their wager were indeed whether he currently had students, without any stipulation regarding their future status. By this reckoning, they had lost. However, conceding defeat to the Academy's poorest teacher was a humiliation they could not accept. A wager? Boy, what if we refuse to honor it? Hesitating momentarily, Qian Biao let out a cold laugh, his rotund face twisted in malice. Indeed, even if we decline, what can you do about it? Huh? Do you intend to strike us? The key question is, do you possess the ability to do so? The Academy's least competent teacher, with the lowest cultivation level, dares to act tough before us. Do you believe we want to turn you into a punching bag right now, and no one would dare to intervene? Cease your bravado. Perhaps you might last a bit longer at the Academy. Otherwise, you will soon find yourself expelled, suffering public disgrace. Li Yuan and the others instantly grasped Qian Biao's meaning, simultaneously scoffing. Zhang Xuan not only performed poorly in the faculty assessment, but his cultivation was also lackluster compared to the other teachers. Even if he wasn't at the very bottom, he was close enough. Thus, he lacked the discernment to identify the issues arising in his students' training. Naturally, Qian Biao and his cohort were unwilling to be slapped in the face, and given their superior strength, they planned to simply renege. Oh, is it to say that you have no intention of fulfilling your end of the bargain? Zhang Xuan, rather than expressing anger, regarded them with a smile. Indeed, you think you can strike me? You are nothing but a mere child. Do you really believe you can harm me? Seeing his audacity, Li Yuan's fury ignited. He swung his palm toward Zhang Xuan. The wind howled in advance of his approach, creating a sensation of breathlessness. Though Li Yuan was merely a logistics teacher, his cultivation level was indeed considerable, having reached the late stage of the 4th realm of martial artists. The realms of martial artists are as follows. 1st realm, gathering breath. 2nd realm, dantian. 3rd realm, true qi. 4th realm, skin and bone. 5th realm, dingli. 6th realm, aperture opening. 7th realm, transcendence. 8th realm, master. 9th realm, sovereign. Each level presents increasing difficulty in cultivation. Each level is further subdivided into 4 stages: initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Zhang Xuan is the youngest instructor in the entire academy, at a mere 19 years of age, with a cultivation level of only the pinnacle of the 3rd stage of martial arts. Li Yuan, on the other hand, surpasses him by nearly an entire tier. The disparity in strength between tiers is immense, making it nearly insurmountable. Just as everyone anticipated that Li Yuan would undoubtedly strike Zhang Xuan, leaving him dazed and disoriented, a sudden sharp sound echoed through the air. To the astonishment of the onlookers, they witnessed Li Yuan's complexion flush crimson, blood gushing forth, and a multitude of his teeth scattered across the ground. How could this be? The crowd stood frozen in disbelief, each person teetering on the brink of madness. Chapter 11. Supplication. A martial artist at the 4th level of body tempering refines muscles, bones, and skin, resulting in a significant increase in strength. The Qi realm pales in comparison. The fact that a Qi realm novice could defeat a body tempering expert with a single blow, causing them to vomit blood, is incredibly shocking and unbelievable. Wasn't this fellow ranked last during the previous teacher qualification assessment? How is he so formidable now? It must be a fluke. Don't be afraid of him. Qian Biao roared. One of the teachers also realized this and charged forward. Like Li Yuan, he had reached the late stage of body tempering. His muscles were like steel bars, and his skin like steel plates, creating an impenetrable defense. Fall before me. Approaching. The teacher raised his eyebrows and struck with his palm. Papa. The air compressed, creating crisp sonic booms. Faced with such a ruthless attack, Zhang Xuan remained composed, bringing his index and middle fingers together and pointing upward at an angle. Pata, the teacher, whose body was like a steel plate, felt a sharp pain under his arm. His vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground. What? 2 teachers at the 4th level of body tempering were defeated and seriously injured in just 2 moves. The remaining Qian Biao and the others, no matter how foolish, knew that this teacher they had looked down upon was not simple. Attack together. With a loud shout, Qian Biao raised his fist to charge forward. However, before he could act, Zhang Xuan had already appeared before him. His left hand grabbed Qian Biao's face, and his right hand gently poked. Putong. A pain in his lower abdomen caused him to fall to the ground. As soon as he fell, the last teacher who had joined forces with him began to convulse on the ground like an epileptic. How? How could you know all of our vital points? Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Qian Biao looked at the person before him with terror. He finally understood why the opponent's strength was far inferior to the 4 of them, yet the result was the opposite. The moment the opponent attacked, he found their cultivation's vital points. How could they withstand that? Cultivators almost always have vital points and weaknesses. Once these are touched, even a child could kill them. However, vital points are the most important part of a person, and cultivators protect them closely. Even the closest relatives are not privy to them. Although Zhang Xuan's strength was not high, he seemed to know where their vital points were, striking them with each attack. How could they resist? Hearing the other party's shocked words, Zhang Xuan smiled without explaining. Of course, it was thanks to the library. The Heavenly Tao Library could not only see flaws in cultivation techniques but also the cultivator's own problems. The vital points were recorded in detail, knowing the vital points and the flaws in their moves. Even though Zhang Xuan had transmigrated from Earth and was not yet familiar with the cultivation techniques of this world, subduing the 4 was very simple. Since you made a bet, you should have thought about paying the price. If you had obediently accepted the slaps, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. Zhang Xuan chuckled. Zhang Xuan, don't be complacent. Although I don't know what despicable method you used to find our vital points and injure us, as the teacher with the least seniority. Openly attacking other teachers is enough for us to report you to the academy and have your teaching qualification revoked. Qian Biao roared. In the academy, teachers were ranked clearly. A teacher of lower rank daring to attack a teacher of higher rank was considered a great transgression. Zhang Xuan was young, and his teacher qualification assessment score was 0, making him the least qualified. Directly injuring 4 people with more seniority than him would cause a sensation in the academy. Revoking his teaching qualification would be a light punishment. He might even be expelled. What? Can't win with force, so you want to use the rules? Faced with the other party's threat, Zhang Xuan seemed unconcerned. Indeed, Li Yuan also thought of this, a gleam of excitement and cruelty flashing in his eyes. Immediately kneel before us and let us beat you properly. Perhaps we'll be in a good mood and won't report this matter. Otherwise, you can wait to be expelled. Once you're dismissed from public office and lose the protection of your teacher status, no one will dare to say anything even if we kill you. Another teacher roared. Academy teachers had a certain status in the Tianxian kingdom. Once lost, their position would plummet. They truly dared to kill him. Since you want to use the rules. Very well, I'll use the rules too. Zhang Xuan said calmly, walking up to Qian Biao. Teacher Qian Biao, half a year ago, you secretly used Elder Qin Ming's treasure to please your concubine. 3 months ago, you embezzled public funds to buy a residence for the latter. A month ago, you broke Elder Lu Quan's most beloved porcelain and framed a student, causing him to be expelled for no reason. Should I bring these matters up one by one to the academy leaders? You. Qian Biao's pupils shrank, and his obese body twitched uncontrollably. A strange fear spread through his entire body, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost, nearly driven mad. He had done these things flawlessly, without anyone knowing. Not even his colleagues like Li Yuan. How could this guy know? And in such detail? Teacher Li Yuan, 3 years ago, you framed a female student, leading to her suicide. Has her vengeful spirit come to find you? The carbuncle on your back these past few days, could it be her seeking revenge? Ignoring Qian Biao's horror, Zhang Xuan turned to look at Li Yuan. Hearing this, Li Yuan retreated in fear, his face ashen. 3 years ago, he encountered a situation that could have led to his teaching qualification being revoked. In desperation, he framed one of his students, who, unable to bear the injustice, committed suicide in shame. He had done it secretly, and no one knew except him. Because of his guilty conscience, he often dreamed of her vengeful spirit seeking his life. Half a month ago, a huge carbuncle, shaped like a human hand, grew on his back, almost scaring him to death. Hearing Zhang Xuan speak so clearly about the matter now made him tremble all over. Putong. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. Everyone then smelled a fishy odor. The dignified late-stage fourth-level martial artist had actually been so frightened that he urinated himself. Teacher Du Chun, you seized your good brother's business. Although this matter was suppressed back then, do you think you can continue to be a teacher if it's exposed now? Teacher Bai Lin. Although you don't have any major flaws in your actions, you have a fondness for antiques and have taken no small amount of gifts from students, haven't you? If I'm not mistaken, the antique jade thumb ring you're wearing should be from a student who asked you for a favor. As for what favor and which student? Do I need to elaborate? Zhang Xuan said, looking at the remaining two teachers. You're a devil? You're not human. The remaining two teachers were also trembling all over in fear, looking at the person before them with terror. The things they had done were not necessarily perfect, but absolutely no outsiders knew about them. How could this guy know so clearly? He was simply a ghost. Defeating them with cultivation was merely a humiliation and would not cause fear, but revealing these secrets truly terrified them. It was as if countless layers of clothing had been torn to shreds in an instant, leaving them naked before everyone. They could imagine that once these things were exposed, their inability to continue as teachers would be a minor matter. They might even be sent directly to the teachers' tribunal and executed on the spot. We were wrong. Teacher Zhang Xuan, please forgive us for our petty offenses. Trembling, the group couldn't help but beg for mercy. I'm too lazy to care about what you've done in the past, and I don't want to care. Just don't provoke me in the future. Also, if I find out that you're still incorrigible and continue to do these unconscionable things, I won't mind giving you the punishment you deserve. Zhang Xuan waved his hand. In fact, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people if they didn't provoke him. The Heavenly Tao Library possesses the ability to scrutinize all flaws, including those of character and behavior. These are merely a fraction of what is documented within. However, it is not a savior. The actions of others, past or future, are inconsequential to him as long as they do not target him. These individuals have no right to seek trouble with him or to deliberately create obstacles. Should you challenge me, I shall ensure your demise, instilling a fear that will make you think twice for the rest of your days. Indeed, we will never dare again. Teacher Zhang Xuan, here is the identity jade token you requested. Please take as many as you wish. Upon hearing that he would not disclose these matters, Qian Biao and the others breathed a sigh of relief, pleading for mercy. They could not fight back, for he held their weaknesses in his grasp, leaving them no choice but to beg for leniency. Chapter 12. Bloodline of the Dragon Rhino. Half an hour later, Zhang Xuan emerged from the logistics department, his eyes shimmering with excitement. In his former life, he would have undoubtedly suffered losses today. But with the blessing of the Heavenly Tao Library, his life had taken a completely different trajectory. Perhaps traversing into this realm was indeed the right choice. This vibrant life is precisely what I have yearned for. Clenching his fists, Zhang Xuan exhaled deeply. In his past existence, he was merely a librarian, leading a monotonous life. Ordinary and unremarkable. Continuing down that path would have led him to a life of mediocrity and a meager salary. However, here, with the miraculous gift of the Heavenly Tao Library, he might truly advance further and grow stronger, crafting a dazzling and extraordinary life. In that moment, Zhang Xuan felt as if he had finally melded with this world, no longer grappling with the inner turmoil of being a stranger in a foreign land. Suddenly, amidst his elation, a heart-wrenching wail pierced the air, akin to a crazed beast in agony. Turning his gaze, he witnessed a portly man bellowing as he charged toward the artificial lake within the academy, seemingly intent on plunging into its depths to end his life. Strangely, no one was attempting to restrain him. Instead, he continued to scream, and abruptly, he turned to grasp the hand of a nearby student, placing it upon himself. Feigning an urge to drag him down with him, and howled once more, "Do not stop me. Let me die. I wish to perish." The onlookers were left speechless. How shameless. Zhang Xuan shook his head. This man, clearly not wishing to die, was merely creating the illusion that others were preventing him from doing so, truly disgraceful. Knowing this individual was unlikely to follow through with his threats, Zhang Xuan decided to ignore him and proceeded toward his classroom. However, just as he stepped away, the wailing grew ever closer, the ground trembling beneath him, and suddenly, two robust arms wrapped around his leg. "Teacher, please take me as your disciple. Everyone says I'm too fat, and they don't want me," the portly man cried, tears streaming down his face. "Let go of me," Zhang Xuan exclaimed, utterly bemused. This peculiar fellow had rushed over upon realizing he was a teacher, pleading to be accepted as a disciple. Such a character was truly unprecedented in his experience. I will only release you if you agree to take me as a student. The man sobbed, his voice a pitiful wail that tugged at the heartstrings of all who heard it. I have approached 10 teachers today, and none wanted me. Please, this teacher. You must see how miserable I am and take me in. The evaluations among students significantly influence teachers' assessments. A student of such girth would undoubtedly face considerable challenges in combat and agility, making it unlikely that renowned instructors would be willing to accept him. If you wish for me to take you in, you must first demonstrate your abilities. Clinging to my leg counts for nothing, Zhang Xuan replied sternly. With the Heavenly Tao library at his disposal, admitting students was no longer an insurmountable issue. However, he would not take in anyone who was grossly incompetent. Teacher, you absolutely must accept me as your disciple. I possess some skills. The man hesitantly raised his head, slowly loosening his grip. Whether you possess skills or not remains to be seen. Words alone are insufficient, Zhang Xuan declared, noting the man's reluctance to let go. Annoyed, he delivered a swift kick, dislodging the man. What is this? If a female student were to cling to my leg, it might be excusable, but a male, especially one so corpulent, the very thought sends chills down my spine. All right, watch this. The man, undeterred by Zhang Xuan's disdain, stood up and surveyed his surroundings. Then fetched a few bricks from nearby. Seizing one, he smashed it against his own head with a resounding crack. The brick shattered into dust. He then proceeded to strike his arms and legs with the remaining bricks, none remaining intact. This seemingly overweight individual surprisingly exhibited considerable resilience. Disregarding his antics, Zhang Xuan focused on the automatic formation of text within his mind. The practice of physical resilience was indeed a form of martial skill. And as the man demonstrated his techniques, the library immediately generated relevant information about him. Yuan Tao, a rogue cultivator from the Earth Emperor City. A martial artist at the initial stage of the Gathering Breath realm. Deficiencies, 18 in total. First, the ancient dragon rhino bloodline within his body remains dormant. Second, his foundational skills are exceedingly poor. Training in martial arts dragon rhino bloodline? Zhang Xuan blinked in astonishment upon reading the records, recalling his previous life's memories. He understood the paramount importance of bloodlines and innate bodies in this realm. Anyone possessing either of these attributes, if cultivated properly, would witness extraordinary growth in their martial prowess. Innate bodies varied greatly: pure yin, pure yang, immaculate bodies, golden bodies, and more. Bloodlines also came in numerous forms, including ancient, new, inherited, and mutated varieties. Each discovery would spark fierce competition among countless teachers. The dragon rhino bloodline, an ancient lineage, was said to render its wielder impervious to harm when fully cultivated, one of the most formidable defensive bloodlines known. This seemingly unremarkable, overweight, and shameless man possessed an ancient bloodline? It appeared that even he was unaware of its dormant potential. Zhang Xuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ancient bloodlines are exceedingly powerful. The reason this man had been rejected by numerous teachers was not that they lacked discernment, but rather that his bloodline had yet to awaken, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Others could not perceive his true potential, and perhaps even he was oblivious to it. Nonetheless, even in ignorance, the innate potential of his bloodline endowed him with formidable defensive capabilities, which likely accounted for his ability to endure such brutal training. This man must be taken under his wing. His eyes sparkled with determination. A student with an ancient bloodline was a rarity in the academy, and such a promising prospect could not be allowed to slip away. Very well, I shall accept you as a student. Kneel and pledge your fealty. With that thought, Zhang Xuan subdued his excitement and calmly tossed out a jade token representing his identity. Teacher, you truly accept me? This is wonderful. The man, clearly overwhelmed by the turn of events, wasted no time in slicing his finger and offering his blood in a pledge. Indeed, one can see the nature of both teacher and student in such circumstances. A teacher of low caliber attracts a student of similar merit. Just then, a cold scoff echoed through the air. Turning to investigate, Zhang Xuan saw a young man striding forward with an air of arrogance. Beside him was a stunning figure, her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, her alabaster skin akin to fine jade, and her dark eyes exuding a captivating brilliance. Shangbin? Shenbairu? The name surfaced in Zhang Xuan's mind upon sighting the duo. Shenbairu, known throughout the academy, was not only renowned for her exceptional beauty but also for her outstanding teaching abilities. Within less than a year, she had become one of the most esteemed instructors in the institution, captivating numerous teachers who sought her affection. In his previous life, Zhang Xuan had been among her admirers. Unfortunately, his prior failures, marked by his low cultivation and dismal performance in assessments, had left him too self-conscious to even speak to her, let alone pursue her. The youth, Shangbin, was the grandson of elder Zhang Xuan and also a suitor, leveraging his status to undermine rival admirers. Having heard rumors of Zhang Xian's affections for Shinbairu, he would mock him mercilessly at every opportunity, even resorting to physical confrontations. However, Shinbairu seemed indifferent to his advances, maintaining an aloof demeanor that only heightened Shangbin's frustration. "Who are you calling garbage?" Upon hearing Shangbin's scathing remarks, Zhang Xian remained unfazed, returning the glare. "Garbage refers to you." Shangbin sneered coldly. "Oh, so it's garbage calling me garbage? How foul, how foul." Zhang Xian waved his hand dismissively, feigning disgust. Shangbin finally realized that he had been played by this last-ranked individual in the academy, his face flushed with anger. Chapter 13. The shameless student originally as cold as ice. Shinbairu cracked a slight smile upon overhearing the conversation. This form of cleverly veiled insults, though commonplace on Earth, was remarkably novel in this context. Observing the goddess's expression, Shangbin felt as though he were the subject of ridicule, his face alternating between crimson and pale. Yet, in the presence of the goddess, he felt compelled to maintain his composure and refrained from confronting Zhang Xian directly. "Am I mistaken in what I said?" Suppressing his anger, Shangbin sneered. "What level are you at? I dare say no one in the entire academy is unaware of your standing. That fatso just attended my class. Not only is he as rotund as a pig, but he can only defend himself. He's utterly devoid of any other skills. His punch power barely reaches a pitiful 15 kilograms. In the entrance examination, he was either last or second to last. What else could he possibly be but trash?" Though unable to physically reprimand Zhang Xian, Shangbin sought to wound him with words. Last in the entrance exam, Zhang Xian, having only witnessed the dragon rhinoceros bloodline, was unaware of such circumstances and turned to the portly student. "Who said you were last?" The fat student retorted with unwarranted bravado, scratching his head awkwardly. "I'm merely ranked 9,997th, that's all." 9,997th? Just that? Zhang Xian felt dizzy, nearly spitting blood. Pontian Academy enrolled 10,000 students each year, despite the ample slots. A few students inevitably ranked low due to various reasons. To be 9,997th was tantamount to being last, for goodness sake. Moreover, with such a low standing, what right did he have to act so self-assured? Zhang Xian was at a loss. "You must be desperate for students. Surely anyone who meets the criteria can enroll, right?" Shangbin scoffed again, flicking his sleeve with a haughty demeanor. "I have clear standards for accepting students. Anyone below the 500th rank will never make the cut. A last-ranked teacher and a last-ranked student. They are indeed a perfect match." "Aha. Finished?" In response to his derision, Zhang Xian shook his head. "You may leave now." Earlier, he had consulted the Heavenly Tao library and discovered that this portly student was a free practitioner without any cultivation methods. It was entirely normal for him not to possess martial skills. As long as they could activate his dragon rhinoceros bloodline, his cultivation would undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds. Normally, anyone subjected to such mockery would be trembling with rage, but this fellow remained unfazed. Shangbin's fist hit nothing but air, and his expression soured even further. Truly a piece of rotten wood, impossible to carve. With a cold snort, he glanced at Shinbairu beside him. "Bairu, let us depart. Prolonged exposure to such trash will only taint us." Upon hearing Shangbin's blatant insult, Shinbairu furrowed her brows but chose not to follow him. Instead, she turned to Zhang Xian, her voice melodious like a golden oriole, captivating and distinct. "Unexpectedly, the most beautiful teacher in the academy is speaking to me," Zhang Xian thought, momentarily taken aback. "Even though your last assessment was poor, do not let despair consume you. With diligent effort, you can still achieve much," Shinbairu encouraged, nodding. She perceived that Zhang Xian had accepted the worst student and believed he had given up on himself. "Thank you for your reminder." Acknowledging her genuine concern, Zhang Xian replied. "This student, though currently lacking in skill, may yet prove to be a gem in the rough. With proper guidance, he could shine brilliantly." "Indeed." Shinbairu ceased speaking and stepped forward. To her, Zhang Xian's explanation sounded merely like an excuse. With such a size and at this age, having never systematically learned anything, his future achievements were undoubtedly limited. How infuriating, seeing his goddess converse with the academy's most subpar teacher, encouraging him no less. Shangbin's face twisted in fury as he glared at Zhang Xian and followed Shinbairu closely. "Bairu, in the future, avoid associating with such individuals." It will tarnish your impeccable aura. Zhang Bin's words trailed off as Shinbairat turned and left. How detestable. Zhang Xuan, you will pay for this. As he watched the goddess grow distant until she vanished from view, Zhang Bin's anger shifted entirely towards Zhang Xuan. In his mind, if not for this infuriating individual, the goddess would surely have dined with him. How could she possibly have turned away? Since you have chosen me as your mentor, you must also know where my classroom is. Once they departed, Zhang Xuan disregarded Zhang Bin and called to the fat student. All right. The portly student quickly stood up, beaming with enthusiasm. Teacher, I am now your student. Can you tell me who you are in the academy? At his words, Zhang Xuan rubbed his forehead in exasperation. It seemed this fellow had bowed to a teacher without even realizing who he was. I am Zhang Xuan, he declared. Zhang Xuan? The one who ranked last in the teacher assessment and scored 0 points? The fat student finally grasped the reality of his situation. His body quivered with trepidation, and he nearly burst into tears. Indeed, that's me, Zhang Xuan affirmed with a nod. That Zhang Xuan. You see, I know my skills are lacking, and I may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, and I am rather portly. How about you withdraw me from your class? Zhang Xuan remained silent. Teacher, I speak the truth. Those 2 teachers earlier mentioned that if you don't withdraw me, it will tarnish your reputation. I fear I may drag you down. The fat student continued. I am not concerned about any repercussions. Furthermore, now that your identity has been confirmed on the identity token, let me tell you this. While you live, you are my student. Should you perish, you remain my deceased student. Enough with the idle chatter. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. The fat student's expression contorted, on the verge of tears. He had aimed to find a capable teacher to secure a bright future, yet fate had paired him with the bottom-ranked instructor. Why is my life so difficult? Well, this is my classroom. Now go collect your bedding, and remember to arrive punctually for class tomorrow, Zhang Xuan declared. This classroom. Upon seeing the limited space, the fat student felt tears welling up once more. The venue where he had previously taken the assessment was significantly larger. This tiny classroom could hardly accommodate a handful of students. Teacher, if I don't show up tomorrow, will you expel me? The fat student harbored a glimmer of hope. Expel you? Not at all. I will toss you into the lake you were so eager to leap into earlier to feed the turtles. Zhang Xuan nodded solemnly. Did I not mention? While you live, you are my student. Should you die, you remain my deceased student. Rest assured, I will ensure you are laid to rest properly, fulfilling my duties as a teacher. Teacher, the fat student interrupted, seriousness etched on his face, unwavering resolve in his eyes. When is class tomorrow? I will arrive early to clean the classroom. It is my honor to have found such a fine teacher. From now on, I will categorically refuse anyone else and reprimand them in person. Zhang Xuan thought he had encountered the epitome of shamelessness, only to find that taking on a student would prove even more shameless. Chapter 14. Modifying the cultivation technique. After finally driving away the corpulent ink-stained fellow, Zhang Xuan helplessly realized that the sun had already begun its descent, and twilight was fast approaching. It appeared that he had only managed to enroll 5 students. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that today was the final day for student recruitment, and by this hour, it would be completely over. Initially, he had anticipated not attracting a single student. Unexpectedly, he had succeeded in enrolling 5, which was a commendable achievement for someone who ranked last in the faculty assessment. As a teacher at the academy, he was afforded his own modest dormitory, albeit a cramped room of merely a dozen square meters. It must be said that his predecessor had endured a rather dismal existence. The room was not only small, but also slightly damp, with the bedding already beginning to mold. He could hardly fathom how that individual had managed to sleep there. Setting aside such thoughts for the moment, he reminded himself that he was due to commence classes the following day. Thus, he must first clarify his own cultivation and then practice. Since he was not particularly hungry at the moment, Zhang Xuan settled into a cross-legged position on his bed, following the method ingrained in his memory. As a transmigrator, although he had inherited the memories of his predecessor and was not entirely unfamiliar with cultivation, the prospect of becoming increasingly powerful filled him with immense excitement. With the student enrollment completed, it was now time to consolidate his strength through cultivation. After all, in this world, power was of paramount importance. While the Heavenly Tao Library could effortlessly unveil the flaws and vulnerabilities of others, the disparity in strength often rendered him vulnerable. Even if he were to identify weaknesses, his speed paled in comparison to those far stronger than him. Thus, the idea of being reduced to a mere experimental subject was all too real. Therefore, Despite the formidable capabilities of the Heavenly Tao Library, it was not an invincible artifact. The path to true strength lay in relentless cultivation. The technique practiced by his predecessor was known as the Hongtian Ninefold Technique, conceived by the founder of Hongtian Academy. It consisted of 9 levels, each corresponding to the various realms of martial artists. Recalling the cultivation method etched in his mind, he understood that martial artists progressed through 9 realms, with each ascending level presenting greater challenges. The Hongtian Ninefold Technique was one of the most widely practiced techniques within the academy, with its 9 levels aligning with those of martial artists. At present, he found himself at the bottom of the faculty hierarchy, as nearly all the other instructors had achieved at least the 4th level of martial arts. While he remained at the 3rd, it was imperative that he accelerated his cultivation. Focusing intently, he followed the breathing technique from his memory. Suddenly, it was as if a multitude of radiant particles illuminated his vision, and he began to breathe rhythmically, absorbing the qi within his dantian, which gradually grew more potent. After an indeterminate duration of cultivation, he opened his eyes and could not help but shake his head in dismay. This pace was excruciatingly slow. Although he had inherited the memories of his predecessor, his consciousness was still that of an earthling, making it difficult for him to endure the monotony of sitting still for cultivation. Especially when witnessing the process of gathering qi, he felt utterly powerless. Consolidating qi involved collecting the spiritual particles from the air one by one, compressing them like building blocks until they formed a river. This endeavor was monumental. Some cultivators labored tirelessly for years, only to fill their dantian after 3 years of relentless effort, striving to break through to higher realms. Such a tedious and protracted process of cultivation for several years? It would be more merciful to end his life. But wait. Although the Hongtian Ninefold Technique was the most popular method at Hongtian Academy, it was not the most powerful. Surely, the Heavenly Tao Library could identify its deficiencies. And with the right corrections, would not the cultivation yield exponentially greater results? An idea blossomed in his mind. Cultivation techniques varied in strength, stronger methods facilitated quicker progress, while weaker ones led to slower advancement. Stronger techniques may also possess fewer flaws, unlike others who were unable to amend their techniques. He had the advantage of the Heavenly Tao Library, which could pinpoint weaknesses and suggest remedies. If he could create a technique so flawless that even the library could not find any faults, would his cultivation not progress at an astonishing rate? Motivated by this thought, Zhang Xuan rose to his feet and took the Hongtian Ninefold Technique he had been practicing into his hands, flipping it open. Just as he expected, the library resonated, and a book bearing the same title appeared in his mind. Upon gently opening it, he found that it indeed documented the flaws of the Hongtian Ninefold Technique, densely packed with over 1,000 deficiencies. Surprised, Zhang Xuan realized he had been practicing this technique, a mere 3rd-level method. Yet it harbored such a multitude of shortcomings, how utterly frustrating. It was akin to consuming vegetables riddled with insects. He felt fortunate to have escaped unscathed from its pitfalls. What are the other techniques? As a teacher, his room housed numerous texts, the 4 supreme tomes, the Sutras of the Celestial Meridians, the Lotus Channeling Technique, and more. Grabbing one at random, he flipped through it, and the library immediately conjured a corresponding volume, revealing a staggering number of flaws, over 3,000. It was even more terrifying than the Hongtian Ninefold Technique. Identifying the right approach would be utterly exhausting. After perusing for a while, Zhang Xuan felt a sense of despair. One book contained thousands of deficiencies, and the correct path remained elusive, resembling a labyrinth of countless branches, even with the library's guidance. Navigating to the most accurate route would be a Herculean task. Currently, his cultivation stood at the peak of the 3rd level of martial arts, teetering on the brink of a breakthrough. All he needed was to identify and rectify the flaws related to this advancement. However, given the multitude of deficiencies within the 3rd level of the Hongtian Ninefold Technique, it was evident that finding them one by one would be an insurmountable task in the short term. Thus, he flipped to the last page of the technique. The entire 3rd level of martial arts was indeed complex to cultivate, yet the final breakthrough was comparatively simpler. As expected, this page contained only 10 flaws: errors in the perception of spiritual energy, mistakes in controlling the wandering spiritual energy, and inaccuracies in gathering spiritual energy along the yang veins. Each defect was recorded in meticulous detail. The Heavenly Tao Library merely indicated the errors without providing solutions, making the quest for the correct path far from straightforward. But the previous texts also contain methods for breaking through the 3rd level of martial arts, seemingly with differing errors. A spark of inspiration struck as he recalled the various manuals. He quickly flipped to the section on breakthroughs in the Qi realm. Indeed, while all contained mistakes, the erroneous points varied. The absence of marked errors indicated correctness. Zhang Xuan's eyes gleamed as he quickly procured paper and pen, compiling the correct approaches from the various texts. Before long, a new cultivation method materialized before him. Curious to ascertain its accuracy, with a gentle smile, he took his handwritten notes, and the heavenly Tao library quaked once more, revealing a corresponding volume. This time, however, it contained only a single flaw. After further study and correcting this error, he consulted the library again, and indeed, the flaw was rectified, rendering it flawless. This was the most accurate method for breaking through the third level of martial arts. Eager to test it, Zhang Xuan was filled with excitement as he nodded vigorously. He promptly settled down and began his cultivation. Relaxing his entire being, he opened his pores, immersing himself in an atmosphere brimming with spiritual energy, each pore a complete entity, breathing freely. As he followed this method, he initially found it challenging to adapt. Yet, before long, he felt the surrounding spiritual energy descend upon him like a torrential downpour. Though each pore absorbed only a thin stream of qi, the simultaneous intake from all his pores resulted in a terrifying speed. Countless streams of spiritual energy converged within him, forming a colossal current that surged toward his dantian. Boom! The sea of energy erupted. The bottleneck that had once stood between him and his breakthrough shattered instantly. Qi overflowed from his dantian, coursing through his body, nourishing his muscles and bones, bringing an overwhelming sensation of comfort. He had ascended to the fourth level of martial arts, the skin and bone realm. This was astonishingly rapid. Zhang Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. According to the records of the Hongtian ninefold technique, even if he wished to break through, it would typically take 3 to 5 months, or even longer under fortunate circumstances. Yet, with the correction of the technique, how long had it taken? 10 minutes? 5 minutes? I fear it took merely 3 minutes to achieve a successful breakthrough. Furthermore, although only the method for transcending the third pinnacle of martial arts has been corrected, the newly gathered vital energy is extraordinarily pure, vastly superior to what I had previously cultivated. If the vital energy I cultivated before resembled murky sludge, then this new energy is akin to a crystalline spring, devoid of impurities and as clear as a mirror. Vital energy is classified into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower, with each tier further divided into 3 sublevels. The higher the quality, the further one can progress on their path. My prior vital energy was turbid, undoubtedly belonging to the lowest tier of the lower class. The energy I have now gathered is crystal clear, likely at least of the upper tier. Is it not said that to cultivate upper-tier vital energy, one requires techniques of divine or sacred levels? The methods of cultivation can be categorized into 5 levels: divine, sacred, spiritual, ghostly, and mundane, each of which is further divided into lower, middle, upper, and pinnacle sublevels. According to practitioners, to cultivate upper-tier vital energy, one must employ techniques of at least the sacred level. The Hongtian Jiuchongju is merely a rudimentary mundane upper-tier technique. How could it possibly yield such quality of vital energy? It is the Tao library. Zhang Xuan clenched his fist. Although he used the Hongtian Jiuchongju as a template, he meticulously avoided all the inaccuracies documented within, progressing along the most accurate path, thus enabling him to gather upper-tier vital energy. It seems that the records in the Tao library are indeed correct. The Hongtian Jiuchongju is, without a doubt, far from perfection. With the assistance of the Tao library, could I not also pen a sacred or even divine-level cultivation technique? Zhang Xuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Chapter 15. The Divine Art of the Way. The Divine Art of the Way is a sacred-level cultivation technique, one that not only surpasses the offerings of Hongtian Academy, but is also rare among the most illustrious sects, often concealed from the eyes of ordinary individuals. Should he succeed in creating such a technique, his future cultivation would undoubtedly yield exponential results, propelling him forward at an astonishing pace. Coincidentally, he lacked a method for the 4th tier of cultivation, so he decided to visit the library. At Hongtian Academy, one must complete each tier of the Hongtian ninefold technique before being eligible to receive the next tier's manual. He had only acquired the method for the 3rd tier, having never encountered the 4th. As he stepped out of his quarters, the sky had just darkened, and the streets were bustling with pedestrians. Under the bright moonlight, the ground shimmered as if sprinkled with silver, while numerous couples, indulging in forbidden fruit, nestled beneath the trees, whispering sweet nothings in a serene atmosphere. Zhang Xuan had no time to linger on such sights. He quickened his pace. Before long, a towering building came into view. The library was divided into sections for faculty and students, housing a plethora of manuals and techniques, making it one of the most significant locations within the academy. "Oldemo," he called out as he approached the entrance, bowing to an elderly man seated nearby. Oldemo, one of the guardians of the library, possessed an unknown level of prowess. Reputed to be among the strongest in the academy, though he had not demonstrated his abilities in many years, leaving his exact strength a mystery. "You've arrived. Have you broken through to the 4th tier of martial arts?" Oldemo inquired, stroking his sparse beard. "Just a stroke of luck," Zhang Xuan replied candidly. "Good, good. Continue to train diligently. The academy needs the vitality of youth." Oldemo nodded with satisfaction. "The manual for the 4th tier is located on the 4th shelf of the technique section. Go ahead." "Understood," Zhang Xuan replied without further ado and stepped into the library. Once he departed, Oldemo shook his head, a sigh escaping him. The boy is well-mannered, yet his talent leaves much to be desired. His progress is rather slow. While others could break through to the 3rd tier within 2 years, Zhang Xuan had taken over 3 years to achieve the same, clearly indicating his lack of innate ability. If he were to reach the 4th tier and train earnestly, he could manage to become an ordinary instructor. He only hoped he wouldn't perform poorly in the next faculty assessment. Muttering to himself, Oldemo closed his eyes again, no longer paying attention to the young teacher. Zhang Xuan was merely one of the more polite among his contemporaries. He neither particularly liked nor disliked him, feeling only a twinge of regret at his lack of talent. Unaware of Oldmo's musings, Zhang Xuan entered the library. Although the library of Hongtian Academy was substantial, rivaling the scale of his previous workplace, it paled in comparison to the celestial library he envisioned. The two simply did not belong to the same league. He hastened to the technique section and located the 4th shelf. Indeed, there lay the manual for the 4th tier of the Hongtian ninefold technique. He withdrew it and began to peruse its contents. Upon opening the book, a familiar technique appeared in his mind, revealing over 1,000 flaws similar to the 3rd tier. He noted the presence of other techniques and decided to examine them as well. Armed with the experience from his previous breakthroughs, he focused not on the flaws but on the adjacent shelves. The 4th shelf was densely packed with various cultivation methods and numerous annotations left by previous practitioners, amounting to thousands of tomes. For others, merely glancing at such a vast array would be overwhelming, as many annotations contradicted one another, leaving the accuracy of the theories uncertain. Recklessly attempting to cultivate based on such conflicting information could lead to disastrous outcomes. However, Zhang Xuan was different. Possessing the celestial library allowed him to discern correctness automatically. Without hesitation, he selected a book and began to leaf through it. In his mind, another identical book materialized. Zhang Xuan did not pause, but continued to pick up the next volume. He was not merely browsing or selecting. He aimed to enrich the celestial library with more texts, thus enhancing its ability to identify the optimal cultivation method. The sound of pages turning echoed throughout the room. A restless spirit, lacking focus. Oldemo furrowed his brow at the noise. 30 years prior, a similar incident had occurred with an exceptionally talented teacher who, believing himself far superior, sought to amalgamate various techniques to create a unique style. Ultimately, he became overwhelmed by the multitude of techniques he had encountered, unable to choose wisely, leading him to madness. Too much ambition leads to ruin. This was a universal truth. Given his 3 years of struggle to break through to the true Qi realm, Zhang Xuan's talent was evident. With such abilities, he should simply practice the 4th tier of the Hongtian ninefold technique rather than seeking out additional books. Was he not courting disaster? Oldmo's initial impression of Zhang Xuan, though faintly positive, dissipated entirely. What a pretentious individual, he scoffed, realizing Zhang Xuan was merely flipping through the pages without paying any real attention. The speed at which he browsed would not allow even Oldemo to discern the content. What insight could a novice at the 4th tier possess? It was nothing short of a charade. The academy's standards were clearly declining, and the quality of its instructors was deteriorating. With a cold snort, Oldemo closed his eyes, choosing to ignore the ostentatious young man. Before long, Zhang Xuan had swiftly perused all the manuals on the 4th shelf, gathering a substantial number of identical texts for the celestial library. Satisfied that he had achieved his objective, he wore a gentle smile as he made his way out. "Are you not transcribing any notes?" Oldemo could no longer contain his curiosity upon seeing Zhang Xuan exit empty-handed. "No, I was merely browsing." Zhang Xuan chuckled, turning to bid farewell. Browsing? How frivolous. It seems the academy is in dire need of reform. How can such a superficial person serve as a teacher? Old Mo waved his hand dismissively. He felt compelled to discuss the matter with the dean to address the prevailing negative influences among the faculty. Upon returning to his quarters, Zhang Xuan retrieved pen and paper, opening the fourth-tier manual of the Hongtian ninefold technique and transcribing the correct portions. He proceeded to the next volume, diligently recording the accurate content therein. After several books, Zhang Xuan rubbed his temples. Sifting through thousands of texts in this manner was quite tedious and more challenging than he had anticipated. Just as he pondered how to expedite the process, his consciousness suddenly quivered. The thousands of newly acquired books from the celestial library began to merge as if crumpled together. With a resonant hum, the tomes coalesced into a singular volume. The book bore no title, and as he opened it, he realized it contained all the correct elements from the thousands of manuals he had examined. Glancing at the pages, Zhang Xian's face flushed with excitement. He had previously dreaded the arduous task of identifying the correct information from so many texts, yet he had never imagined the library would automatically compile them. This book contained not a single error. The nameless tome was composed entirely of correct methodologies, devoid of any inaccuracies. Its content, having transcended the confines of the Hongtian ninefold technique, represented something entirely unprecedented. Since it was the celestial library that selected the correct methods and formed this manuscript, he decided to name it The Divine Art of the Way. With a thought, he designated the title for this unmarked book. With a gentle thrum, as if responding to his intent, 4 large characters appeared on the previously blank cover: The Divine Art of the Way. Chapter 16. Cleansing the meridians and refining the marrow with a flawless cultivation technique at his disposal, Zhang Xuan no longer hesitated. He commenced his practice according to the methods documented in the Heavenly Path's martial arts. His pores opened wide, absorbing spiritual energy into his body. The warrior's first 4 realms are the gathering breath, the Dan Tian, the true Qi, and the skin and bone realms. In the gathering breath realm, one gathers internal breath, comprehends spiritual energy, enabling introspection and precise control over the flow of spiritual energy within. The Dan Tian realm involves the opening of the Dan Tian to accommodate spiritual energy, transforming the physique and allowing an ordinary person to evolve into a warrior. The true Qi realm is where spiritual energy is consolidated, forming true Qi within the Dan Tian. The skin and bone realm sees true Qi saturating the Dan Tian, flowing throughout the body, nurturing it, thus enhancing one's physical constitution, increasing cardiovascular capacity, and transforming one into a true powerhouse. The first 3 realms are foundational, while the 4th realm begins to provide comprehensive feedback, liberating the individual from ailments and progressively fortifying them. The method of cultivating the Hongtian ninefold technique utilizes the overflow of true Qi from the Dan Tian to nourish the entire body, significantly improving bones, muscles, fascia, and skin, thereby achieving the effect of refining the skin and bones. Unlike the Heavenly Path divine art, which nourishes the physical body with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while simultaneously allowing the internal true Qi to rejuvenate the body, both processes proceed concurrently. As the spiritual energy flowed through his meridians like a river, the true Qi acted as a bridge, mending areas that had yet to be refined. In a short while, under the dual infusion of spiritual and true Qi, his bones and muscles underwent tremendous refinement, appearing as if they had been scorched by a purifying flame, now translucent and radiating a warm glow. With a rumble, as the true Qi traversed countless cycles, his body trembled, and Zhang Xuan felt as though he had shattered some unseen barrier, a wave of relief washing over him. Previously, his body felt ensnared by shackles, but now, he felt liberated, every movement fluid and unrestrained, akin to a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. Had he truly completed the cultivation of the skin and bone realm? Upon opening his eyes, Zhang Xuan found it hard to believe. The hallmark of breaking through to the skin and bone realm is the shattering of the physical shackles, entering a new domain. How long had he been cultivating? An hour? 2 hours? A foul odor caught his attention, and upon inspecting his body, he discovered a thick layer of grime covering his skin. The skin and bone realm involves nourishing the body with true Qi, expelling impurities, cleansing the sinews, and refining the marrow. He had heard tales of the skin and bone realm, but never had he seen anyone expel such a copious amount of impurities. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhang Xuan fetched a wooden tub to bathe, muttering to himself. In the skin and bone realm, one is fortunate to enhance their physicality even slightly, Yet he had never heard of anyone expelling such a quantity of impurities, leaving them reeking. Soon, after cleansing himself, Zhang Xuan was astonished to find his muscles shining like jade, smooth as a mirror, with all previous scars and blemishes vanished. At that moment, he resembled a newborn infant, even smoother than an infant's skin. His true qi, shocked by the transformation of his body, he inadvertently glanced at his dantian, and his entire being jolted. The previously murky true qi within had transformed into crystal-clear essence, exuding a pure aura. Without needing to verify, he knew that this undoubtedly belonged to the upper tier of true qi. Not only had his body improved, but the quality of his true qi had also enhanced. The heavenly path divine art is truly remarkable. Zhang Xuan was astounded. While others required years of nurturing to break through to the skin and bone realm, he had achieved it in less than 2 hours, and his true qi's quality had also improved. What kind of extraordinary manual had the Heavenly Path Library produced? This was beyond comprehension. Testing his strength was in order. Having broken through the skin and bone realm, he would now ascend to the 5th realm of the warrior, the pinnacle strength realm. Upon entering this stage, the cultivator would possess a strength equivalent to an entire ding, approximately 1,000 kilograms. This level of power surpassed that of an average person, rivaling that of livestock. Zhang Xuan, having cultivated the Heavenly Path divine art, underwent a complete transformation. Successfully breaking through to the skin and bone realm, was now ready to ascertain the extent of his strength and whether it truly matched the legends of possessing a full ding of power. Focusing his mind and stabilizing his breath, he planted his feet firmly into the ground, springing his knees powerfully, causing his torso to arch like a grand bow, while his arms shot forth like arrows released from a bowstring. Boom! His fist struck the stone pillar, and a halo of light shimmered around it. 5 dings. The numbers displayed above him. How could this be? Zhang Xuan's pupils constricted in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. Is this real? Typically, a cultivator in the early stages of the pinnacle strength realm possesses 1 ding of power, 2 dings in the mid-stage, 3 dings in the later stage, and 4 dings at the peak. This is utterly outrageous. Surely, it is due to the Heavenly Path divine art, which refined his body, along with the upper tier, true qi. After a moment, he regained his composure, silently speculating. He was well aware of his own potential. The only plausible explanation was the Heavenly Path divine art he had just practiced. This technique not only refined his physique, allowing for a complete transformation, but also purified his true qi, elevating it to the upper tier standard, resulting in a dramatic increase in strength, enabling him to possess the power that surpassed even the pinnacle of the 5th realm of the warrior. Terrifying. In the academy, only a handful of senior instructors could reach the 5th realm. The pinnacle strength realm was a level of power that only a select few educators possessed, while peers like Qiao Xiong could never attain such might. With such rapid progress in strength, new challenges emerged. The numerous 4th realm cultivation manuals he had perused in the teacher's library were now rendered obsolete. To continue his cultivation, he needed to seek methods for the 5th realm. It was still early, and the library should still be open. Rubbing his head, Zhang Xuan once again made his way towards the library. To prevent students from recklessly advancing in their cultivation, the academy had established a rule. Only after reaching the corresponding level could one peruse the respective manuals. Before long, he arrived at the library once more. What brings you here again? The gatekeeper, Elder Mo, frowned upon seeing him. If it were to be said plainly, he feared that the young man might either strike him down or drag him off for experiments. 5th realm manuals? What nonsense is this? Elder Mo's expression darkened, and the last shred of respect he held for this individual evaporated. You have not even copied or cultivated the 4th realm, and you come here to seek the 5th? What a joke! Zhang Xuan had already prepared his excuse, stating, some parents can indeed be quite demanding. Upon hearing this, Elder Mo nodded gravely. You may take a look, but under no circumstances should you attempt to cultivate. If you are unable to master the 4th realm and venture into the 5th, not even the gods could save you. Yes, I understand that. Zhang Xuan quickly replied. Very well, go on in. Elder Mo waved his hand, closing his eyes once more. The manuals for the 5th realm are in the last row. Yes. Zhang Xuan hurriedly entered. Hypocritical. Vain. As he stepped inside, Elder Mo muttered a 4-character evaluation under his breath. Chapter 17. An assassination in a bid to feign interest. He deliberately approached to observe the 5th level of martial arts. Is it insincerity or mere vanity? Tomorrow, I shall confront the dean. Such a frivolous individual must be dismissed. with a cold snort in his heart. Old Imo made his decision. Such vanity, coupled with a lack of earnest practice, would only tarnish the Academy's reputation, unbeknownst to Zhang Xuan. These two brief encounters had already earned him a place on the expulsion list. Even if he were aware, he would undoubtedly find it both amusing and absurd. His excuses were mere facades. In truth, he had already reached such a level of cultivation. Surely, one cannot achieve such prowess without proper techniques to refine. Soon, he discovered the last row of techniques. Among the faculty, the most renowned and powerful were merely at the 5th level of martial arts. Upon reaching the 6th level of aperture opening, one would automatically ascend to the status of an elder within the academy. This was merely the teaching library, devoid of records for the 6th level, hence the 5th level techniques were relegated to the very end. The collection of 5th level tomes was conspicuously less abundant than that of the 4th level, while the 4th level contained a dense assembly of 2,000 to 3,000 volumes. The 5th level boasted a mere 1,000, nearly half as few. This was hardly surprising. Nearly everything follows a principle of incremental scarcity. The higher one ascends, the rarer the findings. Although the Academy had a long history, those who could achieve the 5th level were undoubtedly far fewer than those who reached the 4th. Consequently, the remaining techniques and notes were also diminished in number. Shaking his head to dismiss these thoughts, Zhang Xuan casually pulled out a volume and began to peruse its contents. After more than half an hour, he had thoroughly examined all the techniques in that final row. The Library of Heavenly Tao had also generated corresponding tomes. Having acquired what he sought, Zhang Xuan smiled faintly, bid farewell to old Mo, and proceeded to his quarters. Observing Zhang's haphazard flipping through the books, old Mo could not help but curse internally once more. Indeed, it was not long before the library generated another volume, this time not nameless, but boldly inscribed with the 4 characters, Heavenly Tao Divine Art. He continued his cultivation. The 5th level of martial arts, known as the pinnacle strength, was essentially an extension of the bone and skin stage, with a straightforward goal, to refine the practitioner's true energy to a more profound level. Each tier of the pinnacle strength varied in power, essentially reflecting the degree of synergy between true energy and muscle. The better the coordination, the greater the strength exerted. The Heavenly Tao Divine Art, a remarkable fusion of over 1,000 techniques, permitted an astonishingly rapid cultivation pace. Following its prescribed methods, the true energy and muscle began to integrate swiftly. The synergy between bodily strength and true energy ascended rapidly. Initial stage of the pinnacle strength, mid-stage of the pinnacle strength, late stage of the pinnacle strength, pinnacle of the pinnacle strength. With a rumble, after 2 hours, his body trembled once more. Zhang Xuan opened his eyes, filled with disbelief. Had he truly reached the pinnacle of the 5th level? He had initially thought that attaining the 5th level would require an extensive period of cultivation. Never did he imagine that through the methods of the Heavenly Tao Divine Art, he could reach the pinnacle in just 2 hours. For his previous incarnation, cultivation was akin to scaling the heavens. Yet for Zhang Xuan, who practiced the Heavenly Tao Divine Art, it felt as effortless as eating or drinking. In the span of a single night, he had advanced from the 3rd level of true energy to the pinnacle of the 5th level. Was this not utterly astounding? Moreover, had he not been unaware of the 6th level's cultivation methods in which apertures to open, he might have already succeeded in breaking through to become a 6th level aperture opening master. The 6th level of aperture opening involves unblocking all body apertures with each aperture opened. One's true energy becomes denser and strength increases correspondingly. It is said that the human body contains a total of 108 apertures, of which only 72 can be opened. Furthermore, the order in which these apertures are unlocked is crucial. Varying bodily constitutions require different sequences to achieve optimal results. Without the proper method, one may only manage to open 30 or 40 apertures in a lifetime, thus reaching an impasse. This is akin to dredging a river. Cleaning from upstream to downstream ensures thorough cleansing, while attempting to clean from the middle may result in blockages that prevent further progress. The unlocking of apertures follows this same principle. Without the correct sequence, once an aperture is blocked, it may never be opened again. Thus, lacking a technique, Zhang Xuan dared not recklessly cultivate. However, there was no need for haste. Achieving 2 significant breakthroughs in a single night was already extraordinary, and he felt immensely satisfied. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best to conceal his newfound prowess. As a transmigrator, having perused many books and watched numerous television shows in his previous life, he understood the concept of having a precious gem invites calamity. Previously regarded as the Academy's most inept instructor, To suddenly possess the pinnacle strength of the 5th level overnight would surely attract unwanted attention. Therefore, it was best to keep his ascension to the pinnacle strength a closely guarded secret. Determined to test his newfound strength, Zhang Xuan returned to the strength-testing stone tablet. While others at the initial stage of the pinnacle strength possessed a mere 1 unit of strength, he had attained 5. Now, he sought to gauge the power he held at the pinnacle. With a thud, the strength-testing stone tablet shimmered, revealing a line of text. 8 units. 8 units of strength? That was comparable to a strong aperture opening master who had unlocked 4 apertures. Zhang Xian's eyes sparkled. The ordinary pinnacle strength typically equated to 4 units. Upon reaching aperture opening, each unlocked aperture would yield an additional unit of strength. Having achieved the pinnacle of the pinnacle strength with 8 units of strength was already at par with those who had opened 4 apertures. Truly, the heavenly Tao divine art was formidable. With a sigh of admiration, Zhang Xuan felt elated. After such a prolonged period of cultivation, he intended to find something to eat before resting, when suddenly, he sensed a disturbance. What brings someone here at this hour? He furrowed his brow. With his enhanced cultivation, both his hearing and vision had significantly improved. He could distinctly hear someone lurking nearby, watching him intently from a distance, eyes fixed on his dormitory. From the direction of their gaze, it was undoubtedly his room, and they appeared not to have detected his presence. At this moment, Zhang Xuan was not in his room, but rather standing behind the strength-testing stone tablet, a safe distance away from the courtyard. After testing his strength, he had lowered his breath, remaining undetected. Who could be seeking trouble with me? The thought of someone plotting against him so soon after his cultivation left Zhang Xuan increasingly perplexed. Searching through the memories of his previous life, though not particularly notable, he found no instance of anyone attempting to ambush him in the dead of night. Regardless of who it was, he must not be recognized. Just as he contemplated approaching the individual, an idea struck him. The entire academy was aware of his reputation as a 3rd-level true energy waste. If he were to emerge now as a pinnacle 5th-level master, it would surely instill terror in anyone who saw him. Moreover, should word spread, many would undoubtedly seek to investigate him. Thus, no matter who the individual was, he must not let them recognize him. As this thought crystallized, he recalled various films from his past life and tore a piece of cloth from his clothing to mask his face. With preparations complete, Zhang Xuan lightly stepped forward, using the cover of night to approach the figure. Though he had just recently advanced and had not yet learned any light-footed techniques, his mastery of the heavenly Tao divine art endowed him with excellent control over his body, allowing him to navigate his surroundings with great familiarity. He stealthily approached, coming within 10 meters of the figure, who remained blissfully unaware of his presence. In such close proximity, he could discern that the figure was clad in dark attire, their face concealed, rendering them unrecognizable. "Kid, you should blame your audacity for daring to lay hands on our young mistress." Hiding behind a large tree, Zhang Xuan overheard the murmurs of the concealed figure. That voice sounded strikingly familiar. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Xuan was certain he had heard it before, though he struggled to recall where. Chapter 18. Ambush. Upon witnessing his assailant brandishing a dagger, Zhang Xuan's brow furrowed with consternation. It was fortunate that he was still awake, engaged in his cultivation, for otherwise, such a stealthy approach might have proven fatal. I must ascertain the identity of this individual, Zhang Xuan mused. He recognized that such clandestine attacks were seldom the work of a lone actor, suggesting a more extensive organization lurking in the shadows. To eliminate this threat, he needed to unmask the instigators behind the assault. Who goes there? As he contemplated how to extract information about the clandestine organization from his attacker, a hushed voice shattered the stillness. The black-clad figure, armed with a dagger, now stood a short distance away, having no experience in clandestine pursuits. Zhang Xian's initial apprehension upon seeing the dagger had betrayed his presence. Zhang Xian's mind raced as he considered his options. Just as he was about to confront his assailant, a cunning idea sparked within him. "I am here to eliminate Zhang Xuan, that incompetent instructor." "Who are you?" he growled, masking his voice to avoid recognition. Reasoning that his attacker shared the same objective, Zhang Xuan hoped to deceive him by feigning a common purpose. "You seek to eliminate him?" The black-clad figure hesitated, but upon observing Zhang Xian's masked face and furtive demeanor, he seemed to accept the explanation. "Indeed, the Academy's most inept instructor is a blight upon the students," Zhang Xuan declared, showing no remorse as he spoke ill of himself. "Very well, proceed with your task." "I shall keep watch," the black-clad figure replied. Zhang Xuan responded with feigned reluctance. "Perhaps you should do the deed. After all, We share the same objective. It matters not who strikes the blow. No, you should act first. I merely wish to impart a lesson, though a fatal outcome would be acceptable, the black-clad figure insisted. Impart a lesson? Zhang Xuan was perplexed. What sort of lesson requires a dagger? He inquired. That scoundrel dared to disrespect our young mistress. I intend to relieve him of his manhood, rendering him a eunuch. The black-clad figure hissed with venom. A chilling sensation ran down Zhang Xuan's spine as he imagined the potential consequences had he been caught unawares. By the heavens! Who are you, harboring such malice? Disrespect our young mistress? The man is a wolf in sheep's clothing. A teacher in name only, he is nothing more than a beast. Our young mistress. But I digress. The mere thought inflames my anger. The black-clad figure seethed, his voice barely a whisper. Zhang Xuan was utterly bewildered. What transgression have I committed to warrant such vitriol? And who is this young mistress? If she is fair, I might bear this infamy, but if she is a crone, I shall not suffer this indignity. Why do you seek his demise? The black-clad figure suddenly demanded, piercing Zhang Xuan with his gaze. Caught off guard, Zhang Xuan stammered. I too cannot abide his mistreatment of women. You are privy to his abuse of women? Who has he wronged? The black-clad figure pressed, his suspicion evident. That is not your concern. Zhang Xuan retorted. Perhaps not. Since we are aligned in our purpose, you may strike the first blow, the black-clad figure conceded. Though his doubts lingered. Nay, you should act first. My methods are too swift. I would end his life. You should first castrate him. And then I shall finish the job. Zhang Xuan countered. The black-clad figure hesitated, scrutinizing Zhang Xuan with growing suspicion. He found it difficult to believe that someone seeking Zhang Xuan's death would appear just as he planned to castrate him. Were it not for the potential threat posed by this stranger, he would have already incapacitated him. Do you doubt my intentions? Would I venture here in the dead of night for frivolous reasons? Zhang Xuan challenged, sensing the other's mistrust. The black-clad figure paused, then nodded in agreement. Indeed. It is past midnight. What other purpose could bring a masked figure here at this hour? Very well, since we share the same goal, let us proceed together, he proposed. Still harboring reservations. You are excessively cautious. Rest assured, I possess a code of honor. But since you insist, Zhang Xuan gestured, let us proceed. With that, he dashed forward. A fifth-level pinnacle martial artist? The black-clad figure assessed Zhang Xuan's cultivation upon witnessing his movements. He followed closely behind, employing a light body technique. As his pursuer drew near, Zhang Xuan focused his attention. With a surge, the Tome of Heaven's path materialized. The close proximity of his adversary triggered the activation of the skill, allowing the tome to discern his weaknesses and origins. He turned to the tome, where the name Johann was emblazoned on the cover. The name stirred a faint memory. Zhang Xuan flipped to the first page, where he found the following information. Yao Han, steward of the White Jade City Lord's estate, a sixth-level Pihua realm martial artist in the early stages, having opened 8 acupoints. It is he? The mention of White Jade City triggered a recollection. This was the chief steward who had confronted him when he accepted Zhuoyang as a student. It was no wonder the voice and name seemed familiar. Could it be that the young mistress he speaks of is Zhuoyang? What offense have I committed to warrant such retribution? To be falsely accused is infuriating. Even if you surpass me in strength, I shall not suffer this without redress. His anger rising, Zhang Xuan continued to read. Cultivates the White Jade Celestial Cycle Art. Martial techniques. Proficient in the Mystic Body Palm. Proficient in the Mystic Body Fist. Weaknesses, 16 in number. First, the buttocks are the life gate, rendering it vulnerable to attack. Second, third. As before, the tome meticulously documented the individual's vulnerabilities. 8 acupoints opened, equating to 12 dings of strength. In a direct confrontation, I would surely be outmatched. But so what if you are a Pihua realm expert? So what if you possess 12 dings of strength? I vow to teach you a lesson today. With newfound resolve, Zhang Xuan halted. What is amiss? The black-clad figure inquired. His brow furrowed with suspicion. Behold, a flying saucer. Zhang Xuan exclaimed, pointing skyward. A flying saucer? What manner of contraption is that? The black-clad figure turned to follow Zhang Xuan's gaze, exposing his unguarded life gate. As the black-clad figure pivoted, his buttocks were exposed. Take this. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xuan unleashed a furious kick, striking the exposed life gate. Bang! Yao Han, caught completely off guard, was sent hurtling forward, crashing headfirst into a nearby boulder. You seek to castrate me? I will show you what it means to be castrated. Zhang Xuan roared, his fury unabated. He pounced upon his prone adversary, raining blows upon his face. What Pihua realm expert? What master of 12 dings of strength? So what if you are formidable? By exploiting your weaknesses and launching a surprise attack, you are helpless. Yao Han, bewildered by the sudden betrayal, found himself unable to retaliate. His body stiffened from the blow to his life gate, leaving him defenseless. He trembled with rage. Were we not united in our quest to punish Zhang Xuan? Alas, where has integrity gone? What are the fundamental principles of being a person? Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, you are undeniably a pinnacle warrior, a master among masters. And combat should be conducted with grace. To shamelessly deceive oneself and then launch a stealthy attack, striking down upon another with a despicable ferocity. What has become of martial arts? What are the techniques and the methods? Even a street thug would not resort to such ignoble tactics. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through his face, driving Yao Han to the brink of madness. At this moment, he finally comprehended the depth of the betrayal inflicted upon him by this masked assailant, one that was devastatingly severe. Chapter 19. Framing after a flurry of blows. Zhang Xuan felt a significant alleviation in his heart. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that the mask on Yao Han's face had fallen off, revealing a visage so contorted from the beating that even his own mother would struggle to recognize him. With the anger dissipating, Zhang Xuan's mind began to function with clarity once more. This individual was the steward of the Lord of Baiyu City and also the uncle of my disciple. While a lesson was warranted, killing him was out of the question. Regardless of everything, he was Uncle Yao to Zhaoya, and if he were to be killed, would my newly acquired disciple not erupt in outrage? The possibility of reconciliation would vanish entirely. Moreover, Baiyu City is reputed to be the third largest city in the Tianjin Kingdom. Holding the position of city lord implies considerable strength and influence. If the steward were to be murdered, an investigation could easily lead back to me, which would spell considerable trouble. Having just arrived in this world, it was prudent to keep a low profile for the time being. I must not allow him to suspect me. An idea sparked in his mind. Since killing was off the table, the only option was to let him leave alive. If he came to assault me only to be beaten, he would certainly harbor suspicions. Fortuitously, there was a scapegoat available, someone who had not sought me out today and had conveniently slipped my mind. Suddenly, a certain individual came to mind, the arrogant Shangbin, who had mocked me earlier that day in the presence of Shun Bairu. After all, he was the grandson of Elder Shangchen. Framing him for this incident would be most advantageous. Even if Yu Han were to discover the truth, he would likely refrain from retaliation. If he did retaliate, it would only lead to a mutual downfall, which would serve me well. With this thought, Zhang Xuan lowered his gaze towards the disfigured Yao Han and spoke in a hushed tone. I have a conflict with Zhang Xuan. He angered me during the day, and I intended to teach him a lesson tonight. However, should you truly go and maim him, Bairu will undoubtedly think it was me, leading to misunderstandings. If blame is to fall upon anyone, let it be you for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Yao Han finally grasped the reason behind his beating, but when he attempted to retort, his already swollen mouth rendered him incapable of speech. Begone. Having realized Yao Han understood his intent, Zhang Xuan ceased his verbal sparring, stood up, and delivered a kick that sent Yao Han flying several meters away. How infuriating! Zhang Xuan cursed inwardly. He understood that if the beating continued, it would be he who suffered. With a firm resolve, Yao Han turned to leave, while simultaneously committing two details to memory. First, the person who had struck him had interacted with Zhang Xuan earlier that day, and second, there was likely a rivalry between them over a woman named with Bai in her name. If he could ascertain these 2 points, discovering the identity of his assailant would be a simple matter. It was indeed a perilous situation. Had I not been practicing tonight and remained awake, I shudder to think of what might have transpired. Nevertheless, for the time being, the threat had been averted. In this world, strength is of utmost importance. Seated on his dormitory bed, Zhang Xuan contemplated. If I do not advance in my cultivation tonight, despite knowing Yao Han's weaknesses, I would undoubtedly be unable to prevail, and the one to suffer would be me. Therefore, my immediate priority is clear: to expedite the enhancement of my strength. The more powerful, the better. Lost in thought, he gradually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, at the break of dawn, he awoke, feeling invigorated despite having slept for less than 2 hours and enduring a long night. It was time for class. Muttering to himself, he donned his attire and strode purposefully towards his classroom. Before long, upon entering, he was greeted enthusiastically by a plump figure. Teacher Zhang, you have arrived. Look, I have already tidied the room. It was none other than the rotund Yuan Tao, the last to enroll. This individual, having been intimidated by Zhang Xuan, had surprisingly arrived first today and had cleaned the room to perfection. Well done. Zhang Xuan nodded in approval. Hee, since you have praised me, shouldn't there be a reward? Perhaps a few techniques or skills, maybe 3 or 5 volumes. Upon hearing the approval, the plump boy's face lit up with joy. This fellow was one who would demand a dye house at the slightest hint of praise. Stay to the side for now. Once the other students arrive, I will commence the lesson. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. The first to arrive was the plump boy, followed by Lu Yang. The student he had won over through a bet. However, Lu Yang's demeanor was not as affable as Yuan Tao's. His face was etched with resentment, and he regarded Zhang Xuan with disdain. To him, Zhang Xuan's victory was merely a stroke of luck, and the thought of learning from such a teacher was unbearable for a genius like him. The third to arrive was Zheng Yang, the youth skilled with firearms. Zhang Xuan pinpointed a flaw in his shooting technique, which doubled his power, earning Zhang Xuan his respect. Among the current students, he was the only one willing to accept Zhang Xian's guidance wholeheartedly. Next was Wang Ying, the shy girl. Upon entering and seeing the presence of other students, her cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily sought refuge in a corner. Today should resolve the issues weighing on me. Jia opened her eyes. Regardless of the truth behind what was said, today would surely yield a resolution. With that thought, she freshened up, donned her attire, and stepped outside her room. As the daughter of the city lord of Baiyu City, and among the top 10 in the new student entrance examination, she could not reside in the communal dormitory with ordinary students but instead occupied a private courtyard with numerous rooms. Her steward, Uncle Yao, resided nearby. Uncle Yao, I am heading to class. Seeing no response from the room, Jia called out as she prepared to leave. Miss, wait for me. I shall accompany you. A voice called out, and the door swung open to reveal Yao Han. Upon seeing his state, Jia was momentarily taken aback. Uncle Yao, what happened to you? His face was swollen, his eyes darkened. After just one night, the once imposing steward had transformed into someone barely recognizable. Had she not recognized his familiar voice, she would have doubted his identity. Oh, I practiced too vigorously yesterday and accidentally hurt myself, Yao Han replied. Who injures themselves while practicing? Can you not conjure a more plausible excuse? Miss, it is of no concern to you. This is my own issue. I will resolve it myself. You should head to class. I wish to see how this teacher you have chosen fares. If he truly possesses the rumored talent, I shall immediately report to the city lord and demand that Hongtian Academy assign you a new instructor. Yao Han waved his hand grandiosely, but the motion exacerbated his injuries, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Very well. Seeing that he insisted on handling it alone, Zhao refrained from further discussion as they made their way to Zhang Xian's classroom. After a brief walk, noticing his trembling form and the beads of sweat on his brow, Zhao could not help but comment. Yesterday, Zhang Xuan was merciless. Even with medicinal treatment and several hours of rest, his condition remains severe. That he can still walk is quite remarkable. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing the scene within. Zhang Xuan stood with 4 new students gathered around him. Chapter 20. Wang Ying's shock upon hearing that the young lady intended to take Zhang Xuan as her mentor, Yao Han rushed over in a fit of anger. Unaware that Zhang Xuan had already accepted several students, just as he had remarked that the other party was unlikely to recruit a second student. He caught sight of Wang Ying and the others, their expressions akin to having been struck in public, turning decidedly grim. Teacher, Zhao felt a flush of embarrassment, wishing fervently to vanish into thin air. Are you all right? After a moment, Yao Han regained his composure, gazing at Zhang Xuan in the distance, unable to suppress his astonishment. He had anticipated that after the harsh treatment he received from Zhang Xuan the previous day, the latter would appear battered and bruised today. Yet, it seemed he had emerged unscathed. In truth, when he had mentioned to Zhao that he was coming to observe Zhang Xian's teaching, his true intention was to witness the humiliation of the latter. However, as a formidable warrior at the 6th level of the acupoint opening realm, he had launched a sneak attack only to be left looking like a fool, while the one he attacked remained entirely unharmed. The profound sense of defeat weighed heavily upon him. What could possibly be wrong with me? Zhang Xuan, aware of the other's thoughts, maintained a stoic expression as he turned to Zhao. This individual, is he? Individual? Zhao replied, perplexed, but before she could continue, she was interrupted by a voice. You are the individual. Yao Han, suppressing the urge to spew blood, raised an eyebrow and declared, I am Yao Han, the chief steward of the Lord's manor in Baiyu City. Oh, if you are indeed an individual, it would be wise to stay away, lest you meet your demise here, which would be difficult to explain. Zhang Xuan seemed to disregard Yao Han's words entirely, waving his hand dismissively. Please leave. Shut the door. You. Yao Han clenched his fists, nearly exploding with rage. Who was he? The chief steward of the Bayou City Lord's Manor, a person of great influence, whose presence at Hongtian Academy warranted utmost respect, even from the director of the teaching department. How could he tolerate being addressed as an individual by such a teacher? And being dismissed to boot? I wish to see how you conduct your classes. With arms crossed, Yao Han stood defiantly. Oh, since you understand, you should leave. Do so quickly. Our teaching requires absolute silence. Not just anyone can enter. Zhang Xuan, as if on a different wavelength, continued to ignore him and gestured again. Who are you calling just anyone? The fury surged within Yao Han, causing his wounds to bleed anew. He trembled with anger. Do you believe I could crush you with a single blow right now? Zhuoyang, expel him so I can address your concerns. Zhang Xuan waved his hand, uninterested in further discourse. Uncle Yao, please, step outside. I am about to begin class, Zhuoyang urged, her eyes lighting up as she approached. I will not go. I demand that this fellow clarify whom he is referring to. I, Yao Han, a proud warrior of the 6th level, am respected wherever I go. How dare he call me an individual and ask me to leave? Bang! Before he could finish, Zhuoyang forcibly pushed him out, and darkness enveloped him as the door slammed shut. Had he not dodged quickly, he would have been struck. Mississippi. Standing outside, Yao Han's brow twitched, his expression contorting. If Zhang Xuan had expelled him, he would have retaliated, but with the young lady's intervention, he dared not lay a hand on Zhang Xuan. Instead, he channeled his pent-up fury towards him. How could he fathom what magical ability this man possessed to so completely sway the young lady? Uncle Yao, please wait outside. We must commence our lesson. Zhuoyang, fully aware of her own circumstances, understood the need to keep her condition confidential, especially from Yao Han. Since her teacher was willing to assist her, it was imperative to first remove him from the equation. Very well, miss, I shall wait here. Should you require anything, simply call for me, and I will rush in immediately. Yao Han, realizing he could no longer enter, seethed with indignation but had no choice but to grit his teeth. Once Yao Han departed, only the 5 newly accepted students remained in the room. Zhang Xuan surveyed them and declared, since you have all acknowledged me as your master, you are now fellow disciples. Take care of one another and uphold my dignity. Dignity? The 5 students exchanged glances, perplexed. Teacher, it seems you lack any semblance of dignity, does it not? Ahem. Even if we wish to diminish it, there is none to diminish. My teaching differs from others. I emphasize tailored instruction. Each of you will receive unique guidance. Thus there is no basis for comparison. Unperturbed by their expressions, Zhang Xuan adopted a posture of authority. Now, I shall retreat to the inner chamber. When I call your name, you may enter. Though Zhang Xuan's classroom was modest, approximately 100 square meters, it included a partition for personalized instruction. The diversity among these 5 students necessitated bespoke guidance, which would be rather cumbersome to standardize. Wang Ying, you are my first student. Please come forward. With that, Zhang Xuan stepped into the small room. Yes, Wang Ying, being the obedient type, dared not protest and followed him in. Regret washed over her as she entered. Just yesterday, she had been lost and sought directions, only to be deceived into becoming his student. Unlike other teachers who could discern her leg's issues with a mere punch, this man had not only failed to recognize her condition but had also made the outlandish claim that he could heal her injury. This injury had been examined by the most renowned physicians, including the illustrious Master Yuan Yu, who had been unable to treat it. What then? Was Zhang Xuan's basis for claiming he could? Especially after hearing numerous alarming stories about him from old Lu yesterday, she now realized the extent of his dubious reputation. How unfortunate to have been ensnared by his words. No wonder her brother had warned her that the world was filled with unscrupulous individuals. As she contemplated how to extricate herself from this class, perhaps enduring a scolding and seeking her brother's help to find another teacher, she was interrupted by the familiar voice before her. Demonstrate your martial skills once more. Zhang Xuan sat in the center of the room, his expression serene as he regarded her. When he had previously entangled Wang Ying, his abilities were dormant, and he had been unaware of her true shortcomings. Very well. Though she wished to withdraw, her obedient nature prevailed, and after a moment's hesitation, she nodded and executed the martial sequence once more with precision. Excellent. Zhang Xuan nodded approvingly. While Wang Ying's demeanor was somewhat naive, her martial skills were indeed commendable. Teacher. Actually, I wish to. Wang Ying hesitated, attempting to articulate her desire to withdraw from the class, but before she could finish, the youth opposite her interjected. If I am not mistaken, your leg was injured approximately 2 years ago during a battle. Zhang Xuan stated. You, how do you know? Wang Ying was taken aback, her words caught in her throat, her eyes widening in disbelief. She had only mentioned that her leg was injured yesterday, never revealing the circumstances. Yet this man not only identified the nature of her injury, but also the time frame, leaving her astonished. Zhang Xuan replied nonchalantly, this. Wang Ying felt a tremor throughout her body, her face instantly flushed. Her father had once sought the expertise of the most distinguished physicians in the kingdom, including Master Yuan Yu, who had made similar observations. However, even he had been unable to pinpoint the acupoint responsible for her affliction, rendering treatment impossible. To truly heal her, only a martial artist of the 8th level in true Qi cultivation would suffice, otherwise, success was unattainable. Initially believing this teacher to be incompetent and merely spouting nonsense, she was taken aback by his words echoing those of Master Yuan Yu. How could she not be astonished? Is it truly within your capabilities to mend my ailment? Esteemed instructor? Wang Ying inquired, her voice tinged with trepidation. A trifling matter, indeed, Zhang Xuan responded with an air of nonchalant ease. Wang Ying's pupils dilated in astonishment, her breath catching in her throat as a surge of anticipation coursed through her. Chapter 21. The suspended needle. Though her leg injury did not impede her ability to walk normally, it rendered her cultivation a torment, akin to a venomous curse. For half a year, she had scarcely experienced a day of joy. Consequently, she developed a timid disposition towards strangers, reluctant to engage in conversation. She had resigned herself to the belief that she would never heal, until the seemingly inept teacher, Zhang Xuan, unexpectedly declared, "It's a trivial matter." This proclamation left her incredulous. Previously, she would have dismissed such a claim as mere bravado, but upon hearing him elucidate the cause of her injury, a flicker of hope ignited within her. You have been summoned to my chamber for treatment. Now, relax completely. Zhang Xuan retrieved a modest jade box from the room, gently opening it to reveal a collection of silver needles of varying lengths. As injuries were commonplace among martial artists, the academy equipped each classroom with these instruments to help alleviate ailments by unblocking meridians. Indeed, the calm and composed demeanor of the young man instilled a sense of trust in Wang Ying, prompting her to relax her entire being. With a swift motion, Zhang Xuan remained seated, deftly launching a silver needle with precision. A soft whistling sound accompanied the needle, imbued with his vital energy, as it flew straight towards her leg. This is the suspended needle technique? Wang Ying's eyes widened in astonishment, her body trembling anew. The suspended needle technique involved manipulating the needle's flight path without direct contact with the patient, showcasing the martial artist's mastery over their power to accurately pierce specific acupoints. This method allowed the male practitioner to perform the treatment without physical contact, thus avoiding unnecessary awkwardness. While the technique sounded straightforward, it was, in fact, exceedingly complex. It required absolute control over one's power. Even a slight miscalculation could lead to failure. Furthermore, it demanded acute eyesight, as identifying acupoints through clothing presented its own challenges, and a misidentification could result in various complications. A renowned master once asserted that to execute the suspended needle technique, one must attain at least the 5th level of martial arts. Could it be that this teacher, labeled as useless by the academy, had indeed reached such a level? It seemed implausible. Could a mere 3rd-level martial artist wield the suspended needle? She found it hard to believe. As she grappled with disbelief, Zhang Xuan launched several more silver needles in quick succession. The needles landed on her leg at identical depths, a testament to his remarkable control over his power. Just as Wang Ying pondered the nature of his treatment, Zhang Xuan made a swift motion, triggering the vital energy contained within the needles to penetrate her body. A wave of tingling sensation coursed through her as the previously blocked acupoints were suddenly unsealed. Is this the purity of a 3rd-tier vital energy? She gasped, recognizing the clarity of the energy that flooded her system, crystal clear and devoid of impurities. It was a quality exclusive to 3rd-tier vital energy. Such a level of vital energy could only be cultivated through divine and sacred techniques, and in the entire Tianxin kingdom. She had never heard of anyone capable of such a feat. Could it be that this so-called most inept teacher truly possessed such abilities? Surely, she must be mistaken. All done. As she continued to be astounded, she felt a sudden release as the needles were withdrawn. A wave of unprecedented comfort enveloped her legs. Although she had been able to walk normally post-injury, her legs had felt perpetually stiff, akin to being encased in plaster. Now, however, a refreshing sensation washed over her, as if some invisible shackles had been shattered, allowing for newfound agility. My legs. Even the dimmest of minds would understand that her legs had been completely healed. Teacher, thank you. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wang Ying sank to her knees, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had waited far too long for this day, enduring despair, never dreaming that such a stubborn ailment could be cured by the Academy's most derided instructor. In truth, he was an individual of remarkable talent, merely modest in demeanor. This thought crossed her mind. Had he been more ostentatious, his ability to heal would have undoubtedly earned him considerable renown within the Academy, rather than being relegated to the lowest tier in the faculty assessment. With this realization, Wang Ying willingly knelt before Zhang Xuan, eager to pledge herself as his disciple, no longer wishing to withdraw from the course. Well, now that your leg is healed, go forth and cultivate diligently. Should any issues arise, feel free to return. Zhang Xuan waved his hand, adding, and summon Lu Yang while you're at it. Yes. Wang Ying exited the room, her face alight with excitement. I plan to withdraw from the course. Does anyone wish to join me? Inside the classroom, Lu Yang, having acquainted himself with Zhuoyang, Zhaoya, and Yuan Tao, spoke up. Frankly, he felt rather vexed. Those in the top 100 of the entrance examination were highly sought after by numerous esteemed instructors. Yet due to a wager between two teachers, he found himself under the tutelage of the Academy's most incompetent figure. The intense humiliation was driving him to the brink. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to withdraw from the course. Even if it meant leaving the Academy entirely, no one would deter him. I also wish to withdraw, but be wary of provoking the teacher. He might teach you a lesson. Yuan Tao, the stout one, could not help but interject. Angry? Humph. What can he do to me? I refuse to be led astray by his misguided guidance. Lu Yang scoffed. Led astray? Zhang Yang queried, puzzled. He was aware that their instructor had performed poorly in the faculty assessment, but he had not heard of anyone being led astray by him. Indeed, Lu Yang retorted. Just wait and see. In a short while, Wang Ying will emerge with a grim countenance. She will undoubtedly feel deceived. I have already gathered sufficient information on Zhang Xuan's capabilities. If he were truly capable of providing proper guidance, he would not be in such a predicament, looked down upon by all the other instructors. Creak. Just as he spoke, the door swung open, and Wang Ying stepped out, her face radiant with excitement. Expecting her to appear despondent, Lu Yang was taken aback by her cheerful demeanor. The other students were equally bewildered. Her evident joy stemmed from a significant breakthrough, suggesting she had reaped considerable rewards from her encounter. Could it be that this most obscure teacher was genuinely capable of offering valuable insights? For a student to emerge so elated after a single session of guidance was remarkable. Even the illustrious teacher Lu Sun would struggle to achieve such a feat. Lu Yang. The teacher requests your presence. Wang Ying, oblivious to the thoughts of the others, instructed before retreating to a corner to cultivate. Me? Lu Yang gritted his teeth. I shall see what wisdom you can impart. If you fail to provide anything of value, I will certainly withdraw from the course. With this thought in mind, he stepped into the room. Chapter 22. Zhaoya's ailment. Though Lu Yang had received guidance from Zhang Xuan, he harbored doubts about the latter's capabilities, attributing it more to luck than skill. After all, merely reversing the sequence of a boxing routine hardly constituted mastery. Thus, deep down, he looked down upon his teacher, even holding him in disregard. Teacher, he greeted upon entering the room, clasping his fist in a salute, yet his tone lacked genuine respect. I have observed your martial techniques. Zhang Xuan began, seemingly unfazed by the lack of reverence. For one so young to have cultivated the Flying Blossom Fist to a nascent level and the Inch Dragon Fist to a proficient degree is quite commendable. What? You? How did you discern that I practice the Inch Dragon Fist? Astonishment washed over Lu Yang, who had previously been indifferent. Ordinarily, his limited prowess dictated that he should prioritize fundamental techniques. Even if he were to train in martial arts, it would be in common forms like the Flying Blossom Fist, not the Inch Dragon Fist. The Inch Dragon Fist, a low-grade mortal martial art, possessed a potency far surpassing that of the Flying Blossom Fist. To enhance his strength, he had surreptitiously practiced this technique, concealing it from his family. Since attaining a basic level, he had never displayed it before anyone. His earlier demonstration before Zhang Xuan had been solely of the Flying Blossom Fist. For the latter to so readily identify his practice of the Inch Dragon Fist, and even its degree of proficiency, was perplexing. How could he have seen through me? Traces of the Inch Dragon Fist are discernible within your Flying Blossom Fist, Zhang Xuan explained, attributing it to his own observation rather than the Library of Heaven's path. He could deduce that from mere observation? Lu Yang remained skeptical. The two boxing styles bore no discernible connection. He had even performed before instructor Zhang Xuan, who had failed to notice anything amiss. Could this purportedly inept teacher truly possess such insight? As his mind reeled with doubt, his teacher's voice echoed once more. Although your inch dragon fist has reached a proficient stage, its power is not to be underestimated. However, do you not experience a dull ache beneath your armpits and an itching sensation in your shoulder well points each time you practice? Zhuoyang staggered backward, his eyes wide with trepidation. It wasn't that the teacher's words were inaccurate, but rather that they were eerily precise, as if he had personally witnessed Liu Yang's practice sessions. How did you know? Zhuoyang stammered, his face paling. It is quite simple. Your training is flawed. If you persist in this manner, I can assure you that within 3 years, your entire arm will suffer muscular necrosis, beyond any hope of salvation. In fact, you likely already experience some stiffness when sleeping at night, accompanied by occasional spasms, do you not? Zhang Xuan inquired. Aye. Zhuoyang trembled. He did indeed experience such sensations, but had dismissed them as mere fatigue from training. Never had he imagined that they were a consequence of improper inch dragon fist practice. The inch dragon fist, embodying the essence of a dragon, emphasizes explosive force within a small area. If you were to reach the 4th stage of a fighter, the bone-forging realm, with true energy nourishing your muscles, practicing this technique would pose no issues. However, you are merely at the gathering breath realm, your body too weak. Forcibly practicing this martial art will only inflict harm upon your body, with the damage intensifying over time. This is also why your left hand is stronger than your right. Despite you not being left-handed, your right arm has suffered significant damage from practicing the inch dragon fist. If you do not cease, it will be rendered permanently disabled. Zhang Xuan warned. Teacher, save me. All pretense of arrogance vanished, and Zhuoyang knelt on the ground. If he had previously held a sense of superiority, he now recognized that his teacher was a true master, a sage among men. For his words resonated perfectly with his own experiences. Unspoken and unheeded, they now revealed the truth. Before such a luminary, what grounds did he have for pride? How foolish he had been to consider being his disciple a disadvantage. Now he realized how fortunate he was. Prior to seeking guidance from Zhang Xuan, he had consulted other esteemed instructors at the academy, showcasing his skills. Yet, none had detected his practice of the inch dragon fist, let alone the injury to his right arm. Cease practicing the inch dragon fist and focus on elevating your cultivation. I will find a way to remedy the damage you have sustained, Zhang Xuan instructed. Now, summon Zhuoyang. Yes. Zhuoyang nodded hastily, not daring to linger, and hurried out. As he emerged, he found Zhuoyang, Zhuoyang, and Yuan Tao awaiting him. Did you withdraw from the course? Yuan Tao inquired anxiously. Withdraw? Why would I withdraw? Zhuoyang retorted, striking a pose of righteousness without a hint of shame. A teacher for a day is a father for life. I, Zhuoyang, would never withdraw. What do you take me for? Am I so fickle? I cannot fathom what you are thinking, constantly considering withdrawal. Have you no sense of shame? Zhengyang, Zhuoyang, Yuan Tao. Shameless, utterly shameless. Even more so than him. He had just been clamoring to withdraw, yet in the blink of an eye, he had transformed. How thick-skinned could one be? This teacher may indeed possess some ability, Zhuoyang mused inwardly, observing the stark contrast in the student's demeanor before and after entering the room, as she pushed open the door. In truth, she had been swayed by Uncle Yaohan's words. However, the teacher's accurate description of her condition had given her hope. After all, her ailment was too embarrassing to reveal to many. Be seated. Upon entering, she saw Teacher Zhang sitting serenely. Teacher, you said, you could help me with my illness. Zhuoyang said, her cheeks flushed. Indeed. Zhang Xuan nodded. Your condition is quite simple. In reality, Zhuoyang's issue was not difficult to resolve. She did not suffer from any grave illness. Rather, she possessed the coveted purine body, with an abundance of yin energy within her. With proper guidance, her cultivation would progress rapidly. Regrettably, no one in the entire White Jade City had recognized this, and she had been prescribed a yin-attributed cultivation technique. While this technique might benefit other women, it was detrimental to Zhuoyang's purine body, exacerbating the accumulation of yin energy within her. In her youth, it had gone unnoticed, but as her body matured, the feminine characteristics became more pronounced, and it became difficult to suppress. If left untreated, it would spiral out of control, leading to insatiable desires. This was the root of her embarrassing sensations. Zhuoyang was taken aback. She was unaware of her purine body, as was her father. However, it was true that she practiced a purine technique. Could this truly be the cause? The white jade maiden art, while powerful, is not suitable for you. To resolve this completely, you must switch to a different cultivation technique. Zhang Xuan explained. How? How did you know I practiced the white jade maiden art? Zhao Yu exclaimed in surprise. This technique was unique to the White Jade City, and few outside the Bai family knew of it, not even the head steward Yao Han. For her teacher to identify it so readily was astonishing. If I can discern your ailment, I can naturally discern the technique you practice, Zhang Xuan replied, casting his gaze upward at a 45-degree angle, exuding an air of profound mystery. Can switching techniques resolve the issue? Then, what kind of technique should I cultivate? Zhao Yu inquired, suppressing her shock. You should cultivate a technique that can harness your constitution, rather than accumulating in energy. I will visit the Academy's library tomorrow and search for a suitable one for you, Zhang Xuan offered. Thank you, teacher. Zhao Yu nodded gratefully. Although her problem remained unresolved for the moment, she now understood its root cause, filling her with anticipation. Very well, Zhang Xuan said, waving his hand. Summon Zhuoyang. As Zhang Xuan meticulously guided each student within the confines of the classroom, a tall young man strode purposefully towards the door. Old Lu, are you speaking the truth? He inquired, glancing back at an elder accompanying him. Old Lu nodded repeatedly. If Zhang Xuan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this elder as the one who had sought to assist Wang Ying in withdrawing from her course the previous day. Addressing him as young master, it became evident that this young man was Wang Ying's older brother, Wang Tao, a renowned prodigy from Hongtian Academy and a disciple of an esteemed elder. Zhang Xuan, what qualifications does this individual, who scored 0 in the faculty assessment, possess to teach my sister? How infuriating, if I do not teach him a lesson today. Making him realize the consequences of deceiving my sister, I shall not be called Wang Tao. He yelled in a fit of rage as he advanced. Chapter 23. The disturbance. Tianxian City serves as the imperial capital of the Tianxian Kingdom, and its status as one of the 4 prominent families underscores the Wang family's formidable strength. Such a powerful lineage would compel even the president of Hongtian Academy to extend a degree of cordiality. To think that they would accept a teacher who had received a 0 in the faculty assessment was nothing short of an affront, an immense humiliation. He was a senior student at the academy, and while others may have been unaware of Zhang Xuan's past, he knew all too well that a student he once guided had fallen into madness, thus tarnishing his reputation as an educator. This individual had become a source of gossip for him and others, a target of ridicule, and he could hardly fathom that his own sister had chosen to take him as her mentor. What a disgrace it would be if this matter were to reach the ears of other students. The more Wang Tao pondered, the angrier he became. He strode to the classroom door, and there he spotted the bandaged and mummified Yao Han. Why, it's young master Wang Tao. Yao Han, the steward of Baiyu City, had encountered various factions and had already met Wang Tao, the prodigy and son of the Wang family patriarch. You are. He raised an eyebrow upon catching a glimpse of Yao Han. The latter had been so severely beaten that his appearance was nearly unrecognizable, even to Zhao Yu, let alone Wang Tao. I am Yao Han from Baiyu City, Yao Han replied. Oh, so it is the esteemed steward Yao. What brings you here? Wang Tao asked, momentarily taken aback. I was injured while practicing, Yao Han awkwardly explained, quickly shifting the topic. I wonder what brings young master Wang Tao here? Huh? Your sister? Are you referring to Miss Wang Ying? Yao Han had just entered the room, only to be ushered out, and his attention had been solely on Zhang Xuan. Thus he had not noticed Wang Ying's presence. Wang Tao nodded. I have heard that Miss Wang Ying's talent is not inferior to yours. Why would she choose him? Yao Han inquired, puzzled. My sister has never ventured outside, and is quite naive. This fellow must have spun some flowery words, and to my shock, my sister believed him. Recalling what Elder Lu had conveyed, Wang Tao's anger surged. This scoundrel is a calamity, a disgrace to teachers. Yao Han, reminded of his own mistress being deceived, gritted his teeth in fury. Young master Wang Tao, you must teach this fellow a lesson. Indeed, Wang Tao agreed, glancing at Yao Han with curiosity. By the way, Steward Yao, what are you doing here as well? Enough talk. The more we discuss, the angrier I become. Our young mistress has also been misled by Zhang Xuan's deceitful words into becoming his disciple. Yao Han huffed. Are you referring to Miss Zhao Yu? Wang Tao asked. Taken aback. Yes, Yao Han affirmed. Then why not go in and expose this hypocrite, instead of waiting at the door? Wang Tao wondered. I intended to unmask him, but our young mistress was anxious, so I had no choice but to wait outside. Now that you are here, it is perfect timing to confront that shameless fellow and reveal his true nature before everyone, so our young mistress can see through his facade, Yao Han stated. Rest assured, I shall expose him right away and force this shameless scoundrel to reveal his ugly face. Wang Tao clenched his teeth, nodding, and with a powerful kick, he flung the door open and strode inside. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan had just finished discussing the situations of the 5 students. He elaborated on Zheng Yang's shortcomings in marksmanship, which brought the latter immense joy as his strength surged once more. As for Yuan Tao, who had never practiced systematic techniques or martial arts, Zhang Xuan handed him the academy's most basic technique, the Hongtian Ninefold Secret, making slight modifications to address his deficiencies. Though the adjustments were minimal, the revised technique was vastly superior to the original, and upon a mere glance, Yuan Tao was so elated that he nearly leaped in excitement, realizing he had encountered a true master. All right, I have addressed the issues you all faced individually. Remember, perseverance is key in cultivation. Back in the classroom, Zhang Xuan gathered the 5 students for a discussion when suddenly, the door crashed open with a resounding bang. An enraged voice boomed, Zhang Xuan, you will immediately withdraw my sister and Miss Zhao from your class, or I will make you regret it today. Wang Tao stormed in, a tempest of fury standing before Zhang Xuan, his eyes ablaze as if ready to kill. Brother. Wang Ying, witnessing her brother's fierce demeanor, was taken aback and rushed forward. Do not concern yourself. He pushed her behind him, coldly glaring at Zhang Xuan with an air of superiority. Zhang Xuan, it is one thing to spout nonsense and manipulate others, but to ensnare my sister is simply courting death. I command you to withdraw my sister and Miss Zhao from your class at once, or I will not hold back, even if you are a teacher. With an icy scoff, Wang Tao unleashed his formidable aura, revealing himself to be a practitioner at the 4th stage of the bone-refining realm. No wonder he could become an elder student. His strength surpassed that of most teachers. I am in class. Leave. Zhang Xuan replied coolly, glancing over. In class? With your meager skills, what value does your class hold? Wang Tao sneered coldly. Leave. Do you think you can order me around? Calling you teacher is merely a sign of respect. Surely you are aware of your own worth. You are but a lowly instructor at the true Qi realm. Do not act grand in front of me. Even if I were to beat you today, the worst I would face is some reprimand from the elders. What do you think you can do to me? He spoke the truth. Some elder students possessed greater strength than the teachers themselves and held significant status. Even if a conflict arose with a teacher, the most they would receive would be a few scoldings, with little in the way of severe punishment. Brother. Wang Ying's face turned pale. She knew all too well that this teacher had the ability to resolve issues that even the most skilled healers in the entire Tianqian kingdom could not. And he could perform the remarkable floating needle technique. How could such a person lack skill? Just as she was about to pull her reckless brother back, she caught sight of the teacher's increasingly dark expression, his eyes narrowing. Get lost. Get lost. Wang Tao was taken aback. He never expected this worthless teacher to dare issue such a command. As he prepared to respond, he met Zhang Xuan's indifferent gaze. That stare sent a shiver down his spine, akin to a rabbit caught in the sights of a fierce tiger. Under the pressure of the overwhelming aura, he involuntarily took a few steps back, his legs trembling. Such a fierce presence, he had only encountered it with his master. How could a teacher, considered the worst in the academy and merely at the 3rd stage of true Qi, possess such an aura? Moments later, he regained his composure, but his face darkened to an ominous hue, his eyes reddening. In his mind, Zhang Xuan was a mere teacher, a useless one at that. Yet this useless individual had shouted, causing him to falter. If this were to spread, how would he face others in the future? Where was his reputation? You seek death. Overwhelmed by humiliation, Wang Tao roared, his hand twitching as he drew a long sword from his waist. With a swift motion, the blade gleamed dangerously as it was thrust forward. Wang Ying's face turned ashen upon witnessing her brother take action so swiftly. Although she admired Zhang Xuan's earlier guidance, she was acutely aware that he was only at the 3rd stage of martial arts and was no match for her brother. There would be no avoiding injury this time. A scream escaped her lips, and she instinctively shut her eyes. How is this possible? Just as she thought Zhang Xuan, who had just resolved her problems, would be struck by her brother's sword, she heard the incredulous gasps of Zhao and the others nearby. Rushing to open her eyes, she was left dumbfounded, her eyes nearly popping out of her head as she stood frozen in place. Before my eyes, my elder brother wielded a sword of unparalleled ferocity, its might palpable as it hovered in midair, halted by the seemingly feeble fingers of Master Zhang Xuan. Astonishingly, such a fierce strike was effortlessly restrained between merely 2 fingers. Chapter 24. Ejection. This is impossible. Wang Tao was dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe. Before arriving, he had specifically inquired about Zhang Xuan's strength, A mere martial artist third-layer Jinchi realm, utterly incompetent. How could his attack be received with just 2 fingers? Achieving this required not only immense power, but also precise timing, force application, and directional awareness. Any slight deviation could result in severed fingers and severe injuries. Even his teacher, a Pishue realm elder, couldn't accomplish this. How could someone labeled a waste be capable of such a feat? Coincidence, he thought. It must be a coincidence. The thought ignited a renewed ferocity in Wang Tao. With strained features, he exerted his arms, bellowing, "Release me." However, after repeated attempts, veins bulging on his forehead and on the verge of exhaustion, he was astonished to find the sword immovably lodged between the other's fingers, as if rooted in place. No amount of force could dislodge it. Could it be? His strength surpasses the Jinchi realm? A bizarre notion surfaced. Impossible, he reasoned. The previous teacher assessment hadn't been long ago, and his Jinchi realm peak state was common knowledge throughout the academy. Even if he had broken through, it would only be the Pigub realm, similar to his own. It shouldn't be possible for 2 fingers to render him helpless. Begone. As he grappled with these thoughts, a surge of force traveled down the sword, accompanied by the other's calm words. Whoosh. Before he could react, he was airborne. Bang. He crashed through the doorway. All right. Let's resume the lesson, Zhang Xuan said casually, after throwing Wang Tao out. Wang Ning, Zhao Lu Yang, Zhang Yang, Yuan Tao. And the others exchanged bewildered glances, their minds reeling. That was a martial artist 4th-layer Pigub realm expert. Not only was his full-force sword strike casually blocked, but he was effortlessly thrown out. Wasn't their teacher the worst and weakest in the entire academy? How is this possible? Is the teacher concealing his strength? Suddenly, Zhao Ye understood, her face flushed with excitement. The only explanation was that their teacher was undoubtedly hiding his power. Otherwise, how could he instantly identify problems that eluded everyone else and provide guidance that doubled one's combat prowess? As she understood, the others, not being fools, clenched their fists in excitement. Who didn't want a skilled teacher to guide them when entering the academy? Previously, they had lamented having the worst teacher, fearing a difficult future. Now, they realized they had struck gold, and struck it big. This teacher, with a terrible reputation, was actually a peerless expert. With this realization, all other thoughts vanished, replaced by fervent nods. Even Lu Yang, who had previously resisted Zhang Xian's lessons, now watched with anticipation, eager to absorb every word. Lu Sun, Wang Chao, all were instantly forgotten. Compared to teacher Zhang, even the elders would have to kneel. Young master barged in like that. I hope he'll be all right. Outside the classroom, old Lu expressed concern upon seeing Wang Tao storm into the room. Rest assured, young master Wang Tao has reached the martial artist 4th-layer Pigub realm. That Zhang Xian is merely at the Jinchi realm. He'll quickly teach him a lesson and bring Miss Wanging out, Yao Han said, nodding with a smile. He anticipated the impudent teacher being beaten to a pulp when he heard Wang Tao's furious roar from within the room. It has begun. Yao Han's eyes lit up, and his lips curled. If Zhang Xian was just the academy's worst, he wouldn't bother interfering. But he dared to be disrespectful to the young mistress. If he hadn't done or said something, how could the young mistress willingly become his student? If he were to act, it would displease the young mistress and potentially offend Hongtian Academy. Wang Tao's intervention was ideal. Hongtian Academy was located in Tianxian Royal City, and the Wang family held sway. Even if they assaulted a teacher, they would undoubtedly find a solution. Moreover, Wang Tao was an elder's disciple, holding a position of respect, making his intervention more justified and appropriate than his own. I'll just watch how this trash teacher embarrasses himself. Elated, Yao Han crept to the door, intending to peek through the crack. However, just as he reached the entrance, he heard a sudden boom. The tightly shut door flew open. Bang! The iron door struck Yao Han squarely in the face. Before he could react, he was sent reeling. As his head spun, another head collided with him. Crack! His head and face made intimate contact once more, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. His remaining 2 teeth were sacrificed. The intense pain caused Yao Han to convulse, spewing a mouthful of blood. It wasn't that he was frail, but rather, his injuries from the previous day hadn't healed. He had been slapped yesterday. Now, he was struck by an iron door, followed by a headbutt. It was remarkable he hadn't died on the spot. Young master. Old Lu rushed over, alarmed to see his young master flying out. Damn it. Although Wang Tao had collided with the iron door, Yao Han's cushioning had minimized his injuries. Upon standing, he recalled how the waist had casually blocked his attack and tossed him out. He was still wary and dared not approach. Young master Wang Tao, you. Yao Han stammered, his head spinning and his vision blurred. Weren't you going to beat him up? Why did you fly out? I was practicing a new martial technique. Wang Tao prevaricated, unwilling to admit he had been thrown out by a waste. Martial technique? Yao Han asked, confused by the head trauma. Did you expose his true colors? What did our young mistress say? Ahem, I was about to act when my sister kicked me out. I think, perhaps we should wait here. Wang Tao said awkwardly. He had arrived with a show of force, only to be ejected. He would rather die than admit such an embarrassing truth. Wait. Yao Han scratched his head, filled with doubt but hesitant to press further. He changed the subject. Young Master Wang Tao, you are a student at Hong Tian Academy. I happen to have a question for you. Please, ask. Relieved that he wasn't being questioned about the classroom incident, Wang Tao eagerly replied. Does our academy have any female teachers with Bai in their name? Yao Han asked, still seething from the beating he had received the previous day. Bai? The most famous is the academy's goddess, Shen Bairu. I heard this teacher Zhang Xuan is also trying to woo her. What a toad lusting after swan meat. Wang Tao trailed off. Previously, everyone knew Zhang Xuan was weak and unskilled, yet he still sought to pursue the academy's goddess, Shen Bairu. Hence the comparison. But now, having experienced Zhang Xuan's strength firsthand, which he couldn't contend with, he realized the toad swan analogy was inappropriate. Shen Bairu. Zhang Xuan is pursuing her? Yao Han's eyes lit up. He realized the person from yesterday was likely referring to her. He asked again, besides teacher Zhang, are there any other teachers pursuing her? Teacher Shen is so beautiful that many teachers want to pursue her. I can't count them all, but the most famous is Elder Shang Qin's grandson, teacher Shang Bin. Wang Tao paused, looking at Yao Han with curiosity. Why are you asking, Steward Yao? Oh, just asking, just asking. Yao Han spoke no further. Yet a flicker of emotion danced in his eyes. The housekeeper of Baiyu City, a figure of authority beneath none but the highest, had never before suffered such a grievous loss. Without seeking retribution, the resentment in his heart could never be quelled. He vowed not to be considered a man. Chapter 25, Trouble Young Master Shang. Chao Xiong exclaimed with feigned admiration. So it is Teacher Chao. Have you come to seek me? Shangbin responded, puzzled. Although they were both teachers at the academy and had interacted frequently, they had never formed a deep bond. I shall assist you to the best of my abilities, Shangbin declared. As the beloved grandson of Elder Shang Xuan, he was accustomed to being approached by numerous teachers seeking his aid. Chao Xiong remarked. Elder Shang is the director of instruction at the academy, so it is quite simple for him to arrange a change of teachers for students. It is not voluntary. I assure you, Chao Xiong hurriedly added. Even if it is not voluntary, if the teacher in question is unwilling to relinquish the student, it won't be easy. As you know the rules of the academy. Shangbin waved his hand dismissively, suddenly raising his head. You just mentioned deceit? Which teacher has lured away your student? It is that worthless teacher Zhang Xuan from our academy. At the mention of Zhang Xuan, Chao Xiong's teeth clenched in fury. Zhang Xuan? Your student has been deceived by him? Upon hearing the name again, Shangbin's anger ignited. If it weren't for this individual, he would have undoubtedly dined with the goddess the previous evening. A mere trifler. With merely the strength of a third-tier warrior and a score of 0 in the teacher assessment, dared to disregard his authority. What audacity. Had the goddess not been present yesterday, he would have surely taught him a lesson. Without needing Elder Shang's intervention, I shall resolve this matter myself. Shangbin declared with a wave of his hand. Help me resolve this. Other teachers might require my grandfather's assistance in mediating, but with Zhang Xuan, there is no need for such trouble. I can simply confront him directly. If he refuses, I shall leave him crippled. Shangbin gestured grandly, while he had no means to contend with other teachers. Dealing with this individual who had received a score of 0 in the assessment was a trivial matter. Not only was Zhang Xuan weak, but crucially, there was no one within the academy who would dare stand up for him. More importantly, Shangbin was eager to vent his frustrations on this individual, having previously lacked a valid reason to do so. Acting without justification might leave a poor impression on Shen Bairu. Now, however, he had the perfect pretext. A student had been deceived, and the involved party had come forth. Well, I did not expect young Master Shang to be so generous, Chao Xiong remarked in surprise. No need for that. Follow me. If you are afraid, I shall take action on your behalf. Shangbin's lips curled into a smirk, a cruel glint flickering in his eyes. Then I thank you, young Master Shang. Chao Xiong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded eagerly. The two strode purposefully towards Zhang Xuan's classroom. Before long, they arrived at the door of Zhang Xuan's classroom, where they encountered the mummified figures of Yao Han and the young master of the Wang family. Wang Tao, why are you here instead of diligently training at your grandfather's? Zhang furrowed his brow. Although he was the grandson of elder Zhang Xuan, he still felt a degree of disparity in status compared to Wang Tao. Zhang Yao Han, who had been contemplating whom to inquire for information, quickly raised his head upon hearing the name. Are you referring to Miss Wang Ying? Has she also been deceived? Zhang Bin's expression darkened, his gaze gleaming with a cold light. This Zhang Xuan truly possesses audacity. To dare deceive Miss Wang, he is courting death. It is clear that a lesson must be imparted. Indeed. Wang Tao nodded. Since Miss Wang Ying has also been deceived into becoming his student, why do you not intervene and prevent it from happening, instead of waiting here? Zhang Bin snorted, regarding him with suspicion. And who might this be? He then noticed Yao Han, resembling a mummy. This is Bai Yuqing, the chief steward of Lord Zhao, Wang Tao promptly introduced. Steward Yao. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Zhang Bin nodded quickly. There are regulations in the academy that prohibit entry before class is dismissed, but fear not. You may follow me inside. Today, I shall personally teach this unscrupulous individual a lesson for his lack of professional ethics. Excellent. Upon hearing that he would take action personally, Wang Tao's eyes brightened, and he fell in step behind him. Yao Han hesitated for a moment but ultimately followed suit. Inside the classroom, the Hong Tian ninefold technique. While the most fundamental skill at Hong Tian Academy still presented numerous challenges, 5 students sat in class, listening to Zhang Xuan's lecture. After only a short while, they were left in utter shock, as if they had consumed the fabled ginseng fruit, enraptured by the experience. Among the students present, aside from Yuan Tao, each hailed from notable backgrounds. They had not arrived at the academy without prior study, having been instructed by various teachers, including several formidable warriors of the 5th and 6th tiers. Yet, throughout their lives, they had never encountered a class like this one. It felt as if they were receiving enlightenment, their previous confusions suddenly clarified, their internal energy stirring as if on the verge of a breakthrough. The instruction is extraordinary. Upon attending Zhang Xuan's class, they realized that the so-called senior teachers paled in comparison, particularly for Zhuoyang, the daughter of the city lord, who often received teachings from her father. She had long believed that he was among the best instructors in the entire Tianxian kingdom, given his impressive prowess. However, in comparison to teacher Zhang, her father's teachings appeared laughably inadequate, akin to a frog discussing the vastness of the sky. There was simply no basis for comparison. Teacher Zhang's explanations were incisive, instantly identifying flaws in even the most formidable techniques, leaving them in awe and deep contemplation, unable to settle their thoughts. Often, after a single statement from teacher Zhang, they would ponder for half an hour, only to realize, in their excitement, that he had moved on to another topic, leaving them trailing behind in knowledge. Teacher Zhang's level of expertise was simply unparalleled. In that moment, the 5 students finally comprehended the profound martial arts foundation and formidable knowledge system possessed by the seemingly youthful figure before them. Previously, they had foolishly thought that teacher Zhang was merely fortunate to have instigated a sudden surge in their power. They now realized that, given his insights, achieving such outcomes was child's play. There were countless ways to double one's strength. Previously self-satisfied Lu Yang stood rooted in place, trembling incessantly. Compared to teacher Chao Xiong, it is better not to compare at all. The disparity is far too great, entirely from different realms. Thankfully, they had not wagered. Otherwise, how could he have encountered such an exceptional teacher? The 5 disciples, each filled with excitement, listened attentively, fearing they might miss any crucial information. While the teacher and students enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere, the door creaked open, and several individuals strode in. Chapter 26. The Inquisition of the Heart. Zhang Xuan. I never expected that after just one day apart, you would grow so audacious. As Zhang Bin entered the room and surveyed his surroundings, he was taken aback to find this useless individual had taken on 5 students. A sinister glint flickered in his eyes as he coldly smirked. How dare you incite Miss Wang Ying, Miss Zhuoyang, and even deceive teacher Chao Xiong's students? Who gave you the audacity? Teacher Xiong? Teacher Chao? Upon noticing the sudden intrusion of several individuals, Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow. I am currently conducting a class. If there is something to discuss, please wait until after. Your class? How preposterous. Young Master Xiong has personally come. What are you pretending for? With your meager skills, just not leading your students astray is commendable enough. Yet you dare to put on airs before us. Teacher Chao Xiong scoffed. Having already torn apart the facade, he saw no need to maintain any pretense. Leave. You are not welcome here. Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes. Are you genuinely putting on an act? Zhang Xuan, do you even remember your surname? Zhang Bin coldly laughed. Withdraw Miss Zhuoyang and Miss Wang Ying from your class immediately, and transfer Lu Yang back to Teacher Chow. I can choose not to teach you a lesson today. But otherwise, I fear you will spend this semester in a wheelchair. You intend to lay hands on me. Zhang Xuan glanced over. Within the academy, teachers are prohibited from engaging in private duels. Surely Teacher Shang is aware of the regulations? The rules are contingent upon the individual. When dealing with others, I might fear the academy's punishment, but when it comes to you, do you truly believe there is anyone who would defend a worthless person like you? Shang Bin appeared utterly confident. I understand now. Is it because I offended you with my words yesterday that you are deliberately seeking trouble with me? Are you not afraid of angering Teacher Shinbairu with your actions? Zhang Xin retorted. At least you are self-aware. If I intend to teach you a lesson, I certainly do not fear your ramblings. Shang Bin did not deny it, and was about to take pleasure in reprimanding Zhang Xian when an irate voice interrupted him. It's you. Yao Han's eyes blazed with fury. Having been offended by Zhang Xian yesterday, and now involving Teacher Shinbairu, he felt like a fool if he could not connect the dots. What? As Shang Bin prepared to chastise Zhang Xian, Yao Han's outburst caught him off guard. Are you unaware of your own actions? Before he could comprehend, a powerful fist struck him squarely in the face. Damn it! Shang Bin was engulfed in darkness. His vision clouded as he staggered and fell. You dare to hit me so brutally? I will make you pay. Remembering the pain from yesterday's beating, Yao Han, having struck successfully, wasted no time and leaped onto Shang Bin, raining down punches like a tempest. Yao Butler. Everything happened so suddenly that Wang Tao and Chao Xiong were left bewildered. Not only them, but even Zhao Ye and Wang Ying exchanged glances, astonished. Just moments ago, these individuals were here to confront Teacher Zhang, and now they were embroiled in a brawl themselves. This is too strange, especially Zhao Ye, who understood Yao Han's character, calm and methodical. Otherwise, her father would not have entrusted him with the role of steward. Yet, what had transpired today? Why had he resorted to violence without finishing his words? He had just deliberately mentioned that Zhang Xian had offended Shang Bin and invoked Teacher Shinbairu's name, clearly signaling Yao Han regarding these two conditions. And indeed, as anticipated, a fight broke out. It was not that Yao Han was reckless. Any individual subjected to such unprovoked violence would harbor resentment, especially given his esteemed status representing the dignity of Baiyu City. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Furthermore, after Zhang Xian's incessant provocations and being repeatedly obstructed by young ladies, he was filled with pent-up frustration. Upon encountering his foe, how could he possibly hold back? Yao Butler. What madness is this? Feeling the relentless barrage of fists raining down upon him, Shang Bin, in utter bewilderment, found himself on the brink of losing consciousness, nearly spitting blood. What madness? Stop pretending to be oblivious. You know exactly what you've done. Yao Han continued his assault without pause. Though Shang Bin was a senior teacher, having reached the 5th level of martial prowess, he was still at a disadvantage against Yao Han, who had achieved the 6th level. In a normal confrontation, he would be outmatched, let alone caught off guard and knocked down. Yao Butler, calm down, calm down. Let us talk this out. Wang Tao and Chao Xiong finally reacted, hastily attempting to separate the two. At that moment, Shang Bin's handsome face had swollen to the point where it bore no resemblance to its former self. How infuriating. Shang Bin was on the verge of exploding with rage. He had initially intended to reprimand Zhang Xian, but had never imagined that this steward from Baiyu City would suddenly go berserk and attack him. In that instant, all his pent-up fury was redirected towards Yao Han. Gentlemen, if there are any personal grievances, please resolve them outside the classroom. This is not a place for brawls. If you do not leave and continue to disrupt my class, I will notify the administration and have them intervene. Zhang Xian interjected. Very well. Just wait. Upon hearing that the administration would be notified, Shang Bin turned to leave. He could not bear the thought of his current appearance being seen by others. He mustn't allow any other teachers to witness him like this. Young Master Shang. Young Master Shang. Soon, the two figures vanished from sight. Uncle Yo. What are you doing? Once the two departed, Zhao Ye approached, her face flushed with anger as she gazed at Yao Han. This once normal uncle now seemed increasingly excessive. He could not confess that he had come specifically to teach Zhang Xin a lesson, intending to castrate him, only to be struck by Shang Bin. The earlier confrontation had merely been confirmation of the other's identity, seeking revenge. Enough. I am currently conducting a class. I kindly ask you to leave. Zhang Xian gestured. After a moment of hesitation, Yao Han, Wang Tao, and Lu Lao stepped outside once more. Infuriating, infuriating. Once outside Zhang Xian's classroom, Shang Bin erupted in rage. That Yao Han must be taught a lesson, and as for that Zhang Xian, daring to look down on me, He too deserves a proper reprimand. As the esteemed grandson of an elder, I have always enjoyed smooth sailing. I have never endured such indignities. Moreover, the most frustrating part is that this humiliation was utterly nonsensical. One moment we were conversing amiably, and the next, he lunged at me without warning. How absurd. That Yahan is undoubtedly in cahoots with Zhang Xuan. Otherwise, how could he have struck young Master Shang? Xiao Xiong bellowed. Indeed, it must be so. Shang Bin realized. He had never wronged Yahan, yet the latter had directly attacked him, clearly in retaliation for his intent to reprimand Zhang Xuan. Are you certain that Liu Yang's apprenticeship under Zhang Xuan was voluntary? After a moment, Shang Bin calmed down from his furious state and turned to ask. I can confirm it was absolutely not voluntary. Recalling Liu Yang's unwillingness as he departed yesterday, Qiao Xiong nodded confidently. Very well, since you are so certain. Go ahead and apply for the Inquisition of the Heart. Shang Bin declared. The Inquisition of the Heart? This. Qiao Xiong's expression shifted dramatically. The Inquisition of the Heart is a special method used among teachers in the academy when there is an insurmountable dispute regarding a student. A student who is the subject of contention will undergo an assessment by the Heart Tower, which will reflect their true intentions in terms of trustworthiness. If the applicant asserts that the student's choice was not voluntary, the other teacher will face punishment. Conversely, if the applicant falsely accuses, they too will receive corresponding penalties. This method is only employed when two teachers vie for the same student and have exhausted all other options. Although Qiao Xiong was aware of the situation, he felt it hadn't reached that critical juncture yet. What? Are you deceiving me? Is it possible this fellow acted of his own volition? Seeing his hesitation, Shang Bin, already in a foul mood, darkened his countenance. No, he most certainly did not act voluntarily. I shall submit the application forthwith. Let this Zhang Xuan receive his just deserts. Xiao Xiong nodded. Indeed, make haste. Seeing his agreement, Shang Bin nodded in satisfaction. When submitting the application, ensure the punishment is elevated to the maximum extent. Let Zhang Xuan endure a severe tribulation, preferably resulting in expulsion. The severity of the punishment can be augmented based on the applicant's demands. The greater the increase, the more severe the consequences for the losing party. Excellent. Qiao Xiong's eyes gleamed with excitement, filled with anticipation of Zhang Xuan's dismissal. Chapter 27. The frantic Wang family. Zhang Xuan waved his hand. Yes. The 5 students responded and retreated. Although the class was brief and there were disruptions, they found it immensely beneficial. It could be predicted that as long as they persisted in their understanding, significant progress in their cultivation was inevitable. With hearts full of excitement, the 5 exited the room. Only for Wang Tao to abruptly seize his sister Wang Ying. Disregarding your brother's advice and choosing the academy's least capable teacher as your mentor. I have informed father about this, and he intends to have a word with you. Wang Tao huffed, planning to have their father intervene. Wang Ying, despite her innocent nature, held great respect for their father's words. Father, she gasped, her complexion paling. Their father was none other than Wang Hong, the current head of the Wang family. He was known for his stern demeanor and rigid disposition, and even as his children, they felt a sense of trepidation upon each encounter. Teacher Zhang Xuan is not as you say. His lectures are quite good. Wang Ying attempted to retort. You can relay those words to father and see if he believes you. Wang Tao dismissed her, leading her toward the exit. Come in. The cold, commanding voice of Patriarch Wang Hong echoed. Yes. Startled, Wang Ying trembled and gritted her teeth, following her brother inside. In the study, Patriarch Wang Hong sat at the center, flanked by several influential elders of the clan, with a young man standing to one side. This young man, Wang Yin, the grandson of the second elder, was known to Wang Ying. They had both attended Hongtian Academy, but while he had chosen the esteemed Liu Sun as his mentor, she had opted for the academy's least reputable teacher, Zhang Xuan. Father, upon entering the study, Wang Ying felt the heavy atmosphere and dared not breathe too loudly. Kneel. Patriarch Wang Hong's expression darkened. The role of a mentor is crucial in martial arts cultivation. Before entering the academy, he had repeatedly emphasized the importance of choosing Liu Sun as a teacher. Yet, this girl, why must she choose the worst teacher in the entire academy? Upon hearing this news, he had nearly been driven to the brink of fury. Thud. Wang Ying quaked and knelt down. Do you realize your mistake? Wang Hong scoffed. While choosing a mentor is a personal freedom. I did not wish to intervene. However, are you unaware of Zhang Xuan's true capabilities? He ranks last in the teacher assessments and has been known to lead students astray. What qualifications does he possess to be your teacher? Wang Hong's tone darkened, if you were unaware of the situation and have strayed from the right path. That is one thing. But why do you refuse to listen? I heard your brother advised you to withdraw from the course, yet you persist? Wang Hong's voice grew louder, reverberating through the study. Faced with her father's reprimand, Wang Ying's face flushed pink. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Father, Teacher Zhang Xuan is not as dreadful as you think. He is a genuinely talented instructor, albeit rather low-key. I wish to attend his class and will not withdraw." A talented teacher? A scholar who received a score of 0 on the faculty assessment? Wang Hong retorted. Wang Ying, you must heed your patriarch's advice and not be bewitched by Zhang Xuan. Hearing the young girl's words, the other elders shook their heads in disbelief. Zhang Xuan's reputation was well known throughout Tianxian City, and it was absurd for her to claim he was a talented teacher. Patriarch Wang Hong was infuriated by his daughter's words. I care not for your reasoning. You must withdraw from his class today. Otherwise, do not expect to set foot in this household. I refuse. Though Wang Ying appeared delicate, she possessed a stubborn spirit, standing tall and defiant. You have not attended teacher Zhang Xuan's classes. On what grounds do you deem his teaching to be inadequate? Why must I withdraw? Although we have not attended his class, his reputation precedes him. Surely the faculty assessment cannot be fabricated? One elder remarked. Wang Ying, do not be obstinate. The quality of his teaching is well established by the many students. Are you the only one who is clever? Another elder added. I do not know the truth of the faculty assessment, but I know he healed my legs and guided my cultivation, allowing me to easily increase my strength by over 100%. Wang Ying asserted. Healed your legs? What nonsense! Renowned masters could not mend your legs. And you claim a man with a 0 faculty score did? An elder scoffed. Miss Wang Ying, if you wish to lie, at least make it believable. The condition of Wang Ying's leg injuries was well known among the clan, and hearing this, several elders snorted in disbelief. If you do not believe me, then just watch. With the elders skeptical, Wang Ying wasted no time and stepped forward to the strength-testing stone pillar, delivering a swift kick. Bang! The pillar shook, revealing a series of numbers, 205. What? Upon witnessing this, Patriarch Wang Hong's pupils involuntarily constricted. The elders who had just scolded her stood frozen, their lips trembling. Wang Ying's leg injuries were a topic of extensive discussion among the elders. It was a miracle she could walk normally. The notion that she could kick with a force of 205 kilograms was unbelievable. After the kick, Wang Ying did not pause, but instead pivoted and delivered a punch to the pillar. Buzz! The pillar displayed a new number, 120. Why, you are merely at the initial stage of the gathering breath realm. Yesterday, you could only strike with 53 kilograms. How can you possibly achieve 120 kilograms? Patriarch Wang Hong exclaimed, rising with an excited tremor in his voice. In the gathering breath realm, one consolidates internal breath, comprehending spiritual energy, which allows for precise control over the flow of energy within the body. Initial stage cultivators typically exhibit strengths of 50 kilograms, 70 kilograms in mid-stage, 90 kilograms in late stage, and 110 kilograms at their peak. It was considered normal for strength to fluctuate within this range. Achieving a 20 or 30% increase was commendable. Even a renowned teacher like Lu Sun could only facilitate a 40% improvement, yet without a breakthrough in cultivation. She was still at the initial stage of the gathering breath realm and had somehow achieved a force of 120 kilograms, an increase of over 100% in strength, rivaling peak experts. This was truly astounding. I advanced precisely because of teacher Zhang Xuan's guidance. Wang Ying declared, her demeanor calm. His mere guidance allowed you such remarkable growth. And he healed your legs? Patriarch Wang Hong found it hard to believe, stepping closer to his daughter. A single glance confirmed that her legs had indeed healed. A teacher considered the worst in the academy had not only healed injuries that even masters could not mend, but had also facilitated such a dramatic increase in her strength. Was this real? Could you share what was covered in class today? How did he teach it? After a moment of astonishment, Patriarch Wang Hong could not help but inquire. Certainly. Teacher Zhang spoke about techniques, though his explanations were quite profound. I can only recall less than a tenth of it. Allow me to relay it to you. Wang Ying hesitated, then began recounting what she remembered. Gathering breath to nourish qi. Such an intricate theory for a mere gathering breath realm. This is truly remarkable. Had I been exposed to such teachings earlier, I would not have stagnated at my current level. This is a masterful theory that has opened my eyes. As Wang Ying recounted her thoughts, she noticed the patriarch and all the elders in the room were captivated, entranced to the point of near madness. To become a patriarch and elder of a family, one must possess considerable cultivation, all having reached at least the 6th level of the opening meridian's realm. With years of training, their understanding of cultivation deepened, allowing them to grasp even more profound concepts. Wang Ying, perplexed, recounted the discourse, which to their ears resonated like celestial melodies. The myriad enigmas left by previous cultivation practices were instantaneously unraveled, illuminating her understanding. This was nothing short of masterful, nay, it was a profound wisdom that even a master could scarcely elucidate. The clan leader, Wang Hong, was enraptured, his eyes gleaming with fervor, his breath quickening in excitement. Father? Father? Observing her father's almost frenzied demeanor, Wang Ying could not restrain her exclamation. Ah, Inger, you must not withdraw from Teacher Zhang's class. Engage with him earnestly. Emerging from his profound reverie, Wang Hong regarded her with solemnity. However, father had just stated. Wang Ying found it disconcerting that her typically austere father could shift so rapidly. Father was unaware of Teacher Zhang's remarkable prowess. Wang Hong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm and anticipation as he continued, Inger, do inquire whether Teacher Zhang is accepting students. Perhaps Wang Yin and Tower could also study under him. If not, I would not mind becoming his student myself. Clan leader, how could you, as the patriarch of the Wang family, possibly become a pupil of a mere lowly instructor? What face would our family have left in Tianxian City? An elder's authoritative interruption silenced Wang Hong's words. After chastising the clan leader, the elder turned, his expression softened with affable eagerness. You see, I am merely an ordinary elder, and my position does not reflect the dignity of the Wang family. If necessary, I would resign from my elder role. But might you inquire if I could also become a disciple of your esteemed Teacher Zhang? Wang Tao, Wang Ying, Wang Yan, Wang Hong. Chapter 28. The Furious Master Mo. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xuan, significant events were unfolding within the Wang family. After departing from class, he once again made his way toward the library. Despite notable advancements in his cultivation, his understanding of martial techniques remained scant. It was imperative that he dedicate time to study. Moreover, he needed to familiarize himself with the 1st and 2nd levels of the cultivation methods. Otherwise, he would expose his ignorance in front of his students. Last night, Zhang Xuan had experienced a series of breakthroughs, significantly enhancing his strength. Yet, his grasp of martial techniques was minimal, and he knew little about the 1st and 2nd levels of the cultivation methods. For instance, while preparing to teach Xiaoya today, he found himself at a loss regarding which techniques to impart to address her pure young physique. If he remained uninformed, his other students would surely catch on. Upon arriving at the library, Zhang Xuan found Master Mo still stationed outside. What brings you here? Master Mo inquired, his brow furrowing at the sight of Zhang Xuan, who had previously exhibited a lack of decorum in his eagerness for superficial knowledge. I wish to peruse the martial arts texts, Zhang Xuan replied, bowing respectfully. Martial arts? Cultivation is the foundation of training. Instead of earnestly practicing, you indulge in frivolous pursuits, seeking vainglory. Master Mo waved his hand dismissively. In his eyes, Zhang Xuan's intentions were far from genuine. He merely sought to feign erudition by skimming through texts indiscriminately. As an educator, one must delve deep into knowledge rather than merely skim the surface. If your understanding is shallow, how can you teach your students without leading them astray? Zhang Xuan had visited the library twice the previous day, each time carelessly flipping through books. Given his approach, it was unlikely he could even recall the titles, let alone comprehend their contents. Master Mo deemed him unworthy of entry into the library, a sacred space for scholarly pursuit. Am I truly seeking vanity and indulgence? Zhang Xuan blinked in confusion. Where does that notion stem from? Unable to contain himself, he insisted, Master Mo, I assure you, I am here to learn, not to cause disruption. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed behind him, followed by a melodic voice. Master Mo, I would like to enter and select a few books. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of the enchanting teacher, Shun Bairu, adorned in a delicate lavender dress. Her exquisite figure and flawless complexion radiated an ethereal charm that captivated all who beheld her. Oh, it is Teacher Shun. Please, go ahead. Master Mo's demeanor softened upon recognizing her. Shun Bairu was not only beautiful, she was also a renowned prodigy among educators. Having reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of martial arts at the tender age of 20, just a step away from the next realm. Thank you, Master Mo. With an elegant nod, Shun Bairu turned her gaze and noticed Zhang Xuan standing to the side. A flicker of surprise crossed her face. Previously, Zhang Xuan had been shy and tongue-tied in her presence, his emotions betraying him. Yet now, he merely glanced at her before averting his gaze. His eyes devoid of the previous infatuation, reflecting a clarity akin to a pristine spring. Moreover, the most striking difference lay in his demeanor. He stood tall and composed, exuding an air of confidence that starkly contrasted with his former self, marked by insecurity and self-doubt in the presence of his peers. Shinbairu could not help but wonder when this timid, bashful youth had undergone such a transformation. Master Mo, if she can enter, why can't I? Zhang Xuan lamented, oblivious to Shinbairu's thoughts as he waved his hands in frustration. As a fellow teacher, is it not absurd to face discrimination even when attempting to read? Teacher Shin is entering to study. You, on the other hand, are fully aware of your own intentions. Master Mo retorted coldly. What could I possibly do with all those books? Zhang Xuan chuckled ruefully. I merely wish to read and acquire knowledge. Acquire knowledge? Humph. Master Mo's expression soured. Flipping through pages without even a glance, how does that constitute learning? Each of these texts is invaluable, deserving of thorough examination. Mere skimming is futile. Master Mo. Just as Zhang Xuan sought to elaborate further, Shinbairu smiled gently, akin to a blooming flower. Teacher Zhang may genuinely wish to learn. Perhaps we should allow him entry. It does not reflect well to bar another educator from accessing knowledge. Very well. I shall grant you entry for Teacher Shin's sake. However, I warn you, if I catch you idling or putting on a fade, you shall face my wrath. Master Mo relented, gesturing for Zhang Xuan to proceed. Thank you. Zhang Xuan nodded appreciatively, offering a respectful salute to Shinbairu before stepping toward the library. Puzzled by his sudden departure, Shinbairu was taken aback that he did not seize the opportunity to engage in conversation. Yet, she chose not to press the matter further and followed him into the library. Her assistance had been spontaneous, devoid of ulterior motives. And since he showed no inclination to converse, she welcomed the tranquility. Navigating the library proved to be a cumbersome endeavor. Zhang Xuan realized that his identity as the lowest-ranking teacher often led to awkward situations, not only in recruiting students, but also in facing subtle discrimination from colleagues. Gaining access this time was a stroke of luck, courtesy of Shinbairu's support. But what of the future? The library was not particularly vast. If he worked efficiently, perhaps he could absorb its contents in a single day. This way, future visits would be unnecessary. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If Master Mo barred his entry today, he could simply refrain from returning. This library, with its extensive collection of hundreds of thousands of volumes, would overwhelm others. Yet for him, each book could be effortlessly replicated in the Dao library with just a single flip of the page. With swift motions, he could imprint an entire day's worth of books into his mind without difficulty. Once accomplished, he would no longer need to endure the hassle of searching for text here. Commencing his plan, Zhang Xuan wasted no time. He approached the first row of shelves, indiscriminately pulling out several books and flipping through them. To his satisfaction, the Dao library sprang into action, producing identical copies of the texts he held. Just like that, he mused, realizing he could successfully take multiple volumes at once. He continued forward, extracting several books at each stop, imprinting them into his memory. The library soon echoed with the sounds of footsteps and the rustling of pages. Is he truly not pretending to be scholarly? Seeking vainglory? Master Mo, who had allowed Zhang Xuan entry, kept a watchful eye. Previously, Zhang Xuan had taken only one book at a time, albeit with a lackadaisical attitude. Now, however, he was haphazardly selecting dozens, barely even glancing at the titles before returning them to the shelves. What is he doing? Reading or foraging for vegetables? Master Mo mused, bemused by Zhang Xuan's chaotic approach. The titles he observed Zhang Xuan perusing only added to his bewilderment. Cultivation of wisteria roots, refining the azure elixir, essential considerations for artifact forging. An eclectic array of topics, martial arts, techniques, medicinal herb cultivation, and alchemy. Nothing was beyond Zhang Xuan's curious grasp. Every asset has its limitations and every virtue its strengths. Human energy is finite, rendering it impossible to master every detail. Thus, the pursuit of knowledge through reading must be selective. This individual seems to peruse anything and everything. Are you certain he isn't here to cause disruption? Undoubtedly, he is. Once he emerges, he shall certainly receive a thorough reprimand. Mr. Mo's countenance darkened, accompanied by a disdainful snort. Chapter 29. Are you insane? In the same library, Shinbairu, upon hearing a continuous rustling of pages and footsteps, initially thought little of it, but soon began to sense something amiss. Reading requires a methodical approach. Who could possibly be so hasty? Intrigued, she found herself drawn closer. What she beheld was Zhang Xuan, methodically sifting through the shelves, his demeanor indicating he was not engrossed in reading, but rather searching for something. Could it be that old Mo had barred entry for this very reason? Observing him for a while, as he showed no sign of halting, a jolt of alarm surged within Shinbairu. Earlier, she had noticed that the youth seemed somewhat different from before, prompting her to offer assistance. Her intention merely to encourage him to focus on his studies and escape his current predicament. Little did she anticipate that he had not come to learn, but rather to seek something. This library, frequented daily by countless teachers, held nothing of rare value. His reckless rummaging was nothing short of a desecration. How exasperating. Perhaps he had foreseen her visit today and was lying in wait, deliberately creating this commotion to capture her attention. Such antics would only deepen her disdain. The impression of the youth plummeted in Shinbairu's mind. Having been the object of various flattery due to her beauty, she perceived Zhang Xuan's actions not as genuine reading, but as a contrived attempt to gain her notice and admiration. Little did he know, she despised such ostentation. After observing him a while longer, her conviction solidified. If he were truly reading, how could he possibly scan through such a variety of books? Moreover, with such rapid page-turning, it was impossible for him to even discern the titles, let alone the content. With a furrowed brow, she approached Zhang Xuan and inquired, "Teacher Zhang, what are you doing?" "Reading," he replied, oblivious to the fact that his actions had branded him as pretentious. He did not even lift his gaze. "Reading?" Shinbairu scoffed, her alabaster face bearing an icy demeanor. "If you believe this charade is impressive enough to catch my attention, I must inform you that I, Shinbairu, am not easily swayed by such juvenile antics, and your behavior will only increase my aversion." "Ah, I see." Zhang Xuan continued to flip through the pages. He intended to imprint every book in the library into the Heavenly Tao library that very day, and time was of the essence. He had little leisure for conversation. Besides, he regarded her as merely self-important. What did it matter to him? True, she was beautiful, but he had encountered many stunning women before. In his past life, he had amassed a plethora of knowledge about various beauties, proficient in numerous arts. She was merely a cold beauty, hardly piquing his interest. He had no time to waste trying to capture her attention. "Since you understand, then kindly vacate the library and cease your futile efforts." Noticing the youth remained unfazed, Shinbairu turned away and gestured for him to leave. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his departing footsteps echoed. That was more like it. Satisfied that he had some sense, Shinbairu nodded approvingly and was about to delve into her chosen books when the sound of pages turning once again reached her ears. Rustle, rustle. Turning her head, she discovered that the youth had no intention of leaving. He had moved to another shelf and resumed his frantic search. "You." Shinbairu was on the verge of exploding with rage. "Are you never finished? I have already told you that your actions will only increase my disdain, yet you persist. Is this amusing to you?" With that thought, she straightened her posture and approached him once more, her dark eyes radiating disgust. "Did you not hear my words? The more you act this way, the more you will repel me rather than endear yourself. Are you insane?" Upon noticing her trailing behind him again, Zhang Xuan could no longer contain himself and stopped. "You do your thing, and I'll do mine. If you have nothing better to do, feel free to sit in a corner and draw circles, but do not bother me." "You." Shinbairu was taken aback by his audacity, her head spinning with disbelief. Who was she? The most beautiful woman at Hongtian Academy, gifted and admired, revered by nearly all the faculty and students as a goddess. In her presence, they showered her with compliments, fearful of offending her. "Did you just say I'm insane? And that I should sit in a corner and draw circles? I am a lady, not some child drawing silly shapes." Shinbairu felt a tightness in her chest. Breathless with indignation. "Rustle, rustle." Her face flushed with anger, she prepared to reprimand him, only to find that he had resumed flipping through the pages, barely glancing her way. "Fine, fine. You wish to pretend? Let us see how long you can maintain this charade." Clenching her teeth, Shinbairu's determination solidified. Having never been spoken to in such a manner by a man, she was resolute. "You think you can feign reading? I will wait until you can no longer keep it up, and then I shall expose you, leaving you utterly humiliated." With that thought, Shinbairu ceased her pursuit of Zhang Xuan and angrily approached the books she sought, pulling one at random and settling into a corner to begin transcribing. She had intended to enjoy her day, enriching her knowledge, but never imagined she would encounter such an infuriating individual. As she copied notes, she occasionally glanced at the youth, who maintained his previous pace, methodically flipping through books, seemingly missing no title in the library. Let us see how long you can keep up this act. After Zhang Xuan's earlier remarks, Shen Bairu lost her previous composure and resolved to confront him. She continued copying notes, waiting for him to falter. Yet, to her astonishment, the youth sustained his relentless pace, moving methodically from the first shelf to the last, with no pause from noon until nightfall. After 6 or 7 hours of this, she found it increasingly strange that he persevered in such a manner. If he were merely trying to draw her attention, having made it clear that she was uninterested, he should have ceased immediately. Why persist for so long? Was he truly so stubborn? Had he become so engrossed in his practice that he had lost his sanity? Suddenly, a thought struck her. She had heard tales of practitioners who became so consumed by their training that they exhibited unusual behaviors. Could his incessant page-turning be one of those signs? Just as she contemplated this peculiar notion, Zhang Xuan finally completed his exploration of the final shelf and came to a halt. Such vast knowledge. After tirelessly reading for 6 or 7 hours, he had successfully absorbed all the texts from the library into the Heavenly Tao Library. Through the library's synthesis of various texts' merits and shortcomings, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of the world's techniques, martial arts, alchemy, weapon forging, and formations. He realized that Zhao pure body should cultivate a specific text, though preparations were necessary beforehand. With the entire library catalogued in his mind, he finally comprehended how to address Zhao Yu's condition, releasing a sigh of relief. Even the flaws from his previous 3 levels of cultivation were now clear. All he needed was to find time to refine his training for perfection. Gurgle, gurgle. With everything settled, he suddenly felt a rumble in his stomach. After such a lengthy period of labor, he was utterly famished. Shaking his head, he turned to leave, only to find Shen Bairu standing before him, her icy gaze fixed on him. After translating for 6 or 7 hours, she had yet to depart. Indifferent to the self-righteous individual, Zhang Xuan lifted his foot and began to walk towards the library. Halt. Just as he reached the doorway, he heard a thunderous shout from old Mo. At that moment, old Mo's countenance was grim, akin to a tempest brewing, ready to unleash its fury. He had endured this young man for far too long. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. Chaos, chaos, and more chaos. Old Mo. Zhang Xuan glanced back in perplexity. Humph, teacher Zhang Xuan. Old Mo's expression darkened as he deliberately intensified his tone, his demeanor icy and severe. You do not come to the library to study, rather. You come here to cause trouble. From this day forth, you are no longer welcome in the library. Should you dare to return, I shall break your legs. Cause trouble? Zhang Xuan questioned the basis of old Mo's accusation. I am diligently reading. How does that equate to causing chaos? Although he had already replicated an identical library in his mind and had no need to return, he felt a twinge of displeasure upon hearing those words. Others come to read, so why is it that when I arrive, it is deemed as causing trouble? What kind of logic is that? This old man is utterly unreasonable. Chapter 30. The Shock of Shen Bairu. Are you genuinely reading? Old Mo's beard puffed up in indignation, as if he were on the verge of exploding with rage. You neither take notes nor conduct any research. You merely flip through the pages haphazardly. Do tell, is this how one reads? Zhang Xuan finally comprehended the source of the man's ire and found himself both amused and exasperated. In his previous life, he had served as a librarian, a role not dissimilar to that of old Mo. One merely needed a library card to gain entry, where one could sleep and dine, as long as one did not commit any heinous acts. He had initially thought the man's frustration stemmed from his own poor performance in the faculty assessment, only to realize it was due to this. These books were the fruits of countless efforts from the Academy's predecessors. Each volume contained their painstaking labor. If one had no intention to learn, then one should refrain from touching them. To peruse them carelessly, as you do, is nothing short of disruptive. With a grand wave of his hand, old Mo dismissed him. Fine, if you insist on labeling me a nuisance, so be it. Zhang Xuan thought to explain but ultimately shook his head. The matter of the Heavenly Tao Library was not something he could disclose, and it indeed would render his frenzied page flipping inexplicable. After all, he had no intention of returning. There was no need to prolong the encounter, especially since his reputation was already tarnished beyond repair. Just admit it. Now leave. Upon hearing his confession, a deep disdain flickered in old Mo's eyes, and he waved his hand dismissively. Farewell. Just as he was about to depart, a figure suddenly appeared before him, and a fragrant breeze swept over him. Shen Bairu stood in his path, declaring, Hold on. What now? Zhang Xuan responded with an air of resignation. You read your books, and I'll read mine. I haven't delayed you, have I? Humph. What do you mean by that? Zhang Xuan regarded her with confusion, uncertain of what scheme she had concocted this time. Quite simply, I noticed you perusing the 8 methods of alchemy earlier, and I found myself in need of some clarification. As fellow instructors, you wouldn't refuse to assist me, would you? Shinbairu declared. Her intentions were rather straightforward. The youth before her was merely pretending to read. Thus, she aimed to pose a question. And should he fail to provide an answer, the facade of his reading would be exposed. You. Shinbairu clenched her fists, nearly fainting from outrage. The tone he adopted was akin to that of a student seeking guidance from a teacher, laden with impatience. First of all, I am a beauty. Secondly, I am a senior teacher at the academy, a distinguished educator. When I inquire, it is an assessment of your knowledge. Yet you make it sound as though I am begging you for wisdom. Expertise lies in specialization, and while it is customary for teachers to consult one another, what right does a person with a 0 score in the faculty assessment have to expect me to seek their counsel? Suppressing her bubbling fury, Shinbairu fixed her gaze on him and said, I just read a phrase that struck me as peculiar. When the medicine scatters in all directions, its elixir cannot be formed. When the medicine solidifies in the furnace, the elixir is like the yolk. I find it quite baffling and would appreciate it if teacher Zhang could enlighten me. The words enlighten me were nearly ground out between her teeth, their friction audible. This renowned beauty would never seek the counsel of a worthless individual unless it were to humiliate him. With your memory, you dare to pose questions? Yet, to her astonishment, Zhang Xuan smirked and replied, that phrase is actually, when the medicine solidifies in the furnace, its elixir cannot be formed. When the medicine scatters in all directions, its elixir is like the yolk. The meaning is quite simple. During the alchemical process, if the medicinal powder or liquid congeals in the furnace, the efficacy cannot properly merge, thus rendering the creation of the elixir impossible. Conversely, if it disperses and merges thoroughly, the resulting elixir resembles an egg yolk. Having flipped through every book in the library, a surge of thought allowed him to extract the correct alchemical method effortlessly. While such knowledge might stump others, it was mere child's play for him. Moreover, she had even misstated the question. Her level of understanding was shockingly poor. That phrase had been deliberately misquoted to mislead him. In her eyes, he had merely been posturing in the library, having seen nothing of substance. Thus, she assumed that by citing a random book, he would surely be clueless. To her dismay, however, he recognized her mistake in an instant and provided the most accurate answer. How is this possible? A wave of disbelief washed over her. Could it be that he merely glanced at the text and truly memorized the 8 methods of alchemy? This should not be. This individual could barely score a 0 on the faculty assessment. How could he possibly grasp this esoteric subject? Well, do you have any further inquiries? Zhang Xuan urged, patting his flat stomach. Yes. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Shinbairu huffed. There is another phrase I find perplexing. Gold scorches in fire, neither quenched nor fused. Earlier, we discussed alchemy. But this pertains to the crafting of tools. I encountered this phrase in an ancient text and studied it for over a month without comprehension, only to grasp its meaning after consulting a master craftsman. Initially, she aimed to challenge him, to teach him a lesson for crossing her. But he had effortlessly explained the meaning behind the previous phrase. Her competitive spirit ignited. She resolved to pose a more challenging question that would leave him speechless. The 8 methods of alchemy serve as foundational techniques for countless alchemists, akin to the 9 layers of Hongtian for martial artists. Even if one did not pursue alchemy, some knowledge of it would likely be acquired. Shinbairu's body trembled. She had sought the answers from numerous individuals to discern this particular phrase. Yet the youth articulated it with ease. It was not only her. Even old Imo, who had been standing nearby, felt as though he might faint from shock. Still harboring skepticism, he interjected, You must be mistaken. There is no such phrase in the treatise on miscellaneous doubts, nor anything similar. What you refer to should be from the miscellaneous sayings left by Elder Lu Zhe. There is indeed a phrase therein that resembles it. Gold scorches in elixirs, neither quenched nor fused, not in fire. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. He remained unaware that they were testing him. He merely assumed they were genuinely confused. Oh, that book is located in the far corner of the 9th shelf in the library. The phrase you mentioned can be found on page 49. As for the earlier question, if you doubt my explanation, you may refer to the 3 methods of tool fire left by Elder Dooku, which is located in the corner of the 15th shelf. It contains an explanation on page 24. I must see. To her astonishment, the boy's recollection was flawless, down to the exact book, position, and page number. Was this for real? Chapter 31. a heart like still water upon receiving the book. Old Imo cast a glance at it, his body trembling slightly. This cannot be possible, can it? Well, is there anything else you do not understand? If not, I shall take my leave. Zhang Xuan turned his gaze, filled with curiosity. Were these two individuals unwell? If they had questions, they should pose something challenging, perhaps inquiries that required actual contemplation rather than those easily answered from the texts. How mundane. They claimed to be librarians and skilled educators, yet they were less knowledgeable than a mere traveler like myself. Truly, their intellect seemed barren. Wait. I have a question that I wish to ask. How does one interpret chi flows through the cosmos? The heart traverses all things. Suppressing his disbelief, old Imo continued. This phrase was posed by an elder a few days ago. He could not provide an explanation, despite searching diligently in the library. He found no answer and left in frustration. Now, seeing the youth casually offer explanations to several queries, I could not help but speak up. You do not know this? Zhang Xuan regarded him as if he were a fool. This is the most fundamental aspect of cultivation. It refers to the circulation of qi and blood throughout the body, while the heart, akin to wandering the world, comprehends the rules of all things. This phrase is documented in the esteemed by Ming's treatise on qi and blood, found on the 69th page of the 27th shelf. The concept of qi flows through the cosmos. The heart traverses all things is one of the fundamental precepts of a martial artist's first level of skill. It is deeply ingrained in memory, especially since an elder from Hongtian Academy had elaborated on it, making it all the more familiar. How could this elder, a guardian of the library, still require clarification? Old Imo felt as though the world was spinning around him, threatening to drive him mad. Had he not been concerned about his image, he might have been pulling at his hair in despair. He had just dismissed the youth as a troublemaker, yet here he was, not only reading but also retaining the content. Old Mo's face burned with embarrassment. He wished he could simply disappear into the ground. Was he truly the teacher with the lowest qualifications? With such knowledge, he could barely score above 0. Very well, I shall read more in the future. All these questions are documented. Seeing the two in a daze, Zhang Xuan sighed with a hint of gravity, shaking his head. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Having said that, he stepped outside, unable to withstand his hunger any longer. If he delayed further, he feared he might faint. Teacher Zhang Xuan. Wait for me. Shinbairu finally snapped out of her astonishment and hurriedly chased after him. What do you want now? Zhang Xuan asked, exasperated. What was wrong with this woman? Haven't I taught you enough? Is it never-ending? Can't you see that I am hungry and wish to eat? I haven't eaten either. Don't you wish to invite me to dinner? Shinbairu bit her lip. As the Academy's goddess, she had turned down numerous dinner invitations from various suitors, including Shan Bing, who had asked multiple times, all to no avail. Invite you? Zhang Xuan looked at her with a puzzled expression. What are you thinking? If you want to eat, can't you pay for yourself? How can you be so shameless? Though he had lived 2 lives and had studied many action films in his previous life, he was, in fact, a true homebody. A genuine nerd who had never interacted with girls. How could he possibly understand a girl's feelings? You. Shinbairu nearly choked on her own blood upon hearing his words, almost fainting on the spot. I am a beauty, okay? Beauties have privileges. Others want to invite me, and I refuse. I am allowing you to invite me, yet you look at me as if I were a monster. How dare you call me shameless? Shameless? How can one speak of beauties in such a manner? The girl was on the verge of losing her composure. Fine. How about this? I will treat you. I will take you out for dinner. You will treat me? Zhang Xuan paused for a moment. Given his status as the Academy's worst teacher, with a meager salary and virtually no income, being treated to a meal sounded appealing. Nodding, he replied, that could work, but I insist on a feast. I refuse to settle for mere steamed buns or oil cakes. Shinbairu nearly lost her mind. Steamed buns and oil cakes? Not a chance. Let us go. She could no longer bear to explain. She feared that the more she spoke, the more frustrated she would become with this insufferable guy. The Heavenly Tao Library could discern the flaws in all techniques and the vulnerabilities of every individual, yet it could not grasp the emotions of the girl. Zhang Xuan remained oblivious to the simple words that were driving the most beautiful girl in Hongtian Academy to the brink of rage. He merely followed behind, walking along the path leading outside. The night at Hongtian Academy, though not as brilliantly illuminated as in his previous life, was nonetheless enchanting beneath the moonlight. The abundant spiritual energy enveloped the surroundings, lending an air of tranquility and serenity. Having lived amidst the clamor and haze of his former world, Zhang Xuan found himself lost in the beauty of the scene. Shinbairu walked ahead, expecting the boy to intentionally break the silence with questions to alleviate the awkwardness. After what felt like an eternity of waiting without a sound, she finally turned around. Upon seeing him, she was taken aback. The youth walked quietly, bathed in moonlight, resembling a tranquil painting. This is the second level of heart realm, a heart like still water? Her pupils constricted. A martial artist not only cultivates their true energy and physique, but, more importantly, their mental state. The higher the mental state, the better one can grasp their cultivation, leading to faster progress and greater achievements in the future. For this reason, the powerful often categorize the heart realm into numerous levels. A heart like still water is indeed the second level. Cultivating the heart realm is far more challenging than mastering martial arts. It is said that within the entire academy, only the dean has attained such a realm. Even she, renowned for her unparalleled talent, having reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of martial arts at merely 20 years of age, second only to the famous genius by Zhuoyang, still fell significantly short of the second level of heart realm. She had always thought it nearly impossible for anyone else in the academy to reach such a state. And never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that the so-called useless teacher, Zhang Xuan, had achieved it, unless witnessed with her own eyes. She would never have believed it. How could this be possible? This is the second level of heart realm, more difficult to attain than the 6th or 7th levels of martial arts. Could it be that he is not a waste at all, but rather intentionally scored 0 in the faculty assessment, seeking to hone his mental resilience through the ridicule of others? Suddenly, a strange thought crossed her mind. Having had little interaction with this Zhang Xuan before, she was unaware of many things. Today, in their conversation, she discovered not only his vast knowledge, but also that he had reached the second level of heart realm, a state that countless individuals yearn for yet fail to achieve. It appears that his poor faculty assessment was merely a fade. He sought to utilize the scorn of others to sharpen his mind and challenge the second level of heart realm. She could not believe that someone with such mental fortitude could fail a simple faculty assessment. Let you pretend. Let us see how I expose you. Realizing that she had been deceived by this rascal, Shunbairu clenched her teeth in frustration. This detestable fellow must be given the opportunity to be publicly unmasked. Chapter 32. Hong Tian Tower. With a heart as tranquil as still water, Zhang Xuan soon awakened from his unique state of consciousness, his eyes gleaming with clarity. He was well aware of the significance of such a mental realm, having perused countless texts. As a traveler from another world, having faced life and death, his mindset was far more resilient than that of an ordinary person. Coupled with his cultivation of the heavenly Tao techniques, his vital energy was as pure as crystal-clear water. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for him to attain the second level of this mental state so swiftly. Although he felt a sense of joy, it did not come as a surprise. Possessing the extraordinary heavenly Tao library, one could hardly compare themselves to the average individual. It would be more sensible to simply end it all. As they continued in silence, they soon arrived at the entrance of the academy. Hong Tian Tower. Upon seeing the 3 grand characters before him, Zhang Xuan nodded in recognition. His previous self's memories contained references to this establishment, known as the most luxurious restaurant affiliated with Hong Tian Academy. Dining here was exorbitantly priced, and due to his modest salary, he had never had the opportunity to visit. Initially, he thought that Shunbairu would treat him to a simple meal. He did not expect such extravagance. True to its reputation, the interior of the restaurant was lavishly adorned, with fist-sized night pearls embedded throughout, illuminating the space as if it were daytime. They found a table by the window. "What would you like to eat?" Shunbairu inquired, looking at the young man before her. "Anything is fine." Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "Since you are treating, you can just order whatever you wish." Unfamiliar with the offerings of this place, he saw no reason to ponder what to select, especially with someone else footing the bill. Noticing the young man's carefree attitude towards dining, Shunbairu felt a surge of frustration, but had no outlet for her emotions. She simply nodded and ordered a few dishes at random. "Teacher Zhang, you received a score of 0 in the faculty assessment. Was that intentional?" After placing the order, Shunbairu fixed her gaze on him. "Intentional?" Zhang Xuan was taken aback by the question. Of course not. During the assessment, he had yet to traverse into this world. Nor had he possessed the heavenly Tao library. It was certainly not a ruse. "Let us see how I can expose you." Shunbairu thought to herself, her mind racing. "Since I have some questions, would you mind helping me clarify them, Teacher Zhang?" "Go ahead," he replied. "All right. I encountered a problem where spiritual energy could not gather into my meridians." After a moment's contemplation, Shunbairu presented her query. "You don't understand this?" Zhang Xuan, puzzled, glanced at her. The question seemed even simpler than the previous ones. He casually explained, "This can be resolved. I have 9 methods." Before long, he had finished his explanation. 9. Shinbairu's expression shifted again upon hearing him casually mention 9 methods. Even with her vast knowledge, she could only identify 3, and the mere fact that he could articulate 9, several of which she had never even heard of, was utterly astonishing. What about when spiritual energy enters the body but cannot be controlled into the meridians? Struggling to suppress her shock, she inquired again. That is quite simple as well. I have 8 methods for that. Zhang Xuan began his explanation. The first method. Shinbairu shivered slightly. Despite her mental preparation, she felt as though she were losing her grip on reality. These methods were utterly unfathomable. If they were to circulate in the cultivation community, it would surely upend everything. Suppressing her astonishment, she could not help but exclaim, "The 2 questions I just asked were the very ones from the faculty assessment. If you know so many methods, why did you not provide any answers? How did you end up with a score of 0? Ah?" Zhang Xuan finally realized. These questions were indeed from the faculty assessment. Although they felt familiar due to his past experiences, he had not made the connection. Let us eat first." With his senses now drawn to the delicious food and enticing aromas, Zhang Xuan lost interest in the trivial matters and eagerly began to feast. Witnessing his excitement over the food, Shinbairu felt her cheeks puff up in irritation. Many sought her company under various pretenses, but this fellow seemed genuinely interested in nothing but the meal. "Shang Xiao, do not be upset. I have already applied for the academic inquiry, and the academy will surely summon Lu Yang for review tomorrow. Zhang Xuan will face consequences. As for that lunatic, Elder Shang has lent you his beast companion. You will surely teach him a lesson tomorrow. You should be pleased." As they strolled along the academy streets, 2 young men marched forward. The first bore a bruised and battered visage, with dark circles around his eyes, unmistakably the result of a fight. The second was deferential, his demeanor somewhat submissive, speaking on behalf of the first. Behind them strode a massive lion, exuding a fierce aura that instilled an overwhelming sense of dread even before it approached. This was Shang Bin, who had been soundly beaten by Yao Han earlier that day, and Chao Xiong, who had been harboring a desire to trouble Zhang Xuan. The lion accompanying them was Elder Shang's beast companion, a level 6 savage beast known as the explosive sky lion. In this world, professions such as alchemists and weaponsmiths were held in the highest regard, and each carried a prestigious reputation. Elder Shang was indeed a beast tamer, a profession capable of subduing savage and spirit beasts to serve as allies in battle, and he was quite renowned among the many trades. The explosive sky lion was a creature he had trained, having been thoroughly beaten by the madman Yao Han. Shang Bin recognized his own inadequacies and had implored his grandfather to lend him the beast companion. Yes. After hearing the flattering words, Shang Bin nodded, his expression fierce. That Yao Han must be taught a lesson, and so must Zhang Xuan. Naturally, with this explosive sky lion, what is there to fear? Chao Xiong chuckled. A level 6 savage beast is equivalent to a martial artist at the 6th stage, perhaps even stronger. Even if that lunatic Yao Han is formidable, it would not be easy for him to surpass the explosive sky lion at its peak, especially in its current state. Earlier, the way Yao Han had been bandaged up resembled a mummy, not much better off than Shang Bin now. The explosive sky lion is my grandfather's beast companion. You are aware that it is notoriously wild and difficult to tame. Although my grandfather has entrusted it to me, it will only act in defense when I am attacked. Commanding it might still be a challenge, Shang Bin said with a hint of resignation, glancing at the imposing explosive sky lion behind him. Savage beasts are powerful and prideful. Unless one possesses greater strength or is a beast tamer, it is exceedingly difficult to command their loyalty. Perhaps, when we arrive and provide it with fine food and drink, it might just listen. Chao Xiong laughed. Let us hope so. As the two conversed, a tall restaurant soon came into view. Here we are. They stepped inside. The 3 bold characters emblazoned on the sign shone brilliantly. Hong Tian Tower. Chapter 33. The Pretense of Generosity. Young Master Shang, you have arrived. Please come in. A middle-aged man greeted them with a smile before they had even stepped into the tavern. He was Wu Chou, the steward of the Hong Tian Tower. Find us a quiet spot. I wish to enjoy a drink with teacher Chao Xiong. Shang Bin instructed. This way, please. Wu Chou promptly arranged their seating. You know, every time I come here, that steward Wu always looks down on me, hardly acknowledging my presence. Why is he so different this time? Chao Xiong couldn't help but inquire. Although the Hong Tian Tower was merely an establishment for dining, it was said to have significant backing, Otherwise, it could not have been located within the premises of Hongtian Academy, nor could it have achieved such grandeur. Whenever Cao Xiong visited, Wu Chou would completely ignore him, yet now he was bending over backward in deference, leaving Cao Xiong incredulous. You must have heard of Elder Hong Hao from the academy? Shang Bin replied. Cao Xiong nodded. Hongtian Academy was founded by Hong Tian, and after his demise, his descendants continued his legacy, thereby endowing the elders with the surname Hong a certain level of reverence. He had indeed heard of Elder Hong Hao, known for his formidable strength and rumored to have contested for the position of the Academy's president. However, for reasons unknown, he had suddenly resigned from his elder post and subsequently vanished from public view. After resigning, he opened this tavern. He was the best friend of my grandfather, which is why I am treated with such respect whenever I visit, Shangbin said, a hint of pride in his voice. Ah, I see. Cao Xiong nodded in understanding. No wonder the Hongtian Tower was so grand. It was established by the esteemed Elder Hong Hao. Being personally attended to by a steward of such a prominent establishment was indeed a privilege. Suddenly, while basking in this unprecedented treatment, Cao Xiong halted abruptly, his expression darkening. What is it? Shangbin inquired, puzzled. Isn't that Zhang Xuan? How does he have the audacity to dine here? Cao Xiong pointed. Zhang Xuan? Shangbin glanced over and, upon spotting the youth, felt a surge of anger as he noticed the girl seated beside him. How dare she be with that good-for-nothing? I have invited her several times. Yet she has always rebuffed me, and now she is dining with someone else. How infuriating. As the son of an elder and a senior teacher at the academy, a martial artist of formidable prowess, he had extended numerous invitations to Shinbairu, who had consistently declined. He had assumed she never dined with others, only to find her now sitting with the academy's notorious underachiever. He was nearly overwhelmed by rage. He slammed his fist on the table, standing up with the intent to confront them, but the thought of Shinbairu's possible ire immediately dampened his resolve. She despised disturbances. If he were to confront her now, it would jeopardize any chance he had of pursuing her in the future. Do not fret, young Master Shang. I have a plan that will unveil Zhang Xian's true colors to Teacher Shun. It will also allow you to showcase your gallantry. Cao Xiong, astute as ever, proposed with a glint in his eye. What plan? Shangbin inquired, intrigued. Zhang Xian is undoubtedly trying to curry favor with Teacher Shin by treating her to a meal. As a lowly instructor, his salary cannot possibly cover the expenses. We simply need to create a situation where he cannot afford the bill, and he will be left humiliated. At that moment, you can swoop in to rescue Teacher Shin. She will surely regard you with newfound admiration, perhaps even developing feelings for you. Cao Xiong laid out his scheme. Excellent. Let us proceed. Shang Bin's eyes lit up with satisfaction. This plan not only undermined his rival but also elevated his own standing. What a splendid idea. It seemed that Cao Xiong was not only an excellent teacher but also possessed a shrewd mind. He would need to cultivate this relationship further. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian remained blissfully unaware of the plot against him, savoring the delectable dishes set before him, nodding in appreciation. Although the culinary skills here were not on par with those of Earth, the abundant spiritual energy of this world rendered the fresh ingredients truly delightful. Soon, the table was nearly cleared, most of the dishes having been devoured by Zhang Xian, while Shinbairu had only sampled a few bites. Seeing him engrossed in his meal, neglecting her entirely, Shinbairu's cheeks puffed up in irritation. Even the academy's most talented instructors catered to her with flattery and attentiveness, yet this man, the lowest ranked in the academy, treated her as if she were invisible. The indignation boiled within her, and she longed to kick him under the table. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Realizing that continuing to eat would only further infuriate her, she turned and exclaimed, "Time to settle the bill. That will be 280 gold coins." A waiter approached. 280. Shinbairu was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. Why is it so expensive? As a senior teacher, her monthly salary barely reached 1,000 gold coins. How could one meal cost her an entire month's wage? She had meticulously calculated the cost earlier, and it had seemed well under 100. I apologize, but that bottle of wine alone cost 200 gold coins, the waiter explained. Earlier, when they were dining, a waiter had inquired if they wanted wine. Shinbairu had thought it harmless to indulge a little, never anticipating the exorbitant price. That bottle was brought to you. We had no knowledge of its cost. Shinbairu's expression soured. Even she, no matter how naive, realized she had been duped. If you truly did not want it, you could have inquired beforehand. You did not, so we assumed you were aware of the price and did not wish to intervene. The waiter replied coldly. Having visited the library earlier without bringing much money, She had forgotten about it in her shock upon meeting Zhang Xuan. Now, she realized she had barely over 100 coins on her, far from the required amount. She felt a flush of embarrassment, wishing she could sink into the ground. If you cannot pay, do not order. You ordered, so you must pay. We do not allow anyone to eat for free here. The waiter huffed. You. Shinbairu's face reddened in anger. Just then, a commanding voice rang out, followed by the imposing figure of Shang Bin and Chao Xiang striding over. Accompanied by a ferocious-looking beast, clad in white, with his hands clasped behind his back, he carried himself with an air of superiority. In the past, his demeanor and appearance, combined with the fierce presence of the beast, would have made him the epitome of a gallant young master. However, now he bore a swollen face and bruised eyes, presenting a rather comical sight from afar. Yet, he perceived himself quite differently, feeling rather pleased with himself. His gaze fell upon Shinbairu, and he feigned surprise. Teacher Shin. What a coincidence to find you here. Ah, it is young Master Shang. The waiter was taken aback, losing his previously aggressive demeanor and adopting a more cautious approach. You see, they're dining but have no means to pay. No means to pay? Shangbin shook his head, feigning disappointment as he turned to Zhang Xuan. Teacher Zhang, I must say, if you cannot afford it, do not pretend to be generous by inviting others to dine. How embarrassing this must be for you. You are already the lowest ranked in the academy. It is excessive to drag Teacher Shin down with you. Seeing Zhang Xian's self-satisfied expression, he paused, then turned to Shinbairu. It seems he is addressing you, Teacher Shin, suggesting that if one cannot afford to pay, one ought not to pretend to be generous. How embarrassing this must be for you. You. Hearing his words, Shinbairu, already irked, felt her anger boil over as she turned to the smug Shang Bin, her teeth clenched in frustration. Shang Bin, who are you calling pretentious? Chapter 34. Extortion? Ah? The beauty is angry? Shang Bin was taken aback and hurriedly explained, Teacher Shun, I wasn't talking about you. I was referring to that Zhang Xuan. If he can't afford a meal, he shouldn't invite people out. Getting intercepted like that is simply embarrassing and tarnishes the reputation of our academy. Before he could finish, the expression on the goddess's face grew increasingly somber, as if she were about to explode. Shang Bin was filled with confusion when the waiter awkwardly interrupted, Young Master Shang, what's going on? Shang Bin furrowed his brows and looked over. Ahem, the one treating is this Teacher Shin, the waiter announced. He had been instructed to play along with Shang Bin's act, but he had anticipated that a man and woman dining together would have the woman footing the bill. Before he could report back, Shang Bin rushed over, leaving no time for explanation. Teacher Shun is treating? Shang Bin was startled, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is that true? I invite the goddess to dinner every day, yet she ignores me. What qualifies this last-place student of the academy to dine with her, let alone have her treat? What? Do I lack the funds to pay? Am I just pretending to be generous and embarrassing myself? Shinbairu shot back coldly. She had already felt humiliated in front of Zhang Xuan and was now furious at being mocked by this guy. No. Shang Bin's face turned pale, nearly on the verge of tears. He finally realized that in his attempt to flatter, he had inadvertently trampled on his own foot, and he quickly waved his hands. That's not what I meant. It's however, being the grandson of an elder and an experienced teacher, he quickly regained his composure, turning to the waiter and gesturing grandly. All right, Teacher Shun's bill is on me. How much is it? I will cover it. Young Master Shang, that's unnecessary. You are our esteemed guest at Hong Tianlu. We could never accept your money. The waiter hastily replied. This was a line they had already rehearsed, intending to showcase his identity and ability in front of the goddess. Then that settled, Shang Bin was about to continue speaking to assert his dominance when Shinbairu's voice interrupted again. No need. I will pay for my own expenses to avoid being labeled as ostentatious. The waiter, holding the jade hairpin, was at a loss for what to do. This wasn't part of the agreed-upon script. Teacher Shin, there's no need for that. Wu, the steward of Hong Tianlu, is my friend. I just need to mention it, and your payment is trivial. Shang Bin quickly stepped forward. That's your affair, and has nothing to do with me. Shinbairu interrupted him again, turning back to the waiter. If you don't find someone to verify this, I will leave. The waiter looked at Shang Bin with a pleading expression. Why are you looking at me? Shang Bin waved his hands anxiously, a look of anger crossing his face. I don't know you. Enough. Zhang Xuan shook his head as he approached, taking the jade hairpin from the waiter and presenting it back to Shinbairu. What are you giving him this for? This meal isn't worth 280 gold coins. Are you trying to let him extort you? Extort? Hong Tianlu has been established for nearly a decade, with fair prices and honest dealings. No one has ever caused trouble. What do you mean? As Zhang Xuan finished speaking, a middle-aged man strode over. He was Wu Chou, the steward of Hong Tianlu. He had agreed with Shang Bin not to reveal himself. But upon hearing Zhang Xuan mention extortion, he could no longer hold back. What do you mean? Do you want me to spell it out? Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of indifference. At Hong Tianlu, every dish is made from the finest ingredients, fresh and delectable. Prices are vetted by Hong Tian Academy. If you cannot articulate your claims, even if you are a teacher at the academy, you shall not leave today. Wu Chou's expression darkened. For a restaurant, accusations of extorting customers were serious charges. If not clarified, it could ruin Hong Tianlu's reputation. This was indeed seeking one's own demise. Shang Bin, initially thinking he could not deal with Zhang Xuan, felt a surge of excitement upon seeing him offend Wu Chou. Wu Chou, usually amiable and easygoing, would not relent when it came to the reputation of Hong Tianlu. That last-place student of the academy seemed to be in deep trouble. What nonsense is he talking about? Shinbairu was anxious. Hong Tianlu's establishment within Hong Tian Academy in its vast scale hinted at formidable backing. To openly accuse them of extorting customers was tantamount to courting trouble. Such a grand establishment was keenly aware of its reputation. Since you insist I speak, I shall not hold back. Unfazed by the threat, Zhang Xuan approached the table. This dish, purple fragrant violent bear meat, as per your description, should have been soaked in purple fragrant flowers for 3 days after slaying the violent bear, ensuring a crispy exterior and tender interior, rich in aroma. Unfortunately, you only soaked it for a day and a half before serving it. While the taste may be somewhat similar, the medicinal properties of the purple fragrant flower have not permeated at all. No matter how much one eats, it's futile. As for this Hong Lake sweet fish, you claim it is caught from the wild in Hong Lake, yet it is actually farmed fish from Yaoyuan. The difference is simple. Wild sweet fish, facing natural predators like the Qinghe turtle, have tougher tail fins and are significantly thicker. A little inquiry would reveal this. This stir-fried heartroot grass is even more outrageous. It is not heartroot grass at all, but rather bitter heart grass. These two plants are essentially the same species, differing only in their growing environments and names. Heartroot grass grows near the nests of savage beasts, receiving their care, resulting in large root stems and higher nutritional value. Bitter heartgrass, however, grows in the wild, is exceedingly cheap, and has slender root stems with significantly lower nutritional value. The price difference between these two dishes is at least tenfold. They cannot be compared. Labeling bitter heartgrass as heartroot grass is nothing short of extortion. As Zhang Xuan pointed out each dish, articulating their origins and flaws, Wu Chou's face turned pale. As the steward of Hong Tianlu, responsible not only for customer relations but also for kitchen affairs, he was well aware of the veracity of Zhang Xuan's claims. This was not mere speculation, it was entirely accurate. The owner was unaware, as it was he who had secretly altered the dishes for profit, particularly with the Hong Lake sweetfish and heartroot grass substitutions, which were nearly identical. Even seasoned chefs had not detected the discrepancies. How did this young man discern it? And he spoke with such precision? Damn it. We came from afar to enjoy authentic heartroot grass, only to find it was fake. Me too. I heard the Hong Lake sweet fish here is the most fragrant and authentic, and I came specifically for it, only to be deceived. Refund. Refund. How could the esteemed Hong Tian Academy's first restaurant serve counterfeit products? I thought I was a loyal customer, only to be swindled like this. As Zhang Xuan spoke, calm and collected, with reason on his side, the crowd surrounding them erupted in a frenzy. Hong Tianlu was renowned throughout the Tianxian kingdom, attracting countless powerful patrons with its signature dishes. They never imagined they had been duped by such deception. Chapter 35. What's going on? You nonsense. As the crowd began to murmur, Steward Wu felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, I cannot admit to this. Once I do, not only will Hong Tianlu's reputation be ruined, but my own future will be irrevocably destroyed. Had he known that this teacher was, in fact, a culinary expert, he would have never allowed Shang Bin to provoke him. You claim I am speaking nonsense? Zhang Xuan turned his gaze towards him. Indeed. You assert that the dishes I presented are counterfeit, but is there any evidence? Without evidence, your words are mere fabrications. Do you believe I could apprehend you for defamation at this very moment? Steward Wu's face twisted in anger. Evidence. You seek evidence? Very well. Realizing this man was resolute, Zhang Xuan shook his head. He had no intention of getting involved. After all, it was Shinbairu who was footing the bill, and the amount did not concern him. However, since this fellow insisted on causing trouble, claiming he was being extorted, he could not simply let it slide. The dishes he had just mentioned served as evidence, and he encouraged everyone to examine them closely according to the traits he had described. Of course, even if the truth were known, many culinary experts would struggle to discern them, let alone the average bystander. Yet, Zhang Xuan surveyed the room and seized the most expensive bottle of wine from the table. This bottle of wine is something everyone can easily identify. Identify? Hong Tian Lu is the designated establishment for divine drunkenness. This is a well-known fact. Many patrons come here specifically for this wine. Are you suggesting that this wine is counterfeit? One customer could not help but interject. Indeed, divine drunkenness is the signature of Hong Tian Lu. It cannot possibly be a forgery. If this is all a sham, then I suspect nothing is genuine. Another customer chimed in. The wine previously served to Zhang Xuan and his companions was called divine drunkenness, and only Hong Tian Lu sold it. Its flavor was rich, and its aroma enticing. The establishment's current stature and reputation were largely due to this remarkable wine. If it were all a ruse, that would be utterly outrageous. I assure you, this is easily identifiable. Zhang Xuan smiled gently, raising the wine bottle. The label reads divine drunkenness. Logically, if it were indeed by Jing Feng's divine drunkenness, it would be worth 200 gold coins. Alas, this is merely a bottle. Inside is Zhu Xian's Qingyan Brewing. While these two wines may share some olfactory and taste similarities, the former is crafted from the rarest of earthroot grass and green leaf cicada hearts. Consuming it not only poses no harm but offers benefits. In contrast, Qingyan Brewing, when overconsumed, possesses the toxicity of falling petals, which invades the heart and lungs, gradually destroying internal organs and diminishing one's cultivation to a state worse than death. Using Qingyan Brewing to masquerade as divine drunkenness? I have heard of this Qingyan Brewing. It indeed shares a resemblance in flavor to divine drunkenness. I have always trusted the quality of Hong Tian Lu. I never expected them to deceive their customers. This is outright fraud. I must report this to the Academy and demand a thorough investigation. The surrounding patrons, upon realizing they had been deceived, erupted in a cacophony of outrage. You claim it's Qingyan Brewing? Where is your evidence? Steward was seethed through gritted teeth. Casting a casual glance at him, Zhang Xuan replied nonchalantly, wine can ignite. I have barely sipped from this bottle. You may ignite it. True divine drunkenness exudes an intoxicating aroma akin to orchids and musk, while Qingyan Brewing emits a foul stench that any discerning nose could detect. Steward Wu froze, his body rigid. Everything the other had said was correct. However, such a discerning method was known only to a select few, namely the brewers of Qingyan Brewing and some vendors. He had only stumbled upon this knowledge by chance. How did this fellow know so much? In truth, most of the wine served to other guests was genuine divine drunkenness. After all, it was their establishment's hallmark. Having heard Shang Bin's scheme, they had intentionally prepared counterfeit wine for this young man, believing he would not be able to discern the difference and that they could thus swindle more money. Yet, to their dismay, not only was he knowledgeable, but he also understood the identification methods with remarkable clarity. Now, even if he claimed that what everyone had consumed was divine drunkenness, it would not suffice to quell their doubts. What? Afraid to test it? Noticing the tension in his opponent, Zhang Xuan smiled slightly and tipped the bottle over, spilling its contents onto the floor. He then produced a fire starter and flicked it lightly. Flames erupted. As the wine met the fire, a pungent odor filled the air, causing the crowd to reel back, their heads spinning from the stench. How foul. Is this what we just drank? Hong Tian Lu has no regard for its customers. It smells so terrible. Consuming it must surely be toxic. Refund my money. I have been drinking here for 3 years. Not only should I be refunded, but I also demand compensation. The entire establishment erupted in chaos, with patrons rushing forward in a frenzy. Chao Xiong and Shang Bin were nearly driven to madness. They had orchestrated this scheme to humiliate Zhang Xuan, yet he not only avoided disgrace, but instead emerged as the center of attention. They had become the jesters in this farce. Steward Wu, who had been silent until now, nearly exploded upon hearing this. He kicked out in fury. Bang! Bang! Being a 6th-level martial artist, he acted before the duo could even react, knocking them both to the ground with a single strike, leaving large footprints on their faces. No wonder Steward Wu was furious. Had it not been for these two, this situation would never have arisen. It was clear that not only would his career be over, but he would also face the wrath of Elder Hong Hao. Following this incident, Hong Tian Lu's reputation would undoubtedly plummet, and it would be impossible to restore their former business. The entire debacle stemmed from his agreement to teach these two a lesson regarding a teacher who ranked last in the assessment. This individual was far from being the worst. He was, in fact, the best. Had he known this gentleman possessed such remarkable discernment, he would not only have refrained from seeking trouble but would have avoided drawing attention to himself. How frustrating. It seems no one will accept our money now. Let us leave. Observing the uproar, Zhang Xuan called out to the dazed Shinbairu, who promptly followed him out. With the matter resolved, remaining there would only lead to further complications. It was better to depart. Indeed, Shinbairu hastily followed, her gaze complex as she watched the young man stride ahead. In the past, she had always perceived him as a useless individual, someone devoid of understanding, a disgrace to the teaching profession. Yet after spending half a day in his company, she began to realize, if he were truly a waste, then what was she? Wouldn't he that render her insignificant? With determination, she approached him, her dark eyes still filled with disbelief. You possess such profound knowledge of cuisine. Could it be that you are a culinary expert? Chapter 36. The culinary master. In this world, myriad professions exist, and the culinary master is one among them. These individuals are inherently sensitive to flavors, possessing an ability to discern tastes far beyond the ordinary. Although their cultivation may not be exceptionally high, restaurants and taverns often employ them at generous salaries to assess the flavors and qualities of ingredients, leading to considerable income. However, this profession is regarded as somewhat beneath the surface, unable to attain prominence. With thousands of professions in the world, they are categorized into 3 tiers: the upper, middle, and lower ranks. Alchemists, blacksmiths, and formation masters are esteemed professions that contribute to martial arts cultivation, falling into the legitimate upper tier, while culinary masters are seen as a sideline, belonging to the lower rank. Shinbairu observed the youth before her, who effortlessly articulated the flaws in various dishes and wines, an ability exclusive to culinary masters. You might think so. Zhang Xuan offered no further explanation. The Heavenly Tao Library not only discerns a person's cultivation but can also reveal the defects in dishes with just a taste. With such knowledge, dealing with a small figure like Wu Zhishir would be rather simple. Thank you for rescuing me today, Shinbairu expressed, acknowledging his assistance. Had it not been for the boy's talent in discerning culinary qualities, she would have certainly faced embarrassment. Not at all. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. This meal was your resolution, so it does not count as me treating you. Next time, I shall treat you again. Treat me again? Zhang Xuan pondered briefly before shaking his head. Rather not. I wish to live a few more days. Dining with a beautiful woman might be pleasant. But he was acutely aware of his own tarnished reputation. She would likely not appreciate his company, and he had no desire to invite jealousy or navigate the entanglements of her suitors. He had many matters to attend to and little time for frivolities. You. Shinbairu felt a surge of frustration as she realized that he could speak normally. This boy, who had been invited to dine by her, seemed to be pleading rather than extending an invitation. How infuriating. All right, I've finished my meal. If there is nothing else, I must take my leave. I am quite busy. Unaware of her ire, Zhang Xuan waved his hand and prepared to depart. Wait, I have not finished speaking. Shinbairu restrained her anger, steadying her breath, and fixed her beautiful gaze upon him. Though you assisted me today, the role of a culinary master played a significant part, yet this is ultimately a sideline. A martial artist should prioritize cultivation. Martial artists, upon reaching a certain level, can essentially attain a state of fasting, rendering culinary arts obsolete. Even if one can earn some profit now, it is not a legitimate path. After half a day's interaction, she discerned that Zhang Xuan was not the wasteful individual rumored. Perhaps his energy was merely consumed by culinary pursuits, leading to his poor performance in assessments. Despite her irritation, she could not help but offer a word of caution. Understood, Zhang Xuan nodded, recognizing her good intentions. Just as he was about to leave, a flurry of footsteps echoed behind him. Zhang Xuan, where do you think you're running off to? You won't escape today. A venomous voice rang out, and 2 figures, along with a beast, confronted him. It was Shang Bin and Qiao Xiong. At that moment, both men bore the marks of a colossal foot imprint on their faces, with clear patterns visible, and their cheeks were swollen, blood trickling from their mouths, a stark contrast to their previous flamboyance. Particularly Shang Bin, still nursing his injuries from earlier, had just taken another blow, leaving his mouth crooked, resembling 2 dangling sausages, completely devoid of his former handsomeness. His plans had been meticulously laid, intending to impress the goddess before him, but instead, he found himself in such a humiliating state, severing ties with Hong Tianlu. If things went awry, he would also face his grandfather's wrath. Such indignity was unbearable. Fueled by rage, he charged forward. Shang Bin, what do you intend to do? Shinbairu, taken aback by his pursuit, instinctively positioned herself in front of Zhang Xuan. Teacher Shen, step aside. This is a private matter between Zhang Xuan and me. The sight of her defending the Academy's notorious waste ignited Shang Bin's fury, twisting his mouth and eyes in outrage. Overwhelmed by intense jealousy, he glared coldly at Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan, do you still consider yourself a man? If you are, then do not hide behind a woman. Have the courage to duel me fairly. Realizing that this fellow had completely lost his reason, Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with hiding behind a woman? That is true skill. If you have the ability, find someone to shield you as well. You. Shang Bin nearly spat blood in disbelief. Wasn't it expected that any man would feel humiliated and retaliate when accused of cowardice? Why was this fellow defying all norms? What should be seen as disgraceful in others' eyes was so brazenly justified in his speech. Goodness, how thick-skinned can one be? Teacher Shen, please handle these two. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As someone who had traversed different realms, Zhang Xuan had seen many scenes. Why bother dealing with the shameless? In his previous life, in an age of abundant information, who cared about face? He was uninterested in resolving matters that others could handle for him. It was not fear but rather a matter of convenience, as exposing his current cultivation was imprudent. Especially since Shang Bin's grandfather was an elder. Should the situation escalate, there would be no time for further complications. With someone standing in his way, he welcomed the respite. Seeing the youth's shamelessness, Shun Bairu felt utterly speechless. She had feared that he might be provoked into a duel by Shang Bin, but it seemed she had overthought it. This fellow, if angered into a duel, could likely climb trees like a pig. Zhang Xuan, stop right there. If I do not kill you today, I shall not be called Shang Bin. His attitude only fueled Shang Bin's fury, veins bulging on his forehead, his face turning green with rage. With Shun Bairu blocking his path, he roared, exploding sky lion, kill him. If you act, I will treat you to culinary delights every day. Moreover, I can offer you the nourishing pill my grandfather just gifted me. As a 6th-level beast, the exploding sky lion had been tamed by humans and could comprehend human speech. As a favored pet of Shang Bin's grandfather, it primarily protected him, disregarding commands from others. To compel it to act, Shang Bin promised it all manner of rewards. Roaring in response to Shang Bin's promises, the exploding sky lion's eyes gleamed with excitement. For a beast at the opening of its pathways, developing its strength was far more challenging than for humans. If it could obtain the nourishing pill, its power would undoubtedly surge. The nourishing pill was specially crafted for martial artists at the 5th level, designed to enhance their pathways and help them advance further. At present, Shang Bin had reached the pinnacle of the 5th level, only a step away from opening his pathways. Hence, Elder Shang spent a considerable sum to procure this pill to assist him. Originally, Shang Bin would have been reluctant to part with it. But the humiliation of being bested by a waste compelled him to act. If he failed to eliminate Zhang Xuan today, he would likely lose all standing in the academy, especially in the presence of the goddess. He feared he would never again capture her attention. How could he endure such a situation? Shang Bin, what do you intend to do? Killing a colleague within the academy is a grave offense. Shun Bairu's pupils constricted in horror as she realized Shang Bin's madness. Intent on unleashing the exploding sky lion, she rushed forward to protect Zhang Xuan but was intercepted by Shang Bin, her anxious shout escaping her lips. Within the academy, teachers were forbidden from engaging in combat with one another. Such actions constituted a severe breach of conduct. It was Zhang Xuan who sought to kill me. The exploding sky lion is merely defending me. Who can hold me accountable? Shang Bin's eyes were bloodshot, and he had succumbed to madness. Exploding sky lion. What are you waiting for? Strike now. You. Shun Bairu felt a chill in her heart. How utterly shameless. If this is truly the case. With Elder Shaochen providing assistance, perhaps this matter can indeed be mitigated from a major issue to a minor one, or even resolved entirely. He might even escape without a trace of punishment. Yet, for Zhang Xuan, the stakes are dire. He may very well face death. After all, it is a level 6 savage beast, a foe that even the most formidable practitioners of the Aperture realm find daunting. How could someone who ranked last in the teacher qualification assessment possibly withstand such a threat? Roar. Just as anxiety mounted, the explosive sky lion let out a furious roar and charged toward the youth, even before closing the distance. Its overwhelming aura whipped the surrounding grass and leaves into a subdued bow. Chapter 37. Madam, spare me, please. Zhang Xuan. Although Shang Bin possessed the same cultivation level as her, despite his apparent debauchery, his strength was undeniable. Even if she could overcome him, he consistently adopted a defensive posture, rendering any breakthrough impossible. It's my fault. Seeing her inability to rescue him, Shun Bairu was filled with remorse. In her view, Bin's targeting of this bottom-ranked teacher was undoubtedly due to her. Otherwise, how could there be conflict between a celestial prodigy, the grandson of an elder, and a renowned good-for-nothing with no background? Unable to help him, her sense of guilt was palpable. Has it quieted down? Could Zhang Xuan have been killed? The more anxious she became, the less capable she was of breaking through. Obstructed by Bin, she couldn't see what was happening on Zhang Xuan's side. All she heard was silence, devoid of any resistance. It seemed there was only one explanation. Zhang Xuan was killed by the explosive sky lion before he could even react. After all, even she might not withstand a single blow from a savage beast comparable to a Pishui realm expert. Haha, he's already dead. Even if you wanted to intervene now, it's too late. Hearing the silence behind him, Bin's eyes lit up. Knowing that the explosive sky lion had struck, this good-for-nothing couldn't have withstood it. With an excited laugh, he stopped blocking and leaped backward. Zhang Xuan, seeing him move aside, Shenbairu, no longer in the mood to entangle, hastily looked forward. Just as she expected to see blood everywhere and a miserable corpse, her delicate frame stiffened, and she stood there in astonishment. Expecting the goddess before him would be so frightened as to burst into tears, Bin, seeing her expression, also hastily turned his head. At first glance, his eyes widened, and he nearly fainted. The explosive sky lion, which had been ferocious and rushing toward Zhang Xuan, eager to tear him to pieces, was now lying prone before him. Licking his palm like a lapdog, Zhang Xuan, with his other hand, was caressing its head and ears, and the explosive sky lion seemed to be enjoying it immensely. What in the world? Bin almost cried. This explosive sky lion was his grandfather's pet, an arrogant creature. Even he would incur its wrath if he so much as touched it, let alone stroked its head. He had only brought it over from his grandfather's place for half a day. Despite feeding it delicious treats, it remained unimpressed, ignoring him completely. How could this haughty beast become a lapdog in front of Zhang Xuan? You're supposed to kill him. Lying before him, licking his palm, is that really appropriate? Bin felt his mind reeling, on the verge of madness. Explosive sky lion, what are you doing? Kill him, he roared. The explosive sky lion remained motionless. Its eyes closed as it allowed Zhang Xuan to stroke its head. You, kill him, as long as you do it. I'll buy you whatever you want in the future. Bin frantically yelled. Too noisy. Silence him. Stroking the explosive sky lion's head. Zhang Xuan stood up and waved his hand. Roar. The explosive sky lion stood up, glaring fiercely at Bin. What are you going to do? Bin was startled and retreated repeatedly. However, before he could retreat far, the explosive sky lion pounced, its massive hoof gently sweeping across. Bang! Bin didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing headfirst into a large tree. His face covered in blood. Bin wept. This explosive sky lion was his grandfather's pet, meant to protect him. It should have listened to him and dealt with outsiders. Why was it listening to an outsider and beating him up instead? Bang! Before he could finish crying, another figure fell before him. It was Qiao Xiong. Roar! Having knocked the two of them away, the explosive sky lion seemed to have done something praiseworthy. It strode up to Zhang Xuan, its face full of flattery, seeking commendation. Not bad. Well done. Zhang Xuan patted its head. Roar! The explosive sky lion nodded repeatedly, strutting proudly before the two lying on the ground, watching them intently. Afraid they would escape, like a dedicated guard dog. Bin and Qiao Xiong, who had initially wanted to escape, were on the verge of tears. Zhang Xuan, how did you do it? Seeing this scene, Shenbairu, who had been dumbfounded on the side, finally reacted, looking over with curiosity. How did I do it? Zhang Xuan scratched his head. This explosive sky lion is quite amiable. Perhaps it's because I'm handsome. Handsome? Shenbairu blinked, her delicate frame swaying. The explosive sky lion was a savage beast. If it were about handsomeness, it would certainly be looking at male explosive sky lions. What does your handsomeness have to do with it? Besides, if we're talking about handsomeness, Bin is much more charismatic than you. All right. Farewell. Zhang Xuan didn't explain, turning to leave. The Heavenly Path Library could discern people's flaws, so naturally, it could also discern those of the explosive sky lion. This fellow appeared extraordinary, but in reality, it had many hidden ailments. Otherwise, it wouldn't have willingly become Elder Shang Chen's pet. The library revealed these flaws, and Zhang Xuan utilized them, helping it resolve some simple and easy issues. Naturally, the explosive sky lion would listen to him without hesitation. As for Bin's promises, how could even the most delicious food and the most numerous pills compare to resolving hidden ailments? Of course, these were his secrets, and he couldn't tell Shenbairu. You, don't leave. You haven't explained why the explosive sky lion listens to you. Seeing him turn to leave, Shinbira chased after him again. The more she interacted with this youth, the more she realized how remarkable he was, as if he were an enigma, becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. Able to memorize so many books after reading them once, knowing the answers yet scoring 0 on the teacher qualification examination. Casually dining yet discovering he possessed the identity of a gourmet master, and effortlessly making a level 6 savage beast obedient. Things that others deemed impossible were exceedingly simple in the youth's presence, leaving people in disbelief. How did he do it? Shinbira grew increasingly curious about the youth before her. Madam, you're the madam, your whole family is the madam. Shinbira's face flushed red. She was a beauty. Although she was slightly older than Zhang Xuan, she looked no different from a 17 or 18-year-old girl. For this fellow to directly call her madam was simply infuriating. All right, I'm the madam. Now let me leave. Zhang Xuan helplessly shook his head. Pfft. Hearing him call her madam, Shinbira burst out laughing. All right, you can go. I'll come find you again tomorrow. Zhang Xuan. Chapter 38. The shimmering bell in the tumultuous confines of the Hongtian Tower. An elder coldly regarded the kneeling Wu Chou, the steward, before him. This elder was none other than Hong Hao, the clandestine master of the Hongtian Tower. His expression darkened as he listened to Wu Chou's excuses about the incident involving the exchange of divine elixirs for inferior brews. Wu Chou, how audacious you are, he thundered, his fury palpable. With a swift kick, he sent Wu Chou sprawling across the room, his face ashen and blood spilling from his mouth. Elder, spare me. Although my transgressions are unforgivable, that individual is far more reprehensible. He publicly humiliated us, disregarding your authority entirely. Humph. Are your misdeeds exempt from scrutiny? Hong Hao's countenance was as stormy as a brewing tempest. Wu Chou trembled at the elder's wrath. His underhanded alterations to the menu for personal gain had seemed foolproof until a young man had unveiled them before all. The resentment he harbored was evident. I shall grant you 5 days to rectify this situation and minimize the adverse repercussions. I might overlook your embezzlement, but fail in this, and your life will be forfeit. Rising, Hong Hao's gaze was as frigid as winter's chill. And who is this individual? Which instructor from the academy dares to expose us? Speak quietly, and I may reward him handsomely. I intend to uncover who has dared to defile the honor of the Hongtian Tower. His voice resonated with fury, an aura of violence emanating from him, as chilling as frost upon the skin. A warrior of the 7th realm, a master of the Xian realm. It was no wonder he had once vied for the position of academy head. His prowess alone was astonishing. It is teacher Zhang Xuan, Wu Chou stammered. Zhang Xuan? The one who ranked last in the faculty assessment? Hong Hao was momentarily taken aback. Such a disgrace had never occurred in the academy's centuries of history. Even one as esteemed as himself had heard of it. Indeed, it is he, Wu Chou confirmed. A waste of a person dared to trample upon the dignity of the Hongtian Tower. Very well. His fists clenched, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Hong Hao's eyes. Had the individual been a venerable teacher of significance, he might have hesitated to act, but a mere failure. He would show no mercy. Ah, what a bother. Zhang Xuan sighed, rubbing his temples upon returning to his quarters. After a simple meal, he had inadvertently stumbled into such chaos, a development he had not foreseen. Forget it, I shall focus on how to break through to the next realm. Quickly dismissing his troubles, he recognized the reality that in this world, power was paramount. With sufficient strength, all troubles would dissipate. Presently, he had reached the pinnacle of the Dingli realm, and to advance, he required the cultivation techniques of the 6th warrior realm. However, access to these techniques was restricted to ordinary instructors unless they sought the elder's permission to transcribe them. Having only recently ranked as a 3rd realm warrior, if he approached the elders for the 6th realm techniques, he would surely be treated as a novice, creating endless complications. Even if he obtained permission to transcribe a volume, he would still face the issue of practicability. The limitations of the Hongtian ninefold technique's first 5 levels were glaring. Without various techniques for comparison, discovering the correct methods for cultivation would be a futile endeavor, yielding little in terms of progress over the years. Thus, it was imperative to acquire a wealth of 6th realm techniques to reference and discern the proper cultivation methods. Rumor had it that the Tianxian royal city boasted numerous transactions, with techniques available for purchase. If he could procure a few volumes, many of his challenges might be resolved. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes brightened. The Hongtian Academy was situated within the royal city of the Tianxian Kingdom, a place of considerable affluence, with grand marketplaces bustling with diverse wares. Although 6th realm techniques were rare, they could still be found in various shops. For him, it would suffice to browse and peruse, as merely flipping through the pages would equate to acquiring the manuals. With the Tao library at his disposal, the value of the text was irrelevant. As long as he amassed a quantity, he could sift through countless errors to discover the correct path, thereby naturally forming the Tao's divine skill and cultivating with ease. As night fell, he resolved to venture out, sensing that perhaps he might uncover valuable items. The Tianyu Marketplace, the largest trading venue in Tianjin City, was reputed to offer an array of goods to those with wealth. Upon entering, Zhang Xuan was momentarily dazzled by the vast array of items before him. Having previously been merely a modest teacher with meager pay and benefits, he had never set foot in such a lavish establishment. Many of the goods were entirely foreign to him. Within the marketplace, numerous stalls were established, each attended by vendors hawking a myriad of items, weapons, elixirs, herbs, armor, beast skins, and more. Everything one could possibly need for cultivation could be found here. Yet, the sheer volume of choices rendered it difficult to ascertain quality. I may not recognize them, but the Tao library surely can. A thought struck him, and he approached one of the stalls. What can I assist you with, esteemed sir? I possess an abundance of goods to guarantee your satisfaction. The vendor eagerly greeted him. Just browsing, Zhang Xuan replied with a smile, casually picking up a small object from the display. It was a modest bell. This bell is crafted by a specialized refiner and possesses extraordinary effects. Priced at 50 gold coins, it is a fair deal, no deception here. If you are interested, I can offer you a discount. For just 20 coins. It can be yours, the vendor proclaimed. Buzz. The library resonated gently, and a tome materialized within. Shimmering bell, capable of emitting a sound that induces dizziness. Effective against warriors of the first realm. Crafted by the Qiankun workshop, composed of black gold iron. Drawbacks. First, the sound's emission is slow. It requires at least the duration of an incense stick to induce dizziness, rendering it ineffective in combat. Second, it affects all indiscriminately, including the user. Indeed. It is as I suspected. Zhang Xuan chuckled. It appeared that his inability to recognize these items was inconsequential. Upon contact, the library would automatically generate the corresponding texts. Moreover, the text provided comprehensive details about the item's origins, components, and various shortcomings, allowing one to discern its true worth with a mere glance. The vendor had claimed 50 coins for the bell. The uninformed might have fallen for the ruse. But the library's insights revealed that the item was hardly worth 2 coins, not to mention the assertion of it being crafted by a specialized refiner. The Qiankun workshop was notorious for producing counterfeit goods. The lowest tier of craftsmen, categorized from first to ninth, with first being the least skilled and ninth the most adept, meant that the products of a first-tier craftsman held little value. With the library at his disposal, he no longer feared purchasing forgeries. A gentle smile spread across his face. It seemed this world, like his previous one, was rife with both genuine and counterfeit goods. Given his prior limitations, he would have struggled to differentiate between the two, but with the library now in his possession, he felt a newfound confidence. However, each item required physical contact to manifest its information, and with the vast array of goods within the marketplace, numbering in the millions, the thought of examining each one was daunting. Moreover, casually observing anything may not attract the attention of others. But if one continues to behave in such a manner, it is likely that before long, they will be regarded as deranged by the mall's enforcement team and promptly escorted out. Chapter 39. Cold Sun Mother Herb. By the way, do you have the Cold Sun Herb? Zhang Xuan inquired, shaking off the distractions in his mind. This stall not only sold assorted trinkets, but also various medicinal herbs. After perusing the collection in the library, he had discovered the solution to Zhaoya's predicament. As a pure yin body, she should cultivate practices that are gentle and neutral, which would alleviate the accumulation of yin energy. However, given that she had been practicing pure yin techniques for quite some time, her meridians had already adapted. A sudden change could potentially lead to severe injuries and a significant decline in her cultivation. To prevent such occurrences, prior preparations were essential, including using herbs to nourish her meridians. The cold sun herb thrives in cold, yin environments yet craves sunlight. The spiritual energy it contains, a fusion of hot and cold, embodies the perfect remedy for nourishing her meridians. Since he was already at the market, it was an opportune moment to inquire. Cold sun herb? You've asked at just the right time. I'm not boasting. I assure you, in the entire Tianyu Mall, I'm the only one who possesses this rare item. I harvested it a few days ago from a perilous area in the Tianjin forest, 10 stalks in total, priced at 100 gold coins each. How many would you like? The vendor grinned, turning to fetch a box, which he opened to reveal several vibrant plants, red stems, green leaves, and pure white flowers. I'll take a look first, Zhang Xuan replied. Though he had read about the cold sun herb, he had never seen it in person. He reached out, picked one, and held it in his palm. Buzz. The library trembled, and a book materialized. Cold sun herb, harvested from an unnamed valley in the Tianshan forest, 2 years of medicinal age, drawbacks. The book detailed the herb's name, origin, and various drawbacks. It was indeed the cold sun herb. The vendor had not deceived him. Satisfied with the accuracy of the book, Zhang Xuan nodded, preparing to speak when his gaze fell upon the last stalk in the box. Why does this cold sun herb look somewhat withered? Surely, your harvesting technique must have been flawed, leading to its demise. Harvesting medicinal herbs requires precise methods. A misstep could compromise their efficacy and drastically reduce their value. The stalk he observed appeared yellowed and emaciated, lacking any vivid color, drooping as if it could wither away at any moment. Young master, you're jesting. This is my livelihood. How could I possibly make a mistake? This particular herb wasn't in great condition to begin with. It looked like this when I harvested it. If you want it, I'll let you have it for half price, 50 gold coins. The vendor insisted. All right. Zhang Xuan picked up the withered cold sun herb. Buzz. Cold sun mother herb. The root of other cold sun herbs, harvested from an unnamed valley in the Tianshan forest, 15 years of medicinal age. He opened the book, revealing the name and records. Cold sun mother herb? Zhang Xian's eyes sparkled. He had encountered this precious item in his readings. It was exceedingly rare and invaluable. The effects of this herb would exceed those of its counterparts by at least tenfold. To stumble upon such a treasure while merely seeking cold sun herbs. And with a remarkable 15 years of medicinal age, it alone held significant value. This was undoubtedly the most suitable remedy for Zhuoyang, without question. Wrap this one up for me, he exclaimed, inwardly thrilled, though maintaining a composed exterior as he handed the vendor the herb. If the vendor were to realize that this was a mother herb and not merely a sickly stalk, the price would likely skyrocket tenfold. And he might not even be able to purchase it. As a well-educated young man acquainted with modern civilization, he certainly wouldn't pass up a bargain. 50 gold coins. The vendor, observing the young man's polished attire, initially anticipated a generous purchase of several herbs. To his surprise, the youth only wished to buy a single sickly stalk, prompting him to scoff dismissively. Selling goods requires discerning customers. This young man, unwilling to invest in quality herbs, was clearly a miser, merely wasting time with idle chatter. All right. Zhang Xuan reached into his pocket, only to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had been so preoccupied with thoughts of the library that he had forgotten about his finances. His previous incarnation was a lowly teacher, earning meager wages. And after receiving a 0 on a faculty assessment, he had incurred numerous deductions. Frankly speaking, he couldn't even muster 10 gold coins, let alone 50. Is everything all right? The vendor inquired, noticing the change in his demeanor. Ahem, would you sell it to me for 8 gold coins? Zhang Xuan recounted his coins, revealing only 8. 8. Are you dreaming? What are you even doing here without money? The vendor nearly toppled over at the sight of the few coins Zhang Xuan displayed. He had encountered stingy customers before, but never one so abjectly impoverished. 8 gold coins for a cold sun herb? Had he lost his senses? Even if this stock were sickly, it wouldn't be sold for less than 30 or 40 gold coins. The vendor snatched the herb back, visibly irritated. If you have no money, then leave. I don't have time for your nonsense. Ahem. I may not have money on me. But are you certain you want to sell it to me? Zhang Xuan pressed, shaking his head at the vendor's attitude. Of course, this cold sun herb, though not visually appealing, still possesses medicinal efficacy. Even if it's of lesser quality, it could sell for 30 or 40 coins. 8 coins? What a joke. Leave now, or I'll call the enforcement team. The vendor, infuriated by the persistent youth, threatened to summon the enforcement team, which patrolled the large marketplace to deter any disorderly conduct. A mere word would summon them, and even a martial artist of the 5th tier would be unceremoniously expelled. Seeing the young man linger without money, the vendor concluded he was merely causing trouble and directly warned him. Please don't call the enforcement team. I genuinely wish to purchase. Zhang Xuan interrupted, maintaining a calm demeanor and smiling gently. Though I lack funds, I am not here to cause trouble. If you allow me to speak, I assure you that not only will you willingly sell it to me, but you may even find yourself giving it away for free. Free? Have you lost your mind? The vendor, taken aback by the ridiculousness of the statement, laughed in anger, gazing at the youth as if he were a fool. If I could give it away for free, I would call you my grandfather. In the vendor's eyes, the young man was utterly absurd, arriving to purchase without money and believing he could receive a gift. You needn't call me grandfather. Zhang Xuan shook his head, his smile unwavering as he gazed at the vendor. I tell you, if I say you will give it away for free, then you will indeed give it away for free. If you don't believe me, take a few steps. Ahem. Let us see if I can land a punch. Chapter 40. The Arrival of the Master A Punch. The vendor was perplexed by the youth's strange request. Indeed. Zhang Xuan nodded. Are you playing with me? Upon witnessing the seriousness in the young man's demeanor, the vendor's anger flared up, and he swung his fist. He had seen many oddities, but never had he encountered someone so peculiar as to ask for a punch. Very well. Do you believe I won't knock you out? As the punch was thrown, he unleashed all his strength, the sound of wind howling revealing his cultivation level, initial stage of the third realm of martial arts. Impressive. With a slight smile, Zhang Xuan deftly evaded the attack. Having reached the pinnacle of the fifth realm, the initial stage of the third realm posed no threat to him. The vendor had initially assumed the boy was merely a troublemaker with no real prowess, but upon witnessing his effortless dodge, he realized that the youth's strength surpassed his own. Curiosity piqued, he thought. Could it be that someone at the third realm merely carries 8 gold coins to purchase goods? If I am not mistaken, you hail from Zhuoyang, do you not? As the vendor made his move, Zhang Xuan's mind was flooded with information about the individual before him, eliciting a faint smile. How do you know? The vendor was taken aback. Zhuoyang was a small suburban city of the Tianshan royal city, with numerous towns of similar stature surrounding it. The fact that this boy spoke of it so decisively left him bewildered, unable to fathom how anyone could discern his origins. He glanced at himself, finding no distinguishing features that would reveal his background. Never mind how I know. Zhang Xuan adopted an air of nonchalance, gazing at the vendor with an expression of calm arrogance. Half a year ago, you encountered danger in the Tianshan forest, did you not? You were bitten by a cold bamboo snake. Although you escaped with your life, your kidneys were damaged. If I am not mistaken, at that time, it would have been difficult for you to exhibit your manly prowess. The vendor staggered back, his eyes wide, nearly popping out of their sockets. Half a year prior, he indeed had been bitten by a cold bamboo snake in the Tianshan forest. Since then, it had been a genuine ordeal. However, this was a secret known only to him and his confidant. How could this boy know? Could he truly tell fortunes? What? Am I mistaken? Observing the vendor's expression, Zhang Xuan understood that the Heavenly Tao Library would not err, and a look of sympathy crossed his face. If you believe my words to be false, I shall forfeit the herbs and take my leave. However, you may very well lose your only chance for healing. Alas, if you can never reclaim your manhood. Do not blame me for not warning you. Young master, please do not go. Upon hearing the promise of healing, the vendor trembled and stepped forward urgently. Can you truly help me recover? For a man, nothing is more tragic than the loss of virility. For days, when friends invited him out, he had refrained, fearing they might perceive his affliction. He had endured immense suffering and consulted numerous physicians, all concluding the same: treatment was nearly impossible, and the only solution was surgical removal. To think he would casually encounter someone who spoke of the matter so openly and even claimed to offer a cure left him incredulous. You may choose to believe or disbelieve. I do not force your hand. However, since I can discern the problem, I surely possess the means to treat it. Zhang Xuan asserted. I implore you, young master, please assist me. If you can cure me, I would part with not just one cold sungrass, but all these herbs. The vendor pleaded desperately. There are many extraordinary individuals in this world, and you are correct. If I can see your affliction, I undoubtedly have a remedy. Moreover, even a glimmer of hope is worth pursuing, as it pertains to your future happiness. Indeed, you were bitten by a cold bamboo snake. This creature is inherently cold. Once bitten, the chill invades the body, rendering any medication ineffective and causing loss of function. Even some alchemists are powerless against it. Yet, curiously, while the snake's body is frigid, its gallbladder is fiery. You need only procure another one, skin it, and consume the gallbladder to expel the cold energy from your body completely, allowing your injured kidneys to recover. Zhang Xuan explained. Although there are various antidotes for the cold bamboo snake's venom, the most effective remedy lies within itself. The gallbladder is the key to alleviating its unique chill. This information was detailed in a tome within the Hongtian Library. The mention of the cold bamboo snake instantly triggered this knowledge. It was precisely because of this insight that he spoke so confidently. Otherwise, the Heavenly Tao Library could reveal countless flaws, and any random suggestion would suffice. Eat the gallbladder of a cold bamboo snake? The vendor remained skeptical. Is it truly that simple? If so, why had none of the many physicians he consulted ever mentioned it? Surely this marketplace must sell cold bamboo snakes. If you do not believe me, You may purchase one now and test it. Once you have confirmation, I shall take my leave. Zhang Xuan suggested. The Tianyu marketplace is home to countless herbs, treasures, and even beasts and animals for sale. The cold bamboo snake, being a lower-tier savage beast, while poisonous, is indeed medicinal and available for purchase. Very well, wait here. After a brief hesitation, the vendor turned and departed. Not long later, he returned with a cage containing a writhing cold bamboo snake. As a martial artist of the true Qi realm, as long as he was prepared, dispatching a cold bamboo snake was a simple task. Before long, the gallbladder was extracted. And without further ado, the vendor swallowed it down. In no time, the vendor's eyes sparkled with realization. He was evidently aware of its efficacy. Thank you, young master, for your healing. All these cold sun grasses are yours. The vendor exclaimed, his excitement nearly overwhelming him, almost leading him to kneel in gratitude. I told you I would receive them, did I not? Zhang Xuan accepted the box containing the cold sun grass without hesitation. Knowledge is wealth. Having assisted in curing the vendor's ailment, it was only fitting to receive some form of compensation. Young master, your talents are remarkable. I regret my inability to recognize your greatness. Please forgive me. The vendor scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed. Just moments ago, he had confidently declared that if he truly gifted the cold sun grass, he would refer to Zhang Xuan as grandfather, but now it had come to pass. It is of no consequence. Zhang Xuan waved his hand, intending to depart, when he suddenly noticed a throng of people rushing excitedly ahead, their faces flushed with anticipation. Hurry! Master Moyang has arrived. To receive guidance from Master Moyang is a rare honor. We must not let this opportunity slip away. If Master Moyang can help me appraise a treasure, I would pay any price. Indeed, it was a shame to have missed the last opportunity. As they walked, the crowd buzzed with discussion. What is happening? Observing the fervor among the people, Zhang Xuan could not help but feel intrigued. Master Moyang has come. The vendor's face was alight with excitement, his eyes gleaming. Chapter 41. Gambling for treasures. Is this Master Moyang truly remarkable? Zhang inquired, puzzled. What kind of person possesses such immense power to incite this level of excitement and frenzy among the masses? Indeed, he is exceptionally skilled. The stall owner replied, his voice brimming with admiration. He is a highly accomplished appraiser of treasures. An appraiser of treasures? Zhang nodded in understanding. Similar to a gourmet. This profession falls within the realm of specialized careers, albeit of a lower tier. Although it may not shine as brightly as that of an alchemist, a treasure forger, or a formation master, it captivates countless souls with its allure. An appraiser can discern the quality of a treasure with a mere glance, particularly in the domain of gambling for treasures, where they resemble a golden finger, akin to a gambling deity. The mere presence of such individuals can incite a fervent pursuit. Gambling for treasures is akin to the practice of stone gambling on Earth. Some ancient treasures, concealed beneath layers of moss, silt, or rock, lose their original luster. From an external perspective, one can barely ascertain their nature, let alone their value. Only through meticulous cleaning can their true form be revealed. Many merchants dealing in these treasures do not refine them. They sell them as they are, much like raw stones in gambling, relying on the buyer's discernment and intuition. A well-timed polish can transform someone into a wealthy individual, perhaps acquiring an extraordinary artifact. Conversely, one may also incur substantial losses, leading to ruin. One moment a millionaire, the next a beggar. This unpredictability is what ensnares the hearts of many, driving them to madness. An appraiser possesses the ability to authenticate treasures, and some skilled ones can even judge their quality without prior polishing. Thus, despite being a lesser profession, it attracts countless admirers. After all, they're akin to golden fingers. If they deem an item valuable, there will always be buyers, regardless of the cost. Master Moyang arrived here 7 days prior, reportedly from another kingdom, and is said to be extraordinarily talented. At first, no one paid him any heed. The stall owner excitedly recounted, on the first day, a customer purchased a wine bottle-shaped object for about 100 gold coins. Master Moyang advised against the purchase, but the buyer disregarded his warning. Once polished, it turned out to be worthless, not even worth a single gold coin. On the second day, he persuaded a martial artist to spend 200 gold coins on a treasure. The individual, skeptical, refused to buy it, while Master Moyang purchased it himself. After polishing, it astonishingly revealed itself to be a peak-level ordinary weapon, worth thousands of gold coins. He made a profit of dozens of times. The martial artist regretted it so much he nearly despaired. By the third day, Master Moyang had already gained significant fame, with many eager for his guidance in their purchases. Only one fortunate soul received this opportunity, acquiring a seemingly modest jade bottle worth 500 gold coins. At that moment, everyone believed he had made a grave mistake. How could such a jade bottle be worth so much? To their astonishment, upon opening it, they discovered it contained 6 sixth-grade elixirs. Instantly, someone offered 10,000 gold coins for the purchase. The stall owner's eyes sparkled with excitement. This means the value had increased 20-fold. Incredible! In the following days, he returned daily, guiding one person each time, ensuring that individual would undoubtedly profit immensely. This phenomenon drove many into a frenzy, waiting each day in hopes of gaining his favor and receiving guidance. Upon hearing the tales of Master Zhuoyang, Zhang's eyes lit up, and he silently nodded. To discern the hidden value of treasures concealed beneath moss and mud is indeed a remarkable skill. Ah, I possess the Heavenly Tao Library. Could it enable me to achieve the same? His eyes brightened. The Heavenly Tao Library allows one to perceive the essence of anything they touch. While others rely on luck and gambling for treasures, he need not depend on chance at all. A pathway to wealth had unveiled itself before him. He considered the implications. Unlike others who must deliberate whether a raw stone might yield valuable jade, he could simply touch it. And the Heavenly Tao Library would instantly reveal the answer. Armed with knowledge, he could surely reap substantial rewards. Given his modest salary and limited funds, this was an opportunity he could not resist. Following the stall owner's directions, Zhang swiftly arrived at the gambling for treasures location. Indeed, it bore remarkable resemblance to stone gambling. With a long table adorned with an array of treasures, all shrouded in thick layers of moss, silt, rust, and rock, rendering their true forms nearly unrecognizable, let alone their worth. Let us begin. These items appeared indistinguishable to the naked eye, but Zhang believed the Heavenly Tao Library would unveil their secrets. He casually selected a sizable treasure to examine. With a hum, his mind reverberated, and a book manifested before him. Viewing bottle, crafted by a renowned artisan from Nanyao. Flaw, contains a crack and is liable to shatter at any moment. The book revealed a wealth of annotations. It appeared substantial, but alas, it was merely a defective item. Zhang's gaze flickered. Just as he suspected, upon contact, a detailed account of the treasure's attributes emerged. No matter how deeply these treasures were concealed, he had no need to fear. He casually touched several larger items, soon discovering their low values. After inspecting more than a dozen, all of which were disappointingly inexpensive, Zhang couldn't help but shake his head. It was no wonder that sellers profited from these items, as the likelihood of uncovering treasures was exceedingly slim. Ah, master, please guide me. I am willing to offer you a reward. Amidst his aimless exploration, a cacophony of fervent cries erupted as the revered Master Zhuoyang approached. The throng of admirers, their eyes ablaze with fervor, appeared almost frenzied. Master, if you would only offer me your guidance, I shall comply with all your wishes. Master, I would bear your children if you would assist me. Some women even boldly approached, flaunting their allure and casting flirtatious glances. Zhang stood in stunned silence. The master was extraordinarily popular. It seemed that with a mere command, numerous women would willingly vie for his attention that very night. Tonight, I shall depart from Tianshan Royal City. In gratitude for your warm hospitality, I shall assist 5 individuals with treasure appraisal today. There is no need for competition. As long as we are destined, everyone will have a chance. Upon reaching the gambling for treasures site, Master Zhuoyang came to a halt. With his snow-white beard and seemingly advanced age, his skin was remarkably smooth, devoid of wrinkles, suggesting he maintained excellent care. His eyes exuded an air of superiority that made those who gazed upon him feel inferior, reluctant to meet his gaze. Chapter 42, Pretentiousness, Part 1. Are you leaving tonight? Why not stay a few more days, Master? The urgency in the crowd was palpable as they learned of the Master's impending departure. It was rare for a gem appraiser to visit the Tianshan Royal City, and to think that he would leave after just a few days was disheartening. I have pressing matters to attend to. Master Zhuoyang raised his brow, exuding an air of sophistication and an elusive charm akin to flowing water. Very well, I shall increase the number of evaluations from 5 to 10, meaning I can assist you in appraising 10 treasures today. As you know, the work of a gem appraiser is no simple task. It requires considerable focus and energy. 10 is already my limit. Rest assured, Master, I am willing to offer you a reward for your assistance in selecting treasures, shouted a middle-aged man from the crowd. Indeed, we are prepared to compensate you. Many echoed. As long as you help us choose, we will pay whatever price you deem fit for the treasures. Given the Master's impressive track record from the previous days, where each item he pointed out had multiplied in value several times over, securing genuine artifacts was worth any price. Humph. Master Moyong waved his hand dismissively, interrupting the discussions, his brows furrowing with regal authority. I, Moyong, study gem appraisal not merely for monetary gain. Assisting you in identifying treasures is not for the sake of riches. If I truly sought wealth, I could simply identify the treasures and sell them directly for a far greater profit. The crowd fell silent, realizing the truth in his words. He possessed the keen insight to purchase treasures for himself, undoubtedly reaping substantial rewards. The only reason he agreed to assist them was due to the warmth of their enthusiasm. Money was as ephemeral as clouds to him. He could have as much as he desired, but friendship was priceless. With his hands clasped behind his back, an air of reverence surrounded Master Moyong as he continued. I have stated that my assistance comes from a place of camaraderie, not for wealth. Should anyone continue to speak of money, do not seek my help in gem appraisal. You are indeed correct, Master. It is we who have been reckless. Came the voices of the crowd, filled with admiration for the Master's virtuous character. I have never bowed to anyone in my life, yet today, I find myself humbled by your greatness. Upon hearing the Master's words, those who had previously mentioned money felt a wave of shame wash over them. They looked at the caliber of the Master and compared it to their own. How could they compete? No wonder he was a master while they were mere followers. However, before assisting in the appraisals, Master Moyong added, let me make it clear, the gem appraiser can only enhance your chances of acquiring treasures. It does not guarantee you will obtain them. Master, you speak the truth. Gambling on treasures entails risk, and we are well aware of that. Your discernment undoubtedly surpasses ours. We trust in your integrity and your vision. We understand the rules. There is no such thing as 100% certainty in gem appraisal. With you selecting for us, we are confident we shall profit. The crowd shouted in unison. Since you all place your trust in me, I shall proceed. Which of you wishes for my assistance in selection? Master Moyong surveyed the eager faces around him. I, me. In an instant, a multitude of hands shot up, excitement radiating from their faces. The allure of a gem appraiser was undeniable. Every gesture could incite fervor among the masses. Very well, you. Master Moyong pointed to a portly middle-aged man who stepped forth, hardly able to believe his fortune. Is it truly me? Indeed. Master Moyong nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips, epitomizing the demeanor of a true sage. Thank you, Master. The middle-aged man leaped with joy, his eyes brimming with eagerness as he asked, which one should I purchase? Let me take a look. With a flourish of his sleeve, Master Moyong advanced, his presence untouched by the dust of the world, his gaze fixated on the array of treasures before him. As he moved, the crowd hushed, fearful of disturbing his concentration. Soon he paused, his hand hovering over a particular artifact, carefully examining it. After a moment, he seemed to employ some secret technique, his body trembling slightly before his expression grew pale. All right, you may purchase this one. I have just used a secret method to ascertain its considerable value. Master Moyong turned to the man. This one. The man's eyes widened with anticipation. It was a large treasure, shrouded in thick rock, resembling a fossil. Such items were notoriously difficult to refine, and given its size, it would take at least a day or two to polish. Indeed, Master Moyong affirmed. Since it is recommended by the master, I shall buy it. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly, turning to the seller. How much? 50,000 gold coins. The booth owner approached. 50,000. The man was taken aback. This was no trivial sum. Even with his wealth, it was nearing his limit. A renowned teacher like Shun Bairu earned only about 1,000 gold coins a month, and 50,000 was nearly equivalent to her total earnings over several years. Purchase it. This is a recommendation from the master. If you hesitate, I shall take it. Someone in the crowd shouted, sensing his reluctance. Indeed, the master's recommendation cannot be wrong. Though it may seem a hefty sum now once polished, it could be worth a fortune. Many voices chimed in. Previously, the master appraised only smaller treasures. Now he has selected something so grand. Surely it is a profitable venture. They urged in unison. All right, I shall buy it. After a moment's hesitation, the middle-aged man nodded and quickly provided the payment. Now, for the second selection. Once the man had secured his treasure, Master Moyong appeared revitalized, scanning the crowd once more. I, me. The remaining individuals eagerly raised their hands, including the vendor who had previously been aided by the master, his hand raised high with excitement, yearning for selection. You. Master Moyong chose an elderly gentleman, adorned in finery, clearly affluent. Just like the first selection, the master made a circuit among the treasures before quickly identifying another item. 8,000 gold coins. This artifact was even more expensive, but the elderly man showed no hesitation, promptly handing over the money. Isn't this the ornamental vase crafted by a renowned artisan from the southern kiln? 8,000 gold coins? Zhang Xuan blinked in disbelief upon recognizing the treasure chosen by Master Zhuoyang. He hadn't observed the other items closely enough to be certain, yet this vase, while grand, was merely decorative and worth no more than a single gold coin. How could it be valued at 8,000? Could it be that the master had erred? Curiosity stirred within him, and he could not help but glance at the seemingly righteous master, suddenly struck by a realization as a book materialized in his mind. The title inscribed upon it read Moyang. Could it be that he was employing a technique? According to the characteristics of the Heavenly Tao Library, a book could not manifest without the use of skills. Was this man, at this very moment, utilizing them? Intrigued, he could not resist flipping through the pages. What is this? Upon reading, his expression froze, a peculiar look overtaking his face. Chapter 43, Pretentiousness, Part 2. The books elaborately chronicle the many deeds and flaws of the master, Moyang, originally named Yang Mo. He was a treasure appraisal apprentice and a professional swindler in the Luzhu kingdom, often masquerading as a gem appraiser to deceive others out of wealth and affection. His martial skills included a minor proficiency in the art of hypnotic speech, capable of beguiling hearts and garnering natural trust. His shortcomings were twofold. First, he was wanted by the royal family of the Luzhu kingdom. Second, Zhang Xuan found himself both amused and exasperated. This fellow, with an air of a sage, exuded an undeniable charisma, leading Zhang to believe he was formidable, only to discover he was a charlatan. It seemed that many in the crowd were his accomplices, and the vendor selling items was undoubtedly in cahoots with him, using the guise of assisting with appraisals to sell worthless trinkets at exorbitant prices, reaping substantial profits from the gullible. Where there are deceivers, there are also the deceived. Aware of the other's fraudulent nature, Zhang Xuan had no intention of exposing him. Firstly, he lacked evidence, revealing the secrets of the Tiandao library was out of the question. Secondly, those who had been duped were devoid of rational thought at that moment. Speaking up might provoke their wrath. He would not engage in such a futile endeavor that would only invite trouble. Never mind. I shall select my treasures and make my own purchases, paying no heed to the ostentatious display of grandeur from the master Moyang. Zhang Xuan continued to stroll along the display of treasures, casually reaching out to touch the items. Each time he made contact, images of books would appear in his mind. Though the library would not disclose the prices or values, items with fewer flaws were certainly priced higher. After touching 4 or 5 dozen items, he was astonished to find none of value. Such a dismal probability was hard to comprehend. The last item, it shall be you. Just as he was thoroughly engrossed in his search, a commanding voice resonated through the air. Turning to look, he saw the extraordinary Master Moyang gazing at him with a look of satisfaction, subtly nodding. Countless onlookers turned their gazes toward him, brimming with envy. Me? Zhang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. This young friend, do not be so lacking in confidence. It is indeed you. Master Moyang stroked his beard, his expression one of pride, as if to say that being chosen by him was a tremendous honor. Lacking confidence? Zhang Xuan shook his head. It was not a matter of insecurity. Rather, he felt unfortunate to be selected amidst so many fervent followers of the master. Why choose me? However, after a brief moment of confusion, he realized that nearly everyone present had come as an entourage for the master, while he alone was wandering around the long table. Making him stand out conspicuously, how could one avoid attention? I appreciate the good intentions, but I do not need it. Knowing the other was a fraud and unwilling to become a victim, Zhang Xuan waved his hand, intending to resume examining the heaps of treasures before him. Do not need it? Master Moyang furrowed his brow. He had already allocated 9 slots, and anyone chosen would typically be elated, nearly fainting with excitement. Yet this young man declined? Young man, you do not want this opportunity for me? The master selected him, and he had the audacity to refuse. Was there something amiss with his mind? It was evident something was off. The moment I noticed this fellow, he had been touching every treasure he saw. Surely, he did not intend to steal anything, did he? If the master were to grant me this opportunity, I would be overjoyed. The conversation between Zhang Xuan and the master was overheard by the onlookers, who regarded Zhang with incredulity. Who was this person, the master of treasure appraisal? Today he had offered 10 slots and would leave. Such a splendid opportunity was coveted by all, who would be eager to pay for it. Yet this fellow outright refused. Is he not of sound mind? Truly, I do not require it. Zhang Xuan shook his head. To end up empty-handed and financially drained, if I were to heed your advice, I would indeed find myself bereft. Do not dismiss so swiftly. Before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Master Moyang. whose eyes reflected a profound compassion for the world. Young man, earning money is no easy task. My offering of a slot is not for personal gain, rather. It stems from goodwill, as I cannot bear to see you purchase worthless items and waste your hard-earned money. Master Zhuoyang is truly benevolent. To possess the ability to discern the authenticity of treasures while being so kind-hearted is nothing short of idol-worthy. From this day forth, I shall revere but one person, and that is Master Zhuoyang. Upon hearing the elder's words, the crowd was once again enamored. Look at the quality of this man, possessing the skill to appraise treasures. Yet not seeking profit, fearing others might suffer loss, he willingly dedicates his time to assist in treasure appraisal. Truly, he is a paragon of virtue. A rare gem in this world. Zhang Xuan was taken aback by the other's brazen audacity and grandiose rhetoric. He was about to continue his rebuttal when he was interrupted again. Very well, I understand your thoughts. No need for further elaboration. The elder cast a nonchalant glance. Filled with pride. You believe yourself too young and inexperienced, lacking strength to protect what you might obtain. Should you be chosen, you would be unable to safeguard your treasures, potentially inviting calamity. Master Zhuoyang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of someone who had seen through Zhang's thoughts. Not only is the master skilled in appraisal, but his insight into human nature is also remarkable. It is only natural for this young man to harbor such concerns. As the saying goes, innocent people suffer for possessing treasures. Upon hearing Master Zhuoyang's reasoning, the crowd finally comprehended why Zhang Xuan would refuse such a boon. Zhang Xuan was amused by the absurdity of the situation. How shameless, to present oneself so pompously, lacking strength to protect. How clever of you. Ladies and gentlemen, just as he sought to clarify, the master surveyed the crowd, an air of arrogance about him. This young friend is my chosen one. Regardless of the treasures I help him secure, I implore you not to entertain any nefarious thoughts. Otherwise, you will find yourselves at odds with me, Zhuoyang, and I shall show no mercy. Master, do not speak so. The person you have chosen, who would dare to act against him? Fear not. We would never contemplate such an act. The crowd responded in unison. Very well, I have spoken to you all. You may proceed with your purchases without concern for unnecessary troubles. Master Zhuoyang looked at Zhang Xuan, an air of confidence enveloping him. No need for this or that. Simply take this treasure, and I assure you, you shall profit. Master Zhuoyang interrupted him, extracting an item from the assortment and presenting it to Zhang Xuan. Profit. Upon seeing the item, Zhang Xuan was rendered speechless. Vendor, come here and settle the bill for this young friend. Master Zhuoyang beckoned. A total of 30,000 gold coins. The vendor approached. Excited? Excited, my foot. With yet another interruption to his attempts at communication, Zhang Xuan could no longer contain himself. If you wish to deceive, then go ahead. I can no longer be bothered. Why do you continue to seek me out, flaunting your pretense? Am I to believe I owe you a debt of gratitude? Chapter 44. I choose one what? This young man actually dares to speak of Master Zhuoyang in such a way. The master, with sincere intentions, was assisting him in selecting treasures. And he has the audacity to accuse the master of deceit? How utterly ignorant. Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's words, the surrounding crowd fell into a stunned silence, quickly followed by an uproar. Is this lad out of his mind? The master had exerted himself to help him choose treasures, yet he dares to call him a fraud. A pretender? What did you say? Clearly taken aback by the youth's words, Master Zhuoyang's expression darkened. Do you harbor some misunderstanding towards me? Misunderstanding? Are you not aware of what you are doing? Zhang Xuan retorted, his voice filled with disdain. If you wish to deceive, do as you please. It is of no concern to me. I will choose my treasures. You can deceive your own. Let us not interfere with one another, and spare me your lofty airs. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Xuan expressed his annoyance. He has never held any fondness for deceivers. If they do not provoke him, he can tolerate them. But to flaunt their superiority before him is an invitation to disaster. Preposterous. Master Zhuoyang's face turned ashen, his sleeves billowing as he radiated an aura of righteous indignation. Zhuoyang, obtained my qualifications as an appraiser 30 years ago, assisting others and resolving their difficulties, always with a clear conscience. Never has anyone accused me of deception. Those present can attest to my integrity. Have I ever deceived any of you? Master Zhuoyang, with his benevolent heart, has saved countless individuals from peril. How could he be a fraud? You impudent junior, it seems you seek your own demise. Master, do not be angered. Allow me to teach this fellow a lesson. So he understands that one may eat recklessly, but words must be chosen with care. Master Zhuoyang's declaration ignited the fury of all present. their gazes turning towards Zhang Xuan as if they were confronting a sworn enemy. 30 years of qualifications? A clear conscience? Zhang Xuan was rendered speechless. You, a mere apprentice in appraisal, what pretense is this? Your audacity surpasses all expectations. No wonder you have become a target for the bounty hunters of Luzhu Kingdom. Not only is your skin thick, but your adaptability is commendable as well. Other frauds would falter when exposed, yet this one cleverly redirected the accusations towards himself, placing himself in a precarious position. If it were not for the Heavenly Tao Library, witnessing his self-righteousness would surely lead to doubt. However, with the library in hand, it was evident he was a fraud. Silence. Seeing the crowd's anger escalating, Master Moyong waved his hand grandly. I am magnanimous, if you apologize for your earlier words. I shall overlook this transgression. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences of your baseless insults. Consequences? Zhang Xuan shook his head. Whether you are a fraud or if my words are unfounded can be easily verified. All we need to do is polish the items they just purchased, and the truth will be unveiled. What purpose does all this idle chatter serve? Polish them? Master Moyong seemed to anticipate this response, replying coolly. I previously mentioned that I must leave Tianxian City tonight. The treasures I helped them select are substantial and will require at least half a day's polishing to reveal their true form. I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot afford such a delay. Are you implying that my haste is due to guilt? Seeking to leave in order to frame me? At this point, the elder's demeanor shifted, radiating an air of superiority. I, Moyong, stand upright and fear no slander. Yet here I am, assisting you in selecting treasures, only to be accused of deceit without any evidence. Do you understand the repercussions of defaming an appraiser? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan realized he had underestimated the depths of the other's shamelessness. Truly, he is a professional deceiver, having premeditated his escape route. He had previously stated he would leave Tianxian City tonight, laying the groundwork for his rebuttal. Now, even if Zhang Xuan claims he lacks the patience to wait for the treasures to be polished, no one would believe him. Moreover, calling him a fraud. There is indeed no evidence. The secrets of the Heavenly Tao Library cannot be disclosed, and even if they were, belief in them is paramount. You, boy, kneel and apologize to the master at once. Dare you claim the master is a fraud? Do you want to test my patience? Where did such an audacious wretch come from, daring to besmirch the master's name? As Master Moyong spoke with righteous indignation, many in the crowd chose to believe him, vociferously rebuking Zhang Xuan. The deceived individuals, nearly hypnotized by their own denial, were unwilling to accept the truth of their folly. Anyone who disrupted their fanciful dreams would face vehement opposition. In their eyes, Master Moyong was an exalted character. How could he possibly be a fraud? Preposterous. Since this fellow claims the master is a fraud, he must be knowledgeable in appraisal as well. Let him select a treasure for us to inspect. If he chooses worthless junk, let him leave without further pretense. A voice from the crowd chimed in with a dismissive tone. Indeed. If you claim I am a fraud and refuse my recommendations, you must have some expertise in appraisal. Hearing this, Master Moyong nodded, turning his gaze towards Zhang Xuan. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Let us each select a simple treasure that can be quickly polished and appraised. If your choice appreciates in value, I shall concede that you possess some discernment and overlook your slander against me. However, should you choose a worthless item, you will be obliged to purchase the treasures I previously selected and kneel to apologize. You wish to compete in appraisal with me? Zhang Xuan, initially troubled by how to present evidence, was momentarily taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter. Is this fellow out of his mind? With the Heavenly Tao Library at my disposal, if I claim to be the second best in appraisal, no one would dare assert they are the best. Are you certain your wits are intact? However, upon reflection, he comprehended why the other would propose such a challenge. What? Afraid to accept? Master Moyong wore a confident expression. Very well, since you seek stimulation, how could I possibly refuse? Then I shall choose first. Master Moyong, with a flourish of his sleeves, strode confidently along the long table, soon halting to grasp a palm-sized object. This item was encased in thick rock, rendering its shape indistinguishable, let alone its value. Shopkeeper, how much for this? Master Moyong inquired, holding the item aloft. This one is small and devoid of any spiritual fluctuations. It is 200 gold coins. The shopkeeper replied. Very well. Please find someone to polish it. Master Moyong handed over the coins with a nonchalant air. Understood. The shopkeeper took the item to the back room, and after a while, emerged with a golden toad, his face alight with excitement. Congratulations, master. This is a residue of the Lingxi golden toad. What is the Lingxi golden toad? The Lingxi golden toad is a 6th-grade savage beast, its most prized possession being its skin, which it sheds only once in its lifetime. This residue can be used in medicine and holds immense value. Truly, Master Moyang has remarkable insight, instantly selecting a treasure. Upon hearing it was the residue of the Lingxi golden toad, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Many were unfamiliar with this item, prompting Master Moyang to declare, "Just state the price. It is more straightforward. This item is valued at 2,000 gold coins." The shopkeeper proclaimed loudly, 2,000 gold coins? From a purchase price of 200 to an immediate valuation of 2,000? A tenfold increase? Incredible! A true master indeed. Profiting so immensely from a mere trinket. The treasures he assisted me in selecting must surely yield tremendous returns. Witnessing this spectacle, the previously apprehensive crowd now gazed upon Master Moyang with fervent admiration. The master remains a master. His every gesture is indeed extraordinary. Very well, it is now your turn. Master Moyang flicked his hand dismissively, casting a cold glance in my direction. Zhang Xuan nodded. Acutely aware that the opponent was a deceiver and certainly had a backup plan, yet I had not anticipated such a formidable contingency. It seems I must select an option of comparable value. May I first choose a treasure, and once you have polished it and confirmed the price, then I shall provide the payment? As I stepped forward, a sudden thought struck me. I turned to the vendor. No, it is imperative to pay first for the items. Only then can we proceed with the polishing. This is the rule. Otherwise, if the polished item is deemed worthless and you refuse it, or if it turns out to be exceedingly valuable and we prefer not to sell, there would be no way to justify it. The vendor replied coldly. In the realm of treasure gambling, to prevent disputes, once an item is chosen, payment must be rendered, effectively sealing the contract, leaving no room for anyone to default. Very well then. Acknowledging this rule, Zhang Xuan could only acquiesce with a nod, raising his gaze with a demeanor of grandeur. Come, direct me. Among this pile of treasures, which ones are priced below 8 gold coins? I shall select one. Chapter 45. The tip. What did he just say? Did I hear him correctly? Below 8 gold coins? Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's audacious declaration, everyone present gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape as if they were witnessing madness. Is this for real? In the realm of gambling treasures, one stakes not just their heartbeat, but their fortunes as well. Any single item here would fetch a minimum of 100 gold coins, and yet he speaks of a mere 8. What are you buying with that? Has this fellow lost his senses? 8 gold coins. There is nothing of such meager value here, I assure you. Moments later, laughter erupted, tears streaming down their faces. Goodness, are you trying to deceive us? What sort of place is this that lacks even treasures below 8 gold coins? How utterly embarrassing. Unfazed by the ridicule, Lu Xian regarded the stall owner with a stern expression. His previous self had left him with only 8 gold coins. There was no more to offer, even if he wished to pay more. The crowd exchanged glances, nearly bursting into fits of laughter once more. How embarrassing for you. It was akin to strolling into a real estate office and inquiring if a house could be purchased for a single gold coin. Brother, is there something wrong with your mind? Certainly, treasures worth 8 gold coins are non-existent. Here, take your pick from this assortment. Once you have chosen, I shall cover the cost for you. Should you profit, it is yours. Should you incur a loss, merely apologize to me as per our earlier agreement. Observing the youth's demeanor, Master Moyang looked down upon him with disdain, arms crossed, adopting an air of superiority. This is truly the essence of Master Moyang. His composure is commendable. This young man is nothing more than a jester, here to embarrass himself. Upon hearing that the master would assist his adversary in paying, the crowd held their admiration in silence. Look at that. What quality he possesses. Now, observe this young man. Perhaps it is best not to compare. I fear I might lose my lunch. Are you certain? Zhang Xuan's eyes sparkled with interest. He recognized the other as a fraud, and thus felt no guilt in spending his money. Of course, when Master Moyang makes a promise, he stands by it. The master appeared as a wise sage, untouched by the murk of the world. A sly grin crossed Zhang Xuan's face as he approached the stall, scanning the array of treasures before him. Since he was choosing the smaller items, he, of course, would not select anything grand. Besides, larger items require tedious polishing, which is quite troublesome. This young man is utterly shameless. I truly cannot fathom why Master Moyang is so patient. If I were in his position, I would have slapped this fellow across the face long ago. To deride the master and yet spend his money on trinkets. How brazen. As the youth, devoid of any sense of shame, eagerly selected his items, the crowd could only shake their heads in disbelief. They had seen thick-skinned individuals before, but this was a new level. To openly accuse the master of being a fraud while still seeking to purchase items with his funds. How audacious. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Zhang Xuan casually touched a treasure and soon selected a palm-sized item, presenting it to the stall owner. This too costs 200 gold coins. The stall owner remarked with an indifferent glance. Master, please expedite the payment. Zhang Xuan waved his hand, displaying no sense of embarrassment. Master Mo Yang's expression darkened. He had intended to humiliate his opponent, yet here he was, reduced to a mere servant. Suppressing the urge to throttle the youth, he reluctantly paid the sum. Very well. Let us proceed with the polishing here, in full view of the crowd, so that no one may accuse us of deceit. Zhang Xuan gestured grandly. Once polished? Let us see if you still possess such arrogance. Witnessing the young man's actions, the stall owner seethed with irritation, retrieving the polishing tools and getting to work. Before long, the moss-covered stone revealed its true form. It was a translucent gem, radiating a gentle glow. Is that a linglong stone? Someone in the crowd exclaimed, disbelief evident in their voice. What is a linglong stone? Some recognized it while others did not. You don't know? The linglong stone is a primary material for forging ghost-level weapons, each piece worth a fortune and often unattainable. The first speaker gasped, breathless. Weapons are categorized into divine, sacred, spiritual, mortal, and mundane. In a place like the Tianxian kingdom, even perfected mundane weapons are nearly non-existent, let alone ghost-level weapons. Each one could fetch an astronomical price. How much could this be worth? Those unfamiliar with the stone couldn't help but inquire. Though it may seem rare, lacking a concrete concept of its value. Once the worth is articulated, everyone comprehends. A few years ago, I heard that the Luzhu kingdom auctioned off one, smaller than this, roughly the size of an egg, for 50,000 gold coins. This one is much larger and appears to be of higher purity. It must be worth at least 100,000. The speaker swallowed hard, envisioning the staggering figure. 100,000. Everyone present nearly lost their minds. 200 gold coins for an item that could be sold for 100,000? A 500-fold increase. Is this real? The stall owner trembled, staring at the stone in disbelief. As the proprietor of a gambling treasure stall, he was well acquainted with many treasures and their values. And he knew that the previous speaker's claims were entirely accurate. This item was undoubtedly worth that price. Impossible. I must be mistaken. The crowd was astounded, while Master Mo Yang felt a wave of frustration. He had anticipated that his opponent would select something of little value, allowing him to mock and reinforce his superiority. He never imagined that the youth would unveil such a remarkable treasure. Both had purchased items for 200 gold coins. Yet while his was worth 2,000, the other's was worth 100,000. The disparity was staggering. This linglong stone, I shall auction it now. The highest bidder wins, Zhang Xuan declared, fully aware of the stone's significance. I bid 100,000. The individual who recognized the linglong stone called out eagerly. Though 100,000 gold coins is a considerable sum, it pales in comparison to the value of the linglong stone. I bid 110,000. Others, now aware of its worth, joined in the bidding. 120,000. Eventually, the price settled at 153,000 gold coins, claimed by a financially robust middle-aged man. This is a principal banknote from the Tianxian treasury. With this, one can withdraw 153,000 gold coins from any treasury in Tianxian city. The middle-aged man accepted the linglong stone, handing over a stack of banknotes. Gold coins can be cumbersome to handle. Here, as in ancient times, paper currency has emerged. After confirming their authenticity, Zhang Xuan pocketed the notes and produced a 1,000 value banknote, approaching Master Mo Yang, saying, "You covered my 200 gold coins earlier. Consider this 1,000 as a tip for you." Chapter 46. Unmasking the Deception Tip. Upon hearing this, Master Mo Yang staggered, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. A tip? How absurd. I, a dignified master, in need of no monetary gain, would accept a mere tip from you. His complexion darkened, and he felt as though he might explode. At that moment, he was caught in a dilemma. To accept would mean to acknowledge the tip, reducing himself to the level of a servant, while to refuse would only deepen his humiliation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Was this impudent youth, having cleverly used his money, already aware of this predicament and intentionally attempting to embarrass him? Decline? Excellent. That conveniently saves me 1,000. 1,000 gold coins can procure a plethora of treasures. Upon hearing this, Master Mo Yang was further distressed. Just because you had a stroke of luck and made a wise choice does not guarantee your victory. Enough. I have pressing matters and must take my leave. With an icy glare, Master Mo Yang rose and made to depart. Observing his actions, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but admire him. Truly, a professional deceiver, he exhibited remarkable decisiveness in his retreat. Regardless of whether his fortune was genuine or if he possessed the ability to discern treasures, having amassed such wealth in one go, the onlookers could no longer dismiss him as a madman. It was far better to withdraw than to continue this charade. After all, having guided others just moments ago, he had already reaped considerable rewards. The longer they lingered, the more disadvantageous it would be for the deceiver. Our contest's outcome remains undetermined. Why the haste to leave? If we are to strike a fallen foe, Zhang Xuan naturally could not allow him to escape so easily. Indeed, Master, do not rush away. You have profited from your purchases. You have not lost yet. The Master merely underestimated the situation and did not select the most valuable treasure. We have faith in you. After several days of accumulating support, Master Mo Yang still had a legion of devoted admirers. I have stated that I must leave for urgent matters. Farewell. He waved dismissively. Urgent matters do not require you to leave in such haste. I have a few inquiries I wish to make. Zhang Xuan obstructed his path. What inquiries? Master Mo Yang halted, scoffing coldly. This esteemed friend, upon seeing him, pause. Zhang Xuan smiled slightly, directing his gaze toward the elderly man who had just acquired the master's designation and purchased the ornamental bottle. What is it? The elder approached, cradling the ornamental bottle in his arms as if it were the rarest treasure. Given its size, it could not be polished in a short time. So he had refrained from doing so. If I am not mistaken, you spent 80,000 gold coins on this ornamental bottle, which is, in fact, broken and worth not a single coin. Zhang Xuan pointed decisively. An ornamental bottle? Worthless? What nonsense! This was selected by the master. The elder's expression darkened as he raised his voice in indignation. Such a large artifact is indeed troublesome to polish. It would require at least a day. How about this? You simply smash it on the ground. If I am mistaken, I will compensate you 80,000 gold coins. If I am correct, you have fallen into someone else's trap and been deceived. You can seek recompense from your swindler. Zhang Xuan beamed at him. Smash it. The elder was taken aback. The logic was sound. A large treasure would indeed take time to polish, but smashing it would be swift. If it were merely an ornamental bottle, it would indeed hold little value. 80,000 gold coins could nearly bankrupt him. Had this youth proposed such a thing earlier, he would have scoffed in disbelief. But given the youth's prior success in acquiring a treasure worth 765 times its value, he began to waver. Fear not. A true treasure cannot be shattered so easily. If it does break, you will not suffer loss. Noticing the elder's hesitation, Zhang Xuan continued. Very well. After a brief pause, the elder hurled the treasure he had been cradling onto the ground. Clang! A sharp sound rang out as the large artifact shattered. Revealing its true nature concealed beneath moss and earth indeed, it was merely a pile of broken porcelain. An ornamental bottle? A glance revealed that many had recognized it. It was indisputably an ornamental bottle. Even if this item had been left from ancient times, it would hold little value, let alone 80,000 gold coins. It could scarcely fetch 10. Staring at the shards scattered across the ground, the elder was left in a daze. He had harbored hopes of making a fortune from this item, only to find himself in such a predicament. How could he not go mad? Zhang Xuan turned to Master Mo Yang and the stall owner nearby, a smile playing on his lips. The reason he could select high-value items was simple. During the polishing process, he had not been present and could easily produce a prepared treasure, claiming it as his own selection. After all, no one had witnessed it. They could say whatever they wished. Is this true? Upon hearing Zhang Xuan unveil the truth, doubts began to ripple through the crowd. Initially confident in Master Mo Yang's abilities, they now found themselves questioning. Clang! As they pondered who was right and who was wrong, another individual from the crowd, having just secured a prize, smashed his treasure as well. This time it was not porcelain, but a dilapidated clay jar, clearly worthless. Fake! Fake! I spent 60,000 gold coins on this. They are swindlers. Seeing the debris on the ground, the buyers realized they had been deceived and erupted in furious shouts. Bang! Boom! The sound of bodies striking one another reverberated, and the stall owner was not spared from the chaos. As for the instigator, Zhang Xuan had long since slipped away amidst the tumult. In this vast world, there are daily deceivers and the deceived. He was no deity and could not oversee everything. Had Master Mo Yang not sought trouble with him, he would have paid no mind. Now that the deceived were aware of the situation, they would surely handle it themselves without his further concern. Huang Yushu, as he strolled slowly through the marketplace, a colossal room soon came into view. with towering shelves brimming with an array of books. The commerce hall sold medicinal herbs, weapons, and exotic beasts, and it also featured a section for books, which was his primary purpose for visiting. Let us take a look. Zhang Xuan stepped inside. Chapter 47. Huang Yu. As he entered the bookstore, a young maiden approached him. Seemingly around 17 or 18, her visage exuded purity and charm, though she paled in comparison to teacher Shenbairu. Nonetheless, she could undoubtedly be considered a rare beauty. Do you have the cultivation manuals for the 6 levels of martial arts? Zhang Xuan inquired, revealing his purpose. The 6 levels of martial arts? The maiden chuckled lightly. Such manuals are of considerable value, far beyond what our modest establishment can offer. However, we do have a few introductory cultivation techniques. She shook her head. The bookstore primarily stocked literature on humanities, geography, and biographies. Manuals of such caliber were secrets among practitioners and could not be casually browsed or purchased. Do you know where I might find them for sale? Zhang Xuan sighed, glancing at her with hope. For sale? She shook her head again. Such advanced manuals are rarely sold. There are none in the entire Tianshan royal city. However, many powerful individuals collect them at home. If you have a good relationship, you might be able to peruse their collection. To peruse would be beneficial. Zhang Xuan's eyes brightened. With the Heavenly Tao library at his disposal, he did not need to purchase anything. He could generate such texts effortlessly if they were available for browsing. Do you know of any elders who possess similar books and allow others to peruse them? He could not help but ask. Allow others to peruse? The maiden furrowed her brow, initially about to shake her head, but then a glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes as she smiled. I do know one. But he is notoriously eccentric. If he is in a good mood, you may take all his books without issue. If not, you won't even be allowed to step through the door. Is that so? Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow before adding. Could you kindly direct me to this elder? Since I currently have no business, I can take you there directly. She replied with a smile. Grateful for the girl's willingness to accompany him, Zhang Xuan nodded appreciatively. As they walked, he learned her name was Huang Yu and that she was the proprietor of the bookstore, which had only recently opened, perhaps just a few dozen days prior. Does this elder possess many books? Zhang Xuan could not contain his curiosity after a while. Of course, he is a celebrated scholar throughout the kingdom and was once the teacher of His Majesty, Emperor Shenjue. He has access to the royal library. So you can imagine his collection is vast. Huang Yu spoke with admiration. The teacher of Emperor Shenjue? The former imperial tutor? Zhang Xuan was taken aback. The king of the Tianshan kingdom, Shenjue, was known to be unmatched in strength, a figure of great repute. Only the most exceptional individuals could have been chosen as his mentor. Even the dean of Hongtian Academy would likely not qualify. He was his calligraphy teacher, not a martial arts mentor, yet that still speaks volumes of his esteemed reputation, deeply respected by the emperor. Huang Yu's expression turned serious as she cautioned, this Mr. Lu Chun is quite refined and values decorum. He despises frivolous chatter from his juniors. When you arrive, it would be best to keep your words to a minimum, otherwise, you will find it impossible to borrow any books. Understood. Zhang Xuan nodded. Also, I have other matters to attend to. When the time comes to request books, you will handle that yourself. Do not mix my affairs into it. Huang Yu rolled her eyes playfully. Rest assured, I will not make things difficult for you. Zhang Xuan smiled subtly. He was already grateful that she was guiding him. Whether he could borrow the books would depend on his own abilities. Regardless, as a teacher, he would not place a young girl in an uncomfortable position. Mr. Lu prefers obedient juniors. Whatever he requests, simply agree. You know how conservative such scholars can be. Their thinking may be out of touch with youth, so do not take it to heart. Huang Yu reiterated. They continued on their way, swiftly exiting the business district and navigating a dizzying array of alleys until they arrived before a residence. This is the abode of Mr. Lu Chun. Huang Yu gestured ahead. Zhang Xuan looked up, surprised to find the residence was neither luxurious nor expansive. It was an ordinary entrance devoid of even a signboard. Had Huang Yu not brought him here, he might have mistaken it for a modest dwelling. This is where the imperial tutor resides? He found it hard to believe. Zhang Xuan nodded, feeling a deep respect in his heart. Such a high-ranking individual could maintain a simple lifestyle, eschewing extravagance and pretense. It seemed this elder truly embodied noble character. As they stood there, a carriage approached, stopping beside them. A young man, around 17 or 18, dressed in white, emerged. He was tall and handsome, exuding an air of privilege typical of a wealthy scion. Xiao Yu, you are here too. Upon spotting Huang Yu, the young man's eyes lit up, immediately adopting a sycophantic demeanor. My name is Huang Yu. Do not address me in such a flattering manner. We are not that familiar. Huang Yu responded with a disdainful pout. Given our family's connections, it is not inappropriate for me to call you Xiao Yu. After all, I've called you that since childhood. Are you here to visit Mr. Lu Qin today? The young man smiled lightly, elegantly flicking his sleeve in a gesture of confidence. Heh, you can forget about that item. It is certainly mine. Whose it is remains to be seen. You might end up crying. Huang Yu countered, unyielding. We shall see. The young man chuckled softly, then noticed Zhang Xuan, his brow furrowing. Who is this person? Xiao Yu, how could you bring an outsider here? Who I bring is none of your business. Huang Yu retorted, offering him no respect whatsoever. Humph, kid, regardless of who you are. I advise you to keep your distance from Xiao Yu. She is not someone of your humble stature can approach. The young man narrowed his eyes at Zhang Xuan. A chill in his tone. Zhang Xuan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him at being threatened merely for borrowing a book. It felt absurd, akin to an unfortunate turn of events. Huang Yu had simply brought him here. Why the hostility? Stretching nonchalantly, he waved dismissively. You are overly concerned. No need to trouble yourself. Very well. I hope you do not regret that statement. The young man raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening at Zhang Xuan's audacity. He ignored both of them and strode confidently to the door, raising his hand to knock. You are so reckless. Huang Yu whispered anxiously as the knock echoed. What's wrong? Zhang Xuan replied, puzzled. Do you know who he is? How can you speak to him like that? Huang Yu's expression conveyed her concern. Zhang Xian's indifference seemed to baffle her. Who he is does not concern me. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Do you not realize? Huang Yu, observing his nonchalance, wondered if she had brought along a fool. He is the only son of Prince Zhen Nan, by son. Prince Zhen Nan is known as the most powerful minister in the Tianxian kingdom, second only to Emperor Xinjue. Offending his son would render one nearly unable to traverse the entire kingdom. Huang Yu anticipated that revealing this information would instill fear in Zhang Xuan, prompting him to inquire how to rectify the situation. Instead, she found him staring blankly, his expression clouded with confusion. Prince Zhen Nan. Who is that? Chapter 48. The evaluation of Zhang Xuan. Huang Yu felt dizzy, nearly collapsing on the spot. The prince of southern town is unaware? Brother, are you truly from the heavenly Xian kingdom? You can't have emerged from some obscure corner, can you? At that moment, she regretted bringing this fellow here, knowing nothing. If he were to say the wrong thing, she would undoubtedly be implicated. It was not that Zhang Xuan was pretending. He genuinely had no knowledge. His previous incarnation was the most incompetent teacher at the academy, always preoccupied with thoughts of how to avoid expulsion. He had never inquired into the political affairs of the kingdom, knowing very little. Before his transmigration, he had not even grasped the concepts of halls, departments, or disciplines, let alone understood who the Prince of Southern Town was. Creak. Just as he was about to explain the illustrious achievements of the Prince of Southern Town, the grand door before him boomed open, and a butler-like figure stepped forth. City Lord, I am prepared. I hope to receive your guidance once again. Bai Sun, clad in white, no longer bore the arrogance from earlier, instead presenting a face of utmost respect. Ah, it is young Master Bai and Miss Huang. Please follow me to the parlor and wait. The butler bowed as he recognized the three figures. As they entered the estate, Zhang Xuan glanced around. Although the decor was not extravagant, perhaps even slightly inferior to some areas of the academy, it possessed a unique charm. The interplay of stillness and movement resembled a tranquil ink painting, exuding an indescribable elegance. What a beautifully unadulterated ink painting! Zhang Xuan couldn't help but marvel. Oh, this young master possesses skills in painting? The butler, hearing the admiration, turned to him. I was merely expressing a casual sentiment. Zhang Xuan hastily shook his head, not expecting his offhand comment to attract the butler's attention. In his previous life, he had been a librarian, a profession steeped in refinement. Though he had seen many paintings, he had never wielded a brush, let alone created art himself. Our master uses his heart as a brush and the courtyard as paper, crafting the estate into a scene akin to a painting. You are indeed not mistaken. The butler nodded, choosing to say no more. They soon arrived at the parlor. It was modest yet antique, adorned with various paintings on the walls, imparting a serene and tranquil atmosphere, unlike other places filled with stone pillars for strength testing, which conveyed a sense of being eliminated for lack of power. This space felt peaceful and unpretentious. I shall inform the master. The butler arranged for the three to sit before turning to leave. You understand painting? Huang Yu looked at him curiously as soon as the butler departed. She had clearly heard their previous conversation and knew little about the young man she had brought along. She merely thought the courtyard's arrangement resembled a painting. Xiao Yu, do not listen to his nonsense. This fellow is just putting on airs, trying to be mysterious. Bai Sun's eyes burned with disdain. What do you know? My friend possesses vast knowledge and exceptional talent. Do you think everyone is like you, merely pretending to be profound? Huang Yu's displeasure flared at the insult toward her companion. Vast knowledge. Him? Xiao Yu. Be careful. This lad seems to be a frivolous young master, young yet spouting nonsense to amuse girls. Truly shameless. Bai Sun's irritation grew, his teeth grinding audibly. My friend is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, excelling in all. Not only is he a paragon among the youth, but even among the elders, few can compare. Huang Yu countered fiercely. Unlike you, who knows nothing but fighting. Proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Him? He looks no older than I. Even if he learned from birth, how much could he know? Only you could be deceived by him. Bai Sun glared at Zhang Xuan. Just because someone is young does not mean they lack skill. What if they possess great talent? Do not project your inadequacies onto others. Huang Yu retorted, hearing their quarrel. Zhang Xuan felt a wave of frustration. Why was he being dragged into this dispute? What had he done to deserve this? Proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? He had never even touched those 4 arts. And as for talent, how could he be considered gifted when he had become the first in the history of Hongtian Academy to receive a score of 0 in the teacher assessment? As the argument continued, Bai Sun was about to launch another retort when footsteps approached and a figure entered. It was an elderly man with white hair and a unique aura, exuding an air of authority without anger. The former butler followed closely behind. Master Lu Qian, the former teacher of His Majesty Shui. Greetings, Master. Upon seeing the elder, Bai Sun and Huang Yu dared not continue their bickering, bowing in unison. I heard someone remark that my courtyard's arrangement resembles an ink painting. It is rare to find such elegance among the youth today. Ignoring the greeting from the two, the old man's gaze fell upon Zhang Xuan, clearly having heard of his earlier comments from the butler. Master, this fellow is just speaking nonsense. Do not pay him any mind. I have reviewed my lessons thoroughly today, and you may question me freely. Bai Sun, noticing the elder's attention shifting to the newcomer, felt a twinge of displeasure and hastily interjected. Did I permit you to speak? Master Lu Qian raised an eyebrow. Bai Sun's face flushed crimson, yet he dared not utter another word. Despite his high status and powerful father, he still felt dwarfed in the presence of the esteemed master. After reprimanding Bai Sun, Master Lu Qian turned his gaze back to Zhang Xuan. Since you understand painting, I happen to have a piece here. Please help me appreciate it. With a wave of his hand, the butler stepped forward, presenting a scroll that he unfurled on the table. It was an ink painting, simple and elegant. As it unfolded, a refreshing aura enveloped the room, depicting a tranquil village with curling smoke, children frolicking, and the gentle sounds of nature, a pastoral scene. This Zhang Xuan scratched his head. He knew nothing about painting. He could only discern that the artwork was good. What was he to appreciate? As he hesitated, Huang Yu's anxious voice echoed in his mind. A test? Zhang Xuan smiled wryly. Had he known this esteemed Master Lu Qian had such a penchant for art, he would have refrained from idle chatter while walking through the courtyard. Was he not courting trouble? However, judging by Huang Yu's tone, even if he remained silent, the elder would undoubtedly test him. It had become a habit, and changing that would likely prove impossible. As for appreciation, what could he possibly discern? He was utterly clueless. What insight could he offer? The elder was an imperial teacher, well versed in the arts. If he spoke carelessly, he might be unceremoniously dismissed. Is there a problem? Master Lu Qian's gaze turned toward him. Ah, no. Zhang Xuan scratched his head, feeling at a loss as he pondered how to articulate his thoughts in a manner that would not provoke criticism. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The Heavenly Tao Library could discern the authenticity of treasures. Could it also identify flaws in paintings? With this thought in mind, he stepped forward, gently touching the painting. Buzz! A faint ringing echoed in his mind, and a book materialized in his consciousness. After reviewing its contents, Zhang Xuan felt a surge of elation. He looked up at Master Lu Qian, who was gazing at him intently, and smiled slightly. Master, you truly wish for my evaluation? I have 8 characters to describe it. Pray, elaborate. Master Lu Qian leaned in. Zhang Xuan nodded, glancing at the painting, gently turning around, and could not help but shake his head. These 8 characters are utterly nonsensical. What is this? Young master, be cautious with your words. The butler, having anticipated insightful commentary, nearly fainted at this remark, quickly interjecting. This is the painting left by the master. Chapter 49. How did he achieve this? Huang Yu was on the verge of losing her balance, nearly collapsing to the ground. Previously, Master Lu Qian had shared his paintings with them for appraisal. seizing the opportunity to test their insight, yet he had never unveiled his own works. Why now? The crux of the matter was, while it was one thing to present his own creations, if this individual before her merely uttered a few complimentary remarks, perhaps Master Lu would be pleased and let it pass. However, what nonsense had he spouted? Was this even human speech? To criticize Master Lu Qian's artwork as nonsensical was utterly absurd. Huang Yu felt an impulse to spit blood. If she had known that Zhang Xuan would later claim to be a teacher, unwilling to cause her embarrassment, she would have been even more enraged. Is this your way of sparing me embarrassment? You're clearly leading me to ruin. She regretted bringing him along. Master Lu Qian appreciated young individuals who were eager to learn and never discriminated based on status. He welcomed anyone who sought his guidance. This man appeared cultured and measured, leading her to believe he was a humble learner, someone who would delight the master and provide her with an opportunity to accomplish her own objectives. Yet, the outcome was utterly unreliable. Huang Yu felt her insides twisting with regret. Had she known, she would have simply refused him. Why had she invited trouble upon herself? While she was on the brink of madness, Bai Sun was nearly laughing out loud. What a frightful opponent to face, yet a teammate as foolish as a pig. This man had the audacity to dismiss Master Lu Qian's artwork as mere nonsense, without a doubt offending the master. Even if he did not intervene, Master Lu would undoubtedly teach this ignorant fellow a lesson. Was this what you meant by being well-versed in multiple disciplines, excelling in arts and culture? With a subtle smile, Bai Sun turned to Huang Yu, his face brimming with mockery. Just moments ago, Huang Yu had praised this individual, and now he had the audacity to speak such words. Have you ever witnessed someone so well-educated and yet so foolish? Enough chatter. Unlike the tension of the steward Cheng Bo and Huang Yu's frustration, Master Lu Qian was unfazed by the remarks. He interrupted the discussions with a calm demeanor, addressing the young man. What brings about such remarks, young brother? Is there an issue with my humble work? I did not realize this was a master's work. I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Zhang Xuan feigned surprise, quickly bowing. The Heavenly Tao Library had generated a book revealing the flaws in this painting and identified the artist. So he was fully aware that it was the work of Master Lu Qian, though he pretended otherwise. It matters not. This is merely a painting for your appraisal. We shall discuss its merits without regard to its creator. Master Lu Qian waved his hand dismissively. With that assurance, I am at ease. Zhang Xuan smiled gently, turning his gaze to the artwork and stroking it lightly. If we are to speak solely of this painting, even if it were indeed crafted by the master, it can only be described using these 8 words. Utterly nonsensical. What nonsense? Huang Yu and the steward were both left speechless. They all knew this was the master's painting, yet he dared to say such things. Kid, are you out of your mind? However, Zhang Xuan paused. However, what? This painting is indeed unremarkable. A random street artist could create it. To call it anything is to elevate it too highly. Yet, if one were to perceive its deeper significance, they would undoubtedly be astounded, finding it hard to believe it is real. Zhang Xuan asserted. Deeper significance? How does one discern that? Master Lu Qian smiled slightly. Quite simply. Zhang Xuan turned to the steward Cheng Bo. Please fetch me a dagger. Very well. Cheng Bo glanced at Master Lu Qian for approval, and upon receiving it, he exited. Shortly after, he returned with a dagger. I shall now embarrass myself. Holding the dagger, Zhang Xuan approached the painting and swiftly pierced it. What are you doing? Bai Sun stepped forward. Every painting by the master is priceless. Do you think you can afford to damage it? Huang Yu also looked on in confusion. Why use a knife to examine a painting? Ignoring Bai Sun's rebuke, Zhang Xuan used the dagger to slice through the intact image. A cacophony ensued, and the cut portions of the painting lifted, revealing that the artwork was layered. Beneath the surface was a piece of sheepskin. With a swift motion, the rice paper was torn away, unveiling another painting on the sheepskin. Astonishingly similar to the one above, but imbued with a vibrant spirit, as if the mountains, trees, cottages, and children depicted could leap to life at any moment. If I am not mistaken, the painting above is merely a facade. The true artwork has long been imprinted on the sheepskin beneath the rice paper. This is the essence of the master's creation, Zhang Xuan exclaimed with a smile. This revelation left Huang Yu, the steward, and Bai Sun wide-eyed in disbelief. To penetrate the rice paper with such clarity, while maintaining the vividness of the surface image without a single flaw, it was simply extraordinary. The seamless integration of the 2 layers left them in awe. How did you perceive that? Indeed, well done. Observing the young man effortlessly uncover the secret of his painting, Master Lu Qian's eyes gleamed with admiration. Simultaneously, he was struck by a sense of astonishment. His technique of painting through the paper onto the sheepskin was a recent revelation, never before demonstrated to others. The fact that this young man discerned it so swiftly revealed a level of insight that was truly remarkable. And what of this painting? Master Lu Qian gestured towards another piece hanging on the wall. It depicted a fierce beast, a colossal creature resembling a tiger descending a mountain, exuding a sense of overwhelming power that might leave the timid paralyzed with fear. Zhang Xuan approached, lightly caressing it before smiling. Although this painting is executed well, it lacks character. If I am correct, the artist has never encountered this beast. Master Lu Qian's body trembled as his eyes widened. While others may not grasp the meaning, he understood fully. For this beast, known as Qi Xiong, was a rare entity, legendary for its immense strength and invincible defense. He had indeed never seen one. And as Zhang Xuan suggested, the painting was conceived through extensive research and imagination. This was one of his proudest works. Precisely why it adorned the central position in his living room, praised by countless masters for its spirit and grandeur. Yet, how could it appear lacking in character in the eyes of this young man? Given his ability to discern the details of the previous painting, his insight was beyond question. Now, to immediately recognize that he had never seen a Qi Xiong was undoubtedly significant. What exactly is lacking in character? Could you elucidate? With this thought, Master Lu Qian shed his previous air of superiority and eagerly inquired. Witnessing the once imposing master humbly seeking guidance from a mere teenager left Huang Yu and Bai Sun in shock. They exchanged glances, nearly fainting. Huang Yu, in particular, blinked rapidly, her astonishment akin to a stormy sea. How had this young man accomplished such a feat? Chapter 50. Equality among peers. It was quite simple. Zhang Xuan was oblivious to the thoughts and astonishment swirling in the minds of the onlookers. With a gentle smile, he remarked, the Qi Xiong, despite its invincible defense, possesses a streamlined physique akin to a sharp sword. It excels in swift strikes, triumphing over opponents through speed rather than brute strength or overwhelming weight. From this, one could deduce that its aura was as sharp as a blade, rather than heavy like a mountain. To misrepresent the temperament of such a beast in a painting is nothing short of a fallacy. Master Lu Qian swayed slightly. It was not that the other party was mistaken, but rather that he spoke with uncanny accuracy. He had always believed that the Qi Xiong's invulnerable defense should be as formidable as a mountain. However, upon the young man's reminder, he recalled a book that had indeed described this beast as remarkably swift, capable of striking invisibly, which is why so few had ever beheld its true form. For a master painter, the gravest error lies in misrepresenting temperament. Should one falter in this regard, even the most precious of artworks would be rendered worthless. His mere acknowledgement was already generous, for he had not uttered anything excessively flattering. Excellent, excellent. Master Lu Qian's face flushed with excitement as he praised. If one painting could be attributed to luck or coincidence, two paintings revealing such insight indicated a profound mastery. He was now certain that this seemingly youthful lad was a genuine master of painting and calligraphy, possessing skills that surpassed his own. Friends are easily found, but true confidants are rare. Having attained the esteemed title of imperial teacher, he stood unrivaled in the art of painting and calligraphy throughout the Tianxian kingdom. When he typically explained his works, others merely offered superficial praises, failing to truly comprehend or point out any flaws. This left him feeling somewhat despondent, often encouraging younger students in hopes of nurturing successors. Now, encountering someone who could identify shortcomings and errors was akin to finding a kindred spirit. How could he not be elated? That he did not leap up in joy was a testament to his formidable willpower and self-restraint. Observing the master's exuberance, Huang Yu and Bai Sun exchanged glances. Abandoning their previous banter, their eyes wide in disbelief. They had known this master since childhood, who had always maintained a stoic demeanor, never taking anything to heart. Even when His Majesty the King had sent the rare polar night pearl, a treasure of immeasurable worth, the master had merely dismissed it, allowing his servants to tuck it away without a second glance. With this in mind, both turned to the young man standing a short distance away. Yet, no matter how they looked, he appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any remarkable qualities. Xiaoyu, why don't you introduce this young gentleman to me? Master Lu Qian's voice broke their reverie. Introduce? I. Stunned by the inquiry, Huang Yu realized she had neglected to ask for the young man's name. Her cheeks flushed as she absent-mindedly scratched her head and turned to Zhang Xuan. Ah, right. What is your name? Upon hearing this, Bai Sun wore an expression of incredulity. Only moments ago, he had been consumed with jealousy, fearing his beloved goddess had been snatched away by this young man, wishing to confront him. Yet now he realized Huang Yu didn't even know his name. Had he known this, he would have spared himself the ire. However, his turmoil was far from over. As Master Lu Qin's voice rang out with irritation, "What is this UNI? Such a lack of decorum. This young brother shall be regarded as my peer from now on. And you shall address him as master." Peer? This time, not only Huang Yu and Bai Sun were taken aback, but even the steward, Cheng Bo, was momentarily stunned. Regarding Zhang Xuan as though he were an anomaly, what was Master Lu Qin's status? He was the teacher of His Majesty Shen Zhui, the true imperial teacher. No one in the kingdom dared to stand on equal footing with him, for such an act would imply he was an elder to the king. Yet, he was now proposing to treat a youth of barely 20 years as an equal? Surely, this could not be right. Did you not hear what I said? Seeing the two in a daze, Master Lu Qin reiterated his command. Yes. Bai Sun and Huang Yu quickly bowed. We have met the master. Do not stand on ceremony. Zhang Xuan shook his head in exasperation. I am merely Zhang Xuan, who by chance has grasped some understanding of the master's paintings. I am unworthy of such a title. Ah, so it is young brother Zhang Xuan. Such modesty does not suit you. The rules are the rules. Your ability to pinpoint my errors indicates a profound understanding of the art of painting and calligraphy, and your discerning eye is exceptional. If this does not qualify you, then I, as a master, would be undeserving of my title. Master Lu Qin declared. Zhang Xuan chuckled awkwardly. While he had indeed identified mistakes, it was not through his own skill, but rather through the aid of the Dao library, a rather unfair advantage. Without it, he would likely have been utterly perplexed, unable to discern even the subject of the paintings. Enough with the modesty. These younger generations shall simply treat you with the respect you deserve. Master Lu Qin continued casually. Younger generations? To simply be treated with casual familiarity? Bai Sun and Huang Yu felt as though they might weep. Damn it, we are of similar age. Yet suddenly, I am relegated to the status of a grandparent. This is too much. Ignoring the glum expressions of the two, Master Lu Qin turned his gaze to Zhang Xuan with curiosity. Young brother, you followed Xiao Yu here, so it cannot be for mere leisure. Is there something I can assist you with? I have heard that the master possesses an extensive collection of books and was hoping to find some martial arts techniques for the 6th level of warriors to peruse. Zhang Xuan quickly replied, for this was indeed his purpose for coming. He could not let this opportunity slip away. Indeed, I do have a vast collection. However, most of it pertains to painting and calligraphy, with only a few works on martial arts techniques. As for those suitable for the 6th level of warriors, there are only a handful, all located in my study. Come, let me show you. Master Lu Qin smiled, stroking his beard as he rose to his feet. Master, your study. The steward, Cheng Bo, could not help but interject. The master's study housed numerous rare tomes, exceptionally precious works that were never permitted to outsiders. The last time His Majesty Shen Zhui visited, he had been barred from entry. Once, a maid had unwittingly entered to clean and had been executed on the spot. Thus, within the entire Lu residence, the study was an absolute forbidden zone, a sanctuary no one dared to breach. Yet now, the master was leading a young man he had just met inside, leaving Cheng Bo at a loss. My study is off limits to others to avoid the intrusion of mundane affairs. Young brother Zhang Xuan is one of us, a master of painting and calligraphy, and it would be a privilege for him to enter and offer his insights. What is there to obstruct? Master Lu Qin's expression darkened. Yes. Cheng Bo quickly retreated to the side. Although he knew little of painting and calligraphy, he understood that the young man's previous remarks must have been without fault. Otherwise, the master would not have shifted his attitude so dramatically, becoming so amiable. Let us go. Master Lu Qin led the way, with Zhang Xuan following closely behind. After a short while, they arrived at a spacious room. Indeed, as Huang Yu had lauded, the master's study was replete with a wealth of books. The shelves were lined with a myriad of volumes, numbering at least in the hundreds of thousands. Upon entering, it felt as if one had stepped into a grand library. Wandering among the shelves and glancing about, it was evident that the master had spoken the truth. Nearly all the books were related to painting and calligraphy, with hardly any on martial arts techniques to be found. The martial arts techniques are over here. There are only a few, carelessly discarded after I finished my own training. Master Lu Qin chuckled as he guided Zhang Xuan toward a corner of the study. Chapter 51. The Divine Body of the Tao in a Secluded Corner. An array of books was meticulously arranged, filled with various cultivation techniques. Among these, there were methods suitable for warriors of the 1st and 2nd levels, as well as those for the 3rd and 4th levels, mirroring the collection at the Hontian Academy. As expected, the higher the grade, the fewer the volumes. There were merely a handful of texts pertaining to the 6th level. Though scant, it was better than nothing. Initially, he had anticipated a vast selection akin to the previous library, perhaps numbering in the hundreds or even thousands, but it seemed he had overestimated. Upon reflection, it became clear. The academy was dedicated to education, and each individual's physique was distinct, necessitating varied techniques for cultivation. Uniformity would hinder personalized instruction. Thus, a wider array of secret skills was essential to broaden one's understanding. Conversely, personal collections would contain only a few methods that suited him. And amassing over 10 volumes was already commendable. Casually, he picked up the 10 or so books, flipping through them gently. And the secrets of cultivation began to unfold in his mind. Was it that these techniques appeared too elementary to captivate the young man? Observing Zhang Xuan merely skim through the text before setting them aside, Master Lu Qian inquired with a hint of confusion. Not at all. I am simply browsing. Zhang Xuan replied, shaking his head. He cast a glance around, realizing that with only these few techniques available, he was about to take his leave when something caught his eye, a pile of books not far off. What about those? Oh, those are the remnants left by my unambitious son. He has a penchant for brute strength and collected numerous tomes on enhancing physical power. He even raided the kingdom's library to procure every relevant title. Master Lu Qian sighed, a rueful smile gracing his features. In the realm of warriors, true energy is paramount. The physical body is merely superficial, not worthy of mention, while there exists the skin and bone realm, which involves refining one's skin and bones. Ultimately, true energy is what determines strength. Only with pure and abundant true energy can one truly harness formidable power. As for the body, many practitioners regard it as a mere auxiliary path, insignificant and inconsequential. May I take a look? Zhang Xuan inquired. His curiosity piqued by the sheer volume of books concerning physical enhancement. There were thousands. He possessed the Tao library, which rendered the need for profound techniques unnecessary. A plethora of texts would allow him to sift through the dross to uncover the genuine essence he sought. Although cultivating the body might seem trivial and unlikely to yield rapid progress, having such a wealth of material to eliminate errors and navigate the correct path could lead to entirely different outcomes. After all, there was a scarcity of 6th-level techniques, and it would be prudent to explore these alternatives, perhaps gaining valuable insights. Feel free to peruse. Master Lu Qian smiled gently. Having brought him here, he was more than willing to share. Then I shall be bold. Zhang Xuan nodded, advancing toward the pile of books and flipping through them as before. Rustle, rustle. Master Lu Qian observed this action with a perplexed expression. Wasn't he meant to be reading? Why was he rummaging through the texts? Could it be that these books did not align with his tastes? It made sense. This young man had sought the cultivation methods of the 6th level, suggesting he had already attained the 5th level, a stage where the significance of physical cultivation waned. His curiosity in examining these texts was understandable. After a brief contemplation, Master Lu Qian turned his attention to a master's calligraphy left behind, studying it intently. More than 10 minutes passed, and he had thoroughly perused the entire collection of physical enhancement techniques. Correct methods of cultivation. Zhang Xuan's spirit stirred as he sensed the influx of thousands of books within the Tao library. A radiant light flashed before him, revealing a flawless tome in his consciousness. Like the previous techniques, it amalgamated all the accurate steps from the thousands of texts into a perfect synthesis. Let me see. True energy is akin to water. The body is merely the barrel that holds it. The sturdier the barrel, the more water it can contain, and the higher the quality of the water. The opening statement illuminated his understanding. Indeed, Zhang Xuan's eyes sparkled. Previously, he had shared the common belief that the cultivation of the body was unimportant, with true energy being the primary focus. Yet, he now recognized the superficiality of that perspective. Without the skin, how could the hair attach? The relationship between true energy and the body was analogous. Only with a robust physique could one endure the tempestuous force of true energy, unleashing even greater power. It was as if a grand door had swung open. Zhang Xuan could not help but delve deeper. Excitement swelling within him as his true energy surged in accordance with the recorded methods. Creak, creak. As his true energy flowed, his already formidable physique underwent a transformation. Muscle fibers thickened, and his skin grew denser, progressing along a more rational and correct path. Crack, crack. Engrossed in the teachings of the text, Zhang Xuan remained oblivious to the astonishing metamorphosis occurring within him, as if being forged from steel, transforming him into an extraordinary weapon far beyond the ordinary. Undoubtedly, the techniques selected by the library were remarkable, Henceforth, he would name it the divine body of the Tao. An hour later, Zhang Xuan finally concluded his reading. His true energy had traversed his body according to the prescribed methods. Thus, upon completing the name, a radiant brilliance erupted from the book before him, revealing the 4 grand characters, divine body of the Tao. From now on, I shall diligently cultivate. Wait, have I already completed my training? This implied that he had fully mastered this technique. The Tao techniques were flawless, allowing for rapid cultivation. He had anticipated this. Yet he had not expected to achieve mastery over the divine body of the Tao without even realizing it. Having already experienced the cultivation of the Tao techniques, he understood that error-free methods yielded exponential results, and he foresaw that mastering the divine body of the Tao would not be overly arduous. However, to think that simply perusing the contents of the book would suffice for completion left him in a bemused state. Let us set that aside. Although I did not find sufficient 6th-level techniques, acquiring this physical cultivation method should yield considerable progress. Though his visit to Master Lu Qin's residence did not fulfill the objective of locating ample 6th-level techniques, obtaining the divine body of the Tao was still a boon. However, unlike true energy, which was distinctly quantifiable, the physical body concealed its enhancements beneath the skin, making it challenging to ascertain the extent of his progress. In other words, while he had perfected the divine body of the Tao, he remained unaware of how much his power had increased or whether his physique had indeed improved. What on earth is this young man up to? Master Lu Qin, who had accompanied him, was now filled with questions. He observed Zhang Xuan, who remained motionless after merely flipping through a few books, standing still for an entire hour. What could possibly be the matter? Could it be that he had become so engrossed in reading that he had entered a state of obsession? Such occurrences were not unheard of. Previously, in the Tianqian royal city, there had been a prodigious talent who could master a technique or martial art in merely 2 to 3 days, a feat that would take others 2 or 3 years, or even longer. However, in his quest to assimilate every technique and martial art, he sought to create something new, only to become ensnared by his own ambition before achieving his goal. Could it be that this young man, having reached the pinnacle of the 5th level at such a tender age, and possessing the mastery of painting and calligraphy, was similarly overreaching, risking a similar fate? Younger brother. With a heart full of questions, Master Lu Qin could no longer contain himself and approached, reaching out to interrupt Zhang Xuan's reverie, hoping to prevent him from delving deeper into the abyss. As Zhang Xuan marveled at the potency of the Tao techniques, he heard a voice calling out, followed by a hand making contact with his shoulder. Oh, Master Lu Qin. Coming to his senses, he hurriedly turned around, inadvertently nudging the latter's shoulder. With a thud, Master Lu Qin was propelled backward, his back colliding with a row of bookshelves, resulting in a cascade of books tumbling to the floor. Chapter 52. Master Lu Qin on the verge of tears. Zhang Xuan was taken aback. He had not turned with great speed or exerted much force. Yet Master Lu Qin had been sent flying. Was it possible he had leaped about playfully? Master. He hurried over, intending to assist the elder, his hand raised behind him. I'm fine. Whoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, Master Lu Qin felt a sudden lightness and found himself tumbling forward, crashing into another row of bookshelves, his face buried in a heap of books. The master was on the brink of tears. Are you toying with me? Just a little help. Was it necessary to use such force? Seeing him in such a state, Zhang Xuan was about to rush over to assist once more when Master Lu Qin struggled to stand, exclaiming, Don't come near. I can manage on my own. Zhang Xuan had no choice but to halt, blinking in confusion as he gazed at the elderly figure before him. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked, Master, were you playing around? Playing around. Master Lu Qin nearly cried out in despair. You jest. You are the one playing around. Your entire family is playing around. How could a dignified master of art like myself, a person of such refinement, be so idle as to leap playfully? Moreover, even if I were playing, it would not be here. This is my collection, my treasure. Master Lu Qin felt a constriction in his chest, gasping for air. What's wrong? Is your chest uncomfortable? Zhang Xuan approached, wishing to pat his back. No. Bang. As soon as his fist landed on the elder's back, Master Lu Qin's pupils constricted, and with a whoosh, he darted forward, crashing into the wall at the front of the study, his face covered in dust, leaving a large hole in the wall. Master. Witnessing this chaotic scene, Zhang Xuan scratched his head in bewilderment. What on earth was this master up to? Jumping backward, then darting forward. Was he having a seizure? If it truly were a seizure, it couldn't be ignored. Without further thought, he followed closely behind, intending to assist him once again. Stay back. Master Luqian wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, retreating hastily while regarding the young man before him as if he were a monster, nearly in tears. I merely feel a tightness in my chest. It is not a matter of seeking death. If you strike me down, oh dear, my old arms, my old legs. Seeing him in such distress, Zhang Xuan could no longer contain himself. You seemed so composed earlier. Why are you now bouncing about? What on earth is happening? Just as he was about to express his anger, he noticed the youth's genuinely perplexed expression and, struck by a sudden realization, his eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? You just had a breakthrough? Indeed. Zhang Xuan nodded. Cultivating the heavenly Tao golden body must count as a breakthrough of sorts. However, even if it were a breakthrough, could it really manifest so swiftly? Some individuals, employing certain unique methods, could experience an instantaneous surge in power, resulting in a body that could not fully adapt to the newfound strength, leading to uncontrollable phenomena. What felt normal to him could be perceived as an all-out effort by others. It was akin to possessing a strength of 100 kilograms, using merely 1/10 of that, or 10 kilograms, to lift a cup would be trivial. But if that strength suddenly soared to 10,000 kilograms, using only 1/10 of the effort to lift the cup would exert 1,000 kilograms of force, enough to shatter the cup entirely. Zhang Xuan was likely experiencing such a scenario, his strength having surged unexpectedly, and he remained unaware of just how much he had increased. Still acting as if he possessed his previous capabilities, which, naturally, he could not withstand. What he had thought to be mere legend turned out to be true. Yet, he could hardly believe that this individual had merely stood beside the shelves, perused some books, and lost himself in thought, only to suddenly acquire such immense strength. Was it a case of diligent accumulation leading to a sudden epiphany? Had he fortuitously encountered a particular text that sparked his enlightenment and led to this breakthrough? If that were the case, then his own luck was indeed quite unfortunate. Follow me to the living room. With a heart full of questions, Master Luqian said no more and led the way ahead. It was simple to ascertain whether this was the case. One only needed to test the strength on the measuring stone pillar. Since the youth was seeking techniques for the 6th rank of martial arts, he surely had not broken through to that level yet. Even the pinnacle of the 5th rank possessed only the strength of 4 ding. If his strength exceeded that, it would indicate a significant advancement had indeed occurred. In the living room, Huang Yu and Bai Sun had not yet departed. They remained seated, anxiously gazing toward the study. They had come for a matter of importance, but after Master Luqian had completed his assessment of Zhang Xuan, he took him away, leaving no opportunity for conversation, forcing them to wait idly. Xiao Yu was that. Zhang Xuan really at the pinnacle of the 5th rank? Bai Sun, now devoid of his previous animosity towards Zhang Xuan, spoke with a hint of excitement. He had little interest in calligraphy and painting. Had it not been for his father's insistence, he would never have come. For him, true interest lay in martial prowess. Encountering a strong opponent thrilled him. He had always considered himself a genius, having reached the pinnacle of the 5th rank at the age of 18, a feat few in the royal city could rival. Yet, he was astonished to learn that this seemingly unassuming youth, hardly older than him, had also reached such heights. How could he not feel exhilarated? I don't know. As I mentioned, he merely came to my shop to purchase books. I know little about him. However, since he is actively seeking techniques for the 6th rank, he must have already reached the pinnacle of the 5th rank. Huang Yu replied. What Zhang Xian's true capabilities were remained unclear to them, as he had not yet revealed his strength. However, since he sought tomes pertaining to the 6th rank, he had undoubtedly reached the 5th rank zenith. Otherwise, searching for such advanced texts would be futile. To possess such prowess at this age was remarkable, yet they remained uncertain about his combat capabilities. I'll have to test my skills against him later. Bai Sun chuckled. He was a martial arts enthusiast, and the prospect of a match, especially against someone of similar caliber and age, left him unable to contain his excitement. Tap, tap, tap. As they conversed, someone entered, and upon seeing the newcomer, both were rendered speechless. The once elegant Master Luqian now approached, his appearance disheveled, covered in dirt and blood, a picture of utter disarray. Chapter 53. The collapse of Baixuan. A hush fell over the gathered crowd as they exchanged bewildered glances. This was Master Luqian, a distinguished imperial teacher. Who would dare to lay a hand on him? Had they not gone to the study to read, but rather to engage in a brawl? Did the refined Master Luqian relish such roughhousing? I'm fine. Master Luqian awkwardly waved his hand. He could hardly admit that it was Zhang Xuan who had inadvertently pushed himself too far, resulting in this predicament. Knowing that explanations would be futile, he took a few steps to the main seat and turned to Cheng Bo. Ah Cheng, please fetch a force measuring stone pillar. as a master of calligraphy and painting. He was no martial artist, and it was unlikely that such a pillar would be displayed in his living room. However, since it pertained to cultivation, he had one at home and merely needed to retrieve it. Understood. Chang Bo nodded, albeit puzzled by his master's intent, before exiting. Master Zhang, has your strength truly reached the pinnacle of the fifth realm? As the room settled into silence, Bai Xuan, unable to contain his excitement, stepped forward. Indeed, Zhang Xuan replied. While it was inconvenient to speak of such matters at the academy, here it was not a secret, and he had nothing to conceal. I possess a similar level of strength. May I request a few pointers from you? Upon hearing the confirmation, Bai Xuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Bai Xuan, what are you doing? Do you not realize where we are? Huang Yu said, exasperated. Master Lu Chun was a man of elegance, utterly averse to disputes and combat. Challenging one another in his living room was nothing short of folly. As Huang Yu indicated, Lu Chun indeed despised any display of violence in his presence. However, with the force-measuring stone pillar yet to arrive, Bai Xuan's suggestion to ascertain Zhang Xian's progress was indeed the most fitting course of action. He was already aware that Zhang had reached the pinnacle of the fifth realm. Given their equal levels of cultivation, it should be possible to discern whether Bai Xuan's strength had significantly increased. With this thought in mind, he raised his head and stated, a normal sparring session is acceptable, but let us keep it within reasonable bounds. Excellent. To Bai Xuan's surprise, Master Lu Qin did not refuse but rather acquiesced, almost causing him to leap with joy. He stepped to the center of the living room and gestured grandly to Zhang Xian, striking a dashing pose. After you. Very well. Zhang Xian had just completed his training on the heavenly Tao golden body and was eager to discover the extent of his newfound strength. He accepted the challenge and stepped forward. My fist carries great force. Be cautious. Bai Xuan's demeanor shifted from that of a dandy to one radiating formidable energy. Though both were at the pinnacle of the fifth realm, Bai Xuan's strength surpassing that of Shang Bin was evident. With a whoosh, Bai Xuan advanced, his fist slicing through the air like a blade, aimed directly at Zhang Xian. In response, Zhang Xian, undeterred by the flaws he had encountered in the heavenly Tao library, countered with a punch of his own. When their fists collided, Zhang Xian furrowed his brow. Why is his strength so feeble? Is he not at the pinnacle of the fifth realm? As he pressed forward without hesitation, it felt as though the force of his punch was an immovable object meeting mere air, crushing it effortlessly. Realizing the disparity, Zhang Xian presumed Bai Xuan was unprepared, and he hastily tempered his strength, reducing it by more than half. Even so, Bai Xuan's expression shifted dramatically as he was sent flying like a deflated ball, crashing against a pillar before finally coming to a halt. Why did you not give it your all? Zhang Xian approached, extending his hand to help him up. Don't. At this sight, Master Lu Chen's eyes widened in alarm, wishing to intervene, but it was too late. With a whoosh, Bai Xuan, pulled by the youth, soared through the air like a released kite, landing with a splat against the wall, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Woo, woo. Bai Xuan nearly wept. Brother, I know I cannot defeat you, but must you be so ruthless? My handsome visage, my face. What have you done? Zhang Xian scratched his head, looking utterly innocent as he regarded Bai Xuan. What kind of game is this? You and Master Lu Qin are frolicking about. Is this truly appropriate? Had the two known Zhang's thoughts, they would have surely choked on their own incredulity. You are the one frolicking about. We were merely tossed aside. Bai Xuan retorted, exasperated. Huang Yu, standing to the side, could hardly contain herself, her brow twitching in frustration. Bai Xuan was undoubtedly among the elite of their generation, almost unmatched save for a few. It was precisely this prowess that had fostered his combative and obstinate nature. He had assumed that in a duel with Zhang Xian, victory was assured, never expecting to be so thoroughly defeated by a single punch. How could the seemingly unassuming fellow possess such immense power? Are you all right? Unaware of their thoughts, Zhang Xian approached Bai Xuan with a look of concern. I'm fine. Bai Xuan struggled to his feet, brushing off the dust. Having endured the trials of the fifth realm, minor injuries were of no consequence. That's good to hear. I noticed you didn't exert your full strength. Let us have another round. Zhang Xian suggested earnestly. Another round? Bai Xuan's face twitched, nearly bringing him to tears. If we continue, I might very well perish. He hastily waved his hands. No need. Master possesses greater strength. I think it best not to push further. Do not be shy. It is merely a friendly exchange. You need not be so formal. Furthermore, you need not call me master. It feels overly distant. Zhang Xian assumed Bai Xuan was hesitant due to Lu Qin's esteemed status, and he swiftly clarified. When he had first reached the pinnacle of the fifth realm, he had sparred with Yao Han, who, although slightly stronger than Baixuan, had exerted immense pressure on him. Since Baixuan was not far behind, he had presumed that being struck and sent flying was merely due to Baixuan not giving his all. Otherwise, he thought, he would only possess the strength of 8 cauldrons. Even in mercy, it was impossible to send flying someone with 4 cauldrons of 5th realm strength. A friendly exchange? Baixuan quivered. Is this what you call it? Your punch nearly knocked me out. Besides, you are on equal footing with Master Lu Qian. How could I not address you as master? His face twitching. He recalled something and nearly burst into tears. If calling you master feels distant, shall I refer to you as Grandfather Zhang? I was wrong. Please forgive me. Do not make me spar with you again. Just then, a voice broke through the tension as Cheng Bo returned with the force-measuring stone pillar, only to freeze in shock upon witnessing the scene before him. What? Chapter 54. The Hongjinju Fruit. Who is this? The sole heir of the esteemed Jinnan Wang, the most powerful official in the Tianxian kingdom, is crying out for Zhang Xuan as if he were his grandfather? Am I hearing this correctly? The city lord felt as though he were struck by thunder, nearly fainting on the spot. He hastily retrieved a measuring stone pillar. What has transpired? Can someone enlighten me? Cough, cough. All right, young brother Zhang. We shall have opportunities to spar in the future. Baisun has sustained injuries and requires some time to recuperate. The measuring stone pillar has been brought, so I suggest you test your strength. Seeing the awkwardness of the moment, Master Lu Qian quickly interjected. Very well. Not wishing to press further, Zhang Xuan, albeit regretfully, shook his head as he glanced at the measuring stone pillar recently placed in the groove. He approached it with a slight smile, stating, in truth, I measured my strength just yesterday, and it was around 4 ding. Testing today would yield similar results. After all, he had recently turned Yao Han's face into a pig's head, and prior to that, he measured a strength of 8 ding. This day had been utterly chaotic, compounded by the absence of any cultivation methods, with no acupoints opened, so his strength should not have increased. Although he had cultivated the heavenly Tao golden body, Zhang Xuan believed that even if his physical body had improved, it could hardly surpass the might of true qi. As for why he claimed to possess 4 ding, the reasoning was simple. That was the pinnacle strength of the Dingli realm, and he did not wish to reveal too much. At worst, he could simply reserve half his strength during the test. Since it is already here, let us proceed with the test, Master Lu Qian declared. All right. Without further hesitation, Zhang Xuan smiled gently, having resolved to exert merely half of his strength. He threw a punch at the stone pillar before him. The wind of his fist howled, and the force was thunderous. Bang! A flash of light illuminated the scene as characters slowly emerged. See, it is just 4 ding, Zhang Xuan remarked with a smile, gesturing dismissively. However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Baisun, Master Lu Qian, Huang Yu, and others gazing at him as if he were a monster, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What is the matter? Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow. He looked down at himself, finding nothing amiss. Take another look at the measuring stone pillar. Huang Yu could not contain her astonishment. What is wrong with the measuring stone pillar? Is it not 4 ding? Why such surprise? Turning to look again, Zhang Xuan staggered, almost losing his balance. The 2 characters 19 had inexplicably appeared after the initial 4. Together, they read, 49. Did I just deliver a punch with 49 ding? Zhang Xuan was taken aback. He had only measured 8 ding earlier that morning, and had intentionally reserved half of his strength. How could he possibly achieve a force of 49 ding? If he had not held back, would that not imply his punch approached a formidable 100 ding? The peak of the Dingli realm for martial artists is 4 ding, and the pinnacle of the Bishua realm does not exceed 80 ding. A punch of 100 ding would mean he could rival, if not surpass, the strength of a 6th-level Bishua martial artist. Could it be that the measuring stone pillar is malfunctioning? A thought crossed his mind, and Zhang Xuan could not help but exclaim, the stone pillar is not broken. Did you not just break through in the study? Your cultivation has advanced significantly, and the key point is that you have yet to adapt to this newfound strength. Hence you delivered such a devastating blow to Baisun. Master Lu Qian explained, confirming Zhang Xian's suspicions. He had intended to mention that he too had been struck severely. But at a critical moment, he refrained, as he was a master who needed to maintain his reputation. A breakthrough in cultivation? From 4 ding to 49 ding? Did you open up 45 acupoints all at once? Hearing the explanation, Baisun and Huang Yu nearly fainted on the spot. Surely this is no jest? For a 6th-level Bishue martial artist, opening up acupoints increases strength by 1 ding per acupoint. It is said there are a total of 108 acupoints in the human body, but only 72 can be opened, and the order in which they are opened varies by individual constitution. Without the proper method, one might only ever open 30 or 40 acupoints and never progress further. Under normal circumstances, one would open these acupoints gradually, with strength increasing incrementally. To have such a sudden surge of 45 ding. Brother, you are defying the heavens. I have witnessed breakthroughs before, but never one like this. Just having cultivated the heavenly Tao golden body has led to such remarkable improvement? This surge of strength by 90 ding is astonishing, given the circumstances. After casually tossing Master Lu Chun aside and defeating Bai Sun, he should have realized the significant progress he had made rather than remaining oblivious. However, being a transmigrator, he had only been cultivating for a day or two. Managing to control how much strength he could exert was already an achievement. Expecting him to master his newfound power to such a degree would be an unreasonable demand. It is akin to an ordinary person suddenly acquiring superhuman strength initially. They would undoubtedly struggle to adjust and might even be bewildered. Zhang Xuan found himself in just such a predicament. As his strength had surged from 8 ding to an astonishing 90 ding, a tenfold increase. The key issue was that his physical body could not perceive this change. It would be surprising if he understood it in advance. That he did not turn Bai Sun into a pulp was already commendable. Young brother Zhang, you did not truly open 45 acupoints just now, did you? Master Lu Chun inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity upon witnessing Zhang's dazed expression. The notion of opening 45 acupoints at once had never been heard of. What other explanation could there be for such a dramatic surge in strength? I remain at the peak of the Dingli realm. My cultivation has not advanced, merely my physical strength has increased somewhat. Zhang Xuan replied. Physical strength? Master Lu Chun was astonished, filled with disbelief. I have heard that there are rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures that, when consumed, can endow the body with strength akin to steel, comparable to the pinnacle of the Bishue realm. Could it be that cultivation can achieve this? I might have eaten an unknown fruit today. Initially, I felt a warmth throughout my body, but did not think much of it. Perhaps that was when my physical strength surged unexpectedly. Zhang Xuan confessed. As a modern individual, he was well aware of the adage that a man is often punished for possessing something valuable, should he claim to have achieved such feats through mere cultivation. Countless envious individuals would seek him out for his methods. Some might even wish to capture him for study. Since Master Lu Chun mentioned that there are heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can significantly enhance physical strength, he decided to seize the opportunity. What a remarkable stroke of fortune. Master Lu Chun chose to believe him without doubt. In truth, it was not that he doubted, but rather that even if he did, he had to accept it. Achieving such a dramatic increase in physical strength in merely 1 hour of cultivation, that was akin to a daydream. It was as absurd as a man giving birth. Rather than believe that, it was far more plausible to accept that he had consumed some heavenly material or treasure. What did the fruit you consumed look like? Master Lu Chun inquired further. What did it look like? Zhang Xuan scratched his head, realizing he had been speaking off the cuff without truly knowing. However, since the situation had reached this point, he knew that remaining silent would only raise suspicion. So he promptly stated, it was a red fruit. Earlier, while perusing the Academy's library, he recalled having seen similar accounts, albeit in the form of travelogues. It was mentioned that consuming a certain red fruit could yield remarkable benefits. With no other choice, he decided to take a chance and test his luck. Red? Could it be of a vermilion hue? It truly is that thing. Master Lu Chun appeared to have made a connection, his breathing quickening. Master, do you recognize it? It is the Hongjinju fruit. It is said that consuming it can directly enhance one's physical strength, making it challenging even for those at the pinnacle of the Bishue realm to contend. Master Lu Chun exclaimed, filled with excitement. Hongjinju fruit? Zhang Xuan replied, a peculiar expression on his face. Could it be? Such a thing truly exists? Chapter 55 Encountering a Siege, Part 1. After a brief conversation. When asked about the source of the precious Hongjinju, Zhang Xuan casually mentioned that he had discovered it in a shopping mall, prompting Master Lu Chun and others to exclaim in delight at his fortune. By the way, brother Zhang Xuan, are you a local? Lu Chun inquired. I teach at Hongdian Academy, Zhang Xuan replied. Ah, that explains your remarkable abilities and profound understanding of art. Master Lu Chun praised. Unable to resist glancing toward Huang Yu and Bai Sun. Art cultivates one's character and refines the spirit. One should not be preoccupied with violence and conflict. Since Brother Zhang is a teacher at the academy, do seek him out for guidance whenever you have the chance. Those who acquire true skills will certainly be considered for assessment and rewarded with their desires. Indeed, Huang Yu responded with a grimace, while Bai Sun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having gauged Zhang Xuan's superior strength through their encounters, He realized that learning from such a formidable individual was far more enriching than the monotonous study of art. At the very least, consulting with him felt less daunting than approaching Master Lord Qiankun. Apologies for the intrusion today. It is getting late. I must take my leave, but I shall visit again another day, Zhang Xuan stated, having completed his business. I do not possess the martial arts techniques of the 6th level of warriors that you seek, but I will speak with Zhuoyang in a few days and take you to the royal library to search for them. He seems to be out hunting at the moment, Master Lord Qiankun replied. Thank you, Master. Zhang Xuan's eyes brightened at this news. Finding the techniques of the 6th level of warriors in ordinary places would be nearly impossible, but the royal library, reputed to house the most comprehensive collection in the entire Tianqian kingdom, would undoubtedly yield many valuable texts, if he could indeed gain access. The martial arts techniques might enable him to forge a path to transcending his current limitations. Do not mention it. Master Lord Qiankun smiled and nodded. As Zhang Xuan departed from Master Lord Qiankун's residence and headed toward the academy, the sky darkened during his meal with Shunbiru. Now, the moon hung high, casting a silvery glow upon the ground, reminiscent of frost. Based on the time from his previous life, it was nearly midnight. Despite the lateness of the hour, he felt no fatigue. Rather, his eyes gleamed with excitement. He could not deny the worthiness of this visit to Master Lord Qiankун's estate. The cultivation method for achieving the Taoist physical body had significantly enhanced his physical prowess, empowering him to confront even peak practitioners of the aperture realm with confidence. Moreover, he had discovered several texts on the 6th level of warriors. Even if they could not form a complete Taoist divine skill, they would surely aid his cultivation. If he could attain a physical strength exceeding 90 dings, would he not become even more formidable with higher-level physical training methods? Although Master Lord Qiankун's study contained many techniques for refining the body, they were merely the simplest and most fundamental practices. If the resources from the Taoist library could yield such remarkable results, how much more potent would advanced physical cultivation techniques be? Indeed, if that were to occur, his physical prowess would likely become a cornerstone of his battle capabilities. Lost in this reverie, Zhang Xuan suddenly sensed a disturbance. His increased physical strength had sharpened his senses, revealing that he was being followed. He halted abruptly and called out, "Whoever is trailing me, step forward." "Ha ha, I didn't expect you to be so alert," came a mocking voice. "Alertness is of no use. You brat, because of you, we've lost our chance to earn money. Today, you shall not escape." With that, several shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, surrounding Zhang Xuan and regarding him with the coldness reserved for a corpse. "It's you." Zhang Xuan recognized them as Master Mo Yang and the vendor who had conspired with him to swindle others in the marketplace. The remaining figures were likely the accomplices mingling within the crowd. In that moment, Master Mo Yang appeared disheveled. His face was swollen, his eyes darkened, and his clothing was torn, stripped of the previous elegance he once exuded. Cast aside like a beggar, he had clearly faced the wrath of those he had deceived. It was only natural. Those capable of wagering high sums were certainly not of humble origins. The fact that they had not killed him on the spot spoke volumes about their restraint. The vendor, similarly affected, wore dark circles under his eyes and a swollen mouth that rendered his speech unintelligible. As they glared at Zhang Xuan, their eyes brimmed with unbridled hatred. They had devised an elaborate scheme that had been thwarted by this youth, and their ire was palpable. "You little wretch, you run pretty fast. Let us see where you think you can flee to now." The vendor's eyes gleamed with a mix of excitement and malice. "Do you intend to kill me?" Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow as he sensed the chilling atmosphere surrounding him. "You should blame yourself for speaking too freely. Remember to keep your mouth shut in your next life." Master Mo Yang sneered, clenching his fist with a sound that echoed ominously. Having failed in their deceit because of Zhang Xuan, they had searched long to find him, and they would not let him escape. "Apologies. But I have no intention of dying just yet, nor will I silence myself," Zhang Xuan retorted. "Not wishing to die? That is not your choice to make. Brothers, kill him and chop him into pieces to feed the dogs." "Yes," came a chilling grunt of excitement as one of the accomplices approached, raising a massive hand to strike down upon Zhang Xuan. The assailant revealed his cultivation level as a peak practitioner of the 5th level of warriors. It was no wonder he had been wanted by the Luzhu kingdom and had managed to con others in the Tianqian kingdom. He possessed considerable strength. Had this encounter occurred before tonight, Zhang Xuan would have needed to consult the Taoist library to discern his opponent's weaknesses to prevail. Yet now, with his physical capabilities greatly enhanced, nearing 100 dings of strength, a peak practitioner of the Dingli realm posed no threat at all. With a light smile, he retaliated with a swift strike. "Unaware of your own folly, The man known as the Fourth, famed for his iron fists, had once killed a practitioner at the initial stage of the Aperture Realm with a single blow. Yet this youth dared to confront him unprepared? Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. How unfortunate we have been to be brought down by such a fool. As they observed Zhang Xuan's fearless advance, Master Mo Yang and the others mocked him. The assailant, though seemingly unremarkable, possessed formidable strength, particularly in his hands, which could crush iron. To see a mere teenager confront him barehanded was akin to courting death. However, just as they anticipated Zhang Xuan would be grievously injured, they instead witnessed the Fourth's iron fist shatter like tofu, his chest caving in as he was sent crashing to the ground, resembling a fallen stalk of wild onion. Chapter 56. Encircled, Part 2. So this is the source of their arrogance, a force not to be underestimated. Upon witnessing the fourth brother being flung away with a slap, Master Moyang was initially taken aback, but soon his expression twisted into one of greater ferocity. With a commanding wave of his hand, he declared, "However, your stroke of fortune ends here." Turning to the vendor at his side, he added, "Let us conclude this swiftly. We have other pressing matters to attend to." The vendor nodded in agreement and advanced. Boom. Even before he made a move, an overwhelming aura emanated from his body, as vast as the mountains and seas. Its depth unfathomable. If one were to close their eyes and feel, they would discern the pulsation of numerous acupoints within him, radiating spiritual energy like twinkling stars. A strong practitioner at the acupoint realm? Zhang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. A martial artist at the 6th level of the acupoint realm actively absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their body, refining it for personal use. Achieving such mastery significantly enhances both power and reflexes, placing one among the ranks of elders at the Hongtian Academy. The existence of a con artist possessing such prowess was indeed unexpected. Are you frightened? If so, kneel and apologize, compensating us for the losses you've inflicted upon my brothers. Otherwise, your fate is sealed. Misinterpreting Zhang Xuan's astonishment as fear of his strength, the vendor let out a long howl and strode forth. Resembling a deity who commands life and death. Kneel and apologize? Compensate for your losses? Zhang Xuan shook his head. I'm not so idle as to seek an apology from a fraud. If you have such inclinations, perhaps you should kneel before me and compensate for the ambush you attempted today. Only then might I consider sparing you. What did you say? Could this youth truly be delusional? Master Moyang and the vendor were incredulous. There are so many of us, including a practitioner of the acupoint realm. You, a mere boy, wish for us to kneel? What arrogance! And what losses are you talking about? Our fourth brother is still face first in the ground, and if anyone has suffered losses, it's us. Enough with the chatter. Just kill him. Master Moyang commanded with a wave of his hand. The vendor nodded, no longer wasting words. He stepped forward, his palm extended, lunging at Zhang Xuan. Whoosh! The sound of wind howled as he approached, reminiscent of a majestic eagle swooping down on its prey, instilling a sense of insurmountable pressure. This is the second brother's martial technique, Eagle's Descent. Zhang Xuan thought. This technique ranks among the formidable skills of the mortal realm. Would it not be an overestimation to use it against a mere boy? There's no such thing as overestimating. The fact that this boy could send the fourth brother flying indicates he possesses some ability. However, with the Eagle's Descent unleashed, his luck has surely run out. Witnessing the vendor unleash such a formidable move, the onlookers nodded in silent agreement. The Eagle's Descent, a top-tier skill among the mortal realm techniques, once executed, radiates an awe-inspiring presence akin to an eagle descending upon its prey, leaving opponents with a sense of impending doom. Even Master Moyang, their leader, would have to retreat in the face of such ferocity, unwilling to confront it head-on. As the vendor unleashed his martial technique, a book appeared in Zhang Xuan's mind, densely packed with the vendor's biography and weaknesses. With a mental sweep, he committed these details to memory, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. Time was of the essence. The vendor had already closed in. Martial techniques enable individuals to harness their physical strength more effectively, reaching elevated levels. As a practitioner of the acupoint realm, having opened a dozen or more acupoints, the vendor was already formidable. Coupled with the execution of a mortal realm technique, his aura surged. Prepare to meet your demise. A sinister smile graced his face, blooming like a radiant flower. Yet, just as this flower was about to fully blossom, his eyes widened in horror as he shrieked. Ah! A piercing wail shattered the night, akin to a grinding stone crushing a dog's ear, exuding a sense of utter despair. What happened? Master Moyang and the others had anticipated Zhang Xuan would be vanquished by the fourth brother's formidable strike, but to their shock, the latter's scream prompted them to look over, only to recoil in horror. The youth seemed utterly unfazed by the vendor's overwhelming might. Whoosh! In the next moment, without a moment's pause, the vendor was sent sprawling backward like a deflated ball, crashing into a nearby wall, leaving an imprint that spelled doom for any hopes of future glory. Impressive. Observing the effortless manner in which he had dispatched a practitioner of the acupoint realm who had just unleashed a martial technique, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but nod appreciatively. This boy is peculiar. Let us all attack at once. Recognizing Zhang Xuan's exceptional capabilities after witnessing him send the fourth brother flying, Master Moyang's demeanor shifted from condescension to seriousness. With a clatter, the remaining few, though drenched in sweat and feeling weak in the knees, dared not disobey and closed in. Attack! With a roar, the remaining members surged forward, unleashing a torrent of powerful assaults without restraint. Their vital energies surged, radiating fierce intensity. Much like the fourth brother, these individuals were also at the pinnacle of the fifth level of the strengthened body realm. Although they were numerous, to someone like Zhang Xuan, who could discern others' weaknesses and possessed the combat prowess of the acupoint realm, they were hardly a challenge. Wait, why are their attacks so feeble? As he defended against their onslaught, Zhang Xuan suddenly paused. The vendor was merely the second brother, having reached the acupoint realm. This counterfeit Master Moyang must be even stronger. Why was he not joining in the assault? If he were to attack, perhaps it would not be so easy to fend off. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the attacking individuals faltered. It was evident that their leader had perceived the situation's gravity and abandoned them. Shameless. Zhang Xuan and a few others scoffed in unison. Just a moment ago, he had acted so nobly, and in the next breath, he turned tail and fled, neglecting his own subordinates. No wonder the Luzhu kingdom's bounty couldn't capture him. Such a lack of integrity was simply despicable. Chapter 57. The storage ring, however. Escaping was not so simple. This fellow had cornered him and demanded he kneel and pay, so naturally, he could not let it go easily. With swift and decisive movements, Zhang Xuan dealt with several martial artists at the peak of the fifth tier, his body swaying as he pursued the Master Moyang ahead. With his physical strength greatly enhanced, Zhang Xuan moved like a frog, leaping dozens of meters with each footfall. Though lacking any lightness-enhancing martial arts, he was as swift as a rock. To his dismay, Master Moyang, who was fleeing in panic, turned around to see Zhang Xuan approaching with great strides, resembling an immortal. He was so startled that he nearly lost his breath and fell flat. He had thought Zhang Xuan an easy target to crush for the humiliation he suffered, never imagining he would run into a lion's den. Had he known the youth was so formidable, he would never have dared to confront him. At just 19 years of age, Zhang Xuan had cultivated the heavenly Tao divine art and the heavenly Tao golden body, rejuvenating his physique with true qi, appearing even younger than he was, almost like a mere 17 or 18-year-old. By common sense, one would expect a martial artist of such youth to be at most at the first or second tier, yet upon showing his prowess, none could stand against him. It was only natural for them to flee. Stop. He heard a faint voice behind him as he wallowed in self-pity. Bang. Before he could turn to retaliate, a sharp pain struck his back, and he stumbled forward, his face scraping the ground like a plow, leaving a deep furrow. My face, Master Moyang lamented, tears of despair welling in his eyes. Without needing to look, he knew this blow had rendered his visage utterly ruined. Crack. Before he could wallow in sorrow, a foot landed atop his head. You wish to kill me? You must have considered the consequences. Zhang Xuan remarked nonchalantly, stepping on the man's head. Although he had been an ordinary librarian in his previous life, he understood the significance of strength in this world. Had he not possessed such power, he might have already perished. Please, spare my life. I am willing to offer all my savings if you do. Master Moyang trembled, feeling the weight of Zhang Xuan's foot, knowing a casual stomp could easily extinguish his life. Oh, present it to me, and let us see if it can purchase your life. Zhang Xuan replied coolly. Yes, yes. Hearing the shift in tone, Master Moyang hastily removed a ring from his hand and presented it. All my belongings are within. I beg you to examine it, my lord. Within? Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow. What could a ring possibly contain? However, as a person of high standing, he dared not question further. With a flick of his mind, a book materialized before him, a low-grade storage ring containing 3 cubic meters of space. Drawback: the crafting technique is too weak. The book detailed the properties of the ring. A storage ring? To his surprise, this swindler possessed such a treasure. This was quite the windfall. Zhang Xuan had learned of these treasures akin to a mustard seed containing a mountain while perusing the academy's library, believing they were far removed from his reach. Yet here was one within his grasp. Though merely a low-grade storage ring, its value was certainly above 500,000 gold coins. Even the elders of the academy might not afford one. For a con artist to possess such an item was unexpected. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Without such a means to carry away ill-gotten gains, he would have surely been caught and executed long ago. Clearly, this man had invested significantly to procure it. Seeing Master Moyang's pained expression as he handed over the ring only confirmed Zhang Xuan's suspicions. Following the knowledge he had acquired about storage rings, he offered a drop of blood. Buzz. With a mental command, a 3 cubic meter space appeared before him, filled to the brim with gold coins, tens of thousands, in fact. This fellow may not be much, but his savings were substantial. My lord, you have accepted the ring. Please spare my life. Master Moyang pleaded anxiously. Spare you? That is not out of the question, provided you surrender the hidden banknotes you've concealed on your person. Then, granting you a reprieve would be no trouble at all. Zhang Xuan replied with a smile. You. Master Moyang's pupils contracted in disbelief, his face a mask of terror. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. As a con artist, he had certainly considered the possible consequences of being caught. In his haste to flee, he had secretly concealed his savings and banknotes on his person, which allowed him to freely part with the storage ring without fear of a search. He had thought that if he escaped, even if he lost the ring and some gold coins, he could still live comfortably off the banknotes and make a return. He had believed his actions discreet, never imagining that this seemingly insignificant youth would see through his ruse. How did he know? With little patience for his bluster, Zhang Xuan swiftly tore open the man's clothing, revealing 10 banknotes, each worth 100,000, totaling a staggering 1 million. What a bountiful harvest. Zhang Xuan's spirits soared, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I've given you my money. Now will you let me go? Master Moyang, now despondent and bereft of his earlier bravado, was on the verge of tears. Yang Moyang, an apprentice appraiser, a professional fraudster of the Luzhu kingdom, often masquerading as a gem appraiser to deceive for wealth and pleasure. Adept in martial arts, in the art of persuasion, capable of beguiling the hearts of men, instilling a natural trust. Zhang Xuan continued to press, reciting the information he had gleaned from the library regarding the so-called master. You. How do you know? Who are you? Master Moyang's heart raced, his body trembling in fear. While it was no surprise that Zhang Xuan knew of the banknotes, as he was a wanted man, the chilling realization that someone could uncover his hidden secrets left him paralyzed with dread. Knowledge of his training in the art of persuasion should have remained a well-guarded secret, something he believed only he could possess. The mere thought that someone could expose him so thoroughly sent a wave of terror coursing through him. The types of secrets were myriad, those pertaining to the physical body, martial arts, or cultivation techniques, yet the most coveted within the kingdom were those concerning mental arts. The art of illusionary sound, a profoundly rudimentary mental technique, though simplistic, serves as a formidable method of mental assault. Once unleashed, even the mightiest can find themselves vulnerable and ensnared. Once, he had been captured by a formidable warrior of the 7th tier. And it was through the invocation of this very technique, uttering enchanting phrases, that he was spared his life. Little did he anticipate that not only would his opponent remain unaffected, but it seemed as if the adversary possessed an omniscient awareness, knowing everything about him. Before this entity, he felt as if his disguise had been stripped away, leaving him utterly exposed, bereft of any semblance of concealment. How could he not feel a surge of panic? What had once been mere trepidation now morphed into sheer terror. Do not concern yourself with how I know this. I am fully aware not only of your secrets, but also of the vital points you have cultivated, he declared. I may choose not to end your life, however. From this day forth, should I discover any further deceit or wrongdoing on your part, prepare for your demise. Without further ado, Zhang Xuan delivered a swift kick to his opponent. The sound of cracking echoed, akin to the shattering of an egg. As the swindler Yang Mo felt a violent tremor in his dantian, the culmination of years of training dissipating like water. Stripped of his power, the prospect of deception seemed daunting, if not entirely impossible. My strength. As he sensed his abilities waning, Yang Mo was consumed by resentment, yet dared not utter a single word. The entity before him was terrifying beyond comprehension, no longer human, but a monster. The monster had shattered his dantian and rendered his cultivation void. How could he dare to resist? Begone, having achieved his objective of dealing with the fraud. Zhang Xuan strode purposefully back towards the academy, merely a swindler, unworthy of lethal force. Upon returning to his residence, it was nearly 1 in the morning. Yet, Zhang Xuan felt no fatigue. The events of the evening had been overwhelming, a relentless cascade. Were it not for the heavenly library, this miraculous tool, he could scarcely fathom how he would cope. Having perused a dozen tomes on the techniques of sixth-tier warriors from Master Lord Qiankun, he pondered whether he could distill some insights. Previously, while cultivating the heavenly Tao golden body, he had not meticulously examined the methods of sixth-tier warriors. Now, with time at his disposal, he could delve into them thoroughly. In short order, he extracted the correct cultivation methods from the various manuals, but upon inspection, he was beset by frustration. None of this connects, he lamented. Following these methods would surely lead to madness and death. Shaking his head, Zhang Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. Despite having numerous manuals, their shortcomings were glaring. Even if he isolated the correct elements, they could not coalesce into a coherent technique, instead yielding a plethora of inconsistencies that rendered cultivation impossible. Very well, I must seek more texts, he resolved, aware that he had no recourse. Zhang Xuan patiently revisited the foundational techniques from the first 3 tiers, ensuring they harmonized flawlessly with his internal cultivation before finally succumbing to slumber. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xuan, while he was out shopping, the courtyard of Elder Qiankun was on the verge of erupting. "Grandfather, you must advocate for me," Shangbin cried, tears streaming down his face, his lamentations echoing. As the esteemed grandson of an elder, he had grown up with a proverbial silver spoon in his mouth. And despite his commendable talent, he had endured an unprecedented humiliation today, narrowly escaping madness. In seeking trouble, he had encountered a madman who had reduced him to a pitiful state, and upon dining that evening, he had witnessed the goddess sharing laughter and merriment with that wretched Zhang Xuan. His schemes had backfired, and while he had suffered shame, the crux of his grievance lay in this. "Grandfather, did you not say the exploding lion was obedient? I commanded it to teach that useless Zhang Xuan a lesson. Yet instead it turned on me." The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became, his heart heavy with despair. The exploding lion, feasting and drinking at his expense, had, at a critical moment, ignored his commands and instead assisted an outsider in thrashing him. The very thought drove him to the brink of insanity. It is usually quite compliant. Elder Qiankun replied awkwardly, casting a puzzled glance at the lion, which wore an expression of undeniable pride, its head held high, exuding indifference. Witnessing this demeanor inflicted further emotional wounds upon Shangbin. When he had encountered Zhang Xuan, the lion had licked his hand, groveling like a dog. Now, it stood regal and haughty, leaving Shangbin to wonder, whose master is it, mine or my grandfather's? "Grandfather, you must teach Zhang Xuan a stern lesson, ideally. Revoke his teaching credentials and expel him from the academy." Recognizing that his grandfather's relationship with the exploding lion was one of equality, making it improbable for him to reprimand the creature, Shangbin refrained from further argument on that front, gritting his teeth in frustration. "A waste who scored 0 on the teacher qualification assessment has humiliated me beyond measure, leaving me battered and bruised. Such animosity cannot be washed away even by rivers of water. Rest assured, I shall address this matter," Elder Qiankun replied. However, this Zhang Xuan seems to have encountered an extraordinary stroke of luck, having attracted 5 students, without a sound justification. Even I would find it troublesome to expel a registered teacher. Elder Qiankun noted that Zhang Xuan was a registered educator with the Continental Teachers Association, a formal teaching profession. Even as an elder of the academy and head of the instructional office, he recognized that unless Zhang Xuan committed a grave error, he lacked the authority to dismiss him. Shaking his head, Elder Qiankun's eyes reflected confusion. A man who scored 0 on a teacher assessment would typically fail to attract any students. It is inconceivable that he has not only succeeded but has garnered 5, including several who ranked among the top 100. Without witnessing it firsthand, one would find it utterly unbelievable. Indeed, even after reviewing the compiled results from the instructional office, he remained incredulous. How on earth did this fellow manage such a feat? It defies all logic. Chapter 59. The Frantic Students, Second Update. Under the pretense that I have already assisted my grandfather, Teacher Chao Xiong has a student named Lu Yang, who, under coercion from Zhang Xuan, became his pupil. Teacher Chao Xiong has requested tomorrow's Heart of Learning interrogation. At that time, as long as grandfather intervenes to revoke his qualification, it will be exceedingly simple. Shangbin gritted his teeth. What Chao Xiong described as enticement, he altered to coercion, a mere 2 words apart. Yet they signify an abyss of difference. Enticement merely suggests a flaw in the teacher's character, whereas coercion implicates a moral failing. Coercion? Are you certain? Elder Zhang Xuan was taken aback. I am certain. Shangbin nodded. If that is the case, let us proceed this way. Tomorrow I will invite Elder Mo from the Teachers Guild to witness the event. If the Heart of Learning interrogation can indeed reveal that Lu Yang is not genuinely committed to being his student, revoking his teaching qualification is indeed plausible. After a moment's hesitation, Elder Shangchen spoke. Thank you, grandfather. Shangbin's eyes sparkled with excitement. With teachers, there naturally exist evaluations and organizations that safeguard their identities, namely the Teachers Guild. This entity can review the conduct of teachers and rescind their qualifications, much akin to the functions of an educational bureau from Zhang Xian's previous life. A teacher must exemplify virtue and impart knowledge. The pupil must be willing. If coercion breeds discontent among students, qualifications can be revoked. The Heart of Learning interrogation is the most impartial method to determine a student's sincerity in their commitment to their teacher. You arrogant brat, revel in your pride now. Wait until you lose your teaching qualification tomorrow, and then I shall see how you continue to flaunt your arrogance. The thought of avenging himself the next day tightened Shangbin's fists, a sense of exhilaration coursing through him. Zhang Xian, unaware that a scheme had been devised against him, awoke rejuvenated after a night's rest. Gazing into the mirror, he beheld his physique, refined through the tempering of the heavenly Tao golden body. His skin was smooth and fair, akin to that of an infant, devoid of any scars, and he appeared considerably younger. Without knowledge of his true identity, one might easily mistake him for a student. Remarkable, he exclaimed, striding toward the classroom. Upon arrival, he found 5 students had meticulously cleaned both the interior and exterior of the room, even having boiled water for tea. Wang Ying, Lu Yang, Zheng Yang, Zhao and Yuan Tao were all brimming with energy, their gazes filled with admiration and excitement as they looked at Zhang Xian. Initially, these students felt deceived to recognize a teacher who had ranked last in the faculty evaluations as their mentor. However, after the lessons of the previous day, they understood that despite his poor reputation, he was indeed a formidable figure. Particularly, Wang Ying had shared some of the teacher's theories with her father and the elders of her clan, and even they praised him, failing to comprehend certain concepts, insisting on bringing Wang Tao to pay their respects as students. This speaks volumes of his expertise. Well, today you all appear quite orderly. Zhao, take this medicinal herb, grind it into powder, and consume it with water. Additionally, this is a cultivation method I have recently penned. Follow it, and within 3 days, you shall recover. Observing the eager expressions of the students, Zhang Xian understood their thoughts. Nodding, he handed over the cold sun mother herb and a book he had just written. Zhao Ya's ailment resulted from practicing a pure attribute cultivation method, having perused all the tomes in the teacher's library yesterday. He had identified a solution through the Heavenly Tao library. Although this technique paled in comparison to his Heavenly Tao divine art, it was a compilation of several invaluable tomes he had organized, making it exceptionally precious. While it did possess certain shortcomings, they were inconsequential to the overall scheme. Yes. Zhao tucked the medicinal herb into her clothes and casually opened the book, noting the fresh ink, indicative of a recent composition. As she read, her pupils constricted in disbelief, and she looked up at Zhang Xian. Teacher, though I have just arrived at the academy, I have heard of the renowned tomes within. This one surpasses the Baiyu Sunu method I have been practicing by several magnitudes. How is it that I have never encountered it before? Moreover, why does the book lack a title? As the daughter of the city lord, Zhao had access to an extensive library and had seen numerous texts. Her discerning eye could not be mistaken. The book in her hands was exponentially superior to the Baiyu Sunu method she had previously studied. Yet she had never heard of its name before. Surely, any cultivation method must credit its founder. Yet this tome was utterly devoid of any attribution, raising her suspicions. Oh, this book is a summary I composed based on your constitution, written just yesterday, and thus lacks a title. If you find it inconvenient to refer to, feel free to name it as you wish. Zhang Xian explained. The texts generated by the Heavenly Tao library, which capture the essence of various methods, typically do not bear names, and he had no inclination to name it, casually presenting it without consideration. He had not anticipated Zhao Yu would inquire and offered a nonchalant explanation. What? Teacher, you wrote this yourself? This is a technique created by you? Not only was Zhao Yu taken aback, but the others also widened their eyes in astonishment, nearly fainting. Those capable of crafting techniques are invariably masters of the highest caliber, renowned figures etched into history. How could their seemingly inconspicuous teacher possibly create such an advanced technique? Is this true? You could say that. The Heavenly Tao Library cannot elucidate the origins of these texts, and since they appear to be conjured from nothing, claiming authorship is entirely plausible. Zhang Xuan felt no qualms about it, nodding casually. Truly remarkable. The Baiyu Suna method was originally developed by a powerful practitioner from our family. A grandmaster of the 8th realm. How is it possible that our teacher could casually create a technique of even higher caliber? What level of mastery has he attained? Upon hearing his affirmation, the 5 students nearly lost their minds. The creation of a technique is a feat accomplished by only a handful of individuals in the 100-year history of Hongtian Academy, each a notable figure of renown. The realization that their teacher could achieve this left them in a state of near worshipful reverence. Moreover, what was the most significant point Zhang Xuan had just made? He mentioned that if they found it inconvenient to refer to it, they could name it whatever they wished. Masters who create techniques pour their hearts and souls into them, cherishing them as treasures. It is unheard of for anyone other than a direct disciple to be taught. Yet here was Zhang Xuan, who not only casually gifted a technique but also seemed indifferent to naming it, allowing students to choose freely. It is well known that whoever names a technique may very well be remembered in posterity, overshadowing the creator's legacy. Such indifference to eternal fame and legacy is truly astonishing. No wonder teacher Zhang is so formidable. Despite being obscure within the academy and bearing the label of the worst teacher, he is, in truth, a paragon of virtue, treating fame and fortune as mere refuse. Teacher Zhang. As these thoughts crossed their minds, the 5 students found their eyes misting with tears. Each moved to the brink of tears. What is the matter with you all? Observing his students, who had been perfectly fine moments ago, now with reddened eyes. Zhang Xuan was utterly perplexed. Could it be that these students have all simultaneously lost their minds? Chapter 60. The Greatest Person. Third update is Zhang Xuan. Being a traveler from another realm, was blissfully unaware of the immense stir and astonishment that his creation of martial arts would evoke. He could not fathom the meaning behind the expressions of those around him. With a calm demeanor, he produced yet another book, Zhuoyang. This is the method I have just composed based on your circumstances. If you practice diligently, your right hand's condition should be completely resolved in about half a month. Before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, he continued to present several more volumes. Yuan Tao, your defensive capabilities are remarkable. The last time I provided you with basic techniques. This one is designed to enhance your defenses. And Wang Ying, Zhengyang. I have also tailored a special volume for each of you according to your unique traits. Following these practices will yield exceptional results in your cultivation. As a students, it was only fair that everyone receive their due share. These techniques were meticulously crafted by the Heavenly Tao Library in conjunction with the numerous tomes from the teacher's collection, specifically designed for Wang Ying, Liu Yang, and others. While they had their flaws, they were minimal compared to other manuals. This technique, how astonishing! Whether it was Wang Ying, Liu Yang, or Zheng Yang, they were all connoisseurs of knowledge. Upon glancing at these unnamed books for just a moment, they were overwhelmed with excitement, their bodies trembling with anticipation. They were perfectly compatible with the students, and their levels were astonishingly high. In comparison to the techniques they had previously practiced, those seemed utterly worthless, as if they were merely refuse. Can we name these books? Wang Ying could no longer contain her curiosity. Yes, feel free to name them. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. The group exchanged glances, each involuntarily clenching their fists. To have composed one set of techniques is impressive enough, but to create 5 tailored specifically for them, and even allow them to name them. Such ability and composure. No teacher in the entire Hongtian Academy had ever exhibited such qualities. Most importantly, the effort taken to craft these techniques for their benefit, regardless of how vast one's knowledge may be or how profound their understanding of cultivation. It undoubtedly required countless hours of dedication, perhaps even an entire sleepless night. For their sake, he toiled tirelessly to create these methods. While they had been skeptical of his ability to teach them, it was simply overwhelming. The eyes of the group grew misty once more. This bond was akin to being reborn. Thank you, teacher. The 5 knelt simultaneously, gazing at Zhang Xuan with unwavering determination in their eyes. Rest assured, teacher Zhang, we will ensure these techniques remain confidential. If anyone dares to disclose them, we will willingly accept any punishment. Keeping them secret? That works for me. These techniques were mere byproducts generated randomly by the Heavenly Tao Library, far inferior to the Heavenly Tao Divine techniques. Zhang Xuan had placed much value on them. And hearing his students say this, he nonchalantly agreed. This was the true demeanor of a master. Observing Zhang Xuan's indifferent expression, devoid of pride, The students felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. What defines a master? This is what it means. What constitutes the greatest person? This is it. Possessing exceptional abilities yet remaining humble, misunderstood without anger, encountering sudden challenges without fear, and receiving unprovoked grievances without wrath. To have such a teacher is indeed a stroke of fortune. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xuan, within this brief moment, his image had ascended in the hearts of his students from that of a mere mortal to that of a deity. He instructed them to practice diligently and relaxed once more. A teacher's role is not to hover incessantly over their students, but rather to guide them towards self-directed cultivation and learning, correcting their mistakes and steering them in the right direction. Now that everyone had suitable techniques, following them step by step would undoubtedly yield commendable results. On the flawless visage of Shinbairu, hesitation flickered. Yet the memory of the young man's extraordinary feats from the previous day ignited her curiosity, compelling her to approach. She was the goddess of the academy, the idol of every male teacher and student, receiving countless flowers and gifts daily. Yet she had never paid any mind to them nor sought the attention of any male teacher. However, last night, this young man captivated her like a riddle, drawing her irresistibly closer, even distracting her from her morning classes. I merely wish to confront him. There are no ulterior motives. Quickly concocting a rationale for herself, she exhaled a sigh of relief and strode forward confidently. Regarding teacher Zhang Xuan, she had known him for quite some time, but due to their lack of interaction, she remained largely uninformed. Based on others' descriptions, she could summarize his reputation in 3 words. First, lacking. Second, lacking. Third, still lacking. He was often regarded as the worst teacher in the academy. She had believed this for a long time, but her perception was utterly overturned yesterday. To casually flip through books and memorize their contents entirely, to score 0 on the teacher assessment yet provide multiple explanations for the questions. To enjoy a meal while revealing himself as a culinary expert, and to effortlessly command the explosive skyline. The teacher she once deemed the worst had transformed into an enigma, leaving her utterly perplexed. I must find out today. With a disdainful huff, she lifted her chin, only to discover she had arrived at Zhang Xuan's classroom. Just as she was about to enter, she spotted a figure resembling a mummy standing at the doorway. Yaohan was equally conflicted. The orchestrator of all these events was indeed that so-called useless teacher, Zhang Xuan. Were it not for his dubious actions towards the young lady, would she have been so flushed and insistent on becoming a student? How could he have possibly been assaulted in the middle of the night, resulting in such a state? What to do? If he charged in now, the young lady would surely be displeased, yet refraining from intervening meant risking her being wronged or hurt. Yaohan stood at the entrance, deliberating for what felt like ages, uncertain of how to proceed. Who are you? Just as he was mired in his thoughts, a melodious voice akin to a yellow oriole rang out. Looking up, he saw a beautiful woman nearby, her expression one of curiosity. This beauty appeared to be around 20. Adorned in a flowing lavender gown that perfectly showcased her graceful figure, her porcelain skin resembling pure jade. Though she made no grand gestures, she exuded an aura of unparalleled beauty. There is no need to disclose my identity to a young lady, Yaohan replied, having regained his composure. I am merely the steward of the Lord's manor in Bayou City. Is it necessary for me to report my status to you? Moreover, most importantly, how dare he say that after being beaten to such a state? Not disclosing? Then what are you doing here, masked? The beauty's brow furrowed, and a sudden thought struck her. Could this person be someone invited by Shang Bin to confront Zhang Xuan? Chapter 61. What happened? Yesterday, I invited Zhang Xuan to dinner, only to unexpectedly encounter Shang Bin. The grandson of a prominent elder and a senior teacher at the academy, he was dealt with quite harshly. It would be unusual not to seek revenge. However, the academy forbids teachers from engaging in private disputes. Could it be that this fellow sent someone to ambush Zhang Xuan while deliberately concealing their identity? It is no wonder that Shinbairu thought so. Yaohan's appearance was indeed peculiar, his face completely shrouded in thick white cloth, leaving only his eyes visible, which suggested an unwillingness to reveal his true identity. The most crucial point was that he remained silent when questioned, coupled with Zhang Xuan's insistence on not wanting her to accompany him last night. It was evident that Shang Bin, in his fury, sought vengeance. With narrowed eyes, Shinbairu emanated a chilling aura, since this matter originated from her. She could not stand idly by. Do you comprehend the severity of assaulting a teacher within the academy? She demanded. Yaohan was taken aback by her inquiry, momentarily stunned, before recalling the altercation with Shang Bin from the previous night. Suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed, Are you Shinbairu? It was because Shang Bin was jealous over her that he had been beaten so thoroughly. This incident was etched in his memory. Now, A beautiful woman appeared, chastising him for attacking a teacher. Who else could it be? Indeed, Shinbairu, with a vigilant expression, clenched her delicate fist, a powerful aura surging forth. Leave at once if you know what is good for you. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. As a peak level 5 warrior, she radiated an overwhelming sense of strength. Impolite? Are you not here to cause me trouble? What excuse do you need? Yao Han's countenance darkened as he realized she was prepared to strike within mere moments of their exchange. Enraged, he rushed at her, fist clenched tightly. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Although Shinbairu was merely a peak level 5 warrior, her strength was formidable and her techniques exquisite. Yao Han, despite being stronger, found himself at a disadvantage due to his injuries. Meanwhile, on the streets of the academy, Xiaoxiong could not help but inquire of the young man walking ahead. What did Elder Shang say? Fear not. As long as that student of yours is not willingly becoming one of Zhang Xuan's disciples, his demise is assured. Shangbin replied with a cold smile. Earlier that morning, Elder Zhang Xuan had approached Elder Mo at the Faculty Association to discuss the matter. If they could bring Zhang Xuan and that student to the Learning Heart Tower, it would surely ruin his reputation and force him out of Hongtian Academy. Xiaoxiong nodded in agreement. Indeed, Baira must have been deceived by that young man's sweet words into dining with him. Once this young man is expelled from the academy, I shall not doubt my ability to pursue her. Shangbin's confidence surged again. As the grandson of an elder and a senior teacher, he was tall and handsome, far superior to Zhang Xuan in every regard. A beauty like Shinbairu was only suitable for him. With relentless pursuit, who could possibly resist my charms? He mused while Xiaoxiong showered him with praise. Rest assured, once Shin becomes my companion, your benefits will be plentiful. Just as Shangbin was about to burst into laughter, a sharp pain shot through his injured muscles, causing him to grimace. Moreover, Zhang Xuan must be eliminated, as well as that Yao Han who struck me. What is the steward of the White Jade City matter? This is Tian Xianwang City, and he shall not have the audacity to wreak havoc here. He could not forgive the humiliation of being publicly struck down, leaving him disfigured. That is only natural. Xiao Xiong nodded, suddenly startled as he pointed ahead. Shang, look. What is it? Shangbin asked, puzzled, before glancing up to see Shinbairu engaged in battle. Isn't that teacher Shin? Why is she fighting someone? Yao Han. Before them, outside Zhang Xian's classroom, the two were locked in a fierce duel. One was the goddess he dreamt of, Shinbairu, while the other was the very person he loathed, Yao Han. They had never met before. How had they come to blows? Could it be that teacher Shin learned of your defeat at his hands and, feeling indignant, sought to avenge you? Xiaoxiong proposed hesitantly. Really? Shangbin was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. Otherwise, what reason would they have to fight? Teacher Shin is gentle and friendly, never one to resort to violence. You know this well. Having just been struck, she would not attack him without cause. Surely, she must care for you deeply, even love you, Xiaoxiong declared. She loves me? Shangbin felt a rush of warmth envelop him. It was indeed perplexing why Shinbairu would engage in battle with that individual. He had thought she was aloof, yet perhaps she truly harbored feelings for him, showing concern enough to confront a level 6 warrior. I cannot allow her to be harmed on my behalf. Filled with excitement, Shangbin felt revitalized, determination surging within him. The challenge of accepting a beauty's favor is indeed daunting. With such actions taken on my behalf, what hesitation remains? To hesitate is to abandon my manhood. Teacher Shin, I shall assist you, he roared, charging forward. As Yao Han fought against Shinbairu, having thoroughly gauged her techniques through their earlier exchanges, he was confident he could defeat her with just a few more strikes. Just then, he heard a shout, and Shangbin arrived at the scene. Indeed. They are in cahoots. How infuriating. Yao Han's anger flared again. Initially, he thought he had misjudged the situation. Now, it was clear that these two were plotting against him. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, and he unleashed a fierce attack toward Shangbin. In an instant, Shangbin, invigorated and swift, engaged Yao Han before Shinbairu could react. Upon witnessing the duel, she was momentarily stunned. Had she misjudged? Was he not sent by Shangbin? As the thought crossed her mind, she quickly realized they were in collusion. No wonder she had found it strange if he intended to confront Zhang Xuan. Why not charge indirectly? Instead, he lurked at the entrance, waiting for a moment to play the hero and draw her attention. How cunning. Chapter 62, a slightly fractured Shangbin, 5th update. In any case, it was all a deliberate act, utterly irksome. Understanding this, Shinbairu withdrew from the fray. Since it was intentional, she decided to let them play however they wished. Bang, 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 bang. Upon seeing his foe, Yao Han was filled with rage and unleashed his full strength, showing no mercy whatsoever. In a brief moment, the valiant Shang Bin was once again battered, his skin torn and bloodied. Yao Han was not faring much better. His mummified visage was stained with blood. He was still putting on a show. Shinbairu crossed her arms defiantly. Teacher Shin, please assist young Master Shang. He can hardly hold on any longer, seeing Shang Bin on the verge of collapse. Chao Xiong could no longer restrain himself and rushed forward. However, as a mere fourth-level martial artist, he was far too outmatched. Confronting them would be tantamount to suicide, leaving him no choice but to plead with Shinbairu. Is it enough that I assist? Shinbairu scoffed, noticing the urgency in his plea. Indeed, if you do not save him, young Master Shang will surely perish. Chao Xiong, oblivious to her cold demeanor, hurriedly continued. Very well, I shall intervene. Shinbairu stepped forward. Upon seeing her advance once more, Yao Han pushed Shang Bin back a couple of steps and leapt out of the conflict. Very well, I will remember this grudge. The mountains are high and the waters long. The kindness you have shown me will undoubtedly be repaid in time. He realized that in his current state, even taking on Shinbairu alone would prove challenging, and with both of them together, though they might prevail, the longer they lingered at Hongtian Academy, the more complications would arise. If the other side had any hidden schemes, escaping later would be impossible. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, he decisively withdrew. With that, Yao Han turned and vanished from sight in mere moments. A sixth-level martial artist could escape with ease, and even Shinbairu would have no hope of pursuing him. Moreover, she had no intention of chasing him. Her expression grew even colder. What did it signify when the opponent fled the moment she entered? Quite simply, the act was over, and they were ready to depart. Teacher Shin, I did not anticipate your kindness towards me. I have come to understand your feelings. Seeing Shinbairu rush in to aid him, Shang Bin felt a surge of joy. He turned his swollen face towards her, offering a slight smile and attempting a gesture he deemed charming. In truth, I love you too, my feelings? What nonsense! You rogue! Shinbairu ground her teeth in fury. Slap! A resounding blow struck him. What? Having mustered the courage to confess, expecting the beauty to fall into his embrace, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his face, causing him to stagger and collide with the iron gate. Shang Bin's head spun dizzily, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Why did you hit me? Wasn't it for me to fight others? He was on the verge of madness. Creak! Zhang Xuan, your timing is impeccable. In the midst of his despair, upon seeing Zhang Xuan appear, Shang Bin's rage flared up instantly. Teacher Chao Xiong has lodged a complaint with the academy, claiming you used deceitful tactics to coerce his student Lu Yang into becoming your disciple. The academy has now approved a soul interrogation, so I suggest you take Lu Yang over swiftly. Soul interrogation? Zhang Xuan paused, connecting the dots with his prior memories, and furrowed his brow. Indeed, I now represent the Academic Affairs Office in summoning you. Should you fail to comply, you will be in violation of school regulations and face expulsion. Shang Bin sneered repeatedly. Unable to contend with Yao Han and too intimidated to speak against Shinbairu, he vented all his fury onto this so-called useless teacher. Teacher Zhang, please don't go. Shinbairu's brows knitted together. While she could not fathom Shang Bin's confidence in this endeavor, she was certain it was a scheme aimed at Zhang Xuan. Should he agree and complications arise during the soul interrogation, the loss of teaching qualifications would be minor compared to the risk of expulsion. However, before she could finish, Zhang Xuan interrupted with a wave of his hand. Very well, I shall go. Previously, Lu Yang felt somewhat aggrieved at the prospect of being his student, but now, he was utterly convinced. Even if Zhang Xuan asked him to leap from a building to practice lightness skills, he would comply without hesitation. Such trust. What need was there to fear a soul interrogation? With this fellow brimming with confidence, who would truly be humiliated if you dare refuse? I will notify the Academy Security Office to have you apprehended. Shang Bin, believing Zhang Xuan would decline, was just about to unleash a righteous outburst when he suddenly realized, Huh? What did you say? You were willing to go? Yes. Lu Yang stepped out from the room. This Shang Bin had not anticipated such cooperation, and his initially confident expression wavered. Rest assured, young Master Shang, Lu Yang is someone I personally recruited. He undoubtedly wishes to be my student. I am confident. Chao Xiong whispered reassuringly. Very well. Hearing such assurance, Shang Bin finally nodded and strode forward. Let us go. The youth's rash agreement left Shinbairu in a state of anxiety. The soul interrogation was a method that tore apart the relationship between teachers, one that could not be resolved. Should it fail, as the deceiving teacher, he would face severe punishment. How could one agree to such a thing? It would be best to decline, preferably finding a gentler resolution. Otherwise, calamity would surely follow. It's nothing. Understanding her concerns, Zhang Xuan smiled lightly, saying no more, and stepped forward alongside Zhang Bin towards the Academy Soul Tower. This fellow, seeing that the youth had entirely disregarded her advice, Shinbairu felt a mix of urgency and anger. As a stunning beauty, her words were typically met with eager acceptance. Yet this individual not only ignored her but also proceeded directly into danger. Did he seek death? One must remember, Zhang Bin's grandfather was the director of the Academic Affairs Office. His audacity to act thus surely indicated a trap set specifically for her if he sought misfortune. Then he deserved it. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, but after a moment's hesitation, Shinbairu resolved to follow closely behind. While her feelings towards Zhang Xuan were merely curiosity and not affection, Zhang Bin's treatment of him was undoubtedly instigated by her influence. Regardless, she could not stand idly by. Chapter 63 Elder Mo Xiang. The towering and majestic Learning Heart Tower loomed over them. Elder Mo, it seems I must trouble you this time. Elder Shangchen turned to an elderly man seated nearby. Elder Mo Xiang of the Teachers Guild. Elder Shang, you speak too highly of me. We are old friends. Elder Mo Xiang, around 50 years of age, with sparse grayish-blue beard, reassured him. Rest assured, if this teacher truly resorts to coercion to force others to become his students, I will undoubtedly report him to the guild and have his teaching credentials revoked. Sighing, Elder Shangchen shook his head, a look of sorrow on his face. This teacher received a score of 0 in the last faculty assessment. I had issued a warning. If he failed to recruit students, he would be dismissed immediately. Perhaps feeling the pressure, he resorted to such despicable measures. It is my oversight, my fault. Nonsense, Elder Shang. Your benevolence was merely a chance for him. It is regrettable that this fellow lacks gratitude and resorts to such shameless acts, utterly brazen and heinous. Elder Mo's countenance darkened, radiating a commanding presence. As a teacher, one should strive to educate and nurture, not engage in these nefarious practices. I shall uncover who possesses the audacity to act thus, renowned for his intense disdain for wickedness. Elder Mo Xiang was incensed to learn that a teacher had pressured a student. Were it not for Teacher Chao Xiang's righteous report about his student being coerced by this individual, I might have remained in the dark. With his hands clasped behind his back, Elder Shangchen shook his head repeatedly, gazing into the void with a profound expression, as if he had committed the most egregious dereliction of duty. If Zhang Xuan were present, he would surely be astonished. This fellow's pretentiousness was far superior. Though the learning hard interrogation would disrupt camaraderie among teachers, it was worth it to root out the malevolent. Do not blame yourself, Elder Mo Xiang thought to himself, admiring his colleague's resolve. In the academy, it was not uncommon for multiple teachers to be enamored with an exceptional student, and generally, such matters were resolved discreetly to maintain harmony in the normal order of teaching. Only when all else failed would such a drastic measure be taken. As the name suggests, the learning hard interrogation delves into a student's innermost thoughts, compelling them to make choices based on their true feelings. This method effectively tears the mask off the competing teachers, undermining the unity among them. Thus, in the century-long history of Hongtian Academy, the number of teachers applying for a learning hard interrogation had barely exceeded a dozen. It was astonishing that they found themselves in such a situation. Having feigned solemnity and successfully provoked the other's ire, Elder Shangchen secretly chuckled to himself, gesturing grandly. Let them in. Creak. As he spoke, the heavy doors slowly swung open, and Zhang Xuan, Chao Xiong, Zhang Bin, Shinbairu, Lu Yang, and others entered. Teacher Chao Xiong, did you apply for the learning hard interrogation? The group halted, and Elder Shangchen raised an eyebrow. Please, Elder, advocate on my behalf. Chao Xiong's voice rang out. This Zhang Xuan has coerced Lu Yang, a student who has already pledged himself to me, into becoming his student, violating the principles of fair competition among teachers. I hereby request a learning hard interrogation to restore justice for Lu Yang and seek punishment for this shameless individual. Justice? Lu Yang, who had been summoned without understanding the situation, suddenly grasped that Chao Xiong aimed to take action against his own mentor. He quickly turned to Zhang Xuan, teacher. Before he could finish, he noticed Zhang Xuan, who had appeared calm and inscrutable during the lesson, now displaying a flicker of panic in his eyes. Stiffening his neck as he interjected, Teacher Chao, you speak falsely. Lu Yang is, willingly my student. I have never coerced him. His voice trembled with uncertainty, as if his deceit had been exposed. Lu Yang blinked. The sight of Zhang Xuan's anxious demeanor, his eyes wide with fear, and his body trembling slightly, left him utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening? Teacher. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhuoyang glanced over. But before he could voice his questions, Zhang Xuan turned to him, feigning a stern tone. Zhuoyang, speak clearly. Have I ever forced you? He subtly winked. Ah. Yes, indeed. Zhuoyang nodded vigorously. At this moment, even he, though dim-witted, understood that Zhang Xuan might be attempting to ensnare Cao Xiong. They shared an unspoken understanding. But to the onlookers, it appeared as if Zhang Xuan was threatening Zhuoyang to utter insincere words, for how else could one explain such hesitance? Indeed, witnessing this scene, Elder Mo's expression darkened. Your name is Zhang Xuan, correct? I shall grant you one chance. Cancel Zhuoyang's course and allow him to rejoin teacher Cao Xiong without undergoing the learning hard interrogation. Cancel the course? Zhang Xuan scratched his head. Zhuoyang truly wishes to learn from me. Withdrawing would be unfair to the student. Unfair? Truly wishes? Elder Mo's lips twitched. Are you not embarrassed to say that? An individual who scored 0 in a faculty assessment would be overjoyed to be dismissed from your class. How could that be unfair? Where do you draw such confidence? Just as he was about to continue, he heard both Cao Xiong and Shang Bin exclaim simultaneously, Elder Mo, you mustn't. What is it? The learning hard interrogation is exceedingly troublesome. Once initiated, it mandates that someone must face punishment. Otherwise, everyone would need to undergo the process. And the Academy cannot bear that burden. Elder Mo had initially hoped for a peaceful resolution, but upon hearing their objections, he could not help but glance over. Elder Mo. Teacher Cao has already applied for the learning hard interrogation, and the Academy has consented. If we suddenly halt now, would that not imply that the Academy's rules are mere child's play? Shang Bin hurriedly interjected. Are you jesting? After putting together such an elaborate setup, would it not be a waste if we did not ensnare Zhang Xuan? A peaceful resolution would render yesterday's humiliation in vain. Indeed, Elder Mo. I am also considering the students' interests, hoping to respect their true desires in choosing their preferred teacher, rather than succumbing to coercion. Cao Xiong added, speaking with righteous fervor. Had it not been for the vivid five-fingered imprint left on him by Shang Bin's slap yesterday, his words might have garnered more respect. Very well. Seeing their insistence, Elder Mo nodded, ceasing to obstruct. Since they had opted for the learning hard interrogation, it was essential to clarify the rules. Zhuoyang would be assessed. And once the evaluation was complete, he could choose which teacher he wished to follow, thereby determining the victor. Of course, with victory comes punishment. And the penalties must be stated clearly. Elder Shangchen, who had remained silent until now, surveyed the room. This time, teacher Cao Xiong has selected the maximum penalty, which means that after the interrogation, the losing party will be expelled from the Academy. Zhang Xuan, do you have any objections? Upon hearing the maximum penalty, disbelief washed over Zhang Xuan's face, and he replied earnestly, Teacher Cao and I harbor no deep-seated animosity. Would it not be too harsh to expel him? The expressions of Elder Shang and the others turned blank, staring at him as if he were a fool. Was he not the one facing expulsion? Humph. The learning hard interrogation must be accepted, whether you agree or disagree. To refuse now would be too late. Cao Xiong sneered. Assuming Zhang Xuan was merely spewing nonsense to evade the interrogation. I truly wish for your benefit. Expelling him seems rather extreme. What if we did this instead? Zhang Xuan paused thoughtfully before continuing. Let us not expel him. Just revoke his teaching credentials, and then administer 100 strokes of the disciplinary rod. Revoke teaching credentials? 100 strokes of the rod. The crowd blinked in unison, exchanging bewildered glances, each feeling on the brink of madness. This alternative seemed to preserve his position while being far harsher than outright expulsion. Are you certain you have not misspoken? Chapter 64. An in-depth exploration of trustworthiness expelled from the Academy. One can still remain a teacher. However, the revocation of teaching credentials is an entirely different matter, equating to the loss of one's identity. No matter where one goes, it becomes a blemish, a source of mockery. This is precisely why Elder Shangchen sought out Elder Mo from the Teachers Guild. After all, even as the director of Hongtian Academy, he lacked the authority to revoke teaching qualifications. To his surprise, before he could even speak, the other party had already brought it up. Moreover, he insisted on adding 100 strikes from the Killing God Rod, a specially crafted implement from the Tianxian Kingdom, designed to inflict pain without causing lasting harm. After 100 strikes, even the mightiest of warriors would find themselves gravely weakened. Do you find this insufficiently ruthless, or do you simply wish for a swifter demise? The onlookers gazed at the youth as if he were a fool. Teacher Zhang Xuan, you. Teacher Shinbai Ru behind him nearly fainted. My dear fellow, Do you not realize that this is a trap set by Shang Bin and Chao Xiong? Their aim is to ensnare you. Being expelled from the academy is punishment enough. How can you not only accept it but also propose to amplify it? Have you lost your senses? You are courting your own demise and cannot blame others for it. With a cold snort, Chao Xiong turned to Elder Shang Xuan. Elder Shang, I believe Teacher Zhang's proposal is quite commendable. I hope the academy will oblige. Seeing him so readily agree, Lu Yang, standing nearby, could only shake his head in sympathy. Teacher Zhang is truly too wicked. Thank goodness I became his student. Otherwise, my future would be ruined. The thought of nearly becoming one of Chao Xiong's students sent shivers down Lu Yang's spine. Very well. Since both parties have agreed on the stakes, let us commence. Elder Shang Xuan nodded, and 2 crystal orbs, each the size of a watermelon, were pushed forward, resting atop a stone pillar, radiating a gentle, warm glow. These were crystal balls made from the Heartstone, and Zhang Xuan and Chao Xiong were to each place a drop of blood upon them. Lu Yang approached, stroking the crystal orbs, which would reflect their inner thoughts through their trustworthiness. The one with the higher trustworthiness would emerge victorious. The rules were simple. Were there any questions? None. Zhang Xuan and Chao Xiong nodded in unison. The inquiry into one's heart was, in fact, quite straightforward, utilizing the Heartstone's unique ability to probe the inner sentiments of students. The teacher whose trustworthiness was greater would naturally claim victory. The rules were uncomplicated. Yet the Heartstone was a precious commodity, a one-time use item, and thus the Academy was reluctant to employ such methods unless absolutely necessary. Generally, the costs were borne by the loser. In the eyes of Chao Xiong and his companions, Zhang Xuan was merely a useless individual who had scored 0 on the teaching assessment, completely devoid of ability. How could a student ranked among the top 100 willingly accept him as a teacher? Upon assessment, defeat was inevitable. Not only would they humiliate him by expelling him from the academy, but they would also ruin him financially and tarnish his reputation. 3 birds with 1 stone. Let us begin. Seeing that neither party had objections, Elder Shang Xuan waved his hand. Zhang Xuan and Chao Xiong stepped forward, each dripping their blood onto the crystal orbs. A warm light illuminated as their faces were reflected within the Heartstone. Commence. With Elder Shang Xuan's command, Lu Yang stepped forward, placing his hands on the 2 crystal orbs. Buzz. The crystal orbs immediately emitted a white light, enveloping him within. The Heartstone possessed a hypnotic power. Upon contact, one would swiftly fall into an illusion where all actions stemmed from the heart, devoid of any emotional interference. If a student had been coerced into this situation, their trust in the teacher would not only be absent, but could even turn into aversion. Thus, this inquiry into one's heart provided the most direct and accurate means to discern whether a student genuinely wished to apprentice under a teacher. Elder Mo Xiong observed Lu Yang, who had closed his eyes and succumbed to the illusion, and spoke slowly. Indeed, trustworthiness can represent levels of trust, graded on a scale of 100, with each 10 points marking a tier. 0 denotes absolute distrust, while 10 indicates slight trust, and 20 signifies general trust. The relationship between students and teachers typically hovers around 30. It is said that formidable teachers can elevate their students' trust to 50, which is exceedingly rare. One might not even find such instances throughout the entire Tianxian kingdom. After all, the trust children have in their parents is only around 60. Elder Shang Xuan stroked his beard thoughtfully. Their dialogue served to inform the onlookers of the principles behind the heart inquiry. Humans are sentient beings, each harboring their own thoughts. Cultivating trust between individuals is not a simple task. Just considering familial relationships, even after years of cohabitation, achieving complete trust is elusive. Teachers, even more so. Only through prolonged interaction can trustworthiness significantly increase. With the school year commencing in merely 2 days, coupled with Zhang Xuan's poor reputation, what level of trust could possibly exist? It could be surmised without much thought. By the way, Elder Mo, I have heard that the guild has criteria for evaluating renowned teachers, and it seems that student trustworthiness is one of the standards. Is this true? Elder Shang Xuan recalled something and could not help but inquire. The titles of teachers are divided into 3 levels: junior, intermediate, and senior. Zhang Xuan falls into the lowest tier, while Shun Bai Ru, Shang Bin, and others have already attained senior status. For most, reaching the senior level is the pinnacle of achievement. The well-known Lu Sun and Wang Chao of Hongtian Academy also belong to this tier. Above senior is the title of renowned teacher. Renowned teachers not only possess fame, but also profound insights into guidance and cultivation. Those fortunate enough to be their students are destined to grow stronger and ultimately become formidable figures in their own right. As for Zhuoyang, who is neither a legitimate heir nor the eldest son, it would seem impossible for him to inherit the throne. However, it is said that he once studied under a renowned teacher for a few days in his youth, which propelled him to become the strongest among the royal youth and ultimately the kingdom's most powerful figure, thus claiming the throne and expanding the realm. To study under a renowned teacher is the aspiration of countless individuals. The profession of teaching is generally regarded as lowly. Yet once one achieves the status of a renowned teacher, they ascend to the pinnacle among numerous professions, undeniable and unquestionable, especially in terms of influence. Their power is terrifyingly immense. Highly sought-after alchemists, blacksmiths, and formation masters cannot even compare. Teachers are said to be the pride of the world, and renowned teachers even more so. Any strong individual may very well be their student. Should an incident arise, their call would summon many, and even those in power would hesitate to offend them. Legend has it that a king of a great kingdom unknowingly offended a renowned teacher, who, with a single command, summoned dozens of masters at the 8th level of martial arts. In less than a day, the royal city was utterly annihilated, and the royal family was exterminated, their bloodline severed. For this reason, every practitioner knows that one can offend anyone, but never a renowned teacher. Who knows how many students they have? Among their students, how many are powerful? To offend one is akin to stirring a hornet's nest. One would not only face death but also suffer greatly. Of course, the title of renowned teacher is not easily attained. It requires various stringent conditions, with rapidly increasing student trustworthiness being one of them. Chapter 65 Indeed. In order to assess a renowned teacher, the trust level a student has in them must exceed 60. This is an unyielding criterion. Otherwise, success is unattainable. Elder Mo nodded in agreement. 60. Elder Qiankun couldn't help but click his tongue. Such a high level of trust is akin to that between parents and children. Parents and their offspring, having spent their formative years together, seldom reach a trust level beyond 60. To achieve such a rapport between teacher and student is a formidable challenge. As one can well imagine, it is no wonder that there are no distinguished teachers throughout the entire Tianxian kingdom. The task is exceedingly arduous. If Lu Sun and Wang Chao from your academy can maintain such a standard after teaching for another 30 years, they might have a chance at becoming teaching assistants. Elder Mo stroked his beard thoughtfully. Renowned teachers do not engage in every task personally. Many responsibilities are delegated to teaching assistants, much like apprentices. The path to becoming a distinguished teacher necessitates this experience. Teaching assistant? Elder Qiankun exclaimed in astonishment. The prospect of becoming a teaching assistant speaks volumes about the abilities of Lu Sun and Wang Chao. I wonder how much trust their students have in them. He mused. They have garnered significant fame over the years, and their long-term students should reach around 40 points. Beyond that, it becomes increasingly challenging. Elder Mo shook his head. As a senior member of the Teachers Guild, he was well aware of the circumstances surrounding many teachers. Indeed, Elder Qiankun nodded. Trust accumulates slowly. It can be lost in an instant. Sometimes, a trivial incident can utterly ruin it. Otherwise, esteemed teachers would not hold such high regard. I have heard that our Teachers Guild has produced a prodigious young lady who, at merely 18 or 19 years of age, has already become a junior teaching assistant. Recalling a piece of news, Elder Qiankun couldn't help but inquire. Indeed, she is the daughter of our president. She is truly a genius. Elder Mo nodded in approval as he stroked his beard. Teaching assistants are classified into 3 levels: junior, intermediate, and senior. To become a member before turning 20, even at the junior level, is quite extraordinary. Remarkable. Upon receiving confirmation, Elder Qiankun couldn't contain his admiration. Although he serves as the director of instruction at Hongtian Academy, he is merely a senior teacher and lacks the qualifications to be a junior teaching assistant himself. After expressing his sentiments, Elder Qiankun turned his attention to Zhang Xuan and Chao Xiong. Elder Mo, what do you estimate their trust levels to be? Observing that the youth was still foolishly awaiting the results of the trust assessment, Shinbira stepped forward and lowered her voice. In her eyes, Zhang Xuan and Shang Bin belonged to entirely different worlds. Without her, they would have had no intersection whatsoever. With the current situation unfolding, if Zhang Xuan were to be expelled from the teaching faculty for 100 offenses, she would undoubtedly feel a pang of guilt. Now you wish to leave? It may be a bit too late. Witnessing his goddess show concern for another man, Shangbin gritted his teeth and huffed. I have been beaten to a pulp, and you show no concern for me yet fret over a fellow whose teaching assessment is a mere 0. How infuriating. his face contorted with rage. He felt as if his lungs were about to burst. Indeed, the trust assessment has already commenced. Do you still think you can escape? Dream on. Zhao Xiang stepped forward. His face twisted with excitement. The results will be revealed soon, and you will discover just how foolish your earlier decision was. You were so certain of your victory? Noticing his opponent's confidence, Zhang Xuan shook his head. Haha, Zhao Xiang sneered, looking at the youth as if he were a simpleton. Allow me to enlighten you. This Zhuoyang was specifically brought in by me. Having interacted closely for nearly half a month, I dare say our trust level exceeds 20. And you? Do you even possess 10? Forcing him away from me, I wouldn't be surprised if your trust level plummeted into negative territory. A score of 0 indicates a complete lack of trust, while a negative score signifies disdain. The greater the number, the more profound the aversion. Just 2 days prior, when Zhuoyang walked away, he seemed reluctant to part ways. How could a person capable of leading someone astray ever compel this arrogant fellow to relent? Their relationship must surely be at an icy impasse, and Zhuoyang likely harbors resentment towards this man. Hongtian Academy is the premier institution in the Tianxin Kingdom. Should a student possess a trust level below 10 for their teacher, it would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule throughout the kingdom. Shangbin chuckled mockingly. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Given your already tarnished reputation, you need not worry about becoming a laughingstock again. You too. As they piled on the ridicule, Shinbairu's delicate face flushed with anger. Just as she was about to retort, she noticed that the party in question, Zhang Xuan, wore an expression of calm indifference, seemingly unfazed by their derision. To be honest, Zhang Xuan truly did not care. These two individuals were only capable of verbal sparring at this moment. Once the results were revealed, they would soon find themselves in tears. Their trust levels? Upon hearing Elder Shanshan's inquiry, Elder Imo hesitated for a moment. Contemplating deeply, Zhuoyang was brought in by Teacher Chao, so his trust level should be somewhat higher. However, in my estimation, it would only be around 18 or 19. 20 is a significant hurdle. As for Zhang Xuan, if he is indeed under duress, his trust level may very well dip into the negatives. If trust levels fall into the negative, it would be a disgrace for Hongtian Academy, and at that point, Elder Mo's assistance will be required. Elder Shanshan remarked. Naturally, Elder Mo's eyes glinted with determination. As a senior member of the Teachers Guild, I will not permit such a disgraceful individual to exist. Should the trust level indeed be negative, it would be clear that Zhuoyang was coerced. I will promptly report to the guild and advocate for Zhang Xuan's immediate dismissal from the teaching faculty. Hearing the other's commitment, Elder Shanshan smiled, his eyes sparkling as he pointed forward. Look, the results are about to be revealed. No sooner had he spoken than the two crystal orbs in the center of the room began to emit a flickering light, gradually dimming. The trust assessment involves the interrogated individual traversing various illusions to arrive at an authentic decision. The light's disappearance signifies the completion of these experiences, and results will soon be forthcoming. Buzz. The crystal orb on the left shook slightly, revealing a sequence of numbers. The results are in. You are about to face misfortune. Watching the numbers slowly materialize on the crystal orb, Zhao Xiang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Not only would he reclaim Zhuoyang, but he would also expel Zhang Xuan, gaining favor with young Master Shangbin. With this support, wouldn't his path in the academy be smooth sailing? It is likely that within a few years, he would seamlessly ascend to the rank of senior teacher. As his heart raced with anticipation, the orb finally ceased its movement, displaying the numbers before all present. He surely trusts me beyond 20. With a roar, Zhao Xiang quickly glanced at the orb, and his exuberant words promptly caught in his throat, akin to a duck whose neck had been squeezed, his eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. This is impossible. The score before him was driving him to madness. This was something he had never dared to imagine. Zhuoyang was someone he had personally recruited. They had spent at least half a month together, their rapport meticulously cultivated. How could their trust level be so abysmally low? Before him, a massive number emerged from the crystal orb, radiant and piercing like a sword to his heart. 10. Zhuoyang's trust level in him was a mere 10 points. A score below 10 signifies distrust. Although 10 hovers at the threshold, it is still deeply troubling. Just moments ago, he had boasted of a score exceeding 20. Only to receive this slap in the face. Is this the source of your confidence? Zhang Xuan inquired, casting a glance over. Zhao Xiang nearly choked, on the verge of collapsing from rage. Looking at Zhuoyang, he felt as if death beckoned him. Where's the trust? What has become of the most fundamental trust between individuals? Chapter 66. This cannot be true. Only 10 points? Not only was Zhao Xiong in a frenzy, but even Elder Mo and Elder Zhang Xuan beside him could not help but blink in disbelief. With such a meager level of trust, how could one dare to employ hard interrogation? Pray tell, from whence do you derive such confidence? To snatch a student from another teacher, one must possess an unparalleled standing in that student's eyes. Otherwise, it would be nothing short of self-degradation. It was assumed that the trust level would hover around 20, though not lofty, it would be acceptable. Yet now, by all that is holy, only 10? Surely, you jest. Elder Zhang Chun's face darkened, a foreboding sensation stirring within him. It is not the formidable opponent that one fears, but rather the inept ally. Clearly, the latter had made its appearance. Shang Bin, standing to the side, was twitching at the corners of his mouth, nearly frothing at the mouth in disbelief. I cannot believe this. Even if the trust level is merely 10 points, what of it? Lu Yang's suspicious nature means he trusts no one. My trust, albeit only 10 points, is sufficient for victory as long as you do not surpass it. Moments later, Zhao Xiong regained his composure, directing a fierce gaze at Zhang Xuan, exclaiming vehemently, "Suspicious nature? If such a disposition were the case, it would be somewhat understandable." Elder Mo nodded in agreement. Individuals vary. Some are naturally inclined to trust others, while others are inherently distrustful, perpetually questioning even the closest of relationships. This is often influenced by one's upbringing. If one is born in an environment rife with skepticism, establishing trust can indeed prove challenging. From his assessment, Lu Yang and Zhao Xiong ought to have a trust level of around 17 or 18. Yet it was merely 10 points. If the former possesses such a character trait, it would elucidate the situation. Indeed, as long as you remain below 10 points, the identity of the ultimate victor remains uncertain. Shang Bin's eyes brightened, unable to resist nodding in agreement, choosing to place his faith in Zhao Xiong once more. Although Teacher Zhao may not be widely renowned within the academy and lacks the stature of a celebrity instructor, he has garnered considerable positive reviews. In comparison, Zhang Xuan is akin to refuse juxtaposed with a gourmet meal. The disparity is beyond measure. The former possesses merely 10 points. The latter must surely be worse. Contemplating this, the group turned their attention to another crystal ball. The brilliance of this crystal had yet to dissipate entirely, still shrouded in a delicate veil of light. Why has it not yet revealed its secrets? Shin Bairu furrowed her brow. The manifestation of visions during the heart interrogation varies, and the timing can differ significantly. Some are swift, while others lag. Hearing the goddess speak, Shang Bin stepped forward, gesturing grandly, adopting an air of erudition as he explained. As the grandson of the dean, he was more knowledgeable about hard interrogation than many teachers. Under ordinary circumstances, such ostentation would have elicited numerous gasps of admiration, presenting himself as a paragon of elegance, resembling a celestial being. Regrettably, at this moment, his eyes were swollen and dark, his lips resembling sausages, bearing a striking resemblance to the hunchback of Notre Dame. Devoid of any semblance of handsomeness, is it preferable for the results to arrive swiftly or slowly? Disregarding his posturing, Shinbaira continued to inquire. Naturally, the quicker the better. A rapid display indicates that the tester holds genuine trust for the individual in question. Conversely, a slower reveal suggests distrust, potentially resulting in negative scores. With his hands clasped behind his back, Shang Bin smiled lightly, exuding confidence. Teacher Shun, you must trust me. While I may not have witnessed a hard interrogation, I have perused numerous texts on the subject. A teacher like Zhang Xuan, who forcibly claims Lu Yang as a student, is bound to incite dissatisfaction, leading to a negative score, which is entirely normal. Just as he was confidently expounding his theories, he felt a sudden tug on his clothing, interrupting his daydreams. What is the meaning of this? Frowning, Shang Bin felt displeased. He had finally garnered some attention before the goddess, and someone dared to interrupt him at such a moment. Turning to see it was Zhao Xiong, whose eyes now brimmed with terror, his entire being trembling uncontrollably, devoid of the earlier confidence. Pointing ahead, he exclaimed, "Young Master Shang." Look, following his gesture, the light from the crystal ball slowly faded, revealing a series of numbers. What is this? Could it possibly be a negative score? With a huff, Shang Bin beheld the characters emerging from the crystal and nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. How could this be? I refuse to accept this. On the verge of insanity, the crystal ball boldly displayed the number 64, a figure representing trust at the level of a master teacher, akin to that of a parent. How could this occur? Shang Bin glared at Zhao Xiong, a murderous intent igniting within him, his chest constricting as he felt the urge to spit blood. After all his efforts to impress the goddess, asserting that prolonged exposure would yield poor results. He was met with this shocking revelation. Are you mocking me? Moreover, Teacher Qiao, could you not be more forthright? Did you not assert that the student had a suspicious nature? What nonsense! How can one be suspicious and yet possess a trust level of 64? Did you not claim victory was assured? 10 points against 64. How could you possibly win? Tears streamed down his face as Shangbin felt his cheeks sting as if he had been dealt several resounding slaps, wishing desperately for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. 64? In stark contrast to the disbelief and despair of the two. Elder Mo abruptly rose to his feet, trembling with excitement. Such a level of trust has evidently reached the caliber of a master teacher. Even he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. How could someone with a 0 score in teacher assessment engender such trust among students? How on earth did he accomplish this? Furthermore, the school year has only just commenced, and this teacher Zhang Xuan and Zhuoyang have known each other for a mere 30 hours. To cultivate a trust level exceeding 60 in such a brief span, even a legendary 1-star master teacher would find it exceedingly challenging. Master teachers are categorized by ranks, with 1 star being the lowest tier. Nevertheless, they wield formidable abilities that can drive one to madness. Elders, does this signify my victory? Ignoring the dazed expression on Shangbin's face, Cao Xiong and Zhang Xuan turned their attention to Elders Zhang Xuan and Mo Xiang. No, there must be a malfunction with the crystal ball. Otherwise, how could the trust level be so high? I refuse to accept this. Cao Xiong bellowed. No wonder he was incredulous. This was akin to a beggar he had known suddenly ascending to the status of an emperor, with a 0 in teacher assessment. He had anticipated a negative score, yet here they were. Not only was it not negative, but it soared to 64, surpassing all the teachers at the academy. Were it not for his steadfast resolve, he would have surely lost his mind. Indeed, I concur with Teacher Qiao. How could he possibly command such a high level of trust? If this were the case, he would surpass even Lu Sun and Wang Chao. Shangbin stepped forward, gritting his teeth. Upon hearing their remarks, Elder Mo was about to interject when he noticed Lu Yang, having completed the test, striding towards Zhang Xuan, his eyes alight with admiration. Chapter 67. Visitors from the Wang family. This admiration emanates from the depths of the heart, pure and resplendent, impossible to feign. To possess such a gaze is to exhibit genuine esteem, devoid of any impurities. With just a glance, Elder Mo discerned that Lu Yang held a profound respect for this teacher Zhang, rather than merely inquiring about the malfunction of the heart crystal. Silence. Upon realizing this, Elder Mo's expression darkened, a chill seeping into his eyes. The heart crystal can probe the innermost being and yield the most accurate choices. It has never malfunctioned. So it cannot be broken. Continue to prattle, and I shall cast you out. Witnessing Elder Mo's ire, both Shangbin and Cao Xiong fell silent, no longer daring to utter another word. How did you achieve this? On the side, Shen Bairu, taken aback by the results, covered her mouth in disbelief. A trust level of 64. Even the star educators of Hongtian Academy, who had nurtured students for years, could not boast such trust. This youth had astonished her since yesterday, and today he had exceeded all expectations. It was no wonder he appeared so fearless. He must have anticipated his victory. Since I have won, should we not fulfill the wager and revoke this teacher Chao's teaching credentials, along with 100 strikes of the killing god stick? Zhang Xuan turned his gaze towards them. If you seek trouble, you must be prepared to face the consequences. I am a modern individual endowed with a transcendent gift. How could I allow an ancient personage to bully me? Elder Shang's face contorted in a mixture of emotions. He had intended to vindicate his grandson. Yet instead of achieving that, he found himself slapped in the face, leaving him embarrassed and uncertain of how to proceed. Let us be lenient, Teacher Zhang. Since you have emerged victorious, allow Teacher Qiao to apologize, and let us consider the matter of the wager settled, Elder Shang finally suggested after a brief pause. Settle? Zhang Xuan frowned. Had I been the one to lose, I can only imagine that Elder Shang would not have uttered such words. If he had lost today, it was certain that this director of education would relentlessly pursue him, and expulsion would be inevitable. Having triumphed, he was met with a dismissive let it go. What a jest! Impudence! Elder Shang's face darkened. Know your place. You are merely a junior teacher. You have lucked into a fleeting increase in your students' trust, which is an anomaly. What is there to be proud of? If you truly possess talent, you should elevate their abilities before boasting. Indeed, this Zhang Xuan possessed an innate ability to charm others. Yet, what was the utility of high trust levels? If my conjecture is accurate, the student who fell into madness last time was misled by trusting him too much, resulting in a lifetime of regret. Upon hearing this reprimand, teacher Zhang Xuan quickly interjected. Trust levels are merely one criterion for assessing a teacher's competence. They do not represent true ability. The only true measure of a teacher's skill lies in their capacity to rapidly enhance their students' prowess. What use is it to earn a student's trust if one lacks the genuine ability to impart knowledge? Madness. Elder Mo furrowed his brow. What the opponent suggested was not without merit. Could it be that Zhang Xuan employed similar methods? If so, it would imply a disregard for the students' lives. He would not be a good teacher, but a sinner. A teacher must prioritize educating and nurturing their students. Gaining their trust without corresponding knowledge only leads to the corruption of youth and deeper calamities. It is precisely for this reason that no one within or outside the academy believes in him, and he fails to attract students. This semester, despite being slightly better than the last, he has only managed to enroll 5 students. 5 students is indeed too few. Elder Mo nodded in agreement. Do not concern yourself with how many students I enroll or whether I can teach them well. This is the Hard Inquiry Tower. I brought my students to participate in the Hard Inquisition, which involves a wager, and now that I have won, the losing party must fulfill the bet. Do you wish to renege? Zhang Xuan asked. Do not speak of irrelevant matters. If you have lost, act accordingly. Impudence. A teacher's credentials cannot be casually revoked due to a wager. Would that not trivialize the matter? Since joining the academy last year, teacher Zhang Xuan had worked diligently, producing a mid-level martial artist, attracting countless talents to enroll in the academy, earning him honor. And what of you? The first instructor in a century at Hongtian Academy to have no students. What right do you have to speak here? Elder Shang waved his sleeve dismissively. Enough. The matter of revoking teaching credentials is hereby concluded. You may speak again when you have cultivated a mid-level martial artist and have more students seeking to become your disciples. Elder Shang. Shin Bairu raised her eyebrows. Initially reluctant to speak, she was incensed to see the esteemed elder aiding teacher Zhao Xiong in his blatant cheating. Either do not wager, or if you do, accept the consequences. To have the audacity to bet and then attempt to renege is utterly shameless. Teacher Shun. My grandfather is correct. Regardless of the circumstances, Teacher Chao is a well-respected instructor at our academy. To dismiss him over such a trivial matter is an overreaction. Furthermore, expelling such talent would be detrimental to the academy's reputation. Shangbin chimed in with a smile. This is simply sophistry. Shinbairu's face flushed with anger. As Zhang Xuan said, had he lost, would you also let it slide? What is he, that he can be compared to Teacher Chao? Can he produce mid-level martial artists? Can he attract countless students seeking his guidance? Shangbin sneered. Knock, knock, knock. Before he could finish, a knock resonated from outside the hall. What is it? Elder Shang frowned, and soon thereafter, the duty teacher entered. Elder Shang, someone is seeking an audience. It is the clan leader Wang Hong of the Wang family from Tianjin City. The teacher announced. Wang Hong? Then quickly invite him in. Upon hearing that the clan leader Wang Hong had arrived, Elder Shang sprang to his feet, his eyes alight with excitement. The Tianjin Wang city is a tapestry of various factions. Being one of the 4 major families that has endured for over a century speaks to their profound heritage. One could say that the status of clan leader Wang Hong is scarcely inferior to that of their vice president. The mere honor of receiving such a visitor today would undoubtedly embellish his own credentials in the future. Chapter 68. Meeting Master Zhang Xuan Grandfather. I have heard of clan leader Wang Hong. He is a significant figure, ranking among the top 10 on the master potential list. Having reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of martial arts, merely a step away from becoming a master. Why would such a powerful individual come to visit you? Shangbin's eyes flickered with disbelief. In the Tianjin kingdom, to know the royal family is to know the 4 great families. As the strongest expert of the Wang family, clan leader Wang Hong's reputation precedes him. It is nearly impossible to curry favor with someone of his stature. Yet today, he comes specifically to visit grandfather. Such a notion is almost unfathomable. Haha, it must be Wang Tao. Elder Shang Chin chuckled. Young Master Wang Tao? Indeed. Wang Tao is the eldest son of clan leader Wang Hong and is destined to inherit the Wang family. I have taken him as my student and even assisted him in advancing to the 4th level of martial arts. I imagine the clan leader has come to express his gratitude for my guidance. Elder Shang Chun stroked his beard, unable to suppress his pride. Wang Tao is his student? Hearing this conversation, Zhang Xuan was momentarily stunned. He had known for some time that Wang Ying's brother had been taken as a disciple by an elder, but he never imagined it would be the very person before him. Yes, Shin Bairu nodded, her expression grim. You should think about how to deal with this. Elder Shangqin is clearly targeting you. With the backing of the Wang family, his influence will only grow. Even if you remain in the academy, your days will certainly not be easy. We'll see about that. Zhang Xuan remained unfazed. If they truly intend to target him, he is not someone to be trifled with. Worst case, he could reveal his strength and withstand it. Possessing the Tao library allows him to see through all flaws. The outcome is far from certain. Seeing his indifference, Shinbira stamped her foot in frustration. She was trying to look out for him, yet he seemed utterly unconcerned. How infuriating. Come, let us go greet them. Elder Shangqin, filled with self-satisfaction, hastily stepped out, leading Shang Bin and the others towards the entrance. The arrival of the clan leader from one of the 4 great families warrants not just a greeting at the door, but even outside the academy. If he could forge a good relationship, he might even become the next vice principal. Elder Shang. Before they reached the entrance, a group of 7 or 8 people strode over, led by a middle-aged man whose imposing demeanor indicated he had long held a high position. Clan leader Wang Hong. Behind him followed several elders, their every movement revealing at least the strength of the Aperture realm. Clearly Wang family elders. At the back were 2 young men. One was indeed Wang Tao, while the other was Wang Yan, the grandson of the 2nd elder who had just entered the academy this year. He was said to have been accepted as a disciple by Master Lu Sun and was quite talented, garnering much popularity. The presence of clan leader Wang truly overwhelms me. If there is anything you need, simply say the word. Your visit is an honor. Elder Shang Chen hurriedly expressed. No need for such flattery. To be honest, I have come here for a matter concerning you. Clan leader Wang Hong replied with a smile. Please speak freely, clan leader. Elder Shangqin urged with eagerness. If he could assist the Wang family, he would surely secure their support. I believe you are already aware of the young lady Wang Ying. I have heard she has taken a teacher named Zhang Xuan. Clan leader Wang Hong said slowly. Zhang Xuan? Is the clan leader here to cause him trouble? Shang Bin's eyes glimmered with excitement as he nearly leapt up. Previously, he had seen young Master Wang Tao at Zhang Xuan's classroom door and knew Wang Ying had been deceived into becoming his student. He assumed the Wang family would be displeased with such a situation and never imagined the clan leader would come so swiftly. Clenching his fists, Shang Bin reveled in his thoughts. So what if you wanted heart questioning? This is the Wang family, one of the 4 great families of Tianxian City. Offending them means disaster, not just for you, the worst teacher in the academy, but even for a teacher like Wang Chao. He surmised that Chao Xiong had also reached the same conclusion, trembling with excitement as if he were having a fit. Silence. How dare you interrupt the clan leader's words? Elder Shang Chen scolded upon hearing his grandson's interruption. Although he was the head of the teaching department, he was unaware of the numerous matters at hand. Only knowing that Zhang Xuan had taken 5 students, without realizing Wang Ying was among them. No matter. Clan leader Wang Hong waved his hand, intending to continue speaking when Wang Tao approached. Father, what is it? Clan leader Wang Hong furrowed his brow. That is Zhang Xuan, the teacher. Wang Tao pointed. Upon entering the hall of the heart-questioning tower, he recognized Zhang Xuan. This is the teacher? Turning to look, clan leader Wang Hong raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this is Zhang Xuan from our academy. I never expected this teacher to be so audacious as to deceive even Wang Ying. Elder Shang Chen's gaze flickered, a smile spreading across his face. Kiki, this will surely end poorly for him. Clan leader Wang is decisive and does not adhere to the same rules as our teachers. Serves him right. To deceive the daughter of clan leader Wang is indeed a reckless act. Upon witnessing clan leader Wang Hong's immediate focus on Zhang Xuan, Shang Bin and Chao Xiong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. How could one become the leader of one of the 4 great families without being ruthless? As the most incompetent teacher in the academy, deceiving the daughter of such a family is tantamount to courting death. Just as they believed Zhang Xuan was doomed and would surely face calamity, they were suddenly met with an astonishing sight. Clan leader Wang Hong took 2 steps forward, devoid of the anticipated rage or violent confrontation. Instead, he displayed an expression of excitement, bowing deeply and cautiously. I, Wang Hong, pay my respects to teacher Zhang Xuan. His demeanor was akin to that of someone meeting a high-ranking official, fearful of causing offense or discontent. What on earth? Did I just see that correctly? How is this possible? Shang Bin and Chao Xiong gasped simultaneously, nearly fainting on the spot. What is happening? This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. Shouldn't T clan leader Wang Hong have raised his voice in anger and perhaps even struck him? Why is he bowing and expressing his respect? A teacher with a 0 score in faculty assessment. What qualifications does he have to warrant such treatment? Clan leader Wang Hong, suppressing his anger. Thought it unworthy to be enraged by the academy's worst teacher. HM? Cough, cough. Elder Qiankun, who initially intended to play the good guy and feign a warning, was abruptly stifled upon witnessing this scene, his smile frozen, nearly choking on his own words. Wasn't he had said that Zhang Xuan deceived Wang Ying into becoming his student? Wasn't he had said that he was coming to seek trouble? Chapter 69. Withdrawal from classes. Elder Wang, what brings you here? The collective astonishment of the crowd mirrored Zhang Xuan's confusion. Surely, he wouldn't have come all this way merely to discuss his tutelage of Wang Ying, having healed my daughter's leg and imparted such profound knowledge. I must express my gratitude in person. Elder Wang nodded vigorously. Before a master, even his esteemed status as the head of the Wang family meant little. Oh, she is my student. Guiding her is my duty. Nothing more to thank me for. Zhang Xuan replied, acknowledging the sentiment. A teacher's role encompasses the transmission of wisdom, the dissemination of knowledge, and the resolution of doubts. Although he had merely served as a librarian in a previous life, he held a deep respect and affection for the teaching profession. Since Wang Ying was indeed his student, assisting her in overcoming challenges was merely a fulfillment of his responsibilities, not a cause for pride. Observing his composed demeanor, the crowd erupted in disbelief. How could the patriarch of the Wang family remain so unperturbed, as if encountering a billionaire? Indeed, a testament to duty, Elder Mo observed, stroking his beard in quiet admiration. In a world where integrity often waned and many educators pursued fame, Zhang Xuan's purity was commendable. With such integrity and the high regard of Lu Yang, coupled with Elder Wang's admiration, could Elder Shang have misjudged the situation? Despite his inner doubts, Elder Mo remained silent, continuing to observe the unfolding scene. Elder Wang, please, come in. Elder Shang, recovering from his initial awkwardness, ushered the Wang family members to their seats with grace. Patriarch Wang. Elder Mo clasped his fists in respect. Ah, Elder Mo from the Teachers Guild. What brings you here? Upon recognizing Elder Mo, Elder Wang quickly rose. The Teachers Guild held a superior position over various associations, including the Alchemists and Array Masters Guilds. And even if Elder Mo's cultivation was not on par with his, the Wang family could not afford to offend such a figure. Just a minor matter. Elder Mo replied nonchalantly, yet his brow furrowed in confusion. Even if Miss Wang has chosen Zhang Xuan as her teacher, there should be no need for your personal visit. Who is this man? The patriarch of one of the 4 great families, a formidable force in his own right. Surely, even if his daughter had sought Zhang Xuan's guidance and received healing, it did not warrant such a personal appearance. Ah, I do have a matter I wish to discuss with Elder Shang, Elder Wang said with a smile. Oh, you seek my assistance? Elder Shang feigned humility. Whatever you need. Feel free to ask. I shall do my utmost. Realizing that the patriarch indeed sought his help, Elder Shang regained his confidence, casting a triumphant glance at Zhang Xuan, stroking his beard with an air of superiority. You only healed Wang Ying's ailment by chance, which has merely elevated your status in Elder Wang's eyes. In terms of identity and comprehension of teaching, you fall far short of me. See, Elder Wang now has a matter to discuss with me. Indeed, my son has been studying under your tutelage for some time now, and I have yet to express my gratitude in person for Elder Shang's care. Elder Wang gestured to an elder who promptly approached with an offering. This is a token of my appreciation for your guidance over the past few days. Patriarch Wang. There's no need for such formalities. Teaching is a teacher's duty, and I cannot accept gifts. Elder Shang quickly declined. With Elder Mo from the Teachers Guild here, even if I wished to accept, I would need the courage to do so. Withdrawal from classes? Elder Shang, feeling quite pleased and self-satisfied, nearly stumbled upon hearing those words. Why withdraw when the studies are progressing well? A student's withdrawal is tantamount to a public rebuke of the teacher's abilities. He had expected a request for assistance, but was met with this shocking news. If this information spread, his reputation as the director of education would be in tatters. Indeed, I hope Elder Shang can acquiesce. Elder Wang insisted. This. Elder Shang felt as if he had been slapped, his face burning with embarrassment. He wanted to express his anger but hesitated, struggling to maintain a semblance of composure. After a lengthy internal conflict, he managed a strained smile. Patriarch Wang. If your son has made his decision, then I shall comply. After accepting the jade tablet representing Wang's identity, Elder Shang pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto it. Buzz. His class was officially cancelled. Thank you, Elder Shang. Elder Wang smiled in satisfaction, handing the jade tablet to Wang Tao. Not at all. The choice to continue or withdraw should rest with the teacher and student. If he feels ill-suited under my guidance, it is only natural to withdraw. However, I am curious, if he were to withdraw from my tutelage, to whom would he turn? Though his heart ached, Elder Shang maintained a facade of cheerfulness. Wang Tao was a well-known student under his instruction, consistently ranking among the top 10 in yearly assessments. The mere thought of such a student withdrawing sent him into a frenzy. Moreover, he wondered why Elder Wang insisted on this withdrawal, who could possibly be worthy enough to attract the patriarch's attention. Oh, I have found my candidate. Elder Wang rose, stepping toward Zhang Xuan with utmost reverence. Teacher Zhang, might my son Wang Tao become your student? What? This cannot be. To withdraw from Elder Shang's class simply to become Zhang Xuan's disciple? The entire learning tower fell into stunned silence, everyone in shock. Elder Shang nearly choked on his own indignation, almost collapsing on the spot. Patriarch Wang, are you jesting? To withdraw from my class merely to join the tutelage of someone who has garnered a 0 in the faculty assessment? Elder Xiao and Xiao Xiong stood dumbfounded, their contempt for the so-called useless teacher now eclipsed by disbelief. How could a mere teacher command such respect from a family patriarch, leading to the withdrawal of a class? Yet, before the chaos could escalate further, a calm voice broke through the tension. I apologize, but I do not accept students. Thud. The crowd collectively fell silent, stunned by the proclamation. Chapter 70. Doubt not accepting? Brother, are you serious? Shang Bin, Qiao Xiong, and Shinbairu clutched their hair, on the brink of madness. The day's shock surpassed anything they had ever experienced. Who is Wang Tao? A super genius ranked among the top 10 in the academy. Every teacher vies for him as a student. Elder Shangchen, leveraging his position as the director of education, managed to secure such a prodigy. Coupled with the esteemed request from the head of the Wang family, and yet, you refuse? Shang Bin and the others felt as if they had suffered 1,000 points of damage, barely able to breathe. Just moments ago, they had criticized the inability to recruit students, and now the head of the Wang family personally sent his son over, only to be met with rejection. My heart. My liver. Elder Shang Chun felt as though blood was swirling in his throat, ready to erupt. Is there no justice? Is there no law? I am an elder and the director of education. You dismiss my class to seek out someone with a 0 score on the teaching assessment, and yet he refuses. Elder Shangshan felt as if his dignity had been violently torn from him, crushed to pieces on the ground, wishing for a crevice to escape into. How embarrassing. On the side, Elder Mo Xiang was also astonished. He had begun to view this teacher Zhang more favorably, but it seemed it was still insufficient. Patriarch Wang Hong wore an embarrassed expression and immediately signaled to his son. Please, Teacher Zhang, accept me as your student. Wang Tao hurriedly stepped forward, kneeling on the ground with sincerity. He had indeed looked down upon Teacher Zhang before, but witnessing his sister's legs heal and her strength surge, along with recalling how his sword had been effortlessly caught between Zhang's 2 fingers, he was now completely in awe. I shall not accept. Zhang Xin waved his hand. Students choose their teachers, and teachers must also choose their students. This Wang Tao barged into the classroom 2 days ago, showing blatant disrespect, even drawing his weapon against me. How can I accept him as a student? After all, Zhaya was merely questioning me and was still punished with cleaning duties. As a teacher, if one loses their authority, students will take them lightly, making it impossible to impart knowledge effectively. I acknowledge my recklessness in offending you, Teacher Zhang. I hope you will overlook my youth and lack of decorum. Wang Tao quickly added, the dignity of a teacher must not be insulted. He attempted to attack the teacher, and while the teacher did not retaliate, seeking to become his student now seems unreasonable. Indeed, the youth may have acted impulsively without realizing the teacher's greatness. I hope you can forgive him. Patriarch Wang Hong hastily clarified. You need not say such things, Patriarch Wang. I believe Zhang Xian's refusal is not merely due to this. At that moment, an ill-timed voice interjected. Following the sound, they saw Xiao Xiong, who had recently failed to interrogate Xu Weixing. Earlier, with Elder Shang Qin's authority, he could have mitigated his punishment, even finding ways to delay it. But now, with the patriarch of the Wang family pleading with Zhang Xian, he could no longer evade the stakes of his failed wager. At this juncture, he no longer cared about maintaining his dignity. Upon hearing someone interrupt, Patriarch Wang Hong's expression darkened, clearly displeased. This Zhang Xian possesses only the strength of a 3rd-tier martial artist, while young Master Wang Tao is a 4th-tier bone refinement expert. How could he possibly teach or guide? His refusal demonstrates self-awareness. Xiao Xiong snarled. Indeed, how can he accept a student whose strength surpasses his own? Shangbin quickly chimed in. Patriarch, reconsider. While it may be trivial to withdraw my class, allowing young Master Wang Tao to be taught by someone weaker would surely complicate his training. Elder Shang Qin's gaze flickered. Yes, it is common knowledge that Zhang Xuan is only a third-tier martial artist. For a fourth-tier expert to bow to someone of lesser cultivation is absurd. This realization struck Patriarch Wang Hong hard. He had only heard of Zhang Xuan's remarkable teaching theories from Wang Ying and was unaware of his actual strength. Although Wang Tao had fought him, he had never disclosed Zhang Xuan's true abilities. If what they said was accurate, this teacher Zhang truly had only the strength of a third-tier martial artist, rendering him incapable of guiding Wang Tao. While a teacher may possess theoretical knowledge, true mastery and cultivation requires personal experience. Without having reached a certain level, one cannot impart effective methods. It is akin to a teacher who cannot solve a problem. How could they teach it to their students? Many aspects require the teacher's prior knowledge to facilitate the student's understanding. Otherwise, even the finest theory is but an illusion. Utterly useless. Zhang Xuan, even if you wish to teach young Master Wang Tao, do you possess the requisite strength? If not, cease your pretenses. A third-tier martial artist may deceive new students, but it is futile against seasoned ones. Seeing Zhang Xuan remain silent, Chao Xiong's eyes gleamed with malice. Not at all. You are all mistaken. Upon hearing the mockery, Wang Tao stood up in protest, eager to clarify. Who says teacher Zhang's strength is inferior to mine? Just yesterday, I unintentionally offended him, unleashing my full power with a sword strike, only to have him catch it effortlessly between 2 fingers. If he were merely at the Qi realm, that would be impossible. Catching it with 2 fingers? Huh. Young Master Wang Tao, if you wish to spare him some dignity, at least provide a credible explanation. Chao Xiong sneered. You are a 4th-tier bone refinement expert, with strength exceeding 700 kilograms. Add the speed and weight of your sword. Even a beginner in the acupoint realm would struggle to catch it barehanded, let alone with just 2 fingers. You do not mean to suggest that our esteemed teacher, who has scored 0 in the teaching assessment, has already reached the acupoint realm, do you? Although the sword may be light, the full force of a 4th-tier expert is akin to lightning, without a deep understanding of the opponent's swordsmanship. Even an early acupoint realm expert would find it difficult to catch. Wang Tao absurdly claims that the worst teacher in the academy managed to do so. I witnessed it too. He caught it with 2 fingers. Lu Yong quickly interjected. The scene had been witnessed firsthand, devoid of any exaggeration. Yet, his unwavering trust in Zhang Xuan, while commendable, might appear as an attempt to fabricate a falsehood to outsiders. Patriarch Wang, you are a master of cultivation. Ignoring the 2 explanations, Elder Zhang Chun smiled coldly. Do you truly believe that someone below the mid-acupoint realm could catch young Master Wang Tao's full strike with 2 fingers? This, Patriarch Wang Hong faltered. Catching young Master Wang Tao's full strike with 2 fingers would indeed be a challenge for any average acupoint realm expert. Though this teacher Zhang possesses exceptional theories, the notion that he could reach the mid-acupoint realm at such a young age is hard to believe. Young Master Wang Tao, I understand your desire to take Zhang Xuan as your teacher, and I recognize your intent to elevate his reputation. However, one must exercise restraint. Exceeding a certain threshold can be detrimental. As Patriarch Wang fell silent, Elder Zhang Chun waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of superiority, ready to elaborate on profound theories to debunk their claims when a voice from outside interrupted again. Elder Zhang, what is it? Furrowing his brow, Elder Shangchen expressed his displeasure. Do you not see that I am busy? Someone is requesting an audience with teacher Zhang. They have come here. The duty teacher hurriedly stated, looking for Zhang Xuan? Who? What is happening today? Everyone is seeking him? It is the crown prince of the southern town. Young Prince Baisun, the duty teacher replied. Chapter 71. The arrogant young prince Baisun. The room was filled with a sudden shock. Although Baisun was young, he was a prodigious talent, having reached the pinnacle of the 5th realm of martial arts at the tender age of 17, making him a renowned figure throughout Tianshan City. His Majesty, Emperor Shenjue, had even remarked that he might become the youngest cultivator of the Aperture realm in the kingdom's history. The Southern King, tasked with guarding the southern borders, was not present in the capital, which is why this young prince did not attend the Hongtian Academy. Nevertheless, he had excelled academically and gained admission to the prestigious Baiyuan Academy, known for its esteemed faculty. Those who managed to enter were recognized as extraordinary talents. The disparity between a fallen, mediocre teacher and a superlative genius, the favored son of a powerful minister, was stark. Their worlds seemed utterly disconnected. How could they possibly know each other? The difference in their statuses was insurmountable. Please, come in. Despite his confusion, Elder Shangchen did not dare to be dismissive and beckoned for the young prince. Moments later, a boy clad in white strode in, accompanied by several armored attendants, all bearing indifferent expressions. The youth, though not yet of age, emanated an overwhelming aura, his power radiating like the sun, instilling a sense of formidable pressure. As a fellow practitioner at the pinnacle of the fifth realm, it was evident that he surpassed both Zhang Bin and Xin Bairu in sheer presence. The assembly, including Elder Zhang Xuan and clan leader Wang Hong, rose in unison. Although the Wang family held a prestigious position among the four great families, they still felt the weight of their distance from this influential prince. The one who commanded the military would always wield authority, no matter the circumstances. Ah, Master Zhang, you are indeed here. Baisun waved his hand dismissively, disregarding the respectful gestures of Elder Zhang and others. His gaze flickered around until it landed on a familiar figure, and he excitedly dashed towards Zhang Xuan. What brings you here? Zhang Xuan frowned. While Master Lu Qin had suggested he learn from him, he hadn't anticipated Baisun would take his words so literally and seek him out directly. My father finished his duties and left. I won't be in the royal city for long, so I must learn quickly from the master to pass the assessment. Baisun explained. Master? How could the young prince be so familiar with him? Wasn't he supposed to address him as teacher? Seeing Baisun approach Zhang Xuan with such warmth left everyone momentarily stunned. They truly knew each other. Wasn't Zhang Xuan supposed to be a teacher? What type of address was this? Moreover, Zhang Xuan's demeanor was perplexing. Did he not notice that Elder Zhang and clan leader Wang bowed before the prince? Not only did he fail to show respect, but he also frowned in disapproval. Who gave him the audacity? Impudence. Elder Zhang could no longer contain his frustration and stepped forward, his imposing presence palpable. Zhang Xuan, how dare you speak to the young prince in such a manner? Do you not realize you must pay your respects immediately? A teacher who lacks even the slightest etiquette is a disgrace. After speaking, he turned to Baisun with a forced smile. Young Prince Bai, do not take offense. This Zhang Xuan is merely lacking in strength and understanding of decorum. Before he could finish, he noticed Baisun's brow furrow in icy displeasure, his demeanor transforming into that of a lion roused. Who do you think you are? Step aside. Baisun declared fiercely. Master Zhang is my grandfather by seniority. Do you wish to provoke him? Grandfather? A profound silence fell over the crowd. What kind of address was that? Baisun's father was the Southern King, a peer of Emperor Xinjue. Claiming Zhang Xuan as his grandfather implied a rank even higher than the emperor. Elder Zhang Bin, who had been so arrogant moments ago, trembled, nearly fainting from the revelation. What had just transpired? Zhang Bin and Xiao Xiong were on the brink of madness, their hair nearly pulled out in frustration, their eyes bulging in disbelief. Even the usually composed Elder Mo felt a pang of pain at his jaw, having unknowingly tugged at his beard. Indeed, Grandfather Zhang is a master of arts, and I, along with the others, am no match for him. How dare you speak so brazenly about him? Baisun's hand waved dismissively. Your command? A middle-aged man stepped forward at Baisun's call. Strike him, Baisun instructed. Yes. As the middle-aged man emerged, his presence became formidable. A surge of malice emanated from him, akin to a demon emerging from a mountain of corpses. Although he possessed the same cultivation level as Elder Zhang, his aura was overwhelmingly powerful. The crowd shuddered in fear. Such a fierce presence could only be forged in the crucible of life and death, marking him as a warrior of unparalleled prowess. After releasing his intimidating aura, he swiftly approached Elder Zhang and struck with a resounding slap. Smack! The sharp sound echoed as Elder Zhang was sent spinning, blood gushing forth, losing several teeth in the process. You, regaining his composure. Elder Zhang was seething with rage. How could he, a revered elder of Hongtian Academy, a strong practitioner of the Aperture Realm, be struck so brazenly? Yet, despite his fury, he felt powerless. After all, the assailant was the Southern King's only son, young Prince Bai. Should he dare retaliate, the Southern King would undoubtedly come for him, decimating his entire household. Such events were not unprecedented. Years ago, a powerful faction, not inferior to the Wang family, had foolishly crossed paths with Baisun, injuring him. The enraged Southern King had stormed their residence, executing everyone, while Emperor Xinjue merely offered consolation and honored Baisun with accolades. Otherwise, even as a scion, he would not have been granted the title of young prince. All of this turmoil stemmed from Zhang Xuan. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated Elder Zhang became, redirecting his ire towards Zhang Xuan. Had it not been for this individual, he would not have faced such humiliation today. What is this? You dare challenge me? Baisun taunted, his brow raised in a playful manner. I would not presume. Elder Zhang's heart bled, yet he gritted his teeth in response. Best you do not. I shall be frank. I'm here to save you. If my grandfather were to intervene, he would be unable to temper his strength, and you would have long been dead. Baisun remarked, recalling the clash from that fateful night, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. What he stated was the truth. This Master Zhang before him possessed a physical prowess exceeding 40 dings. The key was his inability to control his strength. With a mere slap, he could extinguish a life before realizing it. Chapter 72. Unable to dismiss, save him? Unable to control strength? Could it be that the prowess of teacher Zhang Xuan surpasses that of elder Zhang Xuan? The incredulity of this notion was palpable among the onlookers. Just moments ago, they had witnessed a series of astounding events, and now, only now did they begin to grasp the gravity of the situation. Particularly, those who had earlier belittled Zhang Xuan's abilities, Shang Bin and Qiao Xiang, found themselves grappling with disbelief. It was a universally acknowledged fact within the academy that Zhang Xuan had only reached the pinnacle of the true Qi realm during his last assessment. There had been no news of his breakthrough. How could he possibly be superior to the esteemed young Prince Bai, or even elder Shang Chun? Despite the peculiarity of the situation, no one dared to entertain the thought that Bai Sun was lying. They were all aware of Bai Sun's extraordinary talent and combative nature. He reveled in engaging in battles. The mere idea that he held Zhang Xuan in such high regard led them to ponder, could it be that Zhang Xuan truly possessed such formidable strength? As they contemplated this, their eyes widened in astonishment, fixating on the youth they had previously deemed inconsequential. The boy appeared unremarkable. With fair and smooth skin that made him look younger than his actual age, how could he be a master? Coughing lightly, Zhang Xuan shook his head in resignation upon meeting the crowd's bewildered gazes. It seemed that he could no longer conceal his true abilities. However, having ranked last in the faculty assessment and being merely at the 3rd level of the true Qi realm, it was ludicrous to suggest that he had transformed into a figure comparable to those of the aperture opening realm after just one holiday. Surely, anyone would find that hard to believe. Was it truly so difficult to remain low-key? Zhang Xuan felt a headache coming on. All he wished was to keep his strength under wraps, to subtly impress others. He had thought that the young Bai Sun, being unrelated to the academy, would not draw any suspicion towards him. Little did he know that after just one night, Bai Sun had come rushing over, creating such a commotion that hiding was no longer an option. What a calamity! In the midst of his turmoil, he saw the young prince approach with a beaming face, clearly seeking to ingratiate himself. Hiki, Master Zhang, Grandfather Zhang, how did I do? Bai Sun's enthusiasm was understandable. Master Lu Qin had made it clear that his success in the assessment hinged upon Zhang Xuan. Thus, it was only natural for him to curry favor. Zhang Xuan could only nod in acknowledgement, recognizing that the situation had unfolded as it had. Teacher Zhang, please accept me as your student. Upon realizing Zhang Xuan's actual strength, which was not truly at the true Qi realm, Wang Hong, the clan leader, no longer hesitated. His gaze shifted to Wang Tao, who once again stepped forward, kneeling before Zhang Xuan. To be your disciple, Master Zhang? Who are you? Do you wish to compete with me? Before Zhang Xuan could respond, Bai Sun's fierce glare silenced Wang Tao. I dare not. Wang Tao was taken aback. Bai Sun, despite being of similar age, had already attained the pinnacle of the 5th level of martial arts, a feat far beyond Wang Tao's capabilities. Competing with him would be akin to courting disaster. Very well. Wang Tao, you may audit my class tomorrow. Should you perform well, I might consider accepting you as a student. In an effort to prevent Bai Sun from causing any further chaos, Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Wang Hong sighed in relief, expressing his gratitude. Though auditing did not equate to being a student, it was the most pragmatic solution given that his son had foolishly attempted to resort to violence. What teacher would accept a student under such circumstances? However, despite being an auditor, with time and good behavior, one could certainly transition into a formal student. The elder Shang Chun, witnessing this unfold, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. As a respected elder of the academy and a director of instruction, he had always been the one to select students. Now he found himself in a position where he could no longer maintain his dignity, rejected in favor of another, only to have his student become an auditor for the academy's least esteemed teacher. Master Zhang, are there any unresolved matters? Bai Sun inquired, waving his hand as he looked at Zhang Xuan. There are still some matters to attend to. Zhang Xuan turned to Elder Shang. Elder Shang, having concluded the questioning of intent, should we now address the wager? He had come here to conduct the questioning, and with a series of events transpiring, it was time to collect on the wager. Zhang Xuan, do not be so smug. I lost the questioning of intent, and the most I will face is 100 whips from the killing god stick. To revoke my teaching qualification is something you cannot achieve. Knowing he could not escape his fate, Qiao Xiang stepped forward with a fierce demeanor. Cannot achieve? Zhang Xuan's brows furrowed. Indeed, my teaching record is spotless. I have had no students fall into madness. While my faculty assessment may not have been exemplary, it was certainly adequate. To strip me of my teaching qualification based solely on a wager would exceed the authority of even the Teachers Guild. Chao Xiong bellowed in a frenzy. Is that so? Zhang Xuan turned to Elder Mo, who stood nearby, seeking clarity on the matter. Indeed. Elder Mo nodded. Teacher qualifications are reviewed by the Teachers Guild. And unless there are significant transgressions, it is exceedingly rare to have someone dismissed. I see. Zhang Xian's brow knitted in contemplation. He recalled that in his previous life, teachers were considered civil servants, and even if their performance was subpar, they could not be dismissed without just cause. It appeared the situation here was rather similar. During the wager, you did not mention. Zhang Xian could not help but interject. During the wager, I believed you would lose. Elder Mo admitted, slightly embarrassed. Zhang Xian's faculty assessment was 0, and he had produced a student who had fallen into madness. If scrutinized closely, it was true that dismissal was a possibility. Elder Mo had assumed Zhang Xian would lose and had not delved deeper into the matter, never anticipating such a decisive victory. If you truly wish to fulfill the wager, there is a way. Elder Mo hesitated, as if contemplating something. What way? Zhang Xian urged. Unless a renowned teacher or their apprentice personally testifies that you are unfit to be a teacher and reports it to the Teachers Guild. Elder Mo elucidated. Renowned teacher? Apprentice? Where would I find such individuals? Zhang Xian shook his head. Both were esteemed figures within the teaching profession. And how could he possibly know them? Even if he did, it was unlikely they would concern themselves with a trivial wager. As he pondered, the supervising teacher entered the room, and a clear voice resonated within. Elder Shan. A young lady by the name of Huang Yu claims she is here to see teacher Zhang Xian.